In the center of Yuanhai City, among a multitude of skyscrapers, stood the building of the first central hospital. In the first ophthalmology department in his office, Dr. Zhao met with Jiang Yu to find out what was going on with the young man. Staring intently at the document, the doctor tried to find a mistake in the young man's diagnosis, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Puzzled, Jiang tried to understand whether he belonged to period X and what was the cause of his poor vision, while the doctor asked him to describe his symptoms again. Touching his face with his hands, the guy explained that his eyes did not see as clearly as they should, and his vision was not 100%. When he opened his eyes wide, he felt a strange discomfort, and his capillaries began to burst from the strain. When he looked at an object, a red streak appeared, and the doctor sitting in front of him was completely covered in a red haze. Focusing intently on Jiang, the doctor listened carefully to him while the patient saw everything in red. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a strange scale directly above the medic, but everything remained red, and he couldn't make out what was written on it. Squinting hard, the hero saw a scale showing 18% and tried to understand what it meant. Opening his eyes and trying to understand the meaning of the scale, he asked in surprise if it was the doctor's age. Zhao was stunned by the young man's words and did not understand how this was even possible, thinking that the patient had come to the wrong department. Reflecting on the indicators, the protagonist thought that he understood death and decided that in that case, it wasn't so much. Suddenly, the doctor asked if the guy had been drinking, but Jiang was deep in thought and asked the man to wait a moment. Continuing to look at the sheet with the client's diagnosis, the doctor felt irritated but remained patiently silent. Closing his eyes again, the character sank back into his thoughts and paid no attention to what was happening around him. After a while, Jiang opened his eyes and apologized to the doctor for getting a little distracted from the conversation, but the man remained silent. Clutching his head, Zhao said that the young man needed to concentrate, but asked him to forget about his question. Taking a flashlight out of his pocket, the doctor shone it in the patient's eyes, checking his vision and the diagnosis indicated in the report. Opening his eyes with his fingers, the doctor asked Jiang to look in different directions, and he obediently followed the instructions. Standing there with a flashlight in his hands, Zhao couldn't figure out what was wrong with the guy, because his pupils and eyes looked totally normal. After the bright light, the character closed his eyes again to rest them a little, and then he was able to go home. When Jiang opened his eyes again, an unknown little red man appeared in his pupil, but the doctor did not notice it. In the hallway, passing by doctors and other patients, the patient continued to see everything through a red veil. Suddenly, the hero noticed something new and strange appearing before him and stopped, trying to understand the situation. Above the heads of all the people around him, scales appeared, displaying different percentages of unknown content. With a smile, he realized that his conjunctivitis had disappeared, and along with his newfound clarity, he felt cheerful and completely healthy. As he walked away, he came to the conclusion that the percentage bars indicated the amount of blood, and thought about how to find a useful application for this. One of the billboards near the hospital showed a strange battle between people and various monsters. Confidently leaving the building, the guy began to survey the surroundings and headed home to rest. It was reported in the area that, for safety reasons, the Night Watch team was going to open a new recruitment drive at night. In the 99th year of the cataclysm, the others began to retreat, and people managed to create a safe place to live. Not far from the high-rise buildings, drones were constantly flying around, monitoring the situation and keeping an eye on what was happening. Without hiding his surprise, Jiang looked around, realizing that he should take a good look around before returning home. Walking through the busy streets, his gaze was focused on his thoughts, paying no attention to the people around him. Looking down, he noticed that the lace on his sneakers had come untied and was dragging on the ground, making it difficult to walk. To avoid getting caught, Jiang decided to tie it up right away and knelt down, twisting the bow made of shoelaces into a tight knot, with a cigarette in his teeth. He tried to understand what was happening to his eyes and why everything around him looked so strange. Suddenly, a strange conversation between passers-by caught his attention, as if bringing him back from his own thoughts. Suddenly, the hero felt the presence of other forces and, as if under a heavy load, staggered and almost fell onto the asphalt. As if struck by electricity, his body was pierced from all sides by an unknown force, and Jiang stood there in shock. Struggling to get up, the guy realized that his body seemed to be disobeying him and was giving him a strange pain. Feeling tension and wild fear, Jiang did not understand what was happening because the sensations were new and unknown. The unknown silhouette of a boy reappeared in his pupils, only this time it was black, as if trying to get out. The strange pressure in his eyes shocked the character. He didn't understand what was happening to him and just rolled his eyes. A huge green moon appeared between the skyscrapers, illuminating everything around it with its strange bright green light. Standing motionless, Jung stared into the light, trying to understand what would happen next. As if from the sky, a warrior girl landed next to the young man, catching him off guard. He didn't understand what would happen next. A battle between the warrior girl and an unknown creature began in the air, as she swung her weapon in all directions. Jang stood motionless below, watching in amazement, trying to understand what was happening. After a while, many different warriors and monsters appeared around the guy, fighting each other. With varying degrees of strength, they fought desperately against the monsters with their weapons, saving the city from its enemies. Looking up at the green light, the hero began to realize that there were big problems in the world, and that it was not as safe as it had previously seemed. Looking at the moon, the guy saw a scale above it, and panic seized his body. He understood that it could end at any moment. Soon it began to drizzle, and drops of various shapes began to fall between the skyscrapers. One of the drops hit Jang right in the eye, wetting his eyelashes and creating a kind of veil. Ignoring the rain, the young man stood below, trying to understand what he had just seen and what to do next. Closing his eyes tightly, Jang seemed to be searching for the strength within himself to continue on his way. But the raindrops hit him right on the forehead. The city was bustling with activity, people going about their business, oblivious to those around them, lost in their own thoughts. Crossing the road, Jang moved decisively toward his home, also not wanting to be distracted by the passers-by around him. One of the girls announced a special offer in the store, but people did not pay any attention to her. Helping his grandfather cross the road, the grandson smiled and asked him to be careful and look both ways. Looking around the city, Jang stopped, realizing that the night patrol unit had become a reliable support for the city, and the world had become a better place. Meanwhile, one of the merchants offered bottles to a passerby, but people looked at him with irritation. Walking through the streets, Jang convinced himself that the world was safe and tried to calm down, thinking that it was all just his imagination. Looking at the bright setting sun between the buildings, the guy saw the scale again and wondered if safety was just a carefully thought-out lie. Suddenly, someone's hand fell heavily on his shoulder and pulled him toward them. The surprise made Jang tense up even more. Turning around, he saw a merchant offering him medicine, holding out his wooden box. With a broad smile, the man assured him that the medicines were practically the same as the official ones, considering his goods to be special. Smelling a sharp odor, Jang covered his nose, comparing the drugs to monsters, and couldn't understand why the man was selling them. Opening his box, the merchant assured him that he had everything he needed and presented a variety of different bottles. The young man said sarcastically, "Is this really free?" But the merchant just waved his hand and got ready to leave, not understanding where the monsters came from. Catching up with the merchant, Jung smiled and said he was just joking, then asked if he had any divine oil. As the sun set over the city, the bus slowly made its way through the streets, following its route without deviating. After buying a bottle of divine oil, Jung thought on the bus whether he had paid too much for it, since it cost 3,000 wen. Watching the sunset through the window, he realized that this was just an ordinary street, and that he had been too suspicious yesterday. Near the bus stop, an information board displayed which buses ran there and their routes. Approaching the stop, the bus stopped, alerting the passengers and preparing to open the doors. It was South Street, and the driver asked the passengers to get ready to get off. The bus was packed with people. Suddenly, Jang felt a strange sensation again, as if his body had been pierced by an electric current. He didn't understand what was happening. Looking out the window, the guy saw his reflection and saw no one around him. This familiar feeling frightened him again. In an instant, the people around him disappeared, and everything around him was once again enveloped in an ominous green haze. Jang continued to stand on the bus. In shock, the character opened his eyes, trying to understand what was happening and trying to recover from what had happened. Looking around sharply, the guy noticed that everything around him was normal. The passengers were sitting in their seats, and the bus was continuing to move. Realizing that this was happening for the second time, Jang tried to understand his strange visions, but he couldn't. Approaching the next stop, the bus stopped again, and the young man realized that he should look around carefully on his way home. Twilight was falling over the city when Jang reached his apartment in one of the high-rise buildings near the center. White towels were drying on the radiator in the bathroom, ready for use. Despite his bachelor lifestyle, everything was neat and tidy. As he dried himself after his shower, he felt a sense of joy at being able to freshen up after a long stay in the hospital and a walk around the city. Suddenly, in the mirror, he saw a strange pattern on his chest and did not understand where it came from, very surprised by its appearance. Touching his chest, the young man realized that he had seen something similar before in one of the books from his home library. He remembered how a few days ago he had tried to find a comic book on the bookshelves, shining a flashlight around. Suddenly, the books flew at him, right at his head, and he cursed, trying to protect himself from the unexpected blow. The books were lined up on the shelves, but the hero managed to disturb their peace, and they shifted from their places. Flying straight down, the books rained down on the guy's head, knocking him off balance and causing him to recoil sharply in surprise. Now the guy's body glowed with a strange light, and he thought that the pattern on his chest had appeared after the strong impact of the books that had fallen on him from above. A sharp pain pierced him, and he fell to his knees right in the bathroom, breathing heavily and trying to understand the reason for what had happened. Touching the pattern on his chest, Zhang felt a burning pain, as if his body were burning from within and couldn't understand what was happening to him. To ease his agonizing suffering a little, the young man decided to turn on the shower and quickly placed his body under the cool stream of water. Feeling the cool shower on his skin, Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes, allowing the water to wash away the tension and burning sensation in his body. Getting to his feet, the character continued to cool off with the shower, feeling the burning sensation in his body subside and his skin stop burning. A dark pattern pulsed in his chest like a chip, and in the mirror above the guy's head, a strange scale with divisions and markings was visible. Seeing the mark of 100 on the scale, Zhang immediately understood what it meant and nodded to himself with a slight smile. Finishing his shower, the guy headed for the door, leaving a strange trail behind him, steam emanating from his body. Feeling something strange, he turned around in surprise and was shocked by what he saw, having never encountered anything like it before in his life. Looking around, Zhang noticed that his body cast no shadow, which caused him great fear. In a panic, the young man began to scream, not understanding where the shadow had gone and what it meant, fearing that this could be the beginning of something terrible. Jumping around the bathroom, the hero tried to find his shadow, but it was nowhere to be found, and Zhang was angry. After a while, the young man saw it on the wall and breathed a sigh of relief. Strange things had been happening to him lately. Sighing heavily, the guy decided to leave the bathroom, feeling tired of the strange things that had been happening around him lately. Opening the door, the hero had no idea what awaited him on the other side and felt extremely excited and afraid. Stepping out of the bathroom, he saw his own huge black shadow standing in front of him, looking frightening in the dim light. With glowing eyes, it stared intently at the guy, who was in shock from what he saw and couldn't take his eyes off it. Despite the lack of distinct facial features, the shadow expressed interest in the guy, staring intently at him and slowly tilting its head. Zhang looked the shadow up and down, trying to understand what was happening and pull himself together, but his thoughts were confused and distracting. The guy felt the coldness of the tile under his bare feet, and this brought him back to his senses a little, forcing him to put off his panic and try to understand what was happening. Smiling, the hero accepted his reflection and decided that it would be very fun to exist with her, to watch her actions. His pulse quickened and his heart beat wildly. The good news was that the shadow existed, but the bad news was that it was alive. Feeling a burning sensation throughout his body again, Zhang walked into the hallway, and the shadow moved to a safe distance, watching him from afar. While the hero was trying to figure out the shadow, evening was falling on the city, and the windows of the high-rise buildings were gradually lighting up as the lights were turned on. Behind the dark doors of his apartment, Zhang wanted to find out what abilities his shadow possessed, and what it could do. As if hovering over the guy, the shadow stood and smiled, letting its arms hang down along its long torso. Thoughtfully, Zhang decided which abilities of the shadow to test and asked it to raise its right hand. Obediently following the guy's instructions, the shadow raised her hand up, as if waving to the guy. The tasks were too easy for her. Feeling excited by the shadow's obedience, Zhang asked her to lift her left leg, deciding to test all her capabilities. Lifting her arms and legs in turn, the shadow began to bend and dance, experiencing joy from simple things. Thinking about what else to ask her to do, Zhang laughed at the slight awkwardness and movements of his own reflection. The shadow stared intently at the guy while Zhang stared back at the shadow, thinking up new tasks. Deciding to shake her body, the shadow crossed her arms to use her social shaking ability. As if feeling like she was on a dance floor under the spotlights, she took a dance position, ready to move. Her hands clapped to the beat of imaginary music, as if applauding herself, cheering herself on in this way. Feeling a headache coming on, Zhang realized that his head was buzzing and for a moment thought that he had imagined it all. Suddenly, a strange light appeared in his chest, in the place of the mysterious chip-like pattern, and Zhang touched it. Soaring upward, the light flew out of the young man's chest, who, shocked by what was happening, froze in anticipation of further events. A huge yellow ball appeared, resembling the sun with dark letters inside and various hieroglyphs. Gradually, it was possible to make out a clear letter T in the center of the ball, but its meaning remained a mystery. A system window popped up with a photo of the shadow and a display of its characteristics and abilities. It had one point. Seeing the window with the characteristics, a feeling of joy arose. because now it was possible to pump up the shadow's power. Noticing the plus signs at the bottom of the system window, I decided to click on one of them to see what would change, but nothing happened. The system revealed that the shadow existed because of him and had all the same characteristics as Zhang, except for consciousness. While the hero was studying the characteristics, the shadow behind him danced. And noticing this, the guy was very surprised. Trying to put his hand through the shadow, Zhang wondered if it could speak without consciousness. With glowing blue eyes, the shadow silently looked at the guy, but did not say a word, waiting for further instructions. With undisguised interest, Zhang asked if the shadow had all his memories from the past, hoping for abilities. As if anticipating the question, the shadow nodded affirmatively in response, confirming its master's guesses. Rushing to the desk, the young man began waving his arms, performing some kind of action, while the shadow watched him from behind. After a while, the hero wrote a long equation on a sheet of paper and told the shadow to come and look. Handing the pen to the shadow, Zhang said that it was his summer homework, hoping that the shadow would be able to solve it. Fearing that the shadow would not be able to hold the pen, Zhang was unsure of her abilities, but when he picked it up, she proved him wrong. Poking the shadow's head with his fingers, Zhang thought that there were many entities hidden inside her, and thought that he could test her further. On the sheet of paper with the equation, the shadow simply wrote the word decided, and silently turned to her master, waiting for further instructions. Surprised, Zhang asked why the shadow didn't write anything if it had the same abilities as him. Once again, the shadow wrote the word decided, but did not write the solution to the equation, putting the pen aside. Angered, Zhang grabbed the rolled-up piece of paper and began waving it around, trying to hit the shadow and shouting that he could solve the problem in 2 minutes. Remembering the system specifications, the boy thought that the task was too difficult, calmed down, and asked her to draw a horse. Focusing on the task at hand, the shadow began to wave the pen, drawing a horse on the sheet in front of her, as if she knew exactly what she was doing. Deftly maneuvering, it continued to draw while Zhang admired its abilities and thought that it could earn a lot of money. To his surprise, the boy realized that the shadow understood him quite well and had some talent for art. Feeling more interested, Zhang decided to turn to the system window to study other characteristics. Noticing the shadow's ability to bite, I wanted to understand more about what this meant and open more windows. After reading the explanation, it became clear that you can increase your shadow points by absorbing others, and thus leveling up. Not fully understanding what the ability meant, I wanted to touch an object that cast a shadow in order to absorb it. Deciding to try using the skill, the young man looked around cautiously, thinking about what he could use. Walking to the corner of the room, Zhang crouched down and saw that his body cast a shadow on the floor. Stretching out his hand, the guy thought about how to use it and what it would give him, wondering if he should do anything. Opening his palms and holding his hands out in front of him, Zhang decided to use the shadow bite to pump up his own. As he tensed his arms, he felt a tingling sensation, but everything around him remained unchanged and nothing happened. Feeling sweat dripping from his forehead, the hero was angry that there were no instructions on how to use the skill. Suddenly, the guy saw a system message that surprised him greatly, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It said that changes had occurred in the guy's pupils, and that by activating the ability, the dark side of the world would open up before him. Recalling the past, it was hard to believe that the warriors who fought various monsters were the dark side of the world. Looking at his hands, the young man felt strange sensations, but decided to distract himself a little and explore the abilities of the shadow. Sitting at the desk, the shadow continued to draw, and Zhang told her to take a break and do some push-ups. Hearing the young man's words, the shadow turned around questioningly, as if not understanding what was wanted of it and why it was being distracted. When it stood up, the outlines of its arms and legs became less distinct, as if blurring into an incomprehensible dark blob. Gradually disappearing into the floor, the shadow seemed as if someone was sucking it into some abyss unknown to Zhang. Soon, only a black spark remained in place of the shadow, and the hero, indignant, shouted, asking where the shadow had gone. While the young man was dealing with the shadow, night fell on the city, and stars and the moon appeared in the sky, illuminating the roofs of the houses. Entering the room, Zhang looked around carefully and asked the shadow to appear before him again, hoping that it would explain its behavior. Suddenly, right before his eyes, a small whirlwind appeared, gradually turning into a shadow. A moment later, a shadow appeared in front of the hero, smoothly descending from the air and seeming to check whether it could trust its master. Annoyed, Jing asked the shadow if it had just run away from him, not understanding what could have prompted it to do so. Taking a notebook, the shadow wrote that it had been on the dark side, and the guy immediately asked what it had been doing there. Tearing a new sheet from the notebook, the shadow replied that she had been doing push-ups, not understanding her master's complaints. After thinking for a moment, Jiang decided that the shadow's training would be better on the dark side of the world, and with a wave of his hand, he told her to continue. Opening its glowing eyes wide, the shadow stared at the guy, not understanding what he wanted, and moved slightly, as if waiting for a command. Disappearing, the shadow turned into a small, dark lump on the floor, and Jiang watched this action in surprise. Gradually, the huge shadow turned into a drop and disappeared from the boy's sight, leaving behind a slight chill. Feeling tense, Jiang decided to get busy while the shadow trained on the dark side, hoping it would return soon. Sitting down at the table, the guy decided to do his homework, settling comfortably in his chair and laying out his notebooks in front of him. Picking up a pen, Jiang decided that now was the time to get busy without being distracted by the strange things that were happening to him. Morning came, the bright sun lit up the sky, and white pigeons flew nearby, creating a peaceful atmosphere. In the guy's room, there was a computer with a huge monitor and keyboard on the table, but the monitor was turned off. Having fallen asleep right at the table with a pen in his hand, Jiang slept sweetly and laughed in his sleep, as if he had seen something very pleasant and funny. Saliva dripped from the guy's mouth, and he dreamed of different girls, which is why he smiled, unaware of what was happening. The sudden knock on the door woke the young man, and he slowly opened his eyes, wondering who could be disturbing him so early in the morning. Feeling heavy and numb, Jiang realized how tired he was from sleeping in an uncomfortable position all night. On the other side of the door, someone was calling the young man and tugging at the door handle, as if in a hurry to get inside and not willing to wait. Lazily opening the door, Jiang saw Lu, his childhood sweetheart, standing behind it, and she was irritated as usual. Seeing a bloody scale above the girl's head, the guy was very surprised because he had never noticed anything like this before. Seeing that it read 93%, the hero wondered what had happened and why the girl was losing blood, trying to understand the source of the problem. Glancing at the calendar on the wall, Jiang immediately understood everything, attributing it to those very days that happen in every girl's life. Ignoring the guy, her friend entered the room, engrossed in her phone screen, and he was surprised by her early visit. Without looking up from her phone, Lu asked the guy to hurry up and scolded him for his strange and incomprehensible story about some new business. Still looking at her smartphone, her friend asked Jiang to tell her more about his idea, because it seemed quite interesting to her. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the girl dropped her phone in surprise and was very frightened. Turning to the guy, Lu shouted, asking why he was slamming the door so loudly, and added that it would be better not to talk about business at all. The strong impact above the door cracked the plaster on the wall, and the wooden door frame creaked. Looking at his fist in surprise, Jiang couldn't believe that he had such strength and was capable of destroying wood. Lu looked at the guy with equal surprise, not hiding her sincere admiration for what he had been able to do with just one blow. Feeling her gaze on him, Jiang turned around, still marveling at his new and strange abilities. Due to the strange changes in his body, the guy noticed that his muscles seemed to be filled with extraordinary strength and had become hard. Pointing her finger at Jiang, Lu asked incredulously if he had really gotten so out of shape in such a short time without going to the gym. Clutching her head, her friend realized that training was hell for the guy, and wondered where he had gotten such big muscles. Touching his arm with her finger, Lu felt the enormous strength and elasticity of his muscles, which seemed as strong as steel. Without hiding her irritation, she asked Jiang what he had done to his body and why he hadn't mentioned it before. Brushing off his friend, the guy replied that he had done a couple of exercises, but he himself understood that the results of the shadow training were fully reflected in him. Lifting the guy's t-shirt, Lu noticed the defined abs on his chest, which surprised her even more because they hadn't been there before. Looking at the guy's body, the girl decided that he was a fraud because it was impossible to build so many abs in just one workout. With determination in her voice, she said that she had seen how her father conducted his business and believed that it was not too late for Jiang to stop everything. This greatly annoyed the guy, and he asked the girl to be quiet, replying that he was not going to do anything illegal or dangerous. With her long nails, Lu's hand suddenly moved closer to the young man's body, as if she was about to do something. Angrily, Lu grabbed Jiang's arm, using a technique that made the young man cry out in surprise, thinking she was going to use a weapon. Unexpectedly, the girl took out a bracelet that glowed with a soft blue light and displayed some microchips on its screen. Putting the bracelet on the guy's arm, Lee told him not to move, saying that the device could determine his pollution index. Staring intently at the bracelet, her friend explained that murder, resentment, and foreign objects are all parts of any contamination. Recalling his shadow, Jiang wondered if it was contamination until Lu explained that accumulations threaten alienation. Smiling slyly, Jiang realized that his ability came from the strange guide on his chest and wondered if it would be useful to him. Suddenly, an electric discharge pierced his body, striking the young man's chest. He did not understand what this strange reaction was. Turning around, Jiang noticed that Lu was holding a gun and was frightened, thinking that she really wanted to shoot him. Gritting his teeth in irritation, Jiang decided that Lu should not know anything about his abilities, and that he had to prevent everything from happening. Glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, the guy noticed that it was still displaying microchips, and the readings hadn't changed. Turning the gun in her hands, the girl noted that there was no dirt on it, and the hero asked with a smile if she really wanted to shoot him. Feeling relieved, Jiang exhaled, relaxed, and realized that this time, the danger had completely passed him by without consequences. Lowering her weapon, Lu explained that her father had taught her to always be careful in everything and never trust people. Remembering his drawings, the guy asked the girl if she wanted to take a look at them right now, while they had some free time. With joy and impatience, Li asked Jiang to show her the drawings, because she had always liked his creativity and unusual style. Behind the doors, he asked the girl to hold the paints, fearing that they would leak from the bottles and spill on the drawings. Annoyed, the girl asked the guy to show her the drawings anyway, and her loud cries could be heard throughout the neighborhood. After a while, Jiang fell onto the bed, realizing that his exposure was imminent, but he still managed to deceive and confuse Lu. Deciding to check the characteristics of his shadow, Jiang opened the system window and began to look closely at the displayed data. Seeing the shadow's strength increase, the hero watched the system screen with growing characteristics and was surprised. The screen showed the shadow training with dumbbells and other tools, and Jiang thought that she had been training all night, feeling strange sensations in his body. Jiang grabbed his groin, trying to understand what was happening to him and what exactly was wrong. Suddenly, a small lump appeared on the floor, resembling a tiny black flame, and it slowly began to change shape. Reaching out his hand, the young man saw his shadow appear and said that he could feel the results of her long training sessions. With a smile, he remarked that push-ups alone would not be enough and suggested increasing the difficulty of all the exercises. Joyfully expressing his agreement, the shadow fully supported the proposal to intensify the training program. Clenching his fists resolutely, the hero ordered the shadow to assume a lying position to begin a long and grueling training session. With his arm outstretched, the character began to command the shadow, forcing it to take different stances and jumps, and it obeyed without question. The shadow trained deftly, doing push-ups, while the guy gave commands, feeling real pleasure from the training process. He enthusiastically continued to command the shadow, planning to increase the difficulty of the exercises and make them more intense. Meanwhile, behind the doors, Lu listened to the voice of the guy, who had no idea that someone was eavesdropping on him in the hallway. Holding the envelope in her hands, she decided that her friend was indeed training, and that she herself had overthought things and gotten confused. Smiling, Lu felt relieved and quietly pleased, realizing her boyfriend's strength and knowing that everything would be fine with him. Deciding that everything was fine with her boyfriend, the girl headed home, dreaming of reading her favorite comics and drinking warm tea. Walking after training, Jiang recalled that the shadow first appeared on January 20th, exactly 99 years after the cataclysm began. He realized that there was no pain in his body after training, only a feeling of growing strength and a surge of energy. On the second day, there were more exercises, and soon the muscles began to look even more defined and stronger. Looking at his body, he felt satisfied with the result, and that it was achieved without much effort on the part of the character. Putting on gloves and waving his arms, he thought he could defeat Lu with a single blow, but decided to train even more. Uncle Lee, who served in the night watch, came to visit. He lost his arm in an attack, but retained his former strength and confidence. A few days later, he realized that he needed to make an effort and develop endurance himself, rather than relying solely on the shadow. The next day, while the hero was scrolling through his phone, the shadow continued to train hard, and he liked it. In the days that followed, the shadow also continued to train while Jiang himself did various household chores. A week later, the guy decided to do some push-ups while the shadow was training, but quickly realized that the exercises were very difficult for him. After checking the system data, Jiang noted that only 8 shadow points had accumulated, which he found extremely strange. The screen displayed the shadow's characteristics and the human points available for development. Judging by the progress, the guy realized that it would be very difficult to increase the number of points to the level of evolution. After thinking for a moment, he decided to speed up the process by entering the dark world, and a dark vortex began to rise around his feet. As if sinking into the ground, the shadow slowly engulfed his body, pulling Jiang into the world of darkness. Half of his body was already on the dark side, but he felt no fear, only calm acceptance of what was happening. A moment later, only a small, flickering dark light remained where Jiang had been standing, indicating his location. Plunging into the dark side, his body flew down as if into an endless abyss, with no end or edge. Full of determination, the hero opened his eyes, wanting to see what was happening around him in this gloomy space. Looking around, he realized that he was in his room, only now it was shrouded in thick shadows and darkness. Jumping up, the young man landed on the asphalt in the middle of the streets of the dark world, which he had entered of his own free will. Looking at the skyscrapers around him, everything seemed familiar to Jang, but at the same time strange and unusual. With a smile, the guy said that his plan had worked out and everything had gone according to plan, and he was genuinely happy about his success. The street around him was deserted and gloomy, with not a single living soul among the huge buildings. Recalling how difficult it was for him to get out of the room, Jung realized that in order to get to the dark side, he had to leave the real world. Turning his head in different directions to look at the buildings and cars around him, he realized that everything was exactly the same as in the real world. Walking down the street, Jang noticed that everything looked too dark and didn't notice the shadow approaching him from behind. Suddenly disappearing, the shadow kicked up dust around him, and a strange tension hung in the air, as if signaling a threat. As if sensing someone's invisible gaze on him, Jung stopped and felt fear throughout his body. Gradually, he realized that it was the shadows that were affecting him, and deciding to be brave, he wanted to look at her. Turning around with a sly smile, the boy asked if the shadow had come to meet him and get to know him. The huge shadow bared its small, sharp teeth and let out a vicious growl, as if preparing to attack. Approaching rapidly, the monster caught Jang off guard, who did not expect such a turn of events. Unable to take any action to defend himself, the character cursed, realizing that the monster could defeat him. Grinning again in a terrifying grimace, the shadow with glowing red eyes prepared to attack its opponent. With one powerful blow, the shadow knocked the guy off his feet, and Jang staggered, barely managing to stay on his feet, his body instantly filled with fear. Without pause, the shadow attempted to strike blow after blow, but the hero anticipated its actions and attempted to dodge. Out of breath, Jang cursed and, continuing to bend into various poses, dodged new blows. Remembering the shadow's badge, the guy decided to activate it and reached for it with his hand to prevent new attacks from the monster. Meanwhile, the monster approached from above, as if spreading its black cloak over the frightened boy's body. As if diving into the center of the shadow's emblem, Jung jumped, trying to escape as quickly as possible and leave the dark world behind. His body seemed to fall into the abyss again, and for a while he flew in weightlessness, feeling no emotions. After hitting the floor of the high-rise corridor very painfully, the young man realized that the fall had been terrible, but he had returned to reality. Feeling like a small child, he pulled down his pants and noticed that his buttocks were covered with small abrasions from the attacks and the fall. Putting his hand on his chest, the young man realized that he was scared to death, not understanding where the shadow had come from and why it had decided to attack him. Noticing several abrasions and a torn jacket, he smiled and noted that shadow training had made his body much more agile. Remembering how he felt a small folding stool under his hand, the hero grabbed it, hoping for salvation from. Filled with determination, stool in hand, Jang realized that he couldn't just leave things as they were. Remembering how he fought the entity on January 28th, defending himself with the stool, the guy realized that he had lost the battle. The next day, he returned to the same place to get revenge, but received a powerful blow to the chest that nearly broke all his bones. In the next battle, he received 3 bloody cuts on his buttocks, and despite the fierce fighting, he managed to recover his blood. Deciding to recover at home on January 31st, Lu treated his buttocks with confusion, applying healing ointment to the wounds. The girl asked apprehensively if Jiang had been fighting a lot, but her friend replied with a smile that she didn't understand and that scars adorned men. Gently hitting the guy, Lu said, "Do you think the scars on your buttocks are attractive?" Jiang cried out that it hurt a lot. With anger in her voice, the girl said that if the guy was in pain now, it meant that his body would soon be completely healed. Turning to the girl, Jiang said that there was exactly 1 month left, and asked Lu what her plans were for the near future. Not understanding what the guy was talking about, his friend asked in surprise what event was exactly 1 month away. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang reminded her that there was only a month left before the exam and asked if she had forgotten about it. During the years of the disaster, most industries lost popularity, including the cultural and creative industries. Those who continued to pursue the arts became outcasts of a society that did not understand or accept their values. No one was interested in entertainment anymore. Everyone watched warriors fight monsters on huge street screens. To join the combat patrol, one had to pass a martial arts exam, after which life changed forever. Sitting in the room, Jiang and Lu discussed the current situation in the world, the events taking place around them, and the upcoming exam. While treating the abrasions on his hand, the girl firmly stated that she did not want to participate in fights or demonstrations. Pressing her lips together, she thought about her cherished dream, which she had kept deep in her heart for many years, hidden from everyone. After some thought, Lu admitted that she wanted to pursue music, realizing that society would not support her. The surprised hero said that she could study music, but her father might be against her decision. Considering Uncle Lee to be influential in the Night Watch, Zhang thought that nothing terrible would happen if Lu pursued music. Squeezing the ointment out of the bottle, she carefully continued to treat the wounds on Zhang's body, trying not to cause him pain. With annoyance in her voice, Lu said that her father would not agree, and her friend asked what she would do if he refused. While applying ointment to the wound, her friend asked the guy not to tell anyone about her words, claiming that politics had changed significantly. Focusing on treating the wound, Lu said that now anyone could apply to take the martial arts exam. Even more surprised, the guy asked if Lu respected her principles, since she could easily pass the exam. Blowing on the wound, my friend said that the pressure on the Night Watch was increasing and confidently stated that she would pass the exam. After thinking about it, I gradually came to understand that Lu had outstanding abilities, which explained her self-confidence. On the day of the exam, various devices were used, and the hero was afraid of failure, especially with weapons present. Pressing his hand to his chest, the guy wondered if he would be sent to a correctional camp if he failed the exam. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked the girl to lend him her detector without explaining why he wanted to use it. Not understanding why, Lu said that he only needed it to search for others, and that when he met them, Zhang should run away. Surprised that the girl called the others special, Zhang asked again, and Lu calmly confirmed her words. Lost in thought, his friend remained silent, while Lu continued to watch him intently, waiting for him to make his next move. After treating the wounds, her friend was about to leave, but Zhang said that her family knew a lot about others. With apprehension, Lu realized that the young man had decided to take the exam after all. But he just laughed and reminded her of her words. Surprised, her friend came closer, and Zhang said that he would take the exam and create comics about the others in the future. Stunned by his words, Lu demanded that he elaborate on his idea, and Zhang realized that he had said it on a whim. While the wind rustled the curtains, the friend enthusiastically shared with the girl his ideas for future comics, which he had no intention of writing. There was a guitar and a radio in the room, reflecting his love of music, and Zhang continued his story about his fictional comic book. In the hallway, there was a huge shoe cabinet with Lu's boots and Zhang's shoes standing next to it. Everything was quite neat. The guy enthusiastically told the story of Aben, who became a soldier until others appeared, and Lu listened attentively. Inviting the guy in, the girl opened the door to her room and gently asked him to come in, gesturing for him to make himself comfortable. With a smile, the girl asked Zhang to sit in her room while she went to her father's, as their apartments were on the same floor. Decorated with bright posters and soft toys, the room looked cozy and fully reflected a girly style. Everything was neatly arranged in its place, and the desk was perfectly tidy, as if no one had touched it in a long time. Suddenly, the guy's gaze caught on a book lying on the desk, and the discovery surprised him so much that he froze involuntarily. It turned out to be a comic book called The Fateful Void, lying right on the desk, clearly standing out. Opening the book, the young man began to read the plot carefully and asked if Lu really liked it. Snatching the book from his hands, the girl said irritably that she had never read it and that her friend had left it there. Leaving the room, Lu told Zhang to sit on the chair and not touch her things, but her friend didn't pay any attention and just waved his hand. Smiling to himself, he realized that his friend was still the same little girl, unable to properly defend herself in a serious situation. Noticing the guitar near the bookshelf, Zhang remembered how Lu had loved music since childhood and often asked him to listen to it with her. He walked over to the radio, pressed the power button, and a soft, quiet, and slightly sad melody immediately filled the room. Hearing the familiar tune, Zhang recalled his childhood with Lu and the many amusing situations that had brought them together with warmth in his heart. Lost in his memories, he closed his eyes with a peaceful smile and didn't even notice when his girlfriend came back. Hearing her question about how long he had been enjoying music, Zhang began to rub his eyes, as if awakening from a deep sleep. Approaching him, Lu said that he used to hate music, clearly not understanding what had caused such a drastic change in his tastes. With doubt in his voice, Zhang asked if she had found what she was looking for with her father, and Lu threw the virtual reality glasses into his hands. Putting them on, the hero hoped to see something unusual about others, about whom he still knew almost nothing specific. However, all he saw on the screen of the glasses was microchips that did not reveal the content or essence of the information recorded in the glasses. A moment later, the guy felt as if everything around him had dissolved, and he began to slowly sink into virtual reality. His body seemed to fall into an endless cosmic abyss, where there was no top or bottom, only silent emptiness. Wanting to see others, he opened his eyes and, surprised, began to look around carefully in complete silence. All around him, in the depths of darkness, dozens, perhaps hundreds, of brightly shining pairs of eyes watched his movements intently. The virtual world of Shenzhou seemed so mesmerizing to the young man that instead of fear, he felt only intense admiration. It was here that the others appeared, committing brutal murders, destroying cities, and slowly consuming the real world around them. Being terrifying, they committed equally terrifying acts and felt no remorse, as they had no conscience. Watching the monsters, the young man tried to understand their nature and suddenly remembered that he had seen them before when he was in the hospital. As he flew in zero gravity, the system reported the existence of a dark world that was a projection of real space. Monsters penetrated it through the open passages, and despite the night watch, they sometimes broke back into reality. An unusual light illuminated the figure of the young man, and he listened intently to the system's story about the nature and possibilities of others. Finding himself near the skyscrapers, he heard that every 3 months, the layer of shadows was shed, revealing the true picture of the world. At this time, others penetrate the world, and although the layer weakened them, it was better for people below the 4th rank not to enter it. The visibility of the shadow layer reached 3 to 5 meters, but as a person's strength increased, their field of vision expanded. Realizing that the level of contamination in the shadow layer was changing, Zhang was surprised because he had not felt any changes before. While he was studying the data about others, a huge shadow appeared behind him, ready to attack him at any moment. Feeling a strange movement in the air, Zhang instantly tensed up and slowly turned around, peering into the darkness. A bright light from the heavens suddenly flooded the shadow figure, and Zhang watched in amazement to see what would happen next. The light irritated others, and they growled, glaring at its source, which was breaking through between the gloomy multi-story buildings. With his arms crossed over his chest, Zhang assumed a fighting stance, fully prepared to engage his enemies at any moment. Convinced that the monsters could only be defeated by fully controlling his powers, Zhang had no doubt about his success. Deciding not to miss his chance to become special, the boy firmly resolved to remain in the dark world and fight the others rather than run away. Seeing the body of a special person in front of him, the boy wondered with surprise whether he would be able to become the same if he passed the wrestling exam. After thinking for a moment, Zhang decided that a special person was essentially different, but with a human body and a mind capable of making decisions. Knowing that special people could control their power, Zhang understood that it was precisely because of this power that they often perished. Special people constantly struggled with the pollution that enveloped their bodies and with dangerous forms of alienation. Even after death, there was a high probability of becoming something else, because their bodies continued to radiate a strange energy. When the bodies of special people were covered in dirt, they often did not understand that death was already following them and would soon catch up with them. Observing the bodies of the special ones, the hero froze in amazement, trying to comprehend how much new information he had just received. The next moment, a huge creature appeared before him, its eyes glowing brightly, almost blindingly. Not knowing what to do next, the young man froze in place, finding himself directly in front of the massive body of the monstrous creature. Suddenly, the recording stopped, and the screen, blinding him with a bright flash, instantly went dark, leaving only a dark surface. Taking off his virtual reality glasses, Zhang was truly amazed by what he had seen and couldn't hide a slight smile. The girl eagerly asked what the guy had found out, but he replied that there was too much information and he needed to think it over. Rubbing his neck, Zhang asked if Lu could give him a massage, and she irritably asked him to repeat his request. With a smile, he said he would give her 3 original paintings and let her choose which ones she wanted to keep. While massaging his shoulders, his girlfriend replied with a slight smile that she would accept his generous offer, as she loved art. Not understanding why he needed a massage, Lu asked what the problem was, and Zhang replied that his neck was sore from training. Curious, his friend asked if he was working on his abs, and Zhang lifted his t-shirt to let her feel his six-pack. At that moment, Uncle Lu appeared in the doorway, watching what was happening angrily and frowning. It was the girl's father. In tense silence, the boys and their uncle went to the dinner table, trying to avoid unnecessary words. Silently chewing his rice, the hero clearly felt the growing tension in the air at the table coming from Lu's father. Restraining his anger, the uncle ate meat with rice, while Zhang, watching his sharp movements, tensed up even more. Trying to calm her father down, the girl continued eating with a smile and said that he had misunderstood everything. Unable to understand his daughter's calmness, her father frowned and said that surely his own eyes could not be deceiving him. Shouting, Lu demanded that Zhang say something, but the boy calmly continued eating without interfering. Lifting a glass of some strange drink, Zhang said he would drink it all as punishment. The young man shocked everyone present by downing his glass in one gulp. Father Lu and the girl herself did not understand the meaning of his actions. Even more annoyed, The man asked if the guy really had reasons to punish himself. Throwing himself at Jiang, the man began to search for a knife, while his friend ran away and made excuses, and Lu tried to restrain her father. Lu Jiang had been friends with his friends since childhood, but their personalities were radically different. He was a mischievous boy who loved to play pranks. At that time, Lu was a sweet and diligent girl, her father's daughter, always obedient and neat, unlike Jiang. Jiang's reckless actions made everyone keep their distance from him. But Lu was not afraid of him and tried to stay close. Once, when Jiang was still a child, he saved a girl and thought that this was why she had decided to be friends with him since childhood. Two unknown boys began to bully Lu, but Jiang stood up for her, being strong, decisive, and ready for any conflict. Frightened by the bullies, the girl cried bitterly and called her friend for help, hoping that he could protect her from ridicule. Swinging hard to strike, the boy proved his bravery by showing that he was capable of standing up for his friends and protecting his loved ones. Even when Jiang pretended to be a vagrant, Lu still accompanied him, holding a sign asking for help. In such situations, people always felt sorry for the girl and told her not to be friends with him, while Jiang was constantly criticized and punished by adults. Her father never allowed Lu to get close to Jiang and was always wary of the young man, despite their years of friendship and trust. Lighting a cigarette, the man watched the boys closely, thinking about what to do next and assessing their intentions and actions. In response, the girl watched her father's actions closely, greatly annoyed by his harmful habit of smoking in her presence. Approaching her father, Lu snatched the cigarette from his hands, not even giving him a chance to light up, showing determination and character. Turning around angrily, the man asked what the kids were doing when he came in, suspecting that they might have broken the house rules. Waving his arms, Jiang shouted that they were watching information about others and special people, trying to justify himself to his strict father. Hearing this, the man tensed up and looked at the boy, assessing how much he could trust his words and actions. Laughing, the girl stuck her tongue out at Jiang, mimicking him, as if reminding him of their childhood pranks and their long-standing friendship. Suddenly smiling, the father breathed a sigh of relief, dismissing various fears that had previously weighed heavily on his heart. Deciding to explain some important information, the man turned to the young man with a serious expression on his face, intending to teach him. Folding his arms, the man asked if Jiang knew why the government did not allow students to learn about other beings in advance. Puzzled, the guy replied that he didn't quite understand what was being said, trying to grasp the meaning of the words. With a cigarette in his hands, the man explained that everyone has a different heart, and sometimes evil prevails over good, which is why it is not necessary to know everything at once. Surprised, the young man opened his eyes wide but continued to listen attentively to Father Lu, trying to remember every word. Continuing his story, the man explained that not everyone has enough willpower, and often others are capable of driving people crazy. The man stated emphatically that if a breach forms in the heart, another can easily penetrate it, and this would be dangerous for the person. Listening attentively, his comrade remained silent, and Father Lu explained that this is precisely why the exam is conducted, and only the strong can come into contact with the world of others. It was very dangerous in this world, and various images of his death began to appear before the young man's eyes, reminding him of the threat. Explaining that even with current medical capabilities, people often got out of control, the man asked if the young man understood everything. With a smile, the character replied that he understood everything, agreeing with his uncle's instructions, and nodded, expressing his seriousness. Putting his hand on his heart, he declared that he couldn't miss his martial arts exam, assuring him that there was no cause for concern. Clenching his fist, the uncle wanted to argue with the young man, but suddenly his phone rang, interrupting the conversation and drawing his attention. The commander was called on the phone for a new mission concerning the shadow layer, and the man listened attentively to the order while Jiang watched him. After hearing the order, the man replied that he understood everything and headed for the exit, intending to carry out the instructions as quickly as possible. Turning around, the uncle told Jiang not to mess with him. Then he could take him to the night watch unit for service. With a smile, the young man assured the man that he would not harm his daughter. But Lu became angry and spat at him, showing her irritation. Grabbing her friend by the cheeks, the girl didn't understand what was going on, and he grabbed her cheeks in return, demonstrating playfulness and childishness. A new day dawned. People walked peacefully through the streets, a child sat on his father's shoulders, and vendors shouted out their wares. The boy happily bit into hawthorn berries covered in sugar on long skewers and felt genuine joy next to his father. One of the billboards displayed photos of the night watch team members, who worked for the good of all humanity. Looking at it, Jiang realized that he wanted to know more, but, as usual, he only got the basic information. Entering the grocery store, the young man with a basket in his hands walked between the aisles, filling it with food. When he saw a bottle of soy sauce, Jiang reached for it because he loved Asian food. The young man thought with annoyance that Judging by Uncle Lou's reaction, the information he had seen about others would be hidden. Once again, as he was putting groceries in the basket, Zhang heard the sound of a cell phone and stopped to answer the call. It was Lou calling, and she began to irritably list what else the young man needed to buy, but then abruptly told him to forget about it. Approaching the shelves with hygiene products at Mai, the hero realized that the girl was simply embarrassed by him and did not ask him to buy sanitary pads. Smiling, he didn't feel uncomfortable about such purchases. On the contrary, he was happy to help his friend. On the way home with the bag in his hands, the guy thought that there was only a month left until the end of school, and the effect of shadow training was weakening. The weather was clear, the trees swayed peacefully in the light, warm breeze, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. As he continued walking, Zhang thought that lately, propaganda against others had been intensifying day by day, and many more people than he expected signed up for the wrestling exam, which angered Zhang. Deciding to stop, he looked up at the sky because something surprised him greatly, and he felt tension. Suddenly, the sky was covered with clouds, stars, and a huge moon appeared. It suddenly became dark around him, and he had a feeling of something terrible. Changing hands with the bag, Zhang decided that he had imagined too much, and decided to stretch his arms, waving them in different directions. At abruptly changing his route home, turned the corner into a quieter alleyway so he could walk in silence, without making any unnecessary noise. Suddenly, a black shadow began to form under his feet, gradually growing larger, and the guy stopped. Seeing that the abyss was growing, Zhang realized that a portal to another dark world full of monsters and dangers had opened. Gradually, the hero's body began to disappear into the abyss, as if it were sucking him in, but he accepted the situation. Finding himself in a dark world, the young man took up a fighting stance, sensing a strange gaze upon him, and shouted, asking who was nearby. At the end of the street, it seemed as if someone was there, but he couldn't make out who was hiding in the dark alley and why they weren't showing themselves. Gradually, a guy emerged from the darkness. The scale above his head showed 14% blood, and Zhang realized that the guy was in trouble. Pierced by huge wounds, his body was bleeding profusely, but he continued to walk slowly straight towards Jiang. His lost gaze and face covered with drops of blood indicated that he was not himself and seemed to be in a trance. Not expecting the stranger to approach, Zhang jumped aside in surprise, holding his bag, worried that the guy would crash into him. Puzzled, the character recognized his neighbor, who lived in the same building, and asked why he was in the dark world. Without saying a word, the young man collapsed exhausted at Zhang's feet, who was shocked by what was happening around him. The blood-stained pipe lay in front of the young man's body, and Zhang watched silently from a distance, trying to understand what would happen next. Not understanding what had happened, the young man was shocked and did not know how to help the fighter, who had suffered multiple wounds. After losing a lot of blood and strength, after a while, the neighbor raised his head, trying to stand up despite the pain. Soon, nearby, Zhang noticed children sitting under a wall and crying as another approached them. Feeling its power, the shadow straightened up and made a terrifying sound. The boy hugged the girl, trying to protect her as best he could. Shocked by what he saw, Zhang froze in place, realizing that he had to stand up for the children. Above the shadow's head, the indicator showed 24% blood, which was more than the wounded boy had. Rolling up his sleeves and feeling angry, Zhang prepared to attack, realizing that he had seen this shadow before, and that it had simply frightened him. Earlier, on one of the outskirts of the city, a night watchman sighed heavily, realizing how much work had fallen on them lately. As a civilian, he believed that working in the night watch was an honorable job, but as a result, he worked overtime and regretted passing the exam. Suddenly, a cry for help rang out from deep within the street, and the warrior stopped in surprise, straining his eyes to see who was calling for help. A huge shadow was pulling in a boy and a girl who were desperately calling for help, trying to break free, but the space of the dark world proved to be stronger. Surprised, the rescuer wondered if someone wanted to drag the children into the dark world, because in all his years of work, he had never seen anything like this before. The dark vortex intensified, and the children's bodies were sucked deeper and deeper into the dark world, creating a feeling of an abyss. Resolutely, the boy pushed off the ground with all his might, jumping toward the children to grab them in time and save them. The hero rushed to their aid with all his might, trying to grab the children by the hands, but the dark force pulled them in ever stronger. At the last moment, he managed to grab one child by the hands, feeling relieved that at least one of them was saved. But suddenly, the darkness began to engulf him and the children, causing his heart to beat faster and filling him with a sense of anxiety. Finding himself face to face with space, the young man felt incredible pressure and did not understand what was happening, trying to stay on his feet. Opening his eyes in horror and surprise, the fighter prepared to meet the others, knowing that these creatures were capable of anything. Having fallen out of space, the warrior and the children tried to understand where they were and cope with the pain of landing. With annoyance, the character thought that it was all over, realizing that he too had been drawn into the dark world and had no weapons with him. Suddenly, a strange light illuminated the space, and a black shadow appeared. The children screamed in horror, unable to believe what was happening. Unwilling to accept death, the warrior decided to fight to the end, first and foremost to protect the children and prevent the darkness from destroying them. Swinging his legs from side to side, the young man tried to strike the shadow, but nothing worked, and he realized that his opponent was stronger. Kicking the other's arm, the soldier destroyed the shadow for a moment, feeling a brief victory and strength that gave him hope. While the children watched in amazement, the warrior realized that the breach in his heart had disappeared and resigned himself to the fact that he would not be able to return. Looking around cautiously, the warrior realized that there were strangers everywhere who could attack at any moment. As a shadow appeared before the hero, he thought he had lost all his skills because he often communicated with ordinary people. Hearing the cries of children behind him, the young man felt even more helpless. Trying to remain calm, crying bitterly, the children begged their mother. They were scared and did not understand what was happening, seeking protection and safety. Pressing the bracelet, the character realized that he could only send a distress signal and wait for rescue, hoping that someone would come. After pressing it, the bracelet lit up red, signaling that it was on, and the young man hoped that he would be noticed and help would arrive in time. Handing the bracelet to the children, the warrior asked them to calm down, assuring them that it would protect them from pollution and that he would take them home at the first opportunity. Thinking that the bracelet would not be able to help him, he decided to give it to the children, believing that their survival now depended on fate. While the girl was examining the bracelet, the boy asked hopefully if the guy would really be able to take them home. Trying to appear calm, the warrior confirmed his promise and told the children to stay close to him. Meanwhile, a huge, vicious black shadow approached them with burning eyes and a huge, toothy mouth, radiating menace. When the character was 18, he passed a martial arts exam and enrolled in the university's department. From the very beginning, he worked hard, trying to lay a solid foundation and hoping to soon become a full-fledged fighter in the ranks of the Night Watch. In his second year of training, he took first place in combat with others, surprising his instructors and proving that he was capable of more. Proud of himself, the fighter rejoiced in his successes in his studies and in life, hoping for the best and believing that only victories awaited him ahead. But he soon realized that skill alone was not enough to defeat others, because their world and their powers were much more complex than he had imagined. In the world of others, diligence was far from being the top priority, and soon other students began to show great success in their missions. In despair, the soldier continued to train, hoping that perseverance would help him, but success came harder and slower. Not believing in fate, the young man exhausted himself with training in the gym, but he was still unable to exceed his limits, hitting an invisible wall of possibilities. Soon he had to transfer to a humanitarian field, becoming an ordinary civilian night watchman. Now he felt as if he were seeing his own reflection in front of him, and this frightened him, because his past failures were weighing on his mind again. Approaching the guy, the other let out a vicious growl and prepared to attack, while the hero froze, not knowing what to do first. Noticing its half-human form, the guy saw that the other creature was moving on all fours and decided that his opponent was of medium level. Opening its mouth and revealing huge, sharp teeth and tongue, the monster growled viciously again, warning its victim of imminent death. Preparing for the attack, the fighter clenched his fists, realizing that he had to protect the children at all costs, even if it meant fighting his last battle. Suddenly, a bloody piece of flesh appeared where another had recently stood, and the hero was confused, trying to understand what had happened. Gradually approaching the guy, the other one prepared to attack, while he instinctively tried to cover himself with his hands, protecting himself from the blow. Deciding to attack the monster, the warrior raised his legs slightly, standing on his toes, as if preparing to take flight. Flying upward, the hero delivered a powerful punch directly to the monster's face, feeling his superiority. Surprised, the monster growled, feeling a little pain and irritation, because he did not expect such a powerful blow from a human hand. Smiling, the young man considered his blow to be excellent, and the feeling of success seemed to return to him, giving him confidence. The monster's next move shocked the young man, and he stared at his opponent in surprise, unable to defend himself. With its long arm, the monster threw its opponent's body aside with all its might, giving him no chance to dodge or soften the blow. Landing near the wall, the warrior tried to recover while the other circled in the air, choosing the moment for his next attack. Cursing under his breath, the fighter tried to dodge, but his body was slower than his mind, and his movements were too slow. Approaching again, the other tried to strike the young man's legs, but the hero deftly dodged, maintaining his balance, taking various positions. The fighter skillfully dodged the monster's attacks, but he knew that sooner or later his strength would begin to fail him. Despite his agility, the soldier felt fear and anxiety for the lives of the children and his own, not knowing how this battle would end. As he ran away from the monster, he felt as if his body had become heavy and was being pierced by countless needles, restricting his every movement. Moving like a spider, the monster was quite slow. And because of this, the guy managed to run away to a small but safe distance. Clenching his fists, the guy realized that he could no longer run away and decided to take other actions to survive. Deciding to fight hand-to-hand, the fighter swung to strike his opponent, putting all his remaining strength into the blow. Blinding the enemy, the power of the shadow created a barrier between them, and he struck into the void, unaware that the enemy had used his abilities. Feeling its superiority over the enemy, the monster let out another victorious roar, preparing for its next attack. Swinging his arm, the soldier managed to land a blow, knocking the other one to the ground and causing a momentary loss of balance. Pain spread throughout his body, and the young man understood that the contamination was growing, and that low-skilled people like him could not use their abilities for long. Gathering its strength, the monster bared its sharp teeth again, accompanied by an almighty, menacing roar, frightening anyone who dared to approach. Approaching the hero once more, the monster prepared to attack, and the hero realized that if he didn't take a risk, there might be no future for him and his children. Deciding to use his abilities, the character swung for a strike, and everything around him lit up with a bright light, like a flash. Realizing that he had hurt himself, the hero began coughing up blood and losing strength, feeling his body grow weaker with every passing moment. Overpowered, the warrior fell to the ground, blood flowing from his mouth, his body moaning in pain, preventing him from getting up and continuing the fight. Before landing, his body flipped several times in the air, and the damage became even greater as a result of the blows to the ground. Coughing, the soldier realized that the other had quickly adapted to his skills, and his previous strategies no longer worked. As the monster approached, the young man thought that any student from the combat faculty could easily deal with the other, but it was not easy for him because of the difference in talents. Swinging again, the defender realized that he would not be able to defeat the monster, but he was not going to give up and looked for his opponent's weak spots. With deft blows, the monster inflicted injuries, but the hero tried to stall for time, hoping for help, to which he had sent a signal. Watching what was happening, the children sat nearby, their eyes filled with horror, trembling and fearing for their lives. Looking at the children, the guard opened his eyes wide and realized that he had to keep fighting, despite his fatigue and pain. Despite the pain, the character tried to find the strength within himself, getting up again and again, unwilling to give up and leave the children unprotected. After a while, the monster managed to strike a blow, knocking the guy off his feet, and the hero felt his body weaken and his strength almost run out. After landing, the guy couldn't believe that his strength was running out, and he tried to get up, gritting his teeth and gathering the last of his energy. In the reflection, he saw someone else in front of him and thought he was dying, feeling fear and despair that paralyzed his body's movements. He remembered that when he was 15, his entire family was killed by others, and these memories always motivated him to fight. That is why at 18, he decided to undergo martial arts training so that he would be able to defend himself. The young man harbored hopes for a bright future at university, but reality often dashed his expectations. At the age of 20, he was expelled from his second year of university, depriving him of any hope of peaceful study and growth in martial arts. At 21, he joined the Night Watch unit as a civilian, but continued to study books, striving for knowledge. For 100 years of fighting others, he never lived in peace, but hoped that sometimes they would retreat, giving people a chance to survive. Death became the norm because people often lost their last hopes and stopped fighting, leaving the world to those who fought. Reflecting on this, the warrior considered it normal for people with superpowers, but decided to take action and reached into his pocket. Taking out the blue capsule, which was capable of increasing strength, the young man put it in his mouth, hoping for victory. With his eyes wide open, the character looked up, his pupils glowing purple, foreshadowing the use of hidden power. Deciding to do something before his death, the hero searched within himself for the strength to get up and prepare for the final confrontation. Glowing with a blue light, the body seemed to regenerate while the monster watched nearby, studying every movement and strength of the fighter. Feeling a surge of strength, the warrior came up with a new plan of action with complete determination, trying to anticipate every move of his opponent. Wiping away drops of blood, the fighter realized that the second round of their battle had begun, and he would have to use all his strength to protect the children. Gradually, he approached his opponent, who, clenching his fists tightly, waited for the right moment to deliver a powerful blow. In rage and despair, the defender shouted and rushed to attack, realizing that if he missed his chance, he could die along with the children. Jumping up, he managed to dodge the blows that the shadow tried to deliver, swinging its long and dangerous arms. With one precise kick, the hero managed to knock the monster off its feet and inflict significant damage, causing momentary confusion. The powerful blow sent the creature's body flying to the side, and it let out a vicious roar. But the young man had no intention of stopping and continued his attack. His hands glowed with blue fire, showing all the abilities and strength he possessed, concentrating his energy. As he pummeled the monster with numerous blows to the face, the character felt a growing sense of power and joy at seeing the effect of his actions. With eyes filled with rage, he knew he had to strike even harder, pushing himself to the limit. Without stopping his blows to the head, which made the monster emit piercing sounds, the warrior tried to finish off his opponent. Losing his strength, the guy's head was spinning. His blows became inaccurate, and the monster was approaching, ready to deliver a powerful counterattack. Looking at his hands, the hero realized that he had to make every effort to win and save the children from danger. His entire body was covered in small wounds, his legs felt like cotton wool and were buckling, but he continued to fight. Deciding to seize the moment, the monster struck the young man with its huge hand, and he was unable to dodge the powerful blow. With a crash, kicking up dust around him, the guy flew to the side, feeling the pain of the blow, but preparing to immediately return to the fight. Blood flowed from the back of his head, and he realized that his skills were not enough to win, and for a moment he completely lost his sight. Bleeding profusely, the warrior was angry with himself that even with the help of pills he could not win, considering himself weak. Thinking that the end of his boring, ordinary life had come, the young man sank into his thoughts. But a sudden voice from the side made him turn around sharply. Appearing out of nowhere, Zhang asked anxiously what was going on around him, looking at the wounded guy and assessing the situation. Lying on the ground in a pool of blood, the guy tried to figure out who this person was, whether he was from the Night Watch or someone special. Approaching him, the stranger grabbed him firmly by the shoulders and told him to calm down, gather his strength, and rely completely on him. With a slight smile, Zhang rubbed his palms together, holding a bag of groceries, and mentally prepared himself for the dangerous battle with the enemy that lay ahead. As the warrior watched the fight and saw the other guy punch the stranger in the face, he realized that the man was connected to the dark world. His body was thrown aside by the sharp blow, and he fell to the ground with a dull thud, raising a thick cloud of dust. Shocked by what was happening, the fighter considered the guy to be weak, a person who was unlikely to be able to put up a decent fight. While the fierce battle between Zhang and the other guy was going on, the soldier gathered his remaining strength, took a breath, and slowly got to his feet. Feeling a strange surge of energy in his body, the hero began to swing his arms in different directions, hoping to accidentally hit the monster. Noticing that the warrior had risen, the other approached and stopped in front of him, while he desperately continued to wave his arms. After several attempts, the young man managed to land some blows, striking his opponent's torso and slightly weakening him. This turn of events greatly angered Zhang, as he himself wanted to join the fight and test his strength against a dangerous enemy. Taking a bottle of soy sauce out of his bag, he glared at the parasite and loudly declared that he considered him his enemy. The moon appeared in the dark sky, illuminating the entire space with a strange green glow that gave the night an eerie appearance. A fierce battle continued between Zhang and the other, the warrior holding the bottle tightly as the monster struck him. Deciding to use the vessel as a weapon for defense, the fighter threw it sharply to the ground to use the shard against the monster. With a few precious seconds to spare, the young man turned around and tried to grab the shard of the broken bottle to attack. Raising its huge paws, reminiscent of spider legs, the monster growled menacingly and demonstrated its strength. Turning its back on the hero, the monster raised its paws one after the other, while Zhang cautiously approached from behind, holding a glass rose. He managed to deliver a crushing blow with a shard of glass right into the monster's back, causing it to growl and stagger. Delivering chaotic blows to the beast, Zhang grimaced and already understood how his enemy operated. With deft blows, the warrior damaged the monster using his glass shard and acted quickly to weaken his enemy. Losing strength and experiencing unbearable pain, the monster emitted eerie, piercing sounds that made the walls of buildings tremble. Another blow sent the monster's huge body flying to the side, and it silently watched its enemy as it struggled to get up from the ground. From the sidelines, the fighter watching the battle realized that the other was not so weak after all, and that there were no rules in their fight. Trying to grab the monster by the neck, Zhang approached it and shouted that now it was his turn to take brutal revenge. Suddenly, a wild pain pierced the hero's body. His eyes widened in horror, and the monster managed to strike him with one of its paws. Losing his last strength, Jung flew to the side and hit the wall with a dull thud, leaving a mark from the strong blow. Coughing, the warrior was angry at his own carelessness and realized that he should not have attacked the enemy in the same place twice. Without losing its grip, the monster growled loudly and prepared for a new attack, its eyes flashing red with rage. Looking at the frightened children, Jung realized that he could not allow the monster to approach them. Turning to the young man, the hero understood that if he left them alone now, the monster would mercilessly kill every last one of them. Clutching the broken bottle tightly in his hand, the fighter decided that today he would definitely see the battle through to the end. Following Jung, the warrior shouted that the monster had a serious injury to its right rib, and that was where he needed to strike to win. Moving at lightning speed, Jang shouted loudly that he understood everything and rushed forward with frenzied determination to attack. Unable to comprehend the enemy's swift movements, the monster stood to the side and watched his every move intently. Smiling broadly, Jiang felt incredible strength within himself and was ready to defeat the monster at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. Moving deftly, the young man dodged the blows and appeared on one side and then the other of the monster's huge body. Approaching the monster's head, the hero raised a broken bottle above his head to deliver a powerful blow to the back of its head. Losing a lot of blood and experiencing terrible pain, the monster growled loudly and piercingly, frightening the children who were hiding nearby. Gradually weakening, the monster retreated to the side, while Jiang remained in place, holding a broken bottle in his hands and not flinching. Puzzled by the enemy's strange movements, the fighter decided that the monster was simply going to run away. Flying past the hero sitting by the wall, the monster continued on its way, while the confused young man continued to follow its movements. Realizing that the monster was heading towards the children, the young man shouted at the top of his lungs, demanding that it leave them alone. As the monster drew closer, the children pressed themselves to the ground, trying to hide from the beast and escape its fury. Baring its sharp teeth, the mutant crouched down, preparing to pounce and attack the frightened children. The terrifying creature drew closer and closer to the children, who trembled with fear and did not know where to run to save themselves. Flying up to the boy, the creature opened its mouth, inside which a dark shadow swirled, as if it had swallowed it. Feeling fear and the proximity of death, the children cried hysterically, while the beast clicked its monstrous teeth, preparing for the decisive attack. When the mutant reached out with its paw toward the child's face, someone shouted loudly, demanding that it stop immediately. Straining his muscles, Jiang frantically rummaged through the bag of groceries, hoping to find something heavy to strike the enemy with. Finally, he pulled out a can of soda and, swinging with all his might, threw it straight at the monster. Summoning his remaining strength, the warrior threw the can at the mutant with all his might, deciding that at least this way he could distract it from the children. The can hurtled toward the monster at increasing speed, whistling through the air as if it were a weapon that could save the children. Soon the can struck the enemy's body, but did not cause any damage, as if it had flown right through him. While Jiang threw the can, another guy got to his feet and prepared to attack the enemy to fulfill his mission. Watching this, the fighter gritted his teeth in anger because he wanted to save the children and felt helpless. Jumping up, the hero rushed straight at the creature, determined to destroy it at any cost, even if it meant dying. Despite his serious wounds and blood, the young man desperately continued to fight, driven only by the desire to protect the children. With a powerful blow to the chest, the soldier managed to hit the mutant, who was distracted from the children, letting out a loud roar of pain. Twisting in midair, the monster threw the warrior to the ground, causing him to gasp for breath and nearly lose consciousness. His health bar was dropping lower and lower, and death seemed to be just around the corner. Reaching out with its cold fingers, the fighter coughed up blood from the powerful blow, realizing that he had almost no strength left to continue the battle. Spitting blood in the hero's face, the mutant prepared to finish him off, baring its teeth greedily and raising its clawed paw. With its mouth open, full of saliva and sharp fangs, the beast slowly approached the weakened young man. Trying to grab the fighter, the monster did not notice Jiang jumping up from behind and grabbing him by the head. With a smirk, the soldier held his enemy and shouted furiously, demanding that he finally die and stop tormenting the children. In a fit of rage, Jiang sank his teeth right into the creature's neck, causing the monster to gasp and freeze in terror. The mutant rapidly lost strength from the bloody attack, and his health bar dropped to a pitiful 14%. Grabbing the enemy by the hair, the warrior threw him to the ground and pinned him down, trying to prevent him from moving. Continuing to kick his opponent, Jiang rushed forward, causing the beast to whimper like a defenseless dog. The life energy bar dropped lower and lower, reaching 11%, and the enemy became weaker and slower. Deciding to engage in close combat, Jiang delivered devastating blows with his fists, tearing the enemy's body to pieces. Fiery circles flared up at each strike, and the creature howled in pain as the hero relentlessly continued. With all the fury of Sei, the character continued the beating, finishing off the mutant and not intending to stop until it was dead. Trying to break free from the deadly grip, the creature growled and writhed, but it was too late to save itself. Zhang's next blow struck his enemy squarely in the eye, and blood spurted out, staining his hands bright red. Fearless, the warrior wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible, finishing off his opponent before he had time to recover from his wounds. Gradually, a strange energy burst out of the mutant's body as Zhang continued to strike from above. By the end of the battle, the energies began to mix around the fighters, turning the battlefield into a chaotic glow. With his final blow, Zhang split the monster's body in two, and it let out a wild roar. But that was the end. Life had left it. The hot blood of the defeated enemy flowed down the character's face and body as he breathed heavily and tried to regain his strength. The battle caused the surrounding rocks to break off and crash down with a crash, as if the earth itself were crumbling beneath their feet. Barrels and various debris flew into the air, and a strange black shadow spread out under Zhang, like a whirlwind that appeared out of nowhere. The raging energy sent stones and cans flying through the air again, crashing to the ground with a dull thud not far from the hero. Unable to withstand the fighting, the asphalt cracked, and stones and grains of sand continued to fly across the street. At that moment, the children and soldiers sat nearby, watching the events unfold, unable to believe their eyes. Getting up, Zhang exhaled heavily after the fight, but blood still ran down his face, staining his chin. With a crooked smile, he declared that he had finally managed to take revenge on his enemy for all his evil deeds and suffering, and to save the children. Suddenly, consciousness began to leave the fighter's body. The image before his eyes floated and blurred. The ground disappeared from under his feet. His head was spinning, and Zhang seemed to be trying to grab hold of empty space with his hands, trying to find his balance. Suddenly, right before his eyes, the very black shadow that was his attribute and the clone of the dark world at the same time appeared. His eyes slowly closed, but the shadow remained nearby, as if waiting for him to finally give up. Barely opening his eyes, the last thing Zhang saw was a strange and incomprehensible detail hidden in the darkness. Fire engulfed the streets, traffic lights were twisted, sparks flew in all directions, and the heat became unbearable. Huge buildings burst into flames like torches, collapsing under the onslaught of fire, and everywhere among the smoke and ashes lay the dead bodies of people. New fires broke out in various parts of the city, spreading rapidly and turning into huge blazes. Amidst the smoke and corpses stood Zhang, stunned that the gathering place had now been reduced to ruins, unable to understand why everything had changed. Suddenly, something strange caught the young man's attention, as if there was movement nearby, even though there was a dead, frightening silence all around. Turning around, he noticed that his body was gradually being surrounded by a flock of shadows that moved silently, filling the entire space around him. Their red eyes glowed in the darkness, the monsters growled, baring their teeth, and it became clear that he was facing none other than the others. Their terrifying paws reached for his body, their claws sliding through the air, but they did not harm him, as if they were only testing his strength. Suddenly, the young man felt a strange pull directly beneath him, and a weight seemed to drag him down, forcing him to look down at the ground. A dark abyss suddenly opened up beneath his feet, beginning to swallow his body, and Zhang, desperately resisting, cried out loudly for help. The vortex of the abyss sucked in not only him, but everything around him. Stones and debris from the walls were carried away into the huge whirlpool. The flames continued to rage, new fires broke out in the city, and the whole world around him gradually turned into utter chaos. The sun disappeared behind the darkness, and darkness completely engulfed the world, depriving people of any hope of salvation. Suddenly, a familiar voice woke Zhang, and he realized that everything that had happened was just a nightmare caused by his loss of consciousness. The body of the slain other lay nearby on the ground, and he, breathing heavily, tried to pull himself together and assured his comrade that he was fine. Looking at the defeated enemy, Zhang suddenly realized that all his memories of recent events had been cut short. When he poked his finger into the other's eye, he noticed that the terrifying shadow did indeed have real pupils hidden deep inside. Feeling relieved, the young man smiled, rejoicing in his victory, and pride filled his heart despite the horror of what had happened. Puzzled, the warrior asked if everything was all right and why the hero was silent, because the situation seemed extremely strange and frightening. Noticing from the system data that the fighter had lost a lot of blood but was still standing, Zhang was amazed. Suddenly, his companion grabbed him by the shoulder and he turned around, looking at him questioningly, not understanding what had happened. Pointing to the buildings nearby, The guy suggested sitting down near a sturdy wall to regain some strength and catch their breath. Exhausted and almost powerless, they sat down near the stone wall, feeling fatigue overwhelm them and rob them of their last strength. Turning to his companion, the young man asked if the stranger was a member of the Night Watch, as his strength seemed too unusual. Smiling, Zhang wondered why they did not recognize him, since they had once lived in the same house and often crossed paths on the street. Closing his eyes, he quietly replied that he did not belong to any group, and the young man fell silent, deep in thought. With a smile, the warrior said that the other man was too strong, and therefore he found it hard to believe that Zhang was not a guard at all. Laughing, he added that the guards were incredibly strong, and Zhang did not understand such talk because he had just saved his life at the cost of his own. Noting that Zhang possessed incredible strength that could surprise anyone, he praised him for his skill in battle. The guy waved his arms around, laughing hysterically, and the hero, observing his reaction, asked if he was okay. Not understanding how anyone could laugh in such a state, he realized that the strength of the Night Watchman was impressive, but he kept quiet so as not to argue. The warrior asked with curiosity where Jiang was studying and what year he was in, and Jiang, deciding to lie a little, replied that he was in his second year at Beidou University. Continuing to ask about his major and field of study, he only made Zhang feel tense and awkward. After thinking for a moment, the fighter said that the hero must be studying at the martial arts faculty. Suddenly reaching out to his face, the young man asked him for a cigarette, pretending that he wanted to smoke and relax. Taking a pack of cookies that looked like cigarettes out of his pocket, Zhang replied that he only had such stories. Breaking the cookie in his hands, he carefully shared the pieces with the soldier, watching as he pretended to hold real cigarettes. After receiving a piece, the guy said that it was clearly not enough for him, but pretended to be satisfied with the process. Pointing to the cookies scattered on the ground, Zhang said that he had bought a lot, but most of them had broken during the fight, and now he had to make do with what was left. With cookies stuffed in their cheeks, they continued to sit by the wall, pretending to smoke, and laughed as they discussed the battle that had just taken place. After a while, the guy asked if this was the first time Zhang had defeated an opponent on his own, and he replied that it was. Sighing heavily, the young man said that he admired the martial arts students, their discipline, and their strength. In the moonlight, the hero had complained about his own low skill level and considered himself hopeless compared to the strong fighters. The high-rise was surrounded by darkness, and there was a silence that weighed heavily on the mind, reminding them of the chaos and destruction. After thinking for a moment, Zhang said that the young man should talk less to conserve his strength until help arrived. But he wouldn't let up, believing that civilians rarely had the opportunity to fight others, and, putting his hands to his face, complained about his own weakness. Looking at the dirty bandages on his hands, the fighter said that even a partially contaminated environment was stronger than he had expected. Jiang asked in surprise whether the soldier regretted his choice, and how, as a humanities student, he had ended up on the dark side. In a rage, clenching his fists, the guy tried to find the strength to get up and stop complaining, to show his determination again. Standing up, he said with annoyance that he deeply regretted what was happening, but still accepted his choice. Beginning to cry, the protagonist explained that he had been expelled from the martial arts department, which is why he had chosen to study humanities. His tears caused him to cough, and Zhang cautiously tried to calm him down, advising him to rest and recover after the emotional stress. Pointing to the children, the soldier said that he had sent a signal for help a long time ago, and hoped that reinforcements would arrive in time. With the bracelet in his hands, the boy lay on the ground, and on the screen, a red arrow pointed to the alarm signal that was supposed to attract the attention of rescuers. Clutching the bracelet tightly, the boy did not let go, sensing in it the possibility of rescue, and realizing that it was his only chance to survive. As he was about to leave, Zhang said goodbye, but the young man tried to hold him back and wanted to continue the conversation. Struggling, the hero understood that he needed to leave, but in reality, he was tired of constant conversations and wanted to take a break before the next battle. Amidst the gloomy sky and tall buildings, the guy asked him to stay, wanting to share a story from his life. Pointing to his biceps, the fighter spoke of his former courage and bravery, while Jiang sat nearby, barely tolerating the chatter. The hero continued to praise himself relentlessly, while Xiao tried to listen to him without much interest, realizing that the conversation would not yield any useful information. Laughing, the young man asked to convey to Director Zhou of Extraordinary Technologies that his teachings had not yielded results. Clutching his head, Jiang remained silent, realizing that he had lied about his university education, because in reality, he had attended a regular school. Once again, he asked that his gratitude be conveyed to Huang, the Director of Cultural Affairs, for his high-level teaching. Holding back his irritation, Xiao asked if he should take a notebook to write down the thank you notes, but suggested that the guy deliver them himself. Puzzled, the fighter looked at Jiang, not understanding his irritation, and pretended that nothing had happened. Deciding to explain himself, the young man said that he had been carrying everything inside for a long time and was looking for someone he could talk to calmly. With a smile, he recalled the past, which was both close and distant, evoking a feeling of nostalgia. With a touch of sadness, the soldier mentioned the academy, deciding that it would be nice to return there to immerse himself in the atmosphere of learning once again. Reaching out his hand, the guy asked if there were any chopsticks and asked Jiang to give him a few more cookies to pretend to be smoking. Smiling, Xiao realized that his new acquaintance liked the cookies and watched his reaction. Still holding out his hand, the guy waited patiently for Jiang to share the cookies, watching his movements. Sitting by the wall after a while, the young man told Xiao that he should forget about his chatter and pay no attention to it. Later, voices were heard from the end of the street, and a strange energy appeared around them, changing the atmosphere. Turning toward the source of the sound, the soldier reported that it seemed the night watch was already approaching, and Jiang turned around in surprise. Xiao happily said that now they would help the hero, and breathed a sigh of relief that he would no longer have to endure long conversations. Taking the bag of groceries from the store, he was about to leave, holding onto his things, to continue on his way through the streets of the city. With the bag, he headed for the sidewalk, leaving the guy sitting by the wall who was watching him intently. Unable to hide his surprise, the warrior asked if Jiang would not accompany him to ensure their safe arrival at the next destination. Turning around, Xiao replied with a smile that he would return to the real world on his own, preferring to act cautiously. Smiling, the young man sighed, feeling a slight annoyance that his new acquaintance had decided to leave, but he accepted the decision calmly. After a short silence, the soldier wished his neighbor a safe journey, expressing his respect and hope that his new acquaintance would return safely. As he said goodbye, Jiang turned around and thanked the young man for the time they had spent together, despite its brevity. Gradually, the distance between the two grew, and each had his own path ahead of him, full of uncertainty and challenges. As Xiao left, the hero sank into his thoughts, waiting for help from the Night Watch team and reflecting on the events that had taken place. A shadow sign appeared under his feet, and the hero stood in the center, preparing to return to reality and leave the dark world. Turning around once again, Jiang hoped that the soldier and the children would be all right, feeling responsible for their safety. Help arrived quickly, and one of the night watchmen reported that a member of the team and 2 children had been found. While the team checked the young man's vital signs, Xiao gradually disappeared into the dark portal, leading to the real world. Examining the young man, the team noticed that he had only 10% of his blood left, indicating a critical condition. One of the masked men turned questioningly to the other members of the team, trying to assess the situation and figure out what action to take. Suddenly, he saw something that made his eyes widen and his heart freeze in fear at what was happening. A moment later, the guy's blood level dropped to 9%, and the situation became critical, requiring an immediate response from the team. Instantly, his blood level gradually dropped to 7%, which alarmed Jiang, who was watching. As he continued to disappear into the portal, the hero saw the soldier's body begin to gradually dissolve, realizing that he was dying. Standing nearby, the Night Watch team was shocked as a strange light formed around the young man's body. Realizing that the guy was dying, they decided to honor him, and Jiang, seeing this, tried to grab the space of the dark world with his hand. The guy's blood pressure was 0, which meant there was no chance of saving him. Despite his death, the soldier's face expressed calmness and slight joy, and a strange glow flickered around his body. Gradually, the young man's body disappeared into an unknown abyss, as if going to heaven, and the space around him filled with a mysterious light. Shocked, Jiang, who had not yet disappeared into the portal, opened his eyes wide, watching his comrade die. Waving his arms, he began to scream, wanting to stop his return to the real world, trying to find a way to save the hero. Trying to grab hold of the darkness, Jiang strained with all his might, but nothing worked, and despair gradually took hold of his consciousness. A moment later, he found himself in the middle of a real-world street, his hand outstretched in front of him, as if he still wanted to reach out to his disappearing friend. Passers-by who were watching turned around in surprise, thinking Xiao was an actor rehearsing an unusual role right in the middle of the city street. Realizing that he had returned to reality, the character felt awkward for a moment, realizing that he looked strange. On the system screen, one of the Night Watch captains reminded everyone that those with special abilities must always remember their mission. Hearing the announcement, Jiang stopped in the middle of the street, reflecting on recent events, and realized that life had changed. Holding the capsule in his hands, the stranger from the night patrol said that one must not give up even in the last moments of one's life. Speaking about the risks of taking the pill, the captain insisted that everyone remain cautious and avoid mistakes. Considering it their duty to remember the fallen, the Night Watch must remain a united team and move forward. They had to constantly watch the ground and the sky, keeping faith in the bright future that awaited them at the end of the long road. Riding the elevator to the 8th floor, the hero returned home, lost in thought about recent events. Holding a bloodstained bag in his hands, he reflected on the dark world, trying to understand what had led him to become a participant in the battle. It was still hard to believe that his new acquaintance, his neighbor in real life, had died so suddenly, leaving behind only memories. When the elevator stopped, the doors slowly opened and Jiang stepped out, feeling a strange heaviness in his heart. Walking down the hallway to the apartment door, the guy remembered how the soldier always joked about his job and couldn't believe that he was no longer alive. Turning the key in the lock, he thought about the last words of the deceased. Convinced that he just wanted to talk one last time, slowly turning the key, Jiang felt that his neighbor had left quietly, just as he had lived in reality, without attracting unnecessary attention. When the door opened, he realized that it no longer mattered to him what kind of person he was, unusual or ordinary, because now he was gone. Entering the hallway, Jiang thought that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to forget what had happened, because the memory of the soldier would remain deep inside him forever. A sudden headache pierced his head, and he realized how exhausted he was. Recent events had drained his strength. Carefully placing the bag on the table, Jiang decided to take a bath and sleep to regain some strength and clear his mind. Approaching the mirror, he saw the blood gauge half full and was surprised, because he was sure he had lost much more. Approaching the refrigerator, the young man recalled that his neighbor had 10% left and thought that he could still be saved. Taking sausages and instant noodles out of the refrigerator, he decided to have a quick snack to regain his strength. Holding the food in his hands, Jiang reflected that it is not only physical strength that ensures survival, but also fortitude of spirit, because willpower can sustain anyone. An unexpected voice behind him asked about the eggs, and Jiang dropped the food in surprise, not believing that there was someone else in his apartment. Sitting down on the sofa, Lu asked why he hadn't answered her calls, assuming that her friend had gone to the chicken coop and not to the store. With a smile, without turning around, Jiang replied that it was almost New Year's Eve, and there were huge lines at the store, so he had to wait in line. Turning abruptly and pointing his finger at the girl, he asked where she got the keys to his apartment. Jumping to the floor, Lu said that Jiang didn't cook or even order food himself, so Uncle Lee had asked her to take care of him. After examining his blood-stained clothes, Lu asked him anxiously what had happened, assuming that he had simply gotten into a fight with someone. Not wanting to be candid, Jiang said that it was late and his girlfriend should go home. Otherwise, her uncle might misunderstand her delay. Grabbing him by his jacket, Lu demanded that he turn around, but the hero resisted, shouting that he wanted to eat a bun. When she grabbed his arm, her gaze fell on his torn jacket and fresh wounds, which immediately revealed the seriousness of the situation. Surprised by what she saw, Lu froze in place, shocked by the severity of her friend's injuries. Realizing that there was no point in hiding it any longer, Jiang turned around, and his friend asked in a trembling voice where he had been so badly injured. He gave an evasive answer, saying that he had forgotten to buy eggs, and tried to leave. But the girl held him by his t-shirt, demanding to know the truth. Deciding to lie, Jiang claimed that he had been attacked by a robber, but that he had managed to catch up with his attacker and beat him up, and that the police had been unable to identify the criminal. Gesturing with his hands, he boasted of his quick reflexes and fighting skills. But Lu listened distractedly, realizing that her friend was lying. Continuing to chat, he did not notice how his girlfriend suddenly touched his face with her palm, and he froze, struck by the gesture of attention. Lu looked at her friend silently, worried about his health, and imagining how much pain he was in, because his wounds looked very dangerous. She stood motionless beside him for a while, gently touching his face with her hands, as if trying to support him. Feeling broken, Jiang began to panic, deciding that his friend would never believe his made-up story. Food was scattered haphazardly on the table near the sofa, which the guy had not cleaned up, even though he was going to cook. Staring intently at him, the girl gently touched his wounds with her fingers, as if trying to assess how dangerous they were. With concern, Lu asked if her touch was causing him pain, because he appeared calm on the outside. Smiling, Jiang replied that he just wanted to sleep and felt nothing else, as fatigue had overwhelmed all his senses. Lu stood silently, not taking her eyes off her friend's face, as if waiting for him to speak. But the hero only breathed heavily. When she was about to leave, she said she would tell Uncle Lee about his nighttime fights, and Jiang was stunned by this statement. Grabbing her hand, he begged her not to do so, and justified himself by saying that he was defending himself, but his friend remained adamant. Exhausted after the fight with the other man, Jiang collapsed on the floor, and the girl turned around in alarm, immediately asking if he was all right. Worried, Lu said he needed to go to the hospital, but he replied that he had medicine at home and could manage without doctors. Frowning, she asked if he really thought she would give him pills, and he smiled and asked her to help him. A little later, Lu had almost completely wrapped Zhang's body in bandages, and he was screaming in pain because her care was proving to be much harsher than he had expected. Unhappy, the guy said he hadn't asked to be turned into a mummy. He just wanted his girlfriend to help him bandage his wound. Playfully slapping him on the shoulder, Lu asked if he would fight again, and Zhang promised that it would never happen again. Coming closer, she asked him to swear, and the young man repeated firmly that he was not going to get into any more fights. Trying to argue, he said that men cannot live without fighting. But Lu, angry, swung her arm to strike him and demanded that he repeat his promise. Taking light blows, Zhang justified himself by saying that he would just watch and not interfere, although he understood that his girlfriend did not believe him. Deciding that she no longer needed help, Lu walked to the door, but the guy cheerfully asked if she really wasn't going to stay the night. Stopping, she began to mimic him, imitating her childhood sweetheart as if she wanted to soften the atmosphere. Slamming the door loudly, his girlfriend went home, leaving him alone in the middle of the room, which was now filled with silence. Stretching out on the sofa, he stared at the ceiling, thinking about everything that had happened in the dark world, and decided it was best to get some rest. Remembering the words of the night watchman who had asked him to deliver a message to Baidu, Zhang sighed heavily. After thinking for a while, he decided that such a request was too crazy and dangerous because there was no telling what it could lead to. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang firmly decided not to do it, convincing himself that such a risk was not worth the effort or his life. Xiao realized with annoyance that the man had not even given his name, leaving only a request, and now it was impossible to fulfill it. Wanting to learn more about the other dark world, Zhang clicked on the shadow icon, hoping to reveal the system's hidden data. A symbol resembling a huge yellow ball displayed letters in the center, thereby opening a system window. Information about the other, whom he had recently fought in the dark world, appeared on the screen, and Zhang carefully read the lines of the report. Outside the window, it was a dark night. The stars were shining in the sky, and he wondered if the data on the first enemy he had destroyed would be displayed. Leafing through the system tabs, the young man wondered if the enemy's shadow would be completely absorbed and how clearly the data would be displayed. Having discovered the skill of the insidious strike, Zhang decided with interest to study its capabilities in detail and understand how it worked. The description spoke of a hidden attack that was impossible to notice, but when successfully applied, it inflicted enormous damage. Getting up from the sofa, he decided to test the new technique in practice to verify the accuracy of the system's description. Taking a fighting stance, Zhang began to swing his arms, imagining a powerful lunge and enjoying the process. Straining his entire body and gritting his teeth, the hero tried to catch the slightest sensation, but nothing changed around him. Realizing that the skill was not working, he stamped his foot angrily and shouted that the system had made a mistake since nothing was happening. Gradually calming down, Zhang decided that the reason lay in the absence of a target, because a hidden attack requires a real opponent. Exhausted, he sank down on the sofa and thought it would be better to return to training later, when he had the time and suitable conditions to test it. Returning to the shadow icon, the hero chose another sector, hoping to learn more about his characteristics. The screen displayed the number of points accumulated and the ability to transform into a stalker, which was frightening in its mystery. Reading the description, Xiao felt growing irritation at the complexity of the information and the lack of simple explanations. A sudden notification informed him that his shadow had changed. Now it obeyed him and allowed him to merge with its essence. After learning the details, Zhang became excited. The gift seemed truly unique and he was eager to try it out. The skill also helped with serious injuries, slowing blood loss, and the transformation into a shadow gave improved physical abilities. After studying the bonuses more carefully, the hero smiled, deciding that it was better to live a short but bright life than to sit at home. Getting out of bed, he decided to test his strength and called out loudly to his shadow, hoping to see it manifest. At that moment, a tiny dark light appeared on the floor, gradually expanding and taking on the shape of a living being. Seconds later, his own shadow stood before him, waiting for orders and resembling an obedient double. Without looking away, Zhang raised his hand and extended his finger, wanting to test the reflection's reaction to ensure the accuracy of its movements. Instantly, the shadow repeated the gesture and stood exactly the same, as if it were a mirror, showing that it completely copied its master. When their fingers touched, the ability activated, and the guy felt the transformation process begin. The real and dark worlds began to merge in his body, and the hero felt both sides penetrating each other. Half of his figure turned black, as if woven from shadows, while the other half retained its human form, and the contrast was both frightening and mesmerizing. One eye remained normal while the other glowed blue, turning the young man's gaze into a cold, otherworldly glow. In an instant, The body completely dissolved into the darkness, and there was no trace of its former appearance, only a silhouette woven from the night itself. Examining his new appearance, Zhang could not believe that this was his own form, and he acknowledged with interest the unusual nature of the transformation. Taking a deep breath, he released a strong stream of air from his mouth, watching as an invisible force shook objects. Wanting to test his speed, the guy rushed to the opposite wall and was surprised at the ease and speed of his movements. Suddenly, he began to dart around the room in different directions, leaving barely noticeable traces behind him, as if dissolving into space. Raising dust whirlwinds and bumping into furniture, the hero was amazed at his own speed and realized that this ability was taking him to a new level. Deciding to test his endurance, Zhang reached out to the bed, trying to see how much his strength had increased. The attempt was successful. With one hand, the young man managed to lift the bed with ease, and he realized how strong he was. To test the protection, he lifted a massive hammer weighing about 100 kilograms, deciding to test the strength of his own body with it. Hitting himself on the head in the form of a shadow, he realized that the protection worked perfectly as he felt no pain. Filled with euphoria, Zhang laughed loudly and confidently declared that now he was unbeatable. But his joy was interrupted by a complaint from below. His neighbor was knocking and asking him to stop the noise. Zhang sighed heavily, realizing that he had gotten carried away. Having regained his human form, he thought that it was convenient for concealment and surprisingly reliable, and he couldn't stop admiring it. Suddenly, the system offered to unlock the stalker ability, which came as a surprise to the guy and aroused considerable curiosity. The new notification explained that he already possessed some skills, but had not yet undergone a complete transformation into a stalker. The next message added that the possible risks could turn into opportunities, and confirmation or refusal was required. Thinking it over, Zhang wondered whether he should take the risk and try out his new skill right away or put it off until later. While he was hesitating, he noticed that the system had highlighted the word risks in red. But his desire to test his gift overcame his caution. Suddenly, a huge shadow fell on the guy, and he screamed that he hadn't made his final choice yet, but it was too late to resist. Darkness appeared around him like a giant egg, pulling his body inside and completely depriving him of the ability to control his own movements. Everything around him collapsed onto the floor. The furniture shifted and the bottle of medicine fell and broke, spilling its contents across the floor. While the apartment windows glowed brightly, no one outside suspected what was happening inside. Drops of thick liquid slowly spread across the floor, leaving wet marks and reminding everyone of what had happened. Taking the form of a stalker, Zhang stepped firmly on the floor in his slippers, feeling a strange combination of ordinariness and power. The system announced that he was now a natural-born killer. His attacks would always inflict damage, but refusing to take risks would lead to his own demise. Returning to reality, Zhang looked at himself in surprise, unable to believe that his new power could even damage beings similar to gods. Shocked by the possibilities that had opened up, he decided to study his skills in more detail to understand the true limits of his abilities. After activating his shadow form, his destructive power increased significantly, and his thirst for blood became noticeably less. An icon with a pig appeared on the screen, along with an explanation of the decapitation skill, stating that with a minimum level of blood, the victim would die. During attacks, Zhang could activate a skill that depended not only on the enemy's condition, but also on the strength, experience, and capabilities of both sides. Immersed in studying the information, he sat in front of the system screen in bandages and did not notice anything around him. Reflecting on the decapitation ability, Zhang suggested that perhaps the skill was activated during the killing of another. Outside the window, night reigned supreme. Clothes were drying on the balcony, and above him, a dim light burned, illuminating the room with a soft yellow glow. Having finished studying the characteristics, the guy smiled, feeling that he was gradually becoming aware of the changes happening to him. Raising his hand to the ceiling, Zhang shouted about his own immortality and burst into loud laughter, filled with delight. Suddenly, he felt a powerful surge of energy throughout his body and was surprised by the strength that had been awakened so suddenly. Wanting to check the condition of his body, he hastily removed the bandages, exposing his skin to see how the wounds had changed. To his surprise, all the injuries had completely disappeared, as if they had never existed, which seemed like a real miracle. Running his fingers over his arm, the hero realized that even the deepest cuts had healed, and he couldn't believe that the medicine could have worked so quickly. Only a small abrasion remained on his stomach, covered with a thin scab, which he tore off without hesitation. Holding the torn crust in his hands, Zhang realized that the recovery was related to the activation of the shadow form, and was amazed at the speed of regeneration. Meanwhile, his classmates showed Lu an article on their phones claiming that Zhang had been beaten 88 times, and asked if it was true. They insisted that he had gotten into a fight with a vendor, and Lu's friend asked anxiously if Zhang was injured and offered to visit him. After a short pause, the girl replied that rumors should not be believed because in reality, a dog was simply chasing him. Despite Lu's words, the guys decided to visit their friend and went with her, crossing areas separated by a wide river. Approaching the door of the apartment, they felt anxious, fearing that something serious and dangerous might have happened to him. Grabbing the handle firmly, Lu said that if they didn't believe her, they could see for themselves that Zhang was fine. Remembering the key, she took it out, inserted it into the lock, and confidently turned it, opening the way into the apartment. One of her classmates asked where Lu got the key to Zhang's house, and the question made the girl visibly tense. Putting on a smile, she turned around and replied that Uncle Lee had given her the key some time ago, trying not to show her embarrassment. Opening the door, Lu called out loudly, asking if her friend was home, and told him that his classmates had come to visit him. In his room, the boy sat on the floor near the bed, breathing heavily and writhing in pain, which was returning with renewed force. Realizing his carelessness, he understood that the torn scab had opened the wound on his stomach, and now it hurt much more than before. Rushing over to him, the girl asked anxiously about bandages and his condition, and Zhang explained what had happened while the others stood at the door. Unable to hear their conversation, his classmates decided that he was telling the truth and had indeed suffered serious injuries in the fight. Running up to him, the boys began to feel his hands and muscles, marveling at his strength and asking about the fight with the merchant. Annoyed by her friend's behavior, Lu pushed them into the living room, trying to get them out of the room. When the door closed, the boys heard cries of pain and voices behind it, but did not dare to return. The shocked boy asked his classmate if Zhang would be okay, and after a moment's pause, she suggested that everything would be fine. After getting the medicine, Lu carefully applied ointment to the open wound on her friend's stomach, which he had picked at. Trying to elicit sympathy, Xiao shouted loudly that he was in pain, but the girl, sitting next to him on the bed, sternly told him to calm down. At that moment, Zhang noticed how short his friend's skirt was, and looking at her long legs, he suddenly tensed up. While he was mesmerized by the sight of his childhood sweetheart, Lu leaned over again to treat the wound. Taking a cotton pad, she continued to apply ointment to the wound, while Zhang silently endured the pain, trying not to take his eyes off her legs. Giving him a stern look, she said that he got into fights too often, and the hero began to justify himself, saying that the merchant was to blame. Annoyed, Lu looked sternly at her friend because her desire to help him was sincere, and he treated her with contempt. Grabbing his cheeks, the girl pinched them lightly and said that he was only behaving this way because Uncle Lee wasn't around. Holding the medicine bottle, Lu asked what he had been doing yesterday and demanded that he tell the truth without embellishment. In a serious voice, Zhang replied that he had performed a chivalrous act of justice, continuing to joke. Looking at him skeptically, Lu said she didn't believe him, and the young man, laughing to himself, thought that his friend wouldn't believe him anyway. While bandaging her stomach, he asked what time her father had returned yesterday, surprising the girl, and she replied that he had not shown up. Explaining his interest, Zhang noted that night watch duty was too harsh and dangerous, with their main shift in the morning and an additional one in the evening. Upset, her friend fell silent, realizing that her friend was telling the truth and that this was indeed the case, even though it was wrong. Looking at the girl with regret, Zhang felt sorry for her because she rarely saw her father and missed him because of his work. Thoughts of night watch flashed through his mind, and he realized how dangerous this profession was for life. His uncle lost his arm in battle, Lin Mo died, and even the strong Father Lu was wounded and lost his chance for further advancement. The girl asked with interest whether Jiang would join the night watch if he passed the martial arts exam. Getting out of bed, the guy thought about the risks and prospects of such service for his own future life. Lost in thought, Jiang remained silent for a long time, considering his friend's question too difficult and requiring a careful decision. Finally, the hero replied that he did not know the answer to her question, which surprised his friend as she was sure she would get an answer. Trying to lighten the mood, he asked with a smile and a laugh if there were any pretty girls on night duty. Not understanding the joke, his girlfriend grabbed him by the cheek and told him to shut up, considering her friend's behavior inappropriate. Meanwhile, their classmates were eavesdropping on their conversation outside the door, pressing their ears against it, wanting to know the truth. One of the boys asked his classmate in surprise what was going on, and she replied irritably that it was obvious. After a while, they entered the room and stood awkwardly in front of Lu and Jiang. With a smile, the hero looked at his classmates and asked why they had decided to visit him at home. Excitedly, his classmate said that he had heard about the trouble that had happened yesterday, and that was why they had decided to visit him. Seeing the strange marks on Zhang's hands, the boys decided that they were traces left by Lu and quietly exchanged glances with each other. Sitting down on the bed, Zhang said that he was fine, asked them not to worry, and invited the guys to sit down next to him. Waving his arms, he began to vividly describe his trip to get soy sauce and his encounter with the man with the bag. They listened while Lu was angry about the lies. Lifting his torn jacket, the girl said she was going to throw it away because it was impossible to wear such a thing anyway. Ignoring his girlfriend's words, Zhang agreed to let her throw away the jacket and continued his fascinating story. A moment later, he realized what Lu was about to throw away, and his face tensed because in the pocket was something he was supposed to give her. Realizing the danger, he rushed towards her, shouting that his things were still in the pocket, and tried to stop her. When Lu turned to him, a pack of sanitary pads fell out of her pocket and onto the floor, causing everyone to be shocked and confused. After that, there was an awkward and uncomfortable silence while the pack lay on the floor, and no one dared to speak first. Embarrassed, Lu asked Zhang, her face reddening, why he needed sanitary pads, her voice sounding genuinely puzzled. The guy casually replied that he had seen Lu's stomach ache yesterday and wanted to help, but after returning, he accidentally forgot about them. The shocked guys watched the scene unfold, the guy realizing that such things are only confided to close friends, while the girl filmed everything on her phone. Picking up the pack from the floor, Zhang handed it to Lu and gently said that she could always turn to him for help if necessary. Without feeling awkward, he held the package of pads tightly in his hands, as if it were something important, not realizing how ridiculous he looked. Embarrassed, Lu put her hands on her hips and started yelling at him that there was no need to buy such things. Not understanding her sudden aggression and feeling hurt by her sincere desire to help, Zhang threw the pack on the floor in annoyance. After saying goodbye to the guests, he still couldn't understand why his girlfriend was so angry and shouting, because his intentions were sincere. The pack of pads remained on the floor, the guests and Lu left for home, and emptiness and silence reigned in the room. Left alone, Zhang felt a long-awaited calm and realized that now no one would interfere with his thoughts. Deciding once again to go into battle with the others, he reached out his hand and tried to activate the shadow icon. At that very moment, a blue glowing hologram appeared beneath his feet, opening a door to a new world. Standing in the center of the mysterious pattern, Zhang activated the shadow form, and it gradually began to take effect, slowly penetrating his body and mind. Gradually, dark energy enveloped his body, and his face split into two halves, one remaining human and the other becoming a shadow. Taking up a fighting stance, he firmly decided to first conduct a training session to restore his strength and test his abilities. Gradually, darkness penetrated every cell of his body, enveloping him completely, and he slowly sank into an endless abyss. A few moments later, he found himself in a dark world, completely transformed into a new shadow form, and feeling a strange unity with the darkness. It seemed surprising that there was no pollution, dust, or unpleasant odors around him, and Zhang felt completely comfortable inside himself. He was overcome by the feeling that he had been living in a dirty environment for a long time, and now he found himself in a boundless, clean space. A scale suddenly appeared above his head, filled to 60%, and the guy felt that his stomach no longer hurt. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the hero finally decided to begin the training for which he had come to the dark world. Assuming the plank position, Zhang began to do push-ups, carefully controlling his breathing and the tension of all his muscles. With every passing second, he felt his strength increasing, and his body seemed to be filled with inner energy. Suddenly, Zhang shot up as if struck by an electric current, and he felt a slight force. In an instant, he landed back on the floor, feeling a slight pain from the impact. But instead of fear, he felt admiration for his own sensations. Standing up, the guy laughed with boundless energy, feeling a surge of strength and joy from his incredible state. Continuing with the push-ups, Zhang did a large number of repetitions without feeling tired, and realized that the form was strengthening his endurance. When he activated the shadow form, energy flowed freely, filling his body and making him feel free. During training, the shadow bite was activated, which absorbed only the darkness from the shadow layer, leaving Zhang conscious. During training, his physical condition improved. His muscles increased in size and strength, and his skin remained intact. System alerts with scales and constantly growing indicators testified to Zhang's improving performance. During his training, he learned about 1,000 ways to improve his physical condition and increase his strength, endurance, and coordination. Realizing that there was not enough space in the room for effective training, Zhang decided to go outside to take advantage of the open space. Ignoring the darkness, he teleported to a sports field, feeling the fresh air and space around him. Thinking about his power in the dark world, Zhang wondered whether other creatures or people who encountered him here should respect and worship his strength. Approaching the horizontal bar, the young man grabbed the cold iron and decided to continue his training, performing a variety of exercises. Like lightning, he performed various tricks on the horizontal bar, jumping and spinning in the air, determined to become a true champion. Meanwhile, in the real world, at the Night Watch headquarters, important issues concerning the security of urban areas were being decided. A team of employees headed to the conference room to discuss the latest news, exchange information, and make important decisions. Upon entering the office, the team saw the chief and other employees sitting at the table, working intently and discussing issues. Reading from a report, the director said that unrest in the shadow layer had become more frequent, and pollution levels had risen sharply and were spreading. Various teams discovered breaches in different districts, and representatives of these teams began discussing measures to eliminate violations and protect residents. With a folder in her hands, the secretary reported that the work ahead would be difficult, as the pollution mainly affected residential areas. Everything was happening for a reason, unlike in the past, and as he listened to the girl's report, Lou tensed up, realizing the scale of the problems. Left alone with his team, Lou thought about how best to act against others in order to protect people. Rubbing his hands, he thought that monsters had been appearing too often lately, and that this was a worrying sign. Studying the case of the guy who died in the dark world, Lou noted that there had already been 4 dangerous incidents in the last few days. The case included photographs of the deceased from the dark world, showing the scene of the battle and its aftermath. Being careless, the guy died after colliding with another in the dark world, not having the necessary skills to defend himself. On the one hand, the number of incidents did not seem critical, but Lou understood that no one could predict when the others would attack again. While one of the teams studied the documents, the man thought that the breaches in the shadow layer posed a much greater danger than the anomalies. With a serious look on his face, Lou reflected that if one compared the others in the shadow layer to ferocious beasts, their strength exceeded the team's expectations. It seemed that Godzilla had begun its attack, surrounding the Night Watch building on all sides, and the tension in the room was rising. Watching the events unfold from the sidelines, Lee tried to cheer up the guys, reminding them that any crisis can be overcome. Sitting on a bench away from the table, the man said that the team should not behave as if they had already lost. Showing determination and confidence, Lou asked if they were really not ready for a new battle with the others. Discouraged by the man's behavior, the boys looked at him silently, puzzled, trying to understand. This behavior slightly irritated Lou, and he grimaced, trying to contain the anger and disappointment that arose from their weakness. After thinking for a moment, the guys from the Night Watch team gradually began to smile, realizing that Lou really did support them. Deciding not to interrupt the team, Lee told one of the guys who was showing him the documents to calmly continue his report. The meeting then discussed all the soldiers who had been removed from duty for various reasons, including injuries, behavior, and lack of experience. After the meeting, Lou went out into the corridor and looked out of the panoramic windows at the skyscrapers around him, assessing the scale of the city. Taking a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, Lou decided to smoke to relieve stress and distract himself from all his problems for a moment. Thinking that it might save him from his mounting problems, the man took a cigarette from an open pack. While searching for a lighter in his pocket, Lou thought about how they had gotten themselves into a big mess right before New Year's Eve, and now they had a difficult task ahead of them. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened at an unexpected turn of events that seemed absolutely impossible. Taking the joint out of his mouth, Lou thoughtfully began to examine it, twisting it between his fingers as if analyzing its shape. He soon realized that these were cookies shaped like cigarettes and wondered who had replaced them and why. Lost in thought, Lou didn't even notice when the pack flew straight at him, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Thanks to his quick reflexes, the man managed to catch it with his hand and hold it, preventing it from falling to the floor at his feet. Not understanding who had thrown the cigarettes, Lou turned around irritably and tensed up, expecting to see a stranger. Lee sat on the bench and asked the man with the face what was wrong. Not understanding his indignation and wondering at his friend's reaction, smoking a cigarette, he asked if Lou wanted one too, hoping to defuse the tense situation. Deciding to share, he held out a pack of cigarettes, showing friendliness and a willingness to support his friend. After thinking for a moment, Lou smiled and ate the cigarette-shaped cookie he was holding in his hands, as if joking, feeling lighthearted. Trying to express his disdain, he said that Lee shouldn't have shared the information because he is afraid of lung cancer and cares about his health. Surprised and smiling, Lee asked again, "Is that really the only thing you're afraid of?" With a hint of irony in his voice. Angry, Lou asked the man not to talk nonsense and asked directly why he had actually decided to share with him. Lighting another cigarette, his friend remained silent, searching for the right words so as not to offend his comrade, while at the same time explaining the situation. After thinking for a moment, Lee said that additional information had come in from above about incidents that required attention. Straining, Lou asked what kind of information the man was talking about and looked at him intently. Sitting on the bench, Lee remained silent, watching his friend and assessing how quickly he could process the information. Surprised by what he heard, Lu asked what else had happened and what important details he should know. Feeling exhausted and extremely tense, he decided to sit down for a moment to catch his breath. Clutching his head, he demanded confirmation of the facts, and Lee lit a cigarette and calmly told him to check his laptop. While Lu opened it and tried to concentrate, the man casually asked what field his daughter was planning to study. A system notification appeared on the laptop screen, informing him that second-rank warriors were required to apply for their children to join the Night Watch. Without showing any emotion, Lu closed his laptop and changed the subject, calmly asking how Lee was doing. With annoyance in his voice, he said that he doubted Zhang's honesty and believed that his abilities did not make him special. Hearing these words, Lee nervously lit a cigarette, trying to hide his excitement and keep his emotions in check. After thinking about the situation for a moment, he quietly replied that he did not believe Zhang was deliberately hiding anything or lying. With interest, Lu asked if Lee really wanted to send the boy into the humanitarian field, but he replied that he would prefer to learn a trade. Insisting that admission to the special faculty was a must, Lee was sure his partner was joking, as he was certain his nephew would fail the exam. Deciding to end the unpleasant conversation and not delve any further, Lee calmly stubbed out his cigarette on the edge of the table. Leaving and not wanting to continue the conversation, he said that they were still considering the decision, while Lu watched him go with a wary look. Jumping up abruptly from his seat, he shouted, demanding that his friend speak more clearly, nearly knocking off her feet as she walked by. Clearing her throat and keeping her smile, the girl hastily apologized, and Lee turned around and asked with interest what was going on. Placing the folder carefully on the table, she said that a new message had been received, which came directly from the shadow layer. With noticeable fatigue but professional interest, Lee began to study the materials and focused on their content. The message was about a new shadow nicknamed the Crazy Athlete, who saluted every time he appeared. Never tiring and showing particular zeal, he trained his body daily, demonstrating a strange craving for sports. Every time the shadow detectors approached, the creature would stop training and raise its hand as if saluting. Picking up the logbook, the secretary said that the database contained no records of this other, so she decided to contact Lee. Looking through the records and comparing the facts, the man was angry, not understanding what kind of new enemy had appeared in the shadow layer and who was behind it. At that moment, in a parallel world, it was a starry night, and the dark streets were lit by a pale light, giving everything a strange atmosphere. A huge red spider suddenly appeared in front of an unknown shadow, inside whose body was a colossal amount of protein. Filming what was happening on camera, the guy told his subscribers about the unusual and useful properties of the monster's meat. To his surprise, Zhang noted that many people began to highly appreciate the posts about the shadow layer, and he suddenly felt popular. Suddenly, the character noticed that others had appeared on the network, who were also filming with various cameras and actively sharing the footage. Realizing how strange this was and feeling frightened, he accidentally dropped his phone when he realized the scale of the problem. Wondering what this could mean, Zhang decided to contact the system directly to get an explanation. A new attribute was announced, representing a shadow with a unique ability to kill, and the interface recorded this parameter. Realizing who had broadcast what was happening, Zhang became very angry, accusing his own shadow of revealing his secret. Suddenly, a strange system notification caught his attention, which looked unusual and was very different from the others. A notification appeared on the screen stating that his life expectancy was set at exactly 100 hours. Unable to believe his eyes and feeling terrified, Zhang realized that his life would end in about 5 days and accepted the inevitability of his fate. Thoughts about time swirled in his head, and the hero tried to understand why he had so little left, realizing how fleeting it was. Remembering the skill of biting the shadow and all its risks, the guy realized that it could turn into a real disaster that would threaten his life. Calming himself down, he realized that he had to come up with at least some way to increase the time he had left. Looking at the skill description, he realized that he had to take on the role of a hunter and use it to hunt enemies in order to prolong his life. In other words, the young man could only continue to exist as long as he killed others and earned points. The system notification indicated that he still had a chance to gain eternal life, but at the same time there was a huge risk of losing everything. After studying the text more carefully, Xiao realized that hunting could grant him immortality, so he decided to take advantage of this. Seeing the lines about how, upon death, the body is capable of taking on a different form, Jiang wondered what exactly the system was trying to warn him about. Angry, the warrior did not understand how anyone could enjoy killing, and realized that if he couldn't handle it, he would have to ask his uncle for help. Peeking out from behind the corner of the building and noticing the spider, the hunter decided that he needed to kill it first in order to get his first points. Deciding not to miss this convenient opportunity, Zhang took out his phone and turned on the recording, believing that the Night Watch would not be able to detect him. Using a hidden skill, his body instantly turned into a solid shadow, as if dissolving into the darkness, and he became invisible to the enemy. A strange sound on the phone signaled the start of the live broadcast, and the hero was embarrassed to realize that he had attracted attention. Greetings to his subscribers. Xiao informed them that today they would witness a truly rare sight, an encounter with another being in the form of a giant spider. Broadcasting the events, Zhang slowly approached and decided to strike the enemy with a stick to test its reaction. Gradually getting closer to the spider, the guy raised his hand and swung, preparing to strike, trying to stay focused. Having spent several thousand yuan, the hero had purchased a steel stick in advance and was now confident that it would help him. As if sensing the approaching danger, the spider instantly tensed up and began to move its legs. Clenching its massive body, the insect stopped, and Zhang, noticing this, also froze, waiting for the moment when he could strike. Approaching his target from the opposite side, the hunter raised his stick again and swung, trying to outwit his enemy. Suddenly, his heart began to beat much faster. Zhang broke out in a sweat and felt that the situation was getting out of control. Watching the enemy, the guy felt intense tension throughout his body and understood that the slightest mistake could lead to his immediate death. He was only glad that he was in the form of a shadow, because the enemy could not notice his presence at all. Approaching from behind, the warrior decided to take a chance and try to study the enemy's weaknesses in order to understand how best to inflict damage. Soon, noticing obvious weak spots on the spider's body, Zhang decided to take action and prepared to attack his enemy. Anticipating imminent victory, the hero raised his stick and swung it to deliver the decisive blow and finally destroy his opponent. 30 minutes before the battle, the spider was happy to have entered a dark world where darkness and silence made his stay particularly peaceful. Laughing to herself, she believed that there was no real danger or oppressive atmosphere, because caution can protect even in the darkest circumstances. The spider had just fought with the young man and been wounded, but at the same time she had managed to enjoy her delicious prey. Lying motionless on the cold ground, she decided to sleep a little to regain her strength and restore her energy. Suddenly, the sensors on her back activated, causing her body to tense up and her thoughts to instantly switch to a possible threat. Suddenly, it dawned on him that someone was clearly watching his every move, and the spider began to grow wary. Not noticing the young man who had approached its leg, the spider continued to watch for danger, keenly sensing the presence of a stranger. Moving cautiously and slowly, she decided to leave her old place and find a new shelter where she could calmly regain her strength. Suddenly, a strange energy ran through her body, causing the spider to freeze abruptly, listening warily and trying to understand the source of the anomaly. A powerful blow suddenly struck her back, causing her body to shudder and a piercing sound to ring out. The enemy struck again with all his might, knocking her off her feet with a powerful lunge, causing her body to collapse to the ground, raising dust around her. Piercing the enemy with a steel rod, Zhang felt a thick shadow pour out like a river, filling the space. Clutching the stick in his hands, the young man realized that the enemy had 40% of his blood left, and now he needed to deliver a few more precise blows. Suddenly, a paw appeared before his eyes, and the guy did not have time to take defensive action, sensing the approaching threat. With a powerful blow, the spider threw Zhang's body far to the ground, and he collapsed, raising clouds of dust around him. Rising from the dust, the young man noted with a smirk that even such a powerful blow had not caused him serious pain, and his body remained ready for further battle. At the same time, the spider screamed in despair, having lost her precious flower, while her opponent got up and prepared to continue the fight. Noticing that the spider was losing blood, the young man felt joy, because his blow had hit a weak spot, and now the outcome of the fight was leaning in his favor. Moving forward, Zhang strode confidently, not noticing the obstacles under his feet, and even the pain ceased to distract him. Deciding to change tactics, he stopped and chose a shadow attack, considering it a decisive move that could end the battle. As if dissolving into the darkness, he began to disappear into the dark abyss beneath his feet, merging with the void and turning into an intangible silhouette. Like a hunter lying in wait, he was instantly underwater, where he manifested a special ability to move through the darkness. At great depth, Zhang chose the tactic of a surprise attack, deciding to approach the enemy from behind to strike. Realizing that a head-on collision would be pointless, the young man gradually approached the spider from behind, waiting for the right moment. Sneaking closer, he reached for his target, intending to deliver a fatal blow to finish off his opponent. Waving his stick in front of him, Zhang attacked his special enemy, feeling that the outcome of this battle depended directly on his determination. With eyes filled with rage, he realized in his stalker form that the game was over, and now it was time to win at any cost. Meanwhile, the girl was scrolling through the endless feed on her phone, oblivious to everything going on around her. Together with her boyfriend, the famous blogger La was planning to visit a restaurant that evening, where a new themed area had recently opened. Bending her leg and making herself comfortable, the beauty was completely immersed in the virtual world, paying no attention to reality. On the bed next to her lay her belongings and a small photo album containing important memories. Swinging her legs and lying on the bed, the heroine thought that most broadcasts lately had turned into complete nonsense. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a video that seemed unusual and, unlike the others, aroused genuine interest. A shadow appeared on the screen, calling itself You from Baidu, and the girl tried to figure out where this mysterious place might be. Huge shadows of a wolf and a dragon were clearly visible above the dark city, evoking feelings of fear and excitement in the viewers. Seeing others live on air, she couldn't believe her luck and felt genuine admiration. Meanwhile, the shadow told viewers details about the lowly spider, which made a particularly creepy and unpleasant sound. Seeing the strange comments from viewers, the girl became angry and did not understand why subscribers were writing such meaningless nonsense. Silently, she brought the phone closer to her lips and kissed the image on the screen, imagining that her idol was next to her. Deciding to leave her comment after all, she wrote a message saying that she could help the mysterious and enigmatic shadow. Meanwhile, the broadcast continued. The battle became more and more fierce, and the figure slowly dissolved into the dark abyss. Unable to believe her eyes, the beauty asked herself if the broadcast was really being conducted by a real being from the dark world. Smiling and sitting up slightly in bed, she felt an intense and unbearable interest in what was happening. Meanwhile, the spider sensed a powerful dark energy emanating from his opponent, slowly filling the entire space. Approaching the enemy, the guy struck sharply with his foot, putting all his accumulated rage and energy into the movement. Feeling intense pain, the spider let out a terrible, drawn-out sound that echoed throughout the surrounding area. Not willing to give in to the enemy, Zhang used his abilities, and their energies began to merge into one. A powerful energy beam suddenly struck the ground and split the surface beneath their feet, leaving behind a deep crack. Thick dust rose around the spider, and the enemy froze in complete bewilderment, trying to understand what had happened. Looking at the cracked ground and the stream of fire, the spider felt a growing rage, not understanding why her strength was leaving her body. Approaching unnoticed from behind, the guy lightly touched her back with his finger, wanting to show that he was the one controlling the battle. Not seeing the enemy nearby, the insect turned around viciously, trying to understand what was happening and find the source of the attack. Stepping back a little and making faces, the guy loudly told the enemy that he was very close by. Trying to reach his opponent with its claws, the huge spider kept missing, while Zhang watched and smiled at his enemy. Watching the live broadcast, the girl could not hide her admiration for the hero, who fought skillfully. Wrapped in a warm blanket, she watched in amazement as the quick and daring host skillfully handled the situation. With unexpected force, purple slime splashed toward the spider, covering its body and instantly depriving it of the ability to attack. Spreading across the asphalt surface, it gradually filled the space around it, blocking the spider's path of retreat. Finding herself in the center of a viscous whirlpool of strange slime, the spider did not understand how to get out and continue her resistance. Laughing loudly and mockingly, she ordered the enemy to continue the battle, not believing that acid could harm her. As if speaking into the void, the enemy asked whether the opponent thought that slime could restrict her movements and influence the course of the battle. While the creature searched for the enemy with its eyes, Zhang stood on the roof of a high-rise building and watched the situation closely. Admiring his skills and demonstrating confidence, he declared that the shadow surrounded everything, filling every space. With lightning speed, he leaped from the roof straight down toward the spider, aiming to strike his enemy and end the battle. A stream of thick slime gushed toward the creature, hitting it right in the mouth, causing the enemy to lose control of its body. While the enemy tried unsuccessfully to free itself from the sticky trap, the hero continued to move quickly, using every opportunity to attack. Thanks to the shadows, he could move from one to another, teleporting through buildings and avoiding direct enemy attacks. Jumping nimbly in the air and maintaining his confidence, the young man declared that he was a hunter from the shadows and that his power destroyed his enemies. He still clutched a heavy steel rod in his hands, ready to use it against the insect. Landing near the giant spider, he realized that endless killing had destroyed his memory, but he still remembered his name. Gathering all his strength into one and focusing, he decisively pierced his opponent's body with a heavy stick, giving him no chance. Shrieking in terror, the spider could not resist, while the hero stood directly beneath her body and maintained control of the fight. Calling himself a shadow, Yuejiang felt truly proud of his own abilities and saw how the enemy was gradually losing strength. The buildings, shrouded in darkness, stood lifeless as a fierce battle unfolded in the main square. Standing opposite his opponent, the hero decided to use his Shadow Bite ability to weaken the enemy and finally achieve victory. Like a dome, a thick shadow enveloped Xiao's body and gradually began to engulf the enemy, depriving him of the ability to attack further. Watching his own shadows, he was mesmerized by their power and understood perfectly well that this energy gave him more power. Gradually, they penetrated every corner of space and filled everything around them, turning the familiar world into a gloomy place. Slowly, an incomprehensible energy enveloped the hero's body, to which he surrendered completely, feeling more and more strength awakening inside him. In the guise of a stalker, he placed his foot on the petrified body of his enemy and declared the hunt over, confirming his unconditional superiority. The live broadcast captured the moment of the long-awaited victory, and subscribers filled the chat with enthusiastic comments about the hero. Holding her phone to her chest, the girl continued to admire the blogger's actions, watching his every move. Her eyes widened with delight because she had never seen anything like it before, and realized that this moment would remain in her memory forever. Visiting the channel's page and scrolling through the posts, the girl decided that she needed to get the blogger's attention by any means necessary. Deciding to subscribe and watch further, she believed that she would be able to establish contact with the mysterious blogger and become part of his world. After writing to him in private messages and deciding to take a chance, the girl asked if he wanted to take the star with him on his next mission. The system displayed information about an ancient shadow spider demon and its unique abilities, which needed to be studied. Thanks to the battle he won, the young man gained the power to create strong webs, secrete poisonous acid, and infect even strong enemies with it. Jing realized with disappointment that his opponent was only a first-level mid-rank fighter, whereas he had thought he had defeated a serious enemy. Stretching his back, the young man realized that despite the huge gap in strength, he was able to win thanks to an unexpected shadow attack. Seeing how many viewers had tuned in to the live broadcast, he felt genuine excitement and a strong surge of energy. Smiling and deciding to keep the intrigue alive, the host unexpectedly turned off the broadcast to further fuel the viewers' interest. Looking at his hands, the warrior noticed that he could create all kinds of nets, using the power of his own shadow to control them. Testing his power, he stretched out his hand, and a long, strong strip of sticky web stretched out toward the neighboring building. Grabbing the web, Zhang pushed off and flew through the air, feeling incredibly light, as if he were soaring above the ground like a bird. Thrilled by his new abilities, he couldn't believe he was capable of such movements, as if his own body had become weightless. Laughing loudly, Xiao imagined himself as Spider-Man, easily climbing the walls of buildings with the help of strong black threads. Suddenly, his head hit something hard, and this incident came as a complete surprise. The strong impact caused his body to fall, and Zhang flew straight onto the asphalt, unable to react and grab onto the web. Landing on the lamppost, the guy kept his balance, feeling pain and thinking that he should practice controlling his power more. Noticing that his lifespan had only increased to 7 days, the hero felt a strong sense of disappointment and heaviness. Sitting on the roof of a tall building, the young man realized that hunters were not easy to find, and that he needed to come up with a backup plan in advance. Soon, a message came that the hunter should stay in the shadows more often. Then his reputation and strength would increase. Suddenly, an opportunity for authority arose, and the hero began to study the details of his new skill with surprise. It became possible to mark the weak spots of opponents, which made future attacks more accurate. Each mark consumed energy, but it also revealed the hero's location, making him more vulnerable. When fighting with marks, one of the criteria increased to a certain level, while the others gradually improved. During the hunt, all abilities were enhanced, and the use of force no longer required additional expenditure of accumulated energy. Seeing that his authority had been unlocked, the young man wondered when exactly he had become famous, having previously been unaware of his success. Discovering that 150 viewers were watching, the hero couldn't believe that his power had been revealed only thanks to the live broadcast. Smiling, Zhang decided to use hunting and live broadcasts to gain popularity and attract new subscribers. Standing up and climbing down from the roof, he decided that today he should try even harder and test his new abilities. Using his skills, he found a new victim, and bright marks immediately appeared on her body, indicating weak spots to strike. Before him appeared a monster whose weak areas glowed with red lights, indicating its vulnerabilities. With incredible speed, he jumped onto the lamppost, causing it to sway, and then gently jumped off it and landed directly on the ground. Moving quickly, the young man decided to immediately use his decapitation skill to deal with the other in one fell swoop. His eyes flashed with a thirst for revenge and determination, for he was sure that now was the moment he would achieve victory. The morning sun flooded the windows of the high-rise building with light, reflecting off the glass and warming the room. Using a cotton swab, the girl gently cleaned the wounds on Zhang's face, trying not to cause him any pain. Clutching his cheek, the guy cried out, grimacing in irritation, not understanding how his girlfriend's care could be so painful. With indignation in her voice, she demanded an explanation, asking who her friend had fought with again and not understanding the reasons. Not wanting to go into details, Xiao sat down on the sofa, and Lu sat down next to him, stroking his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Looking at her, the guy said that his girlfriend didn't understand anything and that he was going to become a hero despite her skepticism. Looking sternly at the guy, she asked if many others were screaming in pain, unaware of the seriousness of his words. Holding cotton wool with medicine under her nose, Lu said that he shouldn't get into fights without the proper skills so as not to put himself in danger. Ignoring this, the hero declared that he could easily heal his injuries with the help of the shadow form, and did not use it to get help. With interest and confusion, Lu asked what her friend was talking about, not understanding his words, and tried to figure out what exactly he meant. Trying to avoid the conversation, Zhang took a bottle of water and suggested watching a movie to distract the girl. Scrolling through her phone feed, my friend said that there was nothing worth watching lately because everything had become monotonous. Suddenly freezing with her phone in her hands, she said that a new blogger had recently appeared who had sparked genuine interest in everyone. Intrigued, Xiao looked at the girl and asked who exactly she was talking about, trying to understand why this was such an important event for her. Showing her phone to her friend, Lu turned on the broadcast of that very presenter so that he could see for himself how unusual and popular the stranger had become. The silhouette of Yue appeared on the screen, declaring himself a murderer, which immediately attracted attention and caused the audience to feel surprised. Recognizing himself, Zhang choked on his water, but did not explain himself, preferring to observe and evaluate what was happening without unnecessary words. Not understanding her friend's reaction, the girl asked what was wrong with him, wondering if he was so stunned, trying to figure out why what was happening had affected him so much. With a smile and drops of water on his face, the hero replied that he was fine, and asked how long his friend had been watching this blogger. Without hiding her admiration, Lu said that she had been following him for 2 days, and that the stranger had become the most popular and unusual. Smiling, the guy thought he had become famous too quickly, and at the same time, feared that the Night Watch might notice him. Not understanding her friend's reaction, Lu continued to look at him questioningly, trying to understand why he was so calm about what was happening. Suddenly, the girl said that it was not worth spreading knowledge about others, and that the blogger's show did not greatly influence people's minds. Wearing a short red skirt, she sat down next to him, continuing to admire the battle with the monsters and watching every move of the mysterious blogger on the screen. Taking her friend by the arm, she couldn't stop admiring her new idol, enjoying every minute of the broadcast. Suddenly, she declared that the blogger was too cool and should be emulated, stunning Zhang with her words. Unabated, she showed video reviews of the mysterious stranger's clips, while Xiao remained tense and silent. Realizing that his friend admired him but was unaware of it, the guy felt a slight sense of pride. With undisguised excitement, the girl couldn't take her eyes off her phone screen, following every movement and analyzing the actions of the mysterious blogger. Suddenly, she stood up and demonstratively walked around the room, attracting her friend's attention and showing interest in popularity. Trying to ask, Lu wondered if her friend thought she could also win the attention of online viewers with her videos. Jing skeptically asked what she was going to film, assuming that his friend would wear a silk dress and dance in the shadows. Angry, the girl said she could record a few videos about others, but Zhang didn't think it would be very useful. Waving his hands, he asked if she really wanted to become like one of the night watchmen, trying to convey to his friend the risks of such actions. Unrelenting, Xiao pointed at the girl and said that if she went out in public looking like that, her fans would start stalking her. With sarcasm, the hero declared that nothing good could come of his girlfriend's ideas, emphasizing that such plans could lead to trouble. She asked her friend again with interest, because a new idea and plan on how to use her popularity was forming in her head. Feeling irritated, the young man clenched his teeth, while Lu took out her weapon, demonstrating her determination and readiness to act. Suddenly, she pointed the gun directly at the young man's back, causing him to freeze in tension and fear. Enraged, the girl shouted, asking if he had been injured while tracking someone else, expressing concern. Raising his hands as if surrendering, Zhang explained that it was a joke, trying to ease the tension. After hitting the guy in the back with a gun, Lu asked how she could know he was telling the truth, showing her distrust. Deciding to play along, Zhang asked his girlfriend for a break, but she pushed him into the kitchen and, without lowering her weapon, ordered him to prepare food. After a while, Xiao collapsed exhausted on the sofa, raising his hands in relief that the tension had finally eased. Looking at his phone, he breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his girlfriend had left him alone without asking any unnecessary questions. Seeing numerous comments from subscribers with questions, the hero felt irritated, as some of the viewers did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a few comments, and he sighed heavily, realizing that some people doubted the authenticity of the video. Feeling hurt, the guy noticed that some considered his video a joke and a hoax, which slightly hurt his pride and mood. Deciding to watch video reviews of his clips, the character clicked on the link, trying to understand what exactly viewers thought of his actions. In the video, Earthly Dao called him a fraud, and Jiang glued himself to the screen, unable to believe that someone could so openly question his abilities. With a fan in his hands, the man held his phone with the broadcast of you and called everything a lie, showing viewers his opinion about the editing. Showing a frame of the shadow fighting the spider, the blogger decided that the video had been edited, trying to convince viewers that what they were seeing was not real. Zooming in on the scene, Dao told viewers to pay attention to the background, informing them that the video had been edited and causing Jiang to become irritated. Angry, the young man did not understand why some food blogger was filming reviews of him, as he did not expect such a reaction. Suddenly, as if he had heard the guy, Dao stated that he was a former night watchman and had destroyed many other opponents when he was young. Intrigued, Jiang decided to read the subscribers' comments to understand the audience's reaction and the level of trust in the blogger. Opinions among viewers were divided, with some believing Dao and others believing Yue, and the guy silently browsed through the comments. Smiling, he said that someday the viewers would learn the real truth, but for now, he preferred to remain in the shadows without revealing any details. Pulling himself together, Jiang accepted that his video was fake and decided to start hunting other beings to prove his own strength. Before his new foray into the dark world, he decided to teach Dao a lesson, using his abilities and hunting skills to show his true power. Recalling the comments, the guy decided to use the shadow effect to move unnoticed and observe events in the dark world. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of dark buildings, feeling the cold atmosphere and tension that always accompanied his appearance. Before teleporting, he took a small camera with him to record his actions in front of viewers. Deciding to prove the authenticity of his videos, Xiao attached the camera to his clothes, checking its reliability and viewing angle. Sitting on the roof and looking down at the ground, he felt that the number of others had decreased, as the shadow layer was occasionally refreshed. Suddenly, the hero's eyes lit up when he saw another 6th-rank monster and decided to start hunting. Nearby stood a monster with a tentacle-like tongue and a skeletal appearance. It was a high-ranking opponent worthy of attention. Picking up his steel bat, Jiang laughed, deciding to test the other's strength and see how serious the fight would be. Resolutely approaching the edge of the roof, the warrior declared that the hunt had begun, feeling a rush of adrenaline and determination. Lifting one leg, the guy felt a moment of doubt, but quickly dismissed the feeling, deciding that hesitation would not help in this dangerous situation. Standing on the edge of the building, Xiao thought about what to do: jump down or climb down in a more standard way. Remembering his injuries and Lu's advice, the guy sighed heavily, realizing that caution was more important than speed right now. Deciding to choose the more standard route, the warrior decided not to make any sudden movements, and to climb down the stairs to minimize the danger. In the guise of a shadow, the hero slowly approached his opponent, who was waiting tensely around the corner of a high-rise building. Sensing his approach, the other growled viciously, turning around in search of his victim, trying to figure out where his invisible opponent was. Deciding to use his abilities, Jiang identified the monster's weak points with the help of markers, analyzing the enemy's body and behavior. In an instant, a focus appeared, pointing directly at the head of the other, who appeared in full height before the hero. After receiving the data, Jiang sensed his opponent's fear, who was trying to act naturally, but the tension was evident in every movement. Examining the monster, the guy noticed a resemblance to another one, with blades he had fought before, wondering if it had evolved. Pushing the thoughts aside, the hero took a fighting stance and realized that he too had repeatedly improved his abilities in preparation for the battle. Swinging his blade, Jiang decided to use the 6-strike technique, focusing on the speed and accuracy of each strike. Feeling pain and a sudden loss of blood and strength, the monster did not understand what was happening, trying to orient itself amid the rapid attacks. Pushing off the ground, Xiao seemed to soar into the air, feeling lightness and freedom of movement in his shadow form. With a single movement, he found himself almost level with his opponent, preparing for new attacks and calculating every step. With determination, the warrior activated his targeting and pursuit skills, strengthening his control over his opponent and tracking his weak points. While the monster watched him, the guy swung for another blow, counting on his enemy's misses and agility to his advantage. Deftly dodging, the other remained unharmed, and Zhang's blow struck the wall of the building, causing cracks and the sound of falling concrete. Feeling uneasy, Xiao realized that defeating his opponent would not be as easy as he had expected, and the upcoming battle would require his full concentration. While the hero was recovering from the shock, another rapidly approached, seizing the moment to attack and trying to catch the enemy off guard. Pushing off again, the guy flew even higher, maneuvering between buildings and preparing for a new series of swift strikes. The monster's blow also missed, and Zhang found himself behind his opponent, assessing his weaknesses and choosing the right moment. Deciding to attack with its claws, the other began to move along the ground, while Xiao deftly ran away and dodged, using his speed and shadow. The monster opened its mouth viciously, stuck out its tongues, and growled, trying to psychologically influence the hero. A multitude of tongues swirled through the air, trying to inflict damage, but it was all in vain. Extending its tentacles, it tried to attack, but Zhang deftly fended it off with his bat, calculating the distance. Releasing its tongues again, the monster's head was caught between them, while the hero assessed the danger and his options. Suddenly, Zhang felt a pain in his head and realized that his opponent was attacking him mentally, testing his resistance to psychic blows. Having lost his vigilance, the young man fell into a trap, and the other managed to strike him with his claws, causing pain and reducing his strength. Feeling the pain, Zhang began to doubt his success, but he was not going to give up, gathering strength for the next attack. He fell to his knees from blood loss, but decided not to give up, focusing on his opponent's weaknesses and choosing a strategy. Noticing that the enemy had consumed 34% of his blood with a single blow, Zhang noted his power and assessed the threat based on his remaining resources. Meanwhile, the other rushed into the attack again, sensing his advantage, and the hero prepared to face a new wave of attacks. Taking up a fighting stance, the young man defiantly faced his opponent, demonstrating confidence and determination in battle. Clearing his throat, the hero decided to stick to his strategy, but he had to choose which approach would be most effective. Trying to strike again, the other missed, and Zhang disappeared underground, only his head sticking out, laughing loudly at his enemy. Angry, the enemy used all his energy, which spread in small but numerous sparks across the ground and air. Expecting the blows to damage the young man, the monster stood calmly, watching what was happening and counting on Zhang's mistakes. Realizing that the attacks were not having the desired effect, he swung his claws directly above the hero's body, trying to deliver a powerful blow. Sticking out his tongue again, the other decided to attack mentally, concentrating his energy on Zhang's consciousness, trying to cause pain. Taking a fighting stance, the hero prepared for the blow, assessing the speed and trajectory of his opponent, trying to predict the next attack. With all his strength, he managed to strike the monster directly in the chest, and it writhed, losing its balance and some of its energy. Feeling successful, the guy laughed, considering his opponent too slow and stupid to react to his movements in time. Deciding to attack from above, Xiao jumped high, twisting his body in the air, preparing to deliver a series of quick and precise attacks on the enemy. Delivering multiple blows, the young man began to win the fight, while the monster writhed in pain, unable to defend itself effectively. Growling and whimpering, the opponent tried to do something, but his body remained stiff, and each blow only intensified his suffering. Numerous wounds pierced him, and he rapidly lost strength, gradually losing control of his body and consciousness. Zhang furiously finished off the monster, knocking it off its feet and giving it no chance to defend itself or regain its position in the fight. Swinging his fists, he struck directly at the head, feeling resistance but continuing to dominate his opponent. Gradually, the monster's strength left its body, and it lost consciousness and the ability to fight, approaching its inevitable demise. Unable to stop, the guy decided to use his decapitation skill one last time, preparing to end the fight with a decisive blow. At the last moment, he swung his arm back, then stopped and froze, surprised by the unexpected force that seemed to hold his hand back. Breathing heavily, the young man did not understand what force had stopped him and what was happening, feeling a mixture of fear and surprise. Looking at the monster, he suddenly saw the face of the guy from the night watch, who asked in surprise where he was and what had happened. Puzzled, Xiao couldn't understand why the soldier hadn't died, why he had become like this and reappeared in the dark world. Multiple questions popped into his head. Suddenly, gathering strength, the monster rose sharply, throwing Zhang's body aside, demonstrating an unexpected burst of energy. As if slipping across the ground, the monster rushed away and the young man tried to catch up with it, using all his skills and shadow speed. Rushing after the other, he wanted to talk and find out what was going on, trying to understand the reason for the monster's strange behavior. Amidst the darkness and tall buildings, Zhang's voice echoed, breaking the silence and bouncing off the walls, creating a tense atmosphere. After running a long way, the guy was sweating and out of breath, feeling tired, but he kept moving, not wanting to lose contact with his opponent. Gradually, he slowed down and stopped, catching his breath and gathering his strength to reassess the situation and decide what to do next. Standing among the dark buildings of the shadow world, the hero suddenly laughed loudly, realizing the absurdity of the situation. In the middle of the night in the dark world, the system announced that Jiang had found his prey and that it was time to prepare for the next successful hunt. Standing firmly on the ground, he continued to laugh, feeling the power of his skills and confident that the shadow was completely subject to his will. A notification came that the hunt was almost successful, but the victim had disappeared at the last moment. But this did not bother Xiao. As he walked through the dark streets, the system warned him that failures would weaken his body and shorten his future lifespan. Deep down, the hunter understood that only constant battles would increase his authority and allow him to gain power over death. Silently, he wondered what it meant to live. Was it constant attacks, or something more that he had not yet fully realized? The young man realized with horror that death was inexorably approaching, and the anticipation of meeting it would never end. Angered, he slammed his fist against the system screen, demonstrating his rage and protest against the constant rules. No longer wanting to receive warnings, his bones cracked from the force of the blow, and the notifications instantly turned off. Calming down a little and deciding to control himself, he sighed heavily, gathering his thoughts and preparing for the next hunt. Clutching his head, the guy realized that a hero who sacrifices himself for others inevitably becomes stronger, but loses his peace of mind. Listening to his feelings, Zhang tried to understand what exactly was making him angry and where his constant irritation was coming from. Seeing the reflection of his shadow, Xiao thought about what would happen if he died and could not accurately predict the consequences for himself. With burning eyes, he assumed that he too would turn into a monster and refused to believe in the inevitability of such a fate. Clenching his fists tightly, he realized that there was no turning back for him, and only hunting would allow him to maintain control over himself. Looking around viciously, the warrior realized that he must continue hunting, not allowing himself to show weakness, and maintain his leadership among the shadows. Finding himself in the Eastern District Number 1, at the gathering place of the wasteland, he stared intently at the screen of his phone. Looking around, the hunter realized that he had come to the right place, where others constantly gathered, as he had learned from the news and rumors. Using the shadow icon, the guy seemed to plunge into a dark abyss, feeling his connection with the surrounding darkness and all its powers. Suddenly, a small dark spot appeared in the sky above the building, resembling a portal and attracting attention. In the blink of an eye, Xiao found himself on the roof of one of the buildings, to get a better view of the surrounding area and assess the location of the others. Looking at the neighboring buildings, the hunter sensed that there were many more others here, but they were all afraid to come outside. Their silhouettes flashed here and there in the windows, but no one came out onto the street, trying to hide and not attract attention. Suddenly, the hero's attention was drawn to a strange energy emanating from one of the figures, which seemed unusual and dangerous to Xiao. Suddenly, he noticed a monster sitting on the roof of another wing of the building, and its presence immediately heightened the tension and danger. As he approached, he sensed that the other possessed incredible strength, and the decision to attack required the utmost caution. Unaware of the enemy's approach, the monster was eating the flesh of its slain victim, enjoying the taste in its recent victory. Noticing that his opponent's leg was injured and he had lost a lot of blood, Xiao decided that he had a chance to win if he used the right tactics. Smiling, he decided that he would no longer retreat and would fight to the end, using all his skills and hunting strategy. Deciding to use his skills, the young man gradually teleported closer to the monster, hiding in the shadows. Once behind the monster, the hunter carefully assessed the situation and came up with a plan of action to avoid falling into a trap. As if sensing the enemy's approach, the monster turned abruptly, and Zhang realized that it was time to act decisively and quickly. Weak spots appeared on the monster's body, glowing with red lights, but before he could attack, Xiao disappeared into the shadows. As if dissolving into the clouds, he descended deeper, plunging into the water to use his stalker abilities. Using this skill, he realized that the monsters here were much more vigilant than in his territory, and his actions required the utmost caution. While the other moved slowly, the hero decided to wait for the right moment to calm his opponent and prepare for the attack. Not understanding what was happening, the monster simply turned around in search of its prey, while Jiang waited patiently for his opponent to lower its guard. Turning its back, the monster moved away, the glowing dots on its body flashing brightly, and the hunter realized that the decisive moment had come. His eyes lit up, and he activated his marking ability, preparing to strike at vulnerable spots to end the fight with a victory. In the real world, morning had arrived. Sunlight flooded the city, and everyday life went on as usual. In the kitchen, Lu was preparing breakfast for her friend, and when she heard the front door slam, she asked where the guy had been and why he had come home so late. Receiving no answer, the girl said angrily that Zhang could have helped her and not left the housework to her alone. Puzzled, Li and her father shrugged, thinking that he had once again left his daughter unattended in a strange family's home. Hearing her father's words, Lu replied that he was talking nonsense again and continued cooking, trying not to pay attention to the men. While continuing to cook, she asked why her father and Li had returned so early, and he explained that he had finished work at the office and suggested they have lunch together. Turning around with a plate in her hands, the girl replied that she was almost done, and there was no point in eating out since everything was already prepared. With a smile, Uncle Li said that they would go to the restaurant another time and suggested having lunch together at home. The man asked with interest if Xiao was not at home, and the girl replied that he had probably gone out for a walk and would be back soon. Angry, the uncle began to protest while Zhang approached the door to enter the house, unaware of the arrival of guests. Entering the hallway, the young man said that the smell of food was very appetizing, that he was extremely hungry, and with a smile asked what his girlfriend had prepared. Smiling, he took a lollipop out of his pocket and suggested that the girl was bored, and that was why she had sent him so many messages. When they saw the guy with the candy in his hands, an awkward silence hung in the kitchen, and everyone present felt uncomfortable. Seeing his girlfriend's uncle and father, Zhang swallowed nervously and realized that his actions could raise unnecessary questions. Realizing the absurdity of his behavior, he silently hid the candy in his pocket, deciding not to attract unnecessary attention. Laughing, the guy decided to lie, saying that a dog had delayed him and he had gotten into trouble on his way home, justifying his tardiness. Waving his hand and telling the boy not to spoil the mood, the uncle invited him to sit down at the table and relax. Patting Jiang on the shoulder, Li said that all guys fight and there's nothing wrong with that, and his words made the young man slightly embarrassed. Pouring water, the uncle added that there was nothing wrong with bragging to a girl, and asked what the name of the stranger he had seen him with was. Without hiding her irritation, Lu replied that her name was Yu Zhou'er, and her father remarked that she was beautiful, and that if he were young, he would give everything for her. Raising his glass, Li proposed a toast to their loose success, lifting the mood and showing friendliness. With a smile, the guy said that her father shouldn't talk like that in front of his daughter, while she was angry and blushing, not hiding her emotions. Pointing to the glass, the uncle also suggested raising their glasses, creating a festive and lighthearted atmosphere. Feeling tense and laughing, the guy drank to his girlfriend's father so as not to get a reprimand and keep the peace. Standing up, the hero gulped down a glass of water, feeling cool and thirsty after a long day, and felt a slight relief. Watching the young man closely, Lu said he wasn't bad, hiding a smile and assessing Zhang's behavior with interest. Turning to the girl's father, Xiao told him to eat some home-cooked food, as he rarely had the opportunity to do so. With a smile, Zhang suggested that Lu often cooked at home, which was why her skills were so good, and praised his friend a little. Surprised by the young man's words, the father felt a slight tension, not immediately understanding what his daughter's friend was talking about. Not believing his assumptions, the man wondered why he was eating takeout food and thought that his daughter only cared about his friend. Laughing, the hero realized how things really were at his friend's house, while Lu finished her drink, watching them. While the weather outside was clear, another proposal was made to drink to the uncle's health, thus creating a warm atmosphere. Deciding to support Lu, Jiang raised his glass, and his uncle thanked them, noting their attention and respect for the elder member of the family. After lunch, the friend and her father left, and Jiang and his uncle waved goodbye, seeing them off and watching the family leave. Slamming the door loudly, they went back into the apartment, feeling the silence and slight calm after the family dinner. Taking a bottle of water, the young man asked his uncle if he wanted a drink, but he replied no, watching his nephew intently. While Xiao drank, the man sat down loudly on the sofa to rest a little after a hard day at the office and solving difficult problems. Feeling thirsty, Zhang drank the water eagerly, and it dripped down his chin. Li noticed the young man's strange behavior. Not understanding why the young man was drinking so eagerly, the uncle watched him closely, assessing his behavior and asking himself various questions. Suddenly, he said that he had wanted to ask his nephew something for a long time, and the hero looked at him questioningly. With seriousness in his voice, the uncle asked Xiao if he thought he had any abilities. causing the young man to freeze and ponder the words. Shocked by the question, the hero froze in amazement, and the thought flashed through his mind. Could his uncle have guessed everything? Pretending to drink water, he turned his back and asked again, as if trying to hide his embarrassment and gauge the reaction. Suddenly, the uncle stated that he had served in the night watch for 20 years, easily recognized Zhang's injuries, and asked when his abilities had manifested. Feeling embarrassed and tense, the hero sighed heavily, not turning around and trying not to show his emotions to the man. Sitting down next to him, he said that his abilities had awakened half a month ago, and Lee asked how exactly they had manifested. With a smile, the young man asked again, "Is this really an interrogation?" Trying to hide his excitement and lighten the mood a little. Taking a cigarette, the uncle told his nephew not to worry and just tell him everything, without fear of his reaction. Thinking for a moment, Xiao said that his abilities had manifested suddenly, and he himself did not understand how it had happened. Surprised, the uncle wondered how the abilities could have manifested so suddenly, since such things happen no more than once a year. Shrugging his shoulders, the young man replied that perhaps it was due to his natural talents and perseverance. The man stared intently at the young man, who felt tense, as if his every move was being scrutinized by his uncle's gaze. Patting him on the shoulder, Lee signaled that Zhang could relax, while wondering if he had activated his own abilities. The clock on the wall continued to tick away, quietly reminding them of the inevitability of future events and exams. Looking at them, the uncle announced that there would be a test this year, and everyone would be required to take a martial arts exam. In a calm voice, Zhang replied that he and Lu knew about it, and the man was surprised that his friend's daughter was also going to take the exam. Deciding to let his nephew in on the secret, Lee explained that there had been more casualties during night patrols, and if they failed the exam, there was a backup plan. Surprised, Zhang asked about the backup option and clarified whether this was even possible, not believing his own ears. Expressing confidence, Lee said that the boy could choose several universities to apply to, including the art department. Zhang eagerly asked if he could just take his diploma if he didn't want to study, testing his uncle's patience. Angered, Lee slapped him and said he would not allow such a thing, showing his determination and strictness. Calm down, he declared that his nephew would go to Lindong University, then get a stable job and live happily with Lu. Feeling the inevitability of the situation, Zhang clutched his head and turned to the man, feeling an inner conflict. Not understanding the young man's reaction, Lee waited impatiently for an answer, trying to understand his decision and readiness for change. Uncertainly but resolutely, Xiao stated that he wanted to try to become special, not wanting to limit himself to an ordinary life. Jumping to his feet, Lee shouted that his nephew must obey without question, expressing a mixture of fear and severity. After a moment's thought, the man tried to pull himself together, breathing heavily so as not to show excessive anger. Keeping his arm outstretched, he pointed his finger at Jiang, demonstrating control and persistence. Suddenly, the hero declared decisively that he would not listen to him, and if he was forbidden to become special, he would join the night watch and betray his uncle. Shocked by the young man's words, the man asked furiously if his nephew really intended to betray him. For a while, they stared at each other in silence, as if testing each other's resolve and assessing their plans for the future. Suddenly, the uncle declared that the world of special people was much more dangerous than Zhang had thought, and told him to study calmly, saying that he would take care of everything else. Deciding not to back down, Xiao proved the seriousness of his words, and pointed out that danger was everywhere and Li would not be able to protect him for the rest of his life. Not knowing how to respond, the man remained silent, choosing his words carefully so as not to aggravate the situation and maintain control of the conversation. Giving in, he said that the young man would regret his decision, but if he wanted to transfer, he could contact him. Finally, the young man asked him not to interfere, and the man waved him off and left, indicating that the argument was over. Suddenly, Jiang stopped him, and the man turned around questioningly, waiting for an explanation and ready for further dialogue. The hero recounted with interest what he had learned about the others from Lu, and asked if it was possible to become one of them, if one exhausted all one's strength. Frowning, the uncle remained silent, trying to find the right words to give a correct and understandable answer to the unexpected question. After a pause, he replied that it was possible if a person had special abilities or was affected by external interference. Puzzled, Li asked why Jiang was interested in this, but Jiang decided to lie and referred to a sporting interest, hiding the truth. While putting on his shoes, the man said that if Xiao chose martial arts, he would face all kinds of dangers anyway. As he left, he advised his nephew to take a break, stop fighting, and, assuming a military stance, the hero obeyed. Turning around, Li said that this year's test would take place before the new year, and that he needed to be prepared for anything in advance. Realizing that time was running out, the young man did not believe that everything would happen so soon, but Li, leaving, said that he needed to prepare. The guy's hallway was super tidy, with all his shoes neatly arranged in the closet, giving off a clean and organized vibe. Left alone, Zhang sat down on the sofa to think about his uncle's words and understand how they would change his future. As he pondered, the hunter tried to understand how Li had become special, whether it was due to his abilities or external factors. Remembering the other guy and the night watchman, Zhang decided that the night watch should help everyone, regardless of their abilities. The image of the monster with his neighbor's face appeared again, and the young man clutched his head, not knowing whether it was a hallucination or a mistake. Seeing the notification about the new video, the girl was delighted and eagerly decided to see what surprise Yu had in store for her this time. Going to the channel, she carefully studied the comments and other available information, trying to understand the viewers' reactions. Angrily, the heroine noticed that the number of haters had increased significantly and decided that they were just jealous of the guy. Undeterred, she believed that people simply did not understand what was happening, which is why they wrote that the videos had been edited. Sitting on the bed with a teddy bear, the girl felt a strange energy, as if she were immersed in the atmosphere of the video. She said hopefully that her brother Ew was definitely not lying and that his actions reflected real strength and skill, not editing. By clicking the play button, the subscriber decided that otherwise he would not have released a video about his own losses. The beginning stated that if the guy didn't kill, he could die himself, which was the slogan he chose for the channel. In the first-person video, the guy filmed everything that was happening while sitting on the roof of one of the buildings, demonstrating his agility and confidence. With her eyes wide open, the girl admired the view, finding what was happening incredible and extremely cool. Completely immersed in watching, she felt as if she herself had entered the video and was standing next to the hunter. Pushing off, Zhang flew straight down, causing the girl to feel a storm of emotions and fear for her own life. Holding onto the hero's back, she screamed, not understanding what he was doing, but feeling a rush of adrenaline and surprise. Closing her eyes, the subscriber felt something dangerous, and at the same time, fortunate approaching, and tears welled up in her eyes. Opening one eye, she wondered what was happening, unable to believe her eyes and emotions at what was happening. Realizing that everything had gone well and they were still alive, she continued to hold tightly onto Zhang's back, feeling relieved. Being close to the guy, the girl couldn't hide her admiration and wondered if this was his true power. Suddenly, an unexpected powerful stream of energy pierced the hunter's body, creating a whirlwind of dust around him. A huge storm arose around them, obscuring the space and adding drama to the battle. Kicking the guy in the chest, the monster appeared nearby, making a terrifying sound and preparing to attack, while the girl froze in shock. Making terrifying sounds and growling, the monster stood too close and prepared to inflict damage on its opponent, feeling superior. Stretching out his arms, Zhang decided to use his web ability, demonstrating his skill and control over the situation. Jumping on the web, he deftly knocked his opponent off his feet, leaving the monster confused and impressing the audience with his agility. Falling to the ground, the other rapidly lost his strength for further battle, his body pierced by sharp pain. As if invisible, the girl continued to watch the fight, admiring the beauty and strength of her hero, completely immersed in what was happening. Standing aside, the subscriber watched the battle with admiration, evaluating each of the blogger's maneuvers and his agility in battle. Knocking his opponent off his feet, Zhang struck repeatedly, trying to prevent the monster from recovering and using its powers. Not to be outdone, the other tried to inflict damage, but all attacks were futile against the hunter's skill and speed. Feeling intrigued, the girl was sure that what was happening was real and impossible to fake. Meanwhile, the fight continued, and using his agility, Xiao jumped high, striking his opponent with unexpected feints. Puzzled by his opponent's tricks, the monster turned around in surprise, trying to predict the hunter's movements. Seizing the moment, Xiao crept up from behind, preparing to strike again and deprive the other of the opportunity to counterattack. Exhausted, the other fell to the ground, while the young man seemed to absorb his energy with his hands, strengthening his own powers. Waving his arms like a conductor, the boy used his shadow bite ability, while the girl continued to watch his every move. Indifferently, he wondered if he could absorb another one again, having already used this ability, assessing his capabilities. Puzzled, the subscriber did not understand whether the hero had acquired new skills or was simply demonstrating old ones. Throwing his clothes into a box, the young man decided to rest after the battle, allowing his body to recover and to think about what had happened. Looking in the mirror, the guy touched his wounded face and felt pain, realizing that even an experienced hunter is not immune. After bandaging his body, Zhang noted that others in the area were very strong, and if they had not been injured, he would not have been able to withstand them. Suddenly, the sound of the phone caught his attention, distracting him for a moment from his thoughts and fatigue after the fight. Analyzing EU's video again, Dao started a new broadcast, stating that this time, everything looked more realistic. Showing the frame, the man stated that the monster was seriously injured and even an ordinary person could handle it. Belittling the fighter's efforts, he said that if he had become special, he would not have paid attention to such weaklings, while Jiang watched silently. Angered by the host's words, he closed the video, unwilling to listen to criticism that devalued his skills and strength. Deciding to sit down, the young man understood that his fight was not perfect, but he still did not like it when someone criticized him. As he collapsed onto the sofa, he felt pain and fatigue throughout his body, realizing that recovery would take time and effort. Recalling the fight, he thought that his current strength was not enough for anything more, and this made him strive for perfection. Opening his eyes wide, he decided that he had to become stronger at any cost, so that no one would doubt his abilities. Straining his muscles, the young man wanted to become so strong that everyone would be confident in his skill and power. Deciding to turn to the system again, the hero silently studied his characteristics and tried to understand what he was lacking. Taking a towel, the guy thought that he was not a weakling. He could handle 200 people like Lu and 15 like his uncle. Thinking deeply, Xiao noted that his abilities were still limited, but after the last battle, he had acquired many new skills. Reflecting on shadow glasses, he realized that it was not an experience bar, but an indicator of the energy required for use. It took about 3 energy points to use the shadow thread or the shadow pupil ability, which required precise calculation. As if out of nowhere, an energy spinner appeared in Jiang's hands, and he realized that its shape and power depended on the environment. Waving his arms and recalling previous battles with others, the hunter studied the properties of shadows and realized that he needed to control their shape. Grabbing the spinner, the guy remembered that a martial arts test was coming up soon and decided to prepare in advance. Wearing comfortable slippers, he went out onto the balcony, watching the city at night and thinking about his preparation for the upcoming test. Looking at the moon, the young man decided that the special ones were very strong and believed that he could only fight them in the form of a shadow. Birds flew over the buildings, and the hero understood that despite the difficulties, everything would work out if he made an effort. Shouting, he raised his hand, promising that he would give his all on the exam, because his uncle would be there for him no matter what. Jumping on the balcony and shouting with joy, Xiao had no idea that his neighbor had heard him, which puzzled the old man. Sighing heavily, the grandfather thought that the young man must have gone mad and become too carried away with his thoughts. The next day was difficult and hot, and Jiang felt tense spending time with his classmates. Sitting on a bench among the boutiques, the boy and his classmates sighed heavily as they watched the passers-by and assessed the situation. Outraged, they called the girls deceivers, while the girls, with their belongings in hand, laughed, enjoying their superiority. Suddenly, Jiang declared that if he wasted his life, he would not live long, and his friend asked him not to joke around because the new year was approaching. In a serious voice, Xiao said that he was speaking frankly, and if he did not act decisively, he risked dying himself. Puzzled, his classmate asked what his friend was talking about. But the hero decided not to explain and noted that the girls had already arrived. Suddenly, the ladies began discussing what they were going to eat, and their laughter attracted the attention of the bored young men. Keeping an eye on their figures, they discussed what salad to eat today so that it wouldn't be too high in calories. Laughing, Jiang didn't understand what was so delicious about salad and suggested going to a cafe that all the students loved. Opening the menu, the guys studied it with interest, trying to choose their lunch dishes and discussing what they thought would be tasty. With a smile, Lu noted that all students love this cafe, and her friend pointed out that guys love it even more. Explaining that he had recently been injured and wanted to make up for lost time, Jiang placed a large order with the waiter. Surprised, Lu stared at her friend, thinking that he would definitely choose something unusual or exotic. Closing the menu, the young man agreed that the order was ordinary, but asked for larger and fresher oysters to treat himself. After a while, the waiter brought a variety of dishes, including oysters, as well as mussels, chuka salad, and scallops. In order not to upset his girlfriend, Xiao tried to treat her, but she turned away and just watched him skeptically. Suddenly, a notification about a new message appeared on her phone, and Lu decided to open it with interest. The message warned that the martial arts exam would be held earlier than planned. Seeing this, my friend did not hide her surprise and asked if the testing would really be mandatory for everyone. Feeling tense, his classmates said that the tests would be ahead of schedule, which would greatly complicate the preparation for the participants. Patting his friend on the shoulder, Jiang told him not to worry, because his qualifications weren't good enough anyway. With annoyance, the guy explained that at the age of 7, he was frightened by something else, and because of this, he suffered mental trauma. With a smile, the hero declared that he could easily deal with him now, but Lu was skeptical, thinking that this was an exaggeration. The girl calmly noted that most people in similar situations would run away and do exactly the same as her classmate. Gradually, the world became more normal, but the others did not disappear and sometimes appeared among the crowd, reminding everyone of their presence. Meanwhile, the girl's order was brought to the table: chicken skewers and fish, contrasting with Zhang's seafood. Lost in thought, the guys looked at each other, completely forgetting about the food, and the atmosphere became tense and a little awkward. Beads of sweat appeared on the hero's face. He felt slightly awkward and realized that he needed to lighten the mood. To ease the tension, he raised his glass and suggested a drink, coming up with a reason for a toast and a way to cheer up the guys. Raising his glass, Zhang tried to come up with a toast and a joke to distract everyone from the awkward situation. Suddenly, a piercing siren sounded, and the guys jumped up from the table, looking around apprehensively. Lu said with horror that it was a pollution sensor siren and that the signal could not be ignored in such conditions. They reported that an intruder had entered the shopping center where the guys were relaxing, and now everyone had to leave the building. Not understanding what was happening, people couldn't believe their ears and tried to remain calm, hoping for a quick resolution. Suddenly, a man shouted for everyone to run away immediately, and his voice echoed throughout the shopping center, causing panic. Commotion broke out among the visitors, everyone pushing each other, trying to get to the exit as quickly as possible. A huge crowd formed, and the guys watched the chaos from the sidelines, trying to assess the situation and figure out what to do. With horror, a classmate noted that there were too many people, and it would be extremely difficult for them to get out, while another classmate asked what to do. Putting confidence in her voice, Lu said that they should remain calm and gradually make their way to the exit. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and she turned around in surprise, trying to understand the source of the strange and unexpected noise. With one powerful punch, Zhang broke through the wall, and Lu was shocked by what she saw, unable to believe her eyes. Stones flew in all directions, and the hero watched silently, while his friend crossed her arms and prepared for possible danger. Waving his hand, he told people to run, while asking why many were staying put, and tried to restore order. Grabbing their classmate by the arms, the girls tried to pull him away, while Zhang turned around and analyzed the situation around him. Suddenly, he noticed a strange black trail and a guy screaming about something else and trying to run away in panic. Right in front of the hunter appeared a huge, vicious monster, growling menacingly and approaching, causing everyone to freeze in terror. Gritting his teeth, Zhang realized that there were too many people, and if he transformed into a shadow, everyone would immediately notice, and it would be dangerous. Suddenly, he grabbed Lu's hand forcefully, and his friend didn't understand what was happening, only trustingly following him in the chaos. Encouraging friends and strangers alike, the hero shouted for everyone to run away immediately, supporting them and helping the crowd. Turning around, Lu thought that there should be barriers near the shopping center and wondered where the other one came from. The young man said seriously that it was too late to think about it. They just had to run because they had been discovered in time. Pointing ahead, he shouted to those running away that he could see a passage between the walls, and that was where they could safely pass. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake, and everyone stopped in confusion, trying to understand what had caused this strange movement. Realizing what was happening, Zhang shouted for everyone to be careful and hold on to him, trying to save as many people as possible. The building began to collapse, and everyone began to fall rapidly, cries for help coming from all around. In the darkness, amid the rising dust, cries for help could be heard, and it remained unknown who had managed to survive. Touching his buttock with his hand, the guy felt the pain from the fall and tried to quickly understand what had happened to him after the sharp blow. Getting to his feet, Zhang asked the girls if they were all right, trying to make sure that no one had been seriously injured. After checking themselves over, the girls said they were fine, with only minor scratches, and the panic gradually began to subside. Suddenly, they heard their classmate scream. His leg was trapped under a huge rock, and everyone present was overcome with horror. Deciding to help their friend, the boys rushed to him, trying to free his limb as quickly as possible and ease his pain. Kneeling down and grabbing the rock, the hero told his friend not to worry, that he would help him get out. Grabbing the rebar sticking out of the rock, the boy tensed up and tried to lift it with all his strength. With determination, Zhang lifted the rock and freed his friend, while the girls watched, unable to believe the miracle that was happening. Crying out in pain, his classmate noticed that his leg was broken and twisted in the wrong direction, which complicated the situation. While his friend was in agony, Zhang deftly threw the rock aside to make room and keep everyone else safe. Remembering the pills, the girl took out the bottle and several pills, preparing to ease her friend's suffering. Handing them to her classmate, Lu said that they would help him cope with the pain and calm him down a little. Looking around, the boy asked where they were and why it had suddenly become so dark, sensing a strange atmosphere. Without hiding her surprise, Lu replied that she didn't know herself as she had never encountered such a situation before. Crouching down, Jang felt the floor beneath his feet with his hands, trying to determine where they were and how to get out of there. After assessing the situation, he stated that they were on one of the floors of the center, but they needed to figure out how to find the exit. Suddenly, the young man's hands began to shake, and a strange energy seemed to pierce his body, causing a feeling of anxiety and tension. Looking at himself, he realized that these feelings seemed familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Turning around, Jang couldn't believe that the entire floor had shifted into a shadow layer, and that they were now in a different reality. People were trying to get out from under the rubble, shouting, while children cried in pain and fear, adding to the chaos around them. The young man noted with annoyance that there were too many people here, no means of transportation, and the night patrol would take a long time. Looking at his friends, the hero realized that if they stayed, they would face contamination or attack by others. Filled with determination, he realized that he needed to get everyone out of this dangerous place as soon as possible, thinking through a strategy. Pointing to her hand, Zhang asked if Lu was wearing the watch his uncle had given him, which might help in this situation. Looking at her wrist, the girl smiled and said that she had almost forgotten about it, feeling relieved and hopeful. Her classmate happily exclaimed that thanks to the watch, they were saved, and hope appeared on the faces of the children. With a smile, Lu added that the watch could send a signal for help, speeding up the arrival of the night watch and their rescue. Her classmate expressed her immense gratitude to her savior, and her heart was filled with hope for a better future. Looking back, Zhang did not understand how the watches would help, but he knew that they protected against contamination and gave a chance for salvation. Taking up a fighting stance, the hero understood that an enemy could attack at any moment, and that he must remain vigilant. Strange shadows and energy gradually enveloped everything around him, creating a sense of impending danger. In a panic, people rushed about, shouting about monsters, adding to the chaos and making it difficult to find a way out of the dangerous building. Jang calmly noted that the monster had appeared, as he had predicted, and that they needed to act quickly. Deciding not to retreat, Xiao and Lu took up combat positions, while their classmates tried to understand what was happening. Looking ahead, the hero kept a close eye on the situation, but the monster was not yet visible in the darkness and chaos. A thick layer of dust rose around the pillars, warning of the approaching threat and the need to be ready to fight. Amidst the thick dust, Lu rose from the ground, trying to understand what was happening, coughing and feeling weak after the fall. Rubbing her bruised arms, she called out to her friends, hoping to hear a response from Xiao, Liu, or Jiang amid the chaos around her. Suddenly, a friend approached, took Lu by the shoulders, and quietly said that she was nearby and that everything was fine. With a cry, Liu rushed around nearby, unable to see anyone in the dusty haze, and desperately called out to Jiang, hoping for his help. Suddenly, Xiao noticed something frightening and called out loudly to Lu. While she went to help her friend get out from under the rubble, the ground split beneath their feet, a huge hole opened up, and the girls were afraid that Xiao might fall in and not be able to get out. At that moment, Jiang's subscriber was breathing heavily, lying among the debris, slowly recovering from a heavy fall. As she tried to get up, she felt her body aching with pain, every muscle responding with a nagging weakness. Her arms and legs were scraped, her clothes were torn, and her thoughts were confused. She couldn't understand what had happened. Gradually, she remembered leaving the shopping center with Xiaoya and laughing about trivial things. Looking around in horror, she called out to her friend, hoping to hear a response in this ruined and gloomy place. Suddenly, her gaze fell on a pool of blood and a motionless body nearby, and her heart froze, unable to believe the cruel reality. Xiaoya's mutilated body lay before her eyes, and the girl couldn't believe that her friend was dead. Gradually, her eyes filled with tears. Despair broke her from within, and she refused to accept the terrible reality. While the heroine was trying to cope with her grief, a huge monster was rapidly approaching from behind, ready to attack. Sensing the impending threat, she slowly turned around, trembling, and tried to see who was behind her. Seeing that his prey had noticed him, the creature let out a piercing, loud growl, breaking the silence as if announcing the start of the hunt. Tears streamed down the girl's face, and in horror, she thought she was in a movie where her inevitable death awaited her. Realizing the monster was close, she remembered that in stories, heroines are saved by superheroes. But reality was cruel. Closing her eyes tightly, she realized that no one would come, because in real life there is no miraculous rescue from all misfortunes. Suddenly, a strange light flashed before her eyes, like scattered drops of water, and the air seemed to tremble. Chaos still reigned around her. Destruction was everywhere, and red spots of blood were everywhere, like traces of a nightmare. Suddenly, Jiang's silhouette appeared nearby, his breathing ragged after his rapid lunges and sharp body movements. Trying to comprehend what she had seen, The girl cautiously opened one eye, afraid that it was just an illusion in her mind. Grabbing the monster by the arm, the hunter tried to stop his rage, while the subscriber couldn't believe she was seeing a real hero. With one powerful blow, he knocked the other straight into the dark abyss, while the girl sat in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Trying to find the right words, she couldn't believe that the hero was the very same Yu, her idol whom she had been following online. Using the power of the Shadow Claw, Zhang's hand grew in size, which significantly increased the lethality of his blows. Like lightning, he vanished into thin air, leaving only a dark spot in front of the girl, which gradually dissolved into the air. Wielding his claws, the warrior flew straight at his opponent's face to strike and throw the enemy off balance as quickly as possible. The powerful collision sent the monster's body flying sideways with great force, breaking the remaining walls around it. Despite his long claws, he continued to move incredibly fast, and this did not affect his speed or reaction time in any way. Trying to find the strength to continue the fight, the monster breathed heavily, showing that its abilities were running out. With admiration and a loving gaze, the girl thought it was a dream and couldn't believe that her idol, Yu, was standing in front of her. Unable to contain her emotions, she screamed with delight, which embarrassed Zhang and confused him as to why the heroine reacted this way. She ran up to him and spun around him, confessing that she was his fan and watched every video, but he stopped her. Embarrassed, the girl asked where he was looking, but Zhang calmly replied that he just wanted to remind her about her torn dress. Smiling, she said that if the guy didn't like her outfit, she could quickly run home and change. Trying to contain his admiration for her beauty, Zhang swallowed nervously, unable to find the words to hide his embarrassment. While a strange dialogue was taking place between them, another watched with bewilderment and anger, clenching his claws. Unable to bear it any longer, he growled loudly again, as if reminding them of his presence and showing that he was going to continue the fight. Remembering the danger, Xiao said that now was not the time for flirting and decided to focus entirely on the battle. Throwing himself into the attack and leaving the fan behind, he shouted that the hunt had only just begun and swung his claws forward. Trying to figure out where the enemy was, another monster turned its head from side to side, not understanding where the danger might be coming from. Suddenly, a small stone hit the back of his head, causing the monster to become alert and raising even more questions. Zhang slowly and confidently crept up from behind until the monster noticed his presence and remained completely unsuspecting. Swinging its huge claws, it tried to strike the enemy, but met with resistance and did not achieve the desired result. After that, Zhang deftly jumped aside, avoiding another blow and maintaining confidence in his superiority and speed. Seeing his enemy fall, he realized that the other guy had tremendous strength and endurance. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Deciding not to stop, the young man rushed into the attack again, relying on his abilities and great speed. His eyes burned with a thirst for revenge and a deep hatred for all monsters that threatened humanity and took the lives of others. With nimble movements, he fended off the energy of the other, which was rapidly spreading in all directions. Pausing for a moment, he began to think through his tactics and options for further action in the current situation. Suddenly, two more others appeared nearby, approaching slowly but surely, ready to attack. Realizing that the forces were unequal, the hero understood how difficult the battle would be, and that he had a serious test ahead of him. While filming the event, the girl shouted words of encouragement to him and promised to wear stockings if he won. Hearing this promise from the spectator, Zhang blushed. His eyes lit up with excitement and a thirst for such a strange reward. Moving at lightning speed, he flew straight into his opponent's claws, trying to catch them off guard and strike first. While the monsters were swinging, Xiao confidently darted around on his web, dodging attacks and attacking from different sides. Noticing one of his enemies take to the air, the young man cursed under his breath, realizing that the battle would become even more difficult. Reaching out his hand, he tried to use the web, hoping that this power would be a useful weapon against the enemy. With one precise movement, the threads enveloped the other's claws, immobilizing him and preventing him from escaping the trap. Zhang's strength and energy formed a barrier around him, similar to a grid, protecting him from the blows and targeted attacks of his enemies. With swings of his arms, he tossed his opponent's bodies around like punching bags, not letting them get close to him. With contempt, the guy declared that even if others tried to kill him, they would still not be able to do anything. While he was distracted, one of his enemies sneaked up behind him and furiously struck him hard in the back. Feeling a sharp pain, Xiao bent over, his body trembled, and he began coughing up blood, unable to contain the pain from his injury. Deciding not to give up, he increased the distance and rushed to the side, trying to get away from his opponents, who began to act together. Despite his injury, he realized that the others had begun to work together, with two trying to hold him back while the third struck him. Waving his hand with the thread, he realized that he needed to come up with a new plan. Otherwise, his chances of winning were getting slimmer by the second. Not understanding what was happening, the monster turned in different directions, while Jiang continued to release thick cobwebs. Feeling intense tension, he couldn't believe that the other had really noticed his presence and begun a targeted hunt. Like a squad of soldiers, the monsters rushed toward him, trying to leave him no chance of escape and immediately preparing to attack. Moving through the air, they decided to surround him from different sides to completely block any possible escape routes. Trying to hold back the attacks, he cursed and realized that his enemies would not let him retreat into the shadows, depriving him of his main advantage in battle. The young man was rapidly losing blood and strength, and soon realized that he could not continue at the same pace. Continuing to circle around him, the monsters attacked from all sides, not allowing him even a moment to catch his breath. Realizing that retreat was impossible, he decided that his only chance was to lure his enemies into a trap. While the warrior was thinking about his next move, the enemy quietly approached from behind, hovering in the air like a ghost. Turning abruptly, he came face to face with another person. And at that moment, he realized that the decisive battle had begun. Deciding to use the mark, Jiang concentrated and began to pursue, hoping to confuse his opponents and break their confidence. Since the last battle, its duration had increased by 3 seconds, and this now gave him a decisive advantage. During this time, the chosen target ceased to think clearly out of fear, but more than 8 seconds had already passed. Time dragged on agonizingly. The count reached 10, and the hunter realized that the effect of the mark would soon wear off. While the effect remained, he moved quickly and struck his disoriented opponents, disrupting their plans. With a nimble jump, Xiao darted through the air like lightning and delivered precise attacks, causing his enemies to stagger and lose their balance. After 22 seconds, he had almost finished off one of them, realizing that he had very little strength left, but there were still 2 opponents left. With his sharp claws, he seemed to draw energy from his opponent's body, depriving him of the ability to resist and flee. After 30 seconds, the guy used decapitation, and the monster growled in pain, sensing its own death. Less than a minute later, the enemy was completely defeated, and the system immediately notified Jiang of his successful battle. As a reward, he also received points and upgraded his abilities, so the next battles should be easier. Deciding to recover, he used his healing ability and felt his numerous wounds gradually heal. With a burning gaze, the young man declared that now was the time to fight the remaining monsters and destroy them once and for all. From afar, others growled with hatred, but did not dare to approach, remaining at a safe distance from their powerful opponent. Spreading his arms wide, Jiang shouted loudly, "If everything was going well, why weren't the enemies continuing their attack?" After a few minutes, Xiao decided that if the monsters weren't going to attack, then he would have to start the attack himself. At that moment, the space between the opponents was suddenly illuminated by a bright flash of light that sharply pierced the layer of darkness. Jiang stopped and wondered where the light had come from in the middle of the shadow layer, as it couldn't have appeared there just like that. Feeling strange, the young man suddenly realized that a strong desire to move directly toward the rays had arisen in his mind. Soon a fire broke out nearby, and it seemed as if the buildings had caught fire, causing the creatures to rush in that direction. With a hoarse growl, the monsters rushed toward their new prey, completely forgetting about Jiang, whom they had recently been about to attack. At that moment, the Night Watch arrived, and Commander Song and his soldiers, holding torches in their hands, surveyed the ruins of the shopping center. Stretching out his palm, he concentrated his energy as if scanning the surroundings, checking to see if there were any survivors nearby. Soon, a bright beam shot from his hand and struck Jiang, who remained in the shadows nearby. Terrified, the young man began to shout that he could handle the others himself, not allowing the other warriors to intervene in the fight. At that moment, a creature was quietly creeping up behind him, trying to attack Sun while he was focused on his search. With one swift upward movement of his hand, the commander tore the creature's body apart, using his powerful abilities. Shocked by what was happening, Jiang thought that this was how the power of the guard manifested itself, and realized that he too would be unable to resist it. Coming closer, he grabbed one of the warriors by the arms and said that they had come too late, and the guy asked about his condition. Waving his hand, Jiang said that his personal health was irrelevant and asked them to take better care of the girl. Saluting, the young man said he was joking, because he understood perfectly well that night watchmen always put their work above everything else. By saying he was leaving the girl with them, he baffled the team and her with his unexpected move. Not understanding what was going on, Sun asked if there was such a fighter in their unit, and the guy clarified that he was a blogger who used the form of a shadow. Hearing that the mysterious hero only had the first level of power, the captain sank into deep thought about the stranger. A torch burned in his hand, and he did not believe that Jiang, who had the ability to hide from so many eyes, possessed the first level. Falling to the ground, the girl burst into tears, and the Night Watch decided to escort her, considering it the safest way to return. Peering into the distance among the dark, ruined buildings, the fighters decided to return again to check on the blogger named Yu. Among the bodies of the dead, Lu lit up the space with her bracelet and called out to Zhang, hoping to hear him, but only silence stretched out in response. Her voice trembled with fear, and she begged her companion to say something because loneliness frightened her even more. Suddenly, it seemed to her that Zhang was lying among the dead bodies, but she immediately dismissed the thought and refused to believe her eyes. Unexpectedly, her friend's hand rose, and he shouted to her, telling her that he was alive and here, hidden under piles of stones. Buried under the rubble, the young man cried for help, complaining that his body felt like it was being torn apart and that the pain was getting worse with every passing second. Rushing to him, Lu called his name, asking how he had ended up there, and tried to pull him out from under the mass of stone. With a slight smile, his body seemed to soar upward, and Lu pulled him by the hand, trying not to think about the severity of the nightmare he had experienced. Pointing to the pile of rocks, she cried out that they weren't pressing down on Zhang at all, but he laughed and said he could handle it himself. Seeing the wound on his back, Lu was frightened and asked how he got it, and he said he had hit himself with a rock, even though he knew the real truth. Getting to his feet, Zhang looked around and asked the girl where their classmates were and why no one was around. With a slight smile, Lu replied that the Night Watch had already taken the boys away when they arrived earlier, while they were still trapped under the rubble. With sincere respect, Zhang asked if she had stayed for him, but Lu indignantly declared that she had done everything for Uncle Lee. He continued to look at her in surprise, not understanding what was behind her words and why she had explained everything so coldly. Filling with tears, his eyes betrayed doubt and pain. He did not want to believe that friendship could be just a pretense. He rushed to the girl and hugged her so tightly, as if he wanted to show all the gratitude that had accumulated in his soul over time. Not understanding what was happening, Lu indignantly asked why he was doing this and demanded that he let her go. Suddenly, she began hitting him on the head, but he ignored the blows and said that he had seen two people with swords. Clinging to Lu, he said he was terrified and scared, but his girlfriend only got angrier and broke free from his embrace. An unexpected voice broke the silence, and the kids turned around, trying to figure out who had spoken and where these strange words were coming from. A girl from the Night Watch stood in front of them with a lantern and asked if everything was okay. Seeing their frightened, confused faces, pushing Zhang aside, Lu replied that everything was fine, and the stranger smiled and offered to lead them to the exit, promising to take them to a safe place. Suddenly, Lu turned around and screamed, causing the guard to stop and ask what had happened and why she was so frightened. The crying young man said he had forgotten to absorb the others and muttered anxiously about the shadow glasses, as if he were afraid of losing them. The next day, the first stage of the exam began in the guard building, causing the boys to feel anxious and ask many questions. A stern voice came from a huge speaker on a tall pole, demanding that Zhang introduce himself. On the table next to the folders lay open handcuffs, left there by someone specifically to intimidate and test them. In the office, the young man answered the girls' questions, introducing himself and stating his age politely and without delay. There was a tape recorder on the table, which carefully recorded all the answers while the girl asked about this year's admissions. Li Yuan said that the consequences of the incident were insignificant, but some people needed to recover, which would take about a month. In a calm tone, she explained that taking the tests during this period would lead to a lower overall score for the candidates. Unexpectedly, the guy said he felt fine and cautiously asked if the therapy was really necessary. Explaining that the infection could be hidden, Yuan said that treatment was necessary to rule out dangerous consequences. Zhang asked for clarification, asking if that meant he would have about 10 days to prepare for the exam. Reassuring the young man, the girl said that there had been similar cases before, so the watch had introduced rules for early application. As she handed him the form, Zhang asked in surprise, as he had not known that such a possibility existed. The sheet turned out to be a special agreement, and the girl asked the guy to contact his parents or guardians for their signatures. Preliminary testing took place during patrols, and the data was immediately entered into the system as if it were an exam. In a calm voice, the young man said that his guardian was his uncle, who had been working in the night watch service for a long time. With a slight smile, Yuan replied that this would greatly simplify the process and asked for the name of his legal guardian. With some hesitation, Zhang said that his uncle seemed to work in the main department of the 1st District and gave his name. Hearing the familiar name Li Shunguang, the girl visibly tensed up and paused, showing genuine interest and excitement. The next moment, she rushed closer to the young man, repeating his guardian's name several times with obvious excitement. Puzzled, Zhang repeated his uncle's name, watching closely for the girl's strange reaction to his words. She asked if he was sure that his uncle was an ordinary civilian, and the young man asked in surprise if that wasn't the case. Feeling alarmed, he asked if his uncle had been fired, and cried out in fear that he had done nothing wrong. With a slight smile, Yuan reassured him, saying that his guardian was fine and there was nothing to worry about, that no one had fired him. She then told Jiang to follow her and promised to take him directly to Li herself without delay. With confident strides, they moved through the long corridors of the Watch Corporation until they reached the right wing. Large screens showed warriors and their fierce battles with others, attracting the attention of passing employees. Jiang looked around with interest and excitement, noting the unusual design of the rooms and many rare details. Nearby, employees were enthusiastically discussing the mysterious blogger Yu, who had attracted the attention of the public and the authorities. Hearing a familiar name, Jiang suddenly froze in surprise, feeling truly shocked by what he had heard. Seeing his reaction, the girl cautiously asked what had happened and why his expression had changed so dramatically. Scratching his head, the guy said that he was just nervous because it was his first time here, and he realized that they had clearly started to check him out. After bringing Jiang into the office, Yuan said that he could rest here for a while she went to find his uncle Li. Upon entering, he was surprised to see Lu and his own classmates sitting at the table, which greatly surprised and confused him. Not understanding why they were here, the hero felt even more surprised and tried to make sense of what was happening. With obvious interest, Lu turned to the girl and asked if she had met the mysterious and much-discussed Yu. The subscriber explained that it was actually the hero who had saved her, and that was why she had personally seen the blogger himself. Seeing his acquaintance, Jiang realized that the situation was becoming complicated and could not guess why she was in this particular place. Noticing her friend's arrival, Lu waved her hand at the empty chair next to her and told her to sit down, while continuing to chat animatedly with the girl. With a smile, she recounted how she had seen the hero fight 10 others calmly and confidently, gradually defeating them all. Gesturing with her hands, she continued to explain that at the moment when the enemies were not moving, a patrol appeared and the hero disappeared into the shadows. Watching his subscriber, Jiang felt strangely charmed by her appearance, unable to take his eyes off her new stockings. Looking at her more closely, he noticed that she had changed her clothes and was now wearing a beautiful outfit that emphasized her elegance. Lu asked with interest who this Yue was, as many said that he was not a member of the Night Watch. Unexpectedly, the girl declared that she was sure he was just a student, and Lu was very surprised by this. The subscriber explained that this opinion was confirmed not only by the character's words and actions, but also by her intuition. Recalling that the shadow loves beautiful legs, she pointed to Jiang and said that the blogger really looked a lot like him. With sincere bewilderment, the young man pointed at himself, not believing that she had compared him to the hero and thinking with horror that she had recognized him. Noticing her friend's reaction, Lu jumped up and ran towards him, swinging her arm as if she were about to hit him in jest. While her friend was getting ready to beat up Jiang, Lu's father rushed to her aid, appearing unexpectedly and immediately standing between them. Out of breath, the man asked if everything was all right, because he had heard that his daughter had somehow fallen into a dangerous shadow layer. Pulling her friend by the cheeks, the girl cheerfully said that they were fine, and Jiang added that he was a little hungry. Turning toward the door, the man motioned for them to follow him, indicating that the conversation needed to continue elsewhere. In the office, they discussed the seriousness of the situation, and Li was glad that the guys were safe and sound. Lighting a cigarette, he said that they should have been warned in advance, that the planned test would take place much earlier due to the incident. Surprised, the girl coughed from the smoke, and her father immediately noticed her reaction, giving her a questioning look. Deciding to put out his cigarette, the man continued to say that the test consists of 2 stages, a standard check and an assessment of willpower. It is known that the test is called the initial awakening, and candidates resist contamination, determining their strengths. The object of the test will be the spiritual will of the young people, because only it shows their true preparation and determines their inner potential. The test will be the main criterion for whether any of them can be special, and Li was very worried about this. Having drawn his conclusions, Jiang stated that a strong student is always better, but the man explained that this is not a prerequisite for success. Some could endure any pain, but their qualifications remained low, and showing themselves at the right moment often revealed their true strength. Continuing, Li explained that willpower depends on belief in goodness, tolerance of pollution, and resistance to evil, and the guy raised his hand, asking again. Annoyed, the girl said that Jiang's thoughts were preoccupied with girls' legs, and he immediately understood that she was angry with him. Recalling his feelings when others appeared nearby, he tried to understand what exactly caused such anxiety and fear. The man went on to explain that these 3 points were fundamental, and that if they were distorted, all efforts would be in vain. Li said seriously that evil thoughts attract evil, and negative emotions create a kind of pollution, When negativity builds up, it becomes irreversible, and the surrounding conditions create fertile ground for other dangerous things to emerge. As a result, the man stated that if the boys had negative emotions, they needed to let them out. Otherwise, the internal tension would create a threat. Thinking about Lu and his subscriber, Jiang pondered which one to choose and realized that the decision would influence the outcome of upcoming events. Recalling the girl's appearance, he became lost in thought, while his friend watched him with a questioning look, not understanding what he was thinking about. Standing up, Lu announced that it was time for the boys to return, as the testing would begin shortly. As he left, he told the guy that his uncle would not be back soon, so he had signed Jiang's admission documents himself. With a smile, the man told the guy not to worry and just go with the flow, trusting the night watch. Saluting, the hero replied that everything would be fine, while Lu looked at her father in confusion, trying to understand his instructions. Seeing the boys return, the subscriber waved to them, showing that she was watching them and wishing them luck in the upcoming test. She sat calmly in the middle of the huge dining room, waiting for the test to begin, as if confident and understanding that her preparation was already complete. Sitting down next to her, Lu asked where the others were, and the girl replied that they had left with the staff. Surprised, Lu asked why she hadn't left with them, and the subscriber explained that her parents had left town and would sign the documents remotely. Turning toward the exit, Jiang and her friends saw the others slowly walking down the hallway toward them. Xiao Xiao was pushing Lu in a wheelchair, who said that the medicine for his leg had already taken effect and the pain had gone away, but he still had a cast on. Surprised, the guys asked how he would be able to take the exam with an injury, but the guy smiled and said that it would not affect his results in any way. Patting her classmate on the shoulder, Xiao noted that he had recently been crying in the corner, so his confident demeanor should not be taken seriously. Suddenly, the doors opened and new people slowly entered the hall, their movements sluggish and their faces expressing fear. Everyone present seemed depressed. Most of them had tears in their eyes, and they could not hide their feelings of inner tension. Surprised, Jiang asked about the reasons for this state of affairs, and Lu explained that the children simply wanted to live peacefully, without encountering danger. She added with confidence that after the test, they would most likely experience noticeable changes that would affect their future lives. Yuan appeared among the crowd and announced that since everyone was gathered, the testing could begin and the participants got ready. She reminded them that the test was divided into 2 stages, the first testing their knowledge and the second testing their willpower, and that both were important for the final result. While she explained how the results would be distributed, the students listened attentively, trying to memorize the criteria and understand what to expect from the exam. Listening intently to the selection criteria, Lu and Jiang kept their eyes on the examiner, trying to grasp the seriousness and importance of the upcoming process. The rest of the students felt tense and anxious, with most of them not expressing any particular desire to become special. As she read the rules, Yuan noted that with sufficient willpower, the participants would be able to gain the ability to counterattack. If their willpower proves weak and their abilities superior, they will only be able to become ordinary civilians, after which Li asked them to follow her. The weather remained sunny, rays of light pierced through the blue sky, and sparse clouds created a comfortable atmosphere. Most of the kids waited their turn in the waiting room, feeling mixed emotions of excitement, anxiety, and inner tension. Among them was Jiang, who watched everything happening behind the glass, trying to guess what awaited him. In the glass room, the guy stood next to an object covered with a large blanket, looking around carefully. Through the speakers, the examiner called Fen to take the test first, suddenly putting the girl in the spotlight. Slowly approaching the door, she tried to cope with her fear and excitement, listening to the encouraging voice on the radio. The guys watched her anxiously, and she could clearly feel everyone's attention, trying to concentrate and not show weakness. Stepping into the center of the hall, the girl announced that she was ready for any outcome of the tests, showing determination and a desire to pass the upcoming test with dignity. With trepidation, Xiao approached the examiner standing near the closed object, looking at him cautiously, trying to understand what awaited her. Hundreds of students watched what was happening through the glass with admiration, not hiding their interest and anxiety about Fen's actions. Pulling back the veil, Xiao saw a strange large flask emitting a faint light, and she froze in surprise. The examiner confidently said that they could begin the test, and the girl felt a slight tremor in her hands. A green light burned above the entrance to the room, indicating that the test was ready to begin, and the students behind the glass tried with interest to see what was happening inside. Suddenly, the light changed and it became darker, and a feeling of anxiety and confusion spread among the students in the corridor. Trying to peer through the glass, the boys couldn't see anything, and Lu thought that the lights going out symbolized the start of the test. Jiang noted to himself that he had long been accustomed to such darkness, as similar conditions were found in the shadow layer. A small glowing stone was tied to the girl's leg, and a large flask also glowed with a strange, soft light. Her eyes were blindfolded, and a terrifying atmosphere reigned around her. The others thought she had encountered something frightening. Suddenly, a bright light bulb hanging right in the hallway in the waiting room for testing turned on. The bright light made everyone close their eyes and turn away, trying to get used to the new conditions. Stunned, Xiao left the room, and the guys rushed to her, asking about the results, their faces expressing curiosity. With annoyance, the girl reported that she had no talent for willpower. She had trained a lot before, but all her efforts had been in vain. Angrily, Liu shouted, not believing that she wanted to be special, and Fen confessed and asked if he was glad she had failed. Suddenly, Liu himself was called into the testing room, and he felt a mixture of fear and excitement in the face of the unknown. Closing his eyes, the boy prayed that he would not become special, and Fen shouted to him from behind not to worry or be anxious about the result. Once again, a red light flashed above the doors, signaling the start of the next stage, and the crowd of students watched nervously. After a while, the green light came on again, and the applicants continued to wait nervously to see what would happen next. Slowly, Liu rolled into the waiting room in his wheelchair, trying to keep his balance, his face expressing a mixture of relief and slight surprise. Stammering, he announced that he had passed the test. Trying to convey this information to all the boys, and a feeling of anxiety immediately hung in the air. Unable to believe her ears, Fen cried out in indignation, not expecting Liu to succeed, and her emotions overwhelmed her. Falling to the floor, the girl wanted to die, because she wanted so much to be special, while Liu, on the contrary, wanted to be an ordinary person, and Liu tried to calm the guys down. Her name was announced on the radio, and she prepared to enter, taking a deep breath and exhaling, seeking stability. Feeling tense, the girl tried to focus and control her emotions so she could pass the test without panicking. Turning to Jiang, she smiled and said she was going to take the test, showing determination and readiness to face any outcome. When Liu entered the room, she was immediately confronted with a red energy she had never encountered before. A red stone also glowed on her leg, radiating a strange energy in the testing room and filling the space. Noticing this, Jiang remembered that willpower corresponded to 6 rank colors, but before that, everything was green for all participants. Realizing that red corresponded to the 5th rank, the hero opened his eyes in surprise, feeling excitement rising within him. Above the doors, the light changed to green, and Liu, having finished the test, came out, initially showing no emotion. After catching her breath, the girl told her classmates, who were holding her hands, that she had passed the test. Laughing, Jiang noted that his friend was clearly tired, and she replied that if he tried the test himself, he would understand. Pestering the girl, he asked her to motivate him somehow, but she just pushed his hand away and sternly told him to back off. While the light above the doors was green, Jiang's name was announced on the radio, and he was next in line to take the test. Rushing happily to the door, the boy waved goodbye to his classmates, expressing a certain disdain. Due to her friend's strange behavior, Liu clenched her fists, feeling anxious about the outcome and not understanding his playfulness. Regardless, she smiled and wished him luck, as she sincerely cared about her friend. With a smile, Jiang thanked his friend for her support, feeling a surge of confidence, and prepared for the test, focusing on his feelings. When he entered, the doors above him lit up red, signaling the start of the test. There was no turning back. Looking at the list of students, the man asked for the boy's name, and Jiang confirmed his identity and the accuracy of the information. After that, the examiner handed him a bottle of and some documents, asking if he had awakened his abilities before. Responding that his abilities had been awakened, the young man drank the elixir in one gulp, and the man, realizing his words, tensed up. Pointing to the stone, the examiner said that he would not ask any more questions, and told him to simply begin the test. When Jiang was dressed in the equipment, he felt a strange energy around him, and the tension and anxiety intensified with each step. Not understanding what was happening, the hero froze in shock, unable to move and afraid of losing control. Rubbing his shoulders, the examiner told him not to be nervous and to move forward, explaining that he would feel his consciousness separate from his body. After explaining the situation a little, the young man took a few steps forward, but his face betrayed his fear and sweat rolled down his forehead. Wanting the young man to be more decisive, the man pushed him in the back with his hands, as if sending him off on a journey. Spreading his arms, he took a few steps forward, his body still tense, but his mind unchanged since the start of the test. Ready to face the unknown, the young man still could not let go of his excitement and tension. Suddenly, he felt as if he were falling into an abyss, trying to keep his balance, while the surrounding space seemed incomprehensible. Falling into darkness, Jiang did not feel the surface beneath his feet for a long time. His body seemed to dissolve into the air, and his thoughts raced through his head. After a while, he landed in the middle of a gloomy city, looking around and trying to understand what had happened. Looking at his hands, the guy realized that he couldn't feel his body. It seemed ephemeral and weightless, just as the man had warned. Despite the new reality around him, Zhang felt the presence of the examiner next to his body. When he tried to move, he instantly rushed forward, as if his body obeyed only his will and not the laws of physics. From the outside, it looked unusual and strange, and the examiner felt awkward and irritated by the young man's behavior. He shouted at the guy not to jump too much, otherwise the test would be interrupted, and Zhang slowed down slightly. Seeing the glowing stone in the dark space, Xiao rushed towards it, noting that everything around him looked too simple. Gradually, the hero's body approached the unknown veil surrounding the flask, and the air became dense. Finding himself deep within the veil, the young man felt that it was becoming more difficult to breathe, and his body seemed to have become heavier, with every muscle resisting his efforts. Suddenly, he began to fall again, not understanding what was affecting his body and what was happening around him, feeling both fear and irritation. Falling into an unknown abyss, Zhang felt despair, anger, and rage, overflowing his consciousness and forcing him to fight. Realizing that he might fail the test, the hero decided to resist, concentrating his will so as not to get lost in this strange space. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice that made him stop in surprise, and he tried to determine the source of the sound. Seeing his uncle, the boy asked where he was from, but Li said that he was not special and that if he continued, he could harm himself and those around him. Realizing that this was an illusion and not his real uncle, the hero ran quickly, trying to get around the phantoms and feeling reality distort. The stranger in Li's guise did not chase after him, but watched silently, keeping his distance as if testing the boy's abilities. Suddenly, he reappeared right in front of Zhang and said that he was not capable enough, causing the young man to resist. Phantoms in the form of his uncle surrounded him on all sides, persuading him not to take the test and reminding him that true strength lies in willpower. Waving their arms, they said that being special meant having freedom, not power. And with their fingers, they seemed to show Zhang the way to the real world. The phantoms continued to move along the sides, showing the way, while the boy tried to focus on his feelings. Ahead of the hero was a huge monster that members of the Night Watch were trying to stop with torches in their hands. And the phantoms asked if he could follow their example. The monster was destroying everything around it. Stones were flying, building walls were collapsing, and chaos and horror reigned supreme, engulfing the entire dark world. Behind the high-rises, the hero could make out the enormous outline of another body, and realized that he was facing an incredible force capable of destroying everything around him. The monster's destructive attacks threw corpses into the air, and the sound of the blows echoed painfully in Zhang's ears. With fury and determination, the young man prepared to face the enemy, clenching his fists and concentrating, deciding that he would not retreat. Suddenly, unknown particles rained down on the young man's head, exploding and sparking upon impact, and he covered his face with his hands, trying to protect himself. Remembering his uncle with a lighter in his hands, Zhang realized that his relative's words about the fate of special people could have been a warning. Believing that for most special people the end is fatal, he thought that those who survive receive a special lesson. Turning to his nephew, his uncle asked again if Zhang really wanted to be a member of the Night Watch. The phantoms around him shouted that the hero should not deceive himself, should not hide from the truth about his motives, and should understand that the path of the special ones requires complete dedication. Repeating that he just wanted to be the center of attention, they seemed to be luring the guy away from his goal and his own desires. Suddenly, one of the phantoms declared that this was indeed the case, and Zhang, hearing these words, stopped in surprise. Continuing, he stated that countless teenagers now dream of becoming superheroes, considering Xiao to be one of them. Feeling unbearable tension, Zhang clutched his head, resisting the phantom's words and fighting his inner doubts. Trying to convince himself in the phantoms in the form of his uncle otherwise, he shouted, but they only mocked him. They laughed loudly and sarcastically, considering his words to be youthful maximalism, unworthy of attention, while the boy tried to collect his thoughts. Suddenly, a strange whirlwind appeared with flames inside, swirling around Zhang and creating a feeling of powerful energy. A neighbor emerged from the darkness with a torch in his hands, stating that the dark side of the world was not limited to the shadow layer and could be dangerous. He claimed that even if the sun was shining above the boy's head, there were still things he couldn't see. Surrounding the hero, the phantoms insisted that this was the hidden world, and Zhang watched in horror, wanting to stop. Reaching out, he tried to touch the guy, but his body seemed to dissolve into the abyss of darkness, confirming the illusions around him. The burning torch in the guy's hands flew to the side and fell to the ground, bursting into flames and casting bright reflections. Suddenly, a huge flock of various creatures appeared. Phantoms spoke of a cataclysm, and the guy froze, realizing the scale of what was happening. Frozen in surprise, Jiang looked around, unable to move, as if every muscle had been paralyzed by a mixture of shock and horror. Lighting another cigarette, Li asked if Jiang could become special, and the boy, gritting his teeth, tried to find the right words to answer. Angry, he gritted his teeth, his face reddened, and his thoughts raced between anger, fear, and the desire to prove to himself that he could handle it. Suddenly, the hero found himself in an exam hall, with the examiner standing behind him, watching him intently. While the man was watching the young man, a girl entered the room, observing Jiang's emotions and physical condition. With undisguised interest, she asked how everything had gone, and the blindfolded hero tried to find the words to explain what he had just experienced. Sun said that the guy had been walking around in circles, but nothing had happened, expressing skepticism about the hero's abilities. Defending him, the girl explained that this was normal, because the level of pollution that Jiang had been exposed to was enormous. Listening to the conversation, the blindfolded hero turned his head in different directions, trying to figure out who was talking to him. The examiner stated that the hero's goals were not entirely clear, and Jiang felt a mixture of anxiety and curiosity as he tried to understand what awaited him in the next stage. Seeing something strange, the girl froze in surprise, realizing that the stone on the guy's foot had changed color. Suddenly, she screamed that everything had turned red, realizing that the young man definitely had some kind of ability. Unable to believe his eyes, Sun also cried out in surprise, realizing that the young man was at a high level, but not understanding how this was possible. The guy's legs and body were enveloped in a red haze, indicating great willpower, and Jiang stood there, feeling the energy pass through him. While the stone glowed and radiated an incomprehensible aura, Jiang, Sun, and the girl stood aside, watching what was happening. Refusing to believe what had happened and looking at the glow, the examiner decided that it was a mistake, but allowed for the possibility of a 5th rank. With a slight smile, the girl said that perhaps Jiang was actually 6th rank, as he looked stronger than the others. Feeling the tension, Sun said that in decades only a few people had been able to achieve such a high rank. Meanwhile, Jiang, fully equipped, felt a strange energy around him and tried his best to contain the pressure. Suddenly, Song noticed that the glow was fading, but he couldn't understand what was happening because this had never happened before. Approaching the console, he instructed the girl to check the readings on the hero's bracelet, but she replied that all the data was within normal limits. Slowly moving toward the stone, Xiao noticed that the closer he got, the stronger his own will became. Fighting a difficult battle with himself, Jiang gradually moved forward, but at the same time felt his strength beginning to wane. An unknown energy tried to push the young man away, but he was not going to give up and continued to walk stubbornly. Suddenly, he reached out his hand directly toward the glowing stone, finding himself next to it, and tensely held back the energy. Sun, who had been watching everything, thought it was a joke, because even someone with the 6th rank would not be able to hold on to the relic. Suddenly, the stone illuminated the hall with a bright light, but Jiang did not retreat and, despite the blinding glare, continued to reach out his hands. When he touched the relic, he felt his body begin to fill with an unusual power that completely enveloped him. Suddenly, bottomless darkness appeared before the young man's eyes again, and he felt as if his consciousness was dissolving into this empty space. His uncle's words echoed in his head, warning him that he shouldn't try to be special because it would bring him suffering. Friends appeared before Jiang, asking him to think of them and not give in to the pressure of the stone that wanted to break his resolve. Soon, Lu stood opposite him, begging him to remember someone dear to him, but the hero understood that it was only a phantom before him. As if luring him in, the girl smiled and held out her hand, urging him to trust her, her gaze full of warmth, but also deceit. Taking the phantom's hand, Jiang felt a strange sensation. He wanted to believe his friend, but something inside him repelled him. Standing opposite the hero, she asked him to make a final choice, hinting that there was no turning back. Stunned by her words, Xiao didn't know what to do. He loved all his loved ones, but deep down, he wanted to find the strength of will. Reaching out his hand, he broke through the invisible barrier and destroyed the phantom that was trying to hold him back. Suddenly, the young man declared that he was tired of listening to the voices that endlessly repeated themselves in his head, and decided to put an end to it. Realizing that he was being tested by temptations, Jiang thought for a moment that he should give in, but then he remembered his goal and continued to fight. Finding himself back in the dark world, he noticed a familiar silhouette in the distance, and his heart began to beat faster and he felt uneasy. Uncle Lu appeared before his eyes, and the young man immediately admitted that he had caught him off guard because Xiao did not expect to see him here. Spreading his arms, he explained that he used to want to appear heroic in the eyes of others and didn't care about his own principles at all. Over time, he realized that there were no superheroes in the dark world, only people who had achieved success through trials and struggles. Noticing his neighbor with the torch again, the young man realized that it was their shared loyalty and perseverance that had restored balance to the world. Trying to grasp at the void, he admitted that he had once enjoyed peace, but now the past no longer mattered. Unexpectedly, his neighbor handed him a burning torch, passing it directly from hand to hand, as if it were a sign of trust and high expectations for the hero. Illuminating everything around him, the young man firmly decided that he no longer wanted to hide behind his loved ones. Preferring to take all the blows himself, raising the flame above his head, he thought that in the future he would be able to light his own torch, and his words shocked the watching phantoms. In the rays of light, Lu watched his nephew closely, trying to understand how serious his decision to become special was. With burning eyes, Xiao said that his goal was to learn how to illuminate the darkness, considering it his main duty and the most important mission of his life. Meanwhile, the secretary reported that the Shadow Layer incident had covered the floors of the shopping center, affecting 850 people, of whom 650 survived. 30 people gathered to take part in the martial arts exam. Several groups were formed for testing, and Li listened to the report. Glancing at the employee, he clarified the data from the pollution department, and soon received a message with the results already sent to his email. When he opened his laptop, he saw one unread message that immediately caught his attention as the information was important. Inside the file was information about a wandering spirit, and Li noted that all three ghosts were remarkably similar to each other. Looking at the screen, the young man noticed that traces of human products had been found, and this fact raised many questions. Hearing this, Li opened his eyes wider and struggled to contain his excitement, because such a discovery could mean something much more serious. Suddenly, the secretary shouted that this was impossible, as each of the creatures had its own characteristics that were incompatible with each other. Feeling nervous, Li lit a cigar with a lighter, and the bitter taste of tobacco on his lips helped him cope with the growing tension. Gazing into the distance, he realized that strange things were happening in the city of Beidou, as if disaster were looming. There was a heavy atmosphere in the streets, and the buildings seemed to tremble, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, Li said that the creatures hiding in the darkness could no longer remain in place and were beginning to show their activity. Suddenly, a flash illuminated the entire space, and he covered his face with his hand from the bright light that blinded him. Sensing danger approaching, the man opened his eyes wide, realizing that events were unfolding too quickly. There was a strange explosion, more like a flash of light coming from the test room. Hurrying through the narrow corridors of headquarters, Li quickened his pace, for the exam had already begun, and excitement made his heart beat faster. Pushing his way through the students, he moved quickly, trying to make it on time, feeling anxious as if trouble was approaching. As he pondered, he suddenly realized that the best result was orange, and the gold color had never appeared before. Approaching the hall doors, Li felt as if something terrible had happened, which only intensified his sense of unease. Entering the room and closing the door tightly behind him, he noticed a huge crowd of participants waiting for their turn to take the exam. Sun and the girl immediately rushed towards him, panicking and shouting the names of Zhang and Xiao, asking for the captain's help. Hearing his daughter's name, Li felt a strong fear for her life, and his heart ached as if it were about to jump out of his chest. Meanwhile, bright flames burst in all directions, and flashes lit up the hall, turning the room into a chaotic whirlpool. Not understanding what was happening, Zhang opened his eyes wide, his gaze trembling with amazement and fear, for he was the source of it all. Recovering from the shock, he began to look around, trying to understand where he was and what had caused such chaos. A crowd of students and his friends pressed against the glass wall, and not understanding their looks, he looked back at them questioningly. Leaving the testing room, the guy looked at his body as if it did not belong to him, and Li hurried with water. Holding out the bottle, he offered him a drink, and Zhang gratefully accepted it, feeling very thirsty. The hero anxiously inquired about Lu and the others, but the man explained that while he was taking the test, the others were in the break room. With a smile, Li remarked that Xiao had surprised him with his results, because reaching the 5th level was already extremely rare, let alone the 6th. Staring intently at the hero, the man said that Zhang had actually managed to create a golden light, which was completely against all the rules. The proud young man laughed and asked if his light was truly legendary and above the 6th rank, but the captain decided it was worth considering. Squinting, the man said that perhaps such participants were dissected and studied, which made the young man suddenly choke on his water. Embarrassed, Zhang asked him not to scare him with such words, but the uncle was genuinely surprised, as he saw nothing wrong with it. He added that the data on the hero had already been sent to the analytical center, and now the young man had officially become the subject of special study. Feeling tense, Xiao quietly asked if everything was really that serious, and if his life was really going to get more complicated now. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Li told the young man not to worry, because he only had a few procedures to go through, and he would be there with him. Smiling, Jiang decided that this was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his abilities and prove himself, so that he could finally become truly special. After a while, he was sitting in front of the committee, which asked questions to clarify his habits and hobbies, trying to get to know the candidate better. While the hero was answering questions in the auditorium, the broadcast was shown on a large screen, and the other students watched what was happening. The guys who were watching were surprised that someone could create a golden light, and they didn't know if it was a mistake or a sign of true talent. The examiner asked with interest what exactly the young man had noticed at the moment of testing his willpower and what thoughts had crossed his mind. Meanwhile, the strangers with laptops watched the conversation and decided among themselves that something truly important was about to happen. Feeling tense, Zhang said that he had fought with enemies and, believing that his uncle had prepared everything, did not understand why he had to answer questions. Lu asked how the young man felt when he encountered the creatures, and he admitted that he thought about awakening and felt excited. Suddenly, he fell silent, as if trying to find the words to continue the story and wondering whether he should say anything else. Noticing his reaction, Lu told him to continue the story, as he considered all the information from the hero to be very important for the investigation. Realizing the commission's interest, Jiang laughed, trying to hide his inner doubts and the growing tension in his heart. Suddenly, the young man asked if the map was hanging on Li's wall, and the man confirmed with surprise that it was indeed there. Standing up abruptly, Xiao put his foot on a stool and stamped it, showing determination and drawing attention to himself as he continued his monologue. Waving his arms, he declared that out of 10 places for people like him, only 5 remained, that the situation was complicated, and that everyone needed to know the truth. Watching what was happening with anger, Li did not understand what game the young man was playing and wondered why he was behaving this way. Continuing his speech, Zhang said that he had seen people suffering from heat and cold, and had tried to do everything possible to light the torch. Suddenly, he jumped off the stool onto the floor, continuing to speak, and the story took unexpected turns. Raising his hands, Xiao said that after the failure with the torch, he became the only source of light and had to cope on his own. Watching his actions, the commission remained silent, not expressing their opinions and trying to understand where the young man was going with this. Turning to his colleagues, Li apologized and added that Jiang often allowed himself to fool around and did not take things seriously. Disappointed, the examiner and the girl admitted that they had not expected such a story, and decided that the hero had a happy future ahead of him. Hearing his colleagues' words, Li was surprised, because he did not understand why Zhang's antics were taken as sincerity and considered genuine. The guys, who were watching the screens with admiration, decided that they were no match for Xiao and his talents, and stopped doubting his abilities. After watching the young man's interview, the night watchman smiled at Li, and he smiled back, trying to hide his confusion. As he thought about his plans, Zhang hoped that he would be released soon, because he was going for a massage and didn't want to waste any time. Closing his laptop, the commander said he could leave and wait for notification, which surprised him greatly, as Xiao had not expected this. Not understanding the meaning, he asked what kind of message was supposed to arrive, while Li kept his hand on the laptop. Annoyed, the man explained that the young man would receive a notification about being sent to a special training camp for beginners. Finding himself back in the dark world, he sat on the roof and reflected on the events that had taken place at the Night Watch headquarters. Understanding the need to survive, he knew he had to continue fighting others, but thoughts of the exam never left his head. Leaving the office, Li was upset that the boy had disobeyed him and revealed himself, because now the others knew about his abilities. Fearing his uncle's reaction, he was confused and didn't know what to say, because Lu didn't want his nephew to be special at all. Deciding that nothing could be changed, he told the young man to go home and return to the training camp on March 25th. Explaining the situation, Li noted that people like Xiao must undergo special training for several months and pass an exam. As he left and made a phone call, he told Jiang not to tell his uncle about what had happened, and to remember to return to the camp on the appointed day. Turning to the system, the hero saw that his life expectancy was 20 days, and decided to prepare intensively for the upcoming training. Rising with determination, he declared that he must hunt creatures, otherwise he would not be able to extend his remaining life. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange energy nearby, and immediately realized that there was someone else nearby who was worth fighting. The green monster ran below with its remaining strength, very close to where Zhang was sitting and watching. Using his ability to walk in the shadows, the warrior rushed down, determined not to miss the opportunity to score an easy victory over his opponent. Seeing him, the other turned in horror and tried to run away, hoping to save himself and preserve his remaining strength for future battles. Using his shadow mark, Xiao noticed that the creature's weak point was its head and decided to focus his attack there. Continuing the chase, Zhang decided to use his decapitation skill and rapidly approach the enemy. The system reported that the enemy was seriously wounded and fled, trying to save his life. But the attempt failed and the young man finished him off. Thanks to his successful hunt, he increased his lifespan by 2 days and received an additional 4 shadow points. With a smile, the hero noted that he had managed to spot the weak enemy in time and easily defeated him, expending almost no strength or energy. Suddenly, he heard a strange voice behind him asking if anyone was there, which greatly surprised the young man. Wondering who it could be, he froze in place and stopped, but did not dare to turn around. The stranger, whose face was hidden by a helmet and mask, spoke to him and asked directly where his companion had gone. Turning to his interlocutor, Zhang realized that he would have to explain too much and sighed heavily, anticipating a difficult conversation. Looking at the creature's corpse, Xiao realized that nothing remained of it, for he had consumed almost all of its energy. Approaching with a bat in his hands, the stranger called the young man a thief and insisted that the warrior must pay for the other. Starting to run and swinging, the opponent shouted that Zhang should not pretend to be innocent, accusing the hero of stealing what belonged to him. Feeling tense and slightly confused, the young man suddenly laughed, not taking the threat seriously. Hearing laughter, the stranger stopped abruptly and froze in surprise, not understanding why his enemy was laughing instead of being afraid. Slowing down, he tried to stay on his feet and stop, pressing his heels hard into the ground and leaving dust behind. Approaching Xiao, the guy looked at him questioningly, lowering his bat as if he didn't know how to behave next. Suddenly, he threw his bat on the ground and began to remove his helmet, which shocked Zhang, as he had not expected such an action. After removing his mask, the stranger stared at the shadow, and the warrior asked in surprise what he was doing, because everything looked strange. Unexpectedly, the guy shouted with delight, claiming that he was looking at the very same you. Admitting to that, he watches all the broadcasts and is a fan. Taking out his phone, he began photographing Zhang and declared that the spoils should be divided according to rules that Xiao was unaware of. Not understanding what he was saying, the warrior asked in bewilderment what rules he was talking about, since he had never heard of anything like that before. Showing him his phone, the young man looked at his idol in bewilderment, as if he couldn't believe that he was really a famous person. Kneeling down, he turned on the broadcast and announced that blogger Eu had stolen his loot, which made Zhang angry and he started shouting. Suddenly, an unknown force pushed the streamer sharply to the side, and he lost his balance and began to fall, not understanding what was happening. Hitting the ground, he was breathing heavily and felt pain in his body and confusion from the sudden attack. Grabbing the stranger by the face, Zhang demanded a clear explanation because his patience had run out and he wanted to understand everything right away. Fearful, the young man obeyed and agreed to explain everything, deciding that it was better to tell the truth than to escalate the situation into a fight. He said that he worked as a freelance night watchman and that when Zhang reached the intermediate level, he would be able to join them. Puzzled, the hero asked what exactly these employees did, as he had never heard of such positions before. The guy explained that their income was modest, around $6,000 or $7,000, which, according to him, was not considered a large amount. Upon hearing these figures, Zhang exclaimed with delight, as he had never seen such money before, and the prospect of earning overwhelmed him. Suddenly, the creature's remains glowed with a soft green light. Turning toward them, Zhang was about to finish what he had started. Turning sharply to the stranger, he told him to have a conscience, because his income barely reached 7,000. Calmly, the fan explained that he understood everything, but there were too many risks, and they were relying only on themselves and could die. He dismissively remarked that it was just a lost other, hiding somewhere in the shadow layer, posing no particular threat. Looking at the remains of the creature, which had turned into green crystals, they remained silent, not knowing what to do with them. Zhang asked the guy with interest who exactly he was selling these others to, because such deals clearly required caution. With a smile, the employee explained that the buyers were the Night Watch, universities, and licensed companies that issued official assignments. Upon learning this information, the soldier decided that it was very convenient, because the young man was immediately shown where the other person was located. Holding out his phone, he asked the young man to share his QR code so that they could establish contact and cooperate in the future. Suddenly, he said he would come back later, add the employee to his contacts, and transfer the entire amount of 7,000 wen for the killed other. The young man was delighted, noting that 4,900 wen would be quite enough, as this amount seemed quite acceptable to him. Putting his arm around his neck, Zhang asked how this was possible, since he clearly had no intention of skimping on such matters. With a smile, he admitted that he would like to discuss possible future cooperation if everything worked out. Unable to believe his luck, the young man asked again about the cooperation, trying to make sure that everything he had said was really true. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge flash of black and red appeared, brightly illuminating everything around them. A creature appeared in the form of a large cat, radiating a strange energy, and its presence seemed to make the air heavier. It turned out to be a bloody cat from the shadows, meowing loudly and causing an unpleasant feeling of horror and anxiety. Gritting his teeth in rage, Zhang decided to use his shadow bite to attack the enemy immediately. With one swift movement of his hand, he pierced the creature's body, striking it with such force that it could not resist. The hero tried to devour the cat, leaving the body intact, because otherwise it would be impossible to sell the trophy. After defeating the creature, Xiao smiled and told the young man that he could take all the loot, and the young man was clearly delighted with the offer. Tying the body of the other with a rope, the employee said with a smile that Yue was kind, and his words made Zhang feel good. The soldier thought that the employee also had a difficult job, because he had to find the location of others and deliver the bodies to the night watch. Throwing the bloody cat over his shoulder, the young man said that everything could be done alone if you registered in the system in advance. Wondering what would happen if the night watchman found out his identity, the hero decided to remain anonymous. With a smile, the guy praised his abilities, and Zhang said that if he had the time, he could defeat 100 others in just one day. He thought with annoyance that the others he had recently devoured had not made him stronger, and decided that the first rank was much more useful. Suddenly, Xiao asked Danke to find such creatures tomorrow, because they could significantly increase his strength. Surprised, the guy said that it was impossible because the risk was too great, and such actions could end badly. As he was about to leave, but hearing his partner's words, Zhang stopped abruptly and turned around to explain his position. With a smile, he said that he was well aware of all the possible risks, but he was not going to give up on his plan. With the determination of a warrior, said that he would not back down and intended to deal with the others to the end, despite the threats. In the darkness of the streets, only the windows of high-rise buildings glowed, creating a feeling of tranquility and comfort in the city that had fallen into night. Pressing the doorbell, the guy suddenly realized that he was standing right at his door and had forgotten about it. Absorbed in thoughts about the day he had lived, opening the door and entering the apartment, he breathed a sigh of relief, releasing the tension that had built up recently. Hearing a voice behind him, he stopped abruptly, taken aback by the surprise, because he was being reproached for coming home too late again. Lying on the sofa with her phone in her hands, Lu said she had been waiting for him for a long time and offered him some homemade cookies. Enjoying the taste, Xiao slowly chewed a piece, satisfying his hunger and feeling a pleasant warmth as if finding inner peace. Sitting down next to her on the sofa, he asked where Uncle Li was and received a brief reply from the girl that he was out on an assignment. With genuine interest, the young man asked if he would be back today, but Lu replied in the negative and did not understand the reason for so many questions. Feeling excited, the guy suddenly suggested that his friend stay overnight at his place, hoping that she would agree. After hitting him for his inappropriate behavior, Lu looked at him angrily and asked how the test went, unwilling to tolerate such suggestions. With a bump on his head, Zhang reported that the test had been successful, and immediately asked his girlfriend why she was asking. Continuing to insist, the girl asked again what level he had achieved, and the guy, deciding to lie, calmly said that he had the third. Remaining confident, Lu inquired about his abilities, and Zhang responded that he possessed shadow control, asking if she had heard of such a thing. The girl acknowledged that her friend had good skills and potential, but noted that it would be unnecessary to show them off in front of others. A little embarrassed, the young man couldn't believe that his friend was genuinely concerned about him and decided to ask her what powers she possessed. With a slight smile, Lu revealed that she possessed the ability of the spirit, and she said it as if she were sharing something important. Explaining her words, she added that her ability was considered the strongest and had the greatest potential among other known skills. Lu continued enthusiastically, saying that in the early stages, the spirit is weak, but in the later stages, it becomes very powerful. While Zhang was angry, thinking about her boasting. Grabbing the girl by the cheek and shaking her gently, he told her not to shout unnecessarily, trying to change the subject. Very angry, she put her hand in his mouth and shouted, demanding that he shut up and stop saying things that annoyed her. Pulling her hand out, she gently touched his face with her palm, as if wanting to quell the argument and stop the growing tension. Puzzled, the boy asked if that meant they were now shadow walkers and soul keepers. But Lu admitted she didn't know for sure. She explained that Zhang's power was connected to the shadow of another, implying that their abilities had a common origin. Touching her head, she continued and said that her power as a guardian was connected to the spirit of the other, as if reflecting his inner essence. Turning the board around, Lu began to explain that in order to develop one's powers, one must hunt others, and that this is the only way to become stronger. Zhang noted with interest that her skill sounded impressive and suggested she demonstrate her abilities. But his friend said there were no others nearby. With a smile, he suggested trying her skill on him, assuring her that everything would be fine and there was no need to worry. But Lu screamed, thinking it was madness. After thinking for a moment, she agreed to show her abilities, moving her hands and creating a strange energy. Reaching out her hand, Lu kept her eyes fixed on Zhang, as if she wanted to focus all her attention on him. It was as if she was trying to penetrate her friend's consciousness, while he could only see her hand and did not understand what was happening around him. As if under hypnosis, Xiao lost touch with reality, losing control of his body and mind. Suddenly, he collapsed from the sofa onto the floor and cried out in pain, and his girlfriend instantly rushed to him, not expecting such an effect. With his head on the girl's lap, Zhang cried out, demanding that she stroke him and ease his suffering. Deciding to help her friend, she began to gently massage him, trying to relieve the tension and pain caused by the energy. But Zhang did not relent, demanding that she massage his head with both hands to reduce the discomfort. Suddenly, the guy said that Lu was very strong and he was ready to defend himself. But he still fell into the trap, surprised by her skill. As if justifying his weakness, she explained that this was a normal reaction, because their abilities came from different sources, and the spirit had attacked sharply. Pointing at her, the young man asked if she would become a target at the training camp, but Lu said she would work hard. Sighing heavily, Zhang asked what levels the other students would have, and his friend replied that the guys would be much stronger than him. Suddenly, she asked how much the guy would pay the masseuse for such a massage, and Xiao said he didn't know, guessing a few thousand. An awkward silence ensued, but after a moment, a cunning plan formed in Lu's mind, and Zhang sensed that something was amiss. The light bulb on the ceiling lit up brighter, and the guy screamed in pain, telling his girlfriend not to come closer, feeling a strange effect. When night fell, the hero went back to the shadow layer, where monsters were fighting each other in a dangerous battle. Watching from the roof with Dend as the monster devoured its prey, the warrior asked if he was first rank and received an affirmative answer. Deciding to act, Zhang nimbly jumped down from the roof, and although his partner asked for help, he decided to act on his own. Wondering why the young man had brought him along, Denda decided to simply watch the battle, assessing the strength of both opponents. Sensing the presence of an enemy, the monster turned around warily, trying to understand the source of the energy and threat. Rushing into the attack, Xiao delivered a crushing blow, knocking the other off his feet, demonstrating speed and precision of movement. Piercing the body through and through, he killed the enemy, and blood dripped from his claws, leaving behind a trail of destructive power. Examining his hands near the slain other, the warrior noticed that the threads of shadow had improved, and the ability of the shadow group had appeared. Thanks to his new skills, the young man could attack his opponent faster, using a multitude of threads that wove together. Shocked, Dende cried out, unable to believe that his brother Yu possessed such power. Surprised by the sudden increase in his strength, in the middle of the night, one of the patrol trainees engaged in combat with dangerous creatures, displaying rare courage and strength. Soaring above the flock of others, his body glowed with energy, and in that moment, he looked like a superhero from an old comic book. The sudden roar of a powerful blow pierced the air, echoing in every shadow and causing even those accustomed to constant battle to flinch. A video of the battle was playing on the laptop, which Lu suddenly paused, staring intently at each frame. Looking at the screen, the girl thought about the battle, which seemed too vivid and powerful to be just an illustration. Putting his hand on his daughter's shoulder, Lu noted that not everyone possessed such powers, emphasizing that her abilities had made a serious impression on him. He remembered that there had once been a man who had awakened a similar power, and that a record of him had been preserved on a flash drive, which he recommended she look at. Annoyed, the girl asked if her father had achieved such skills, but heard that it was Uncle Zhang who had developed them. At that moment, Lu was surprised that the man had kept this information to himself, as she believed that Xiao could have used it. Meanwhile, Uncle Li sat in the window of a high-rise building, smoking a cigarette alone and watching the situation around him. As he inhaled the smoke, he silently thought about his nephew and the night watch, recalling past events that had forever linked him to this unit. Living alone, he had furnished his apartment modestly, and the interior reflected the habits of a bachelor who valued simplicity. He knew that the company kept a folder with secret data containing records of events that could not be disclosed. 90 years ago, a cataclysm occurred. The body was surrounded by a glowing ring, and if you looked at it for too long, you could immediately become immersed in pollution. During that battle, many were destroyed, and after that, the data was classified, and the creature they fought was given the code name God. Meanwhile, in the shadow layer, Zhang entered into battle with a first-rank creature, knowing that the confrontation could cost him his life. Releasing a web of shadows from his hands, he hurled it at the other, directing all his strength into the attack, hoping to at least slow the enemy's advance. The blow struck the enemy directly in the chest, and the surprise caused him to freeze in shock, as if he did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the enemy launched a counterattack, which nearly knocked Zhang off balance, but he managed to hold on. On the sidelines, Dende filmed the fight on camera, worried about his idol and mentally wished him luck, even though he knew there was nothing he could do to help. The powerful blow had knocked half the blood out of the guy, but he remained standing, wanting to continue the fight and win the confrontation. Turning around, he noticed that his opponent had launched another attack, closing the distance at a frightening speed. Taking out an explosive stick, Zhang realized that the moment had come to deliver the decisive blow, because that was the only way to win. Breaking it in half, he realized that very soon there would be an explosion of enormous power, capable of destroying everything around it. Seeing the enemy's sudden movements, the monster became alert and suddenly froze, as if sensing something was wrong. The throw of the wand caused an explosion so powerful that the enemy's body was blown to pieces, and the ground shook while the hero watched from the sidelines. The group of shadows caused explosions in the enemy's body, and with deep penetration, the damage was colossal, which allowed Zhang to finish off the enemy. Showing a video recording of the fight, Dende pointed out Zhang's hidden abilities, which had not been apparent before. Convincing his partner, the young man said that the part of the video with the explosion would cause a sensation, and Xiao praised him for the successful filming. While he turned to the system, his partner quickly gathered the remaining treasures left behind by the defeated enemy. Realizing the outcome of the battles, Zhang noticed that his lifespan had increased to 47 days and decided not to worry about the camp, deciding that this would be enough. Laughing at the situation, he asked his partner to prepare the topic of the next enemy so that they would be fully prepared for it. Suddenly, a giant other with a body of eyes appeared before them, as if watching their every move. Flying by, the eyeball left behind a strange glow of purple energy that resembled a trailing trail. Noticing the other's behavior, Zhang became alert, immediately forming a plan of action in his head to defend himself against a possible threat. The approaching energy caused Xiao to grab his partner by the collar and lift him up, preventing the flow from reaching him. Hiding behind his comrade's back, Dende asked fearfully what this eyed creature was and how they could deal with it now. Raising clouds of dust, a glowing pupil began to appear in the distance, staring intently at its opponents. A huge eye-shaped body loomed over the boys, and they looked up in horror, unable to believe what was happening. In a panic, Dende shouted that it was a second-rank eyeball, and Jiang asked in surprise if it was a spirit. Recalling Lu, who claimed that the guardian of her soul was equal to the spirit of another, Jiang suggested a connection between the creature and his girlfriend. Despite his partner's attempts to stop him, Jiang rushed into the attack while the eyed one continued to keep his distance. The glowing pupil signaled an attack, and the guy realized that he couldn't let the strange creature strike first. Just as the opponents were preparing to clash, an arrow shot by someone suddenly approached the eye. Hitting the pupil directly, it immobilized the monster, and Jiang stopped in bewilderment, not understanding where the blow had come from. A second later, the huge-eyed creature collapsed to the ground, and the hero stood stunned, not knowing who had shot it. While the body of the slain creature continued to pulsate, losing its remaining strength and blood, the stranger who had struck the blow approached confidently from behind. Dressed as a superhero, the man stared intently at Xiao, showing no emotion or the slightest sign of fatigue. Seeing him, Zhang froze in surprise and couldn't believe his eyes, as if the legendary fighter was standing in front of him. Ignoring Xiao's call, the stranger soared upward and the young man watched in confusion. Suddenly, a strange leaf fell from the air right into his hands, as if delivered by some unknown force. After carefully looking at the message, Jiang silently read its contents, showing neither emotion nor surprise. It turned out to be an invitation from the Chuan group to join their ranks, but the young man had never heard of this organization before. Chuan's huge office building stood out among the other buildings, and a massive stone statue of a warrior towered over the entrance. People always crowded around the main entrance, and among the crowd of strangers stood Jiang, carefully examining his surroundings. Holding the invitation in his hands, he planned to enter the building to obtain more information about the Chuan Corporation. To get inside, he handed the ticket to the security guard, confirming that he had an official invitation. Earlier, Dende had told him that this corporation was considered the largest pharmaceutical company in Yunhai. The guy assured him that if Jiang became their employee, he would no longer have to worry about anything, and his future would be secure. Surprised, Xiao asked if this man was really an employee of the Chuan Corporation. Dende confirmed his guess, saying that it was easy to tell by the uniforms and insignia worn by all employees. Puzzled, the hero noted that such guys are usually first rank, but this one easily dealt with even a second-rank opponent. With a smile, the guy added that the warrior seemed unaware of the corporation's performance-enhancing drugs, which significantly increased the strength of fighters. In addition, the company worked closely with the Night Watch and participated in the development of an important drug. He noted that if Jiang really wanted to become stronger quickly, then the Chuan Corporation was the best solution. The hero asked anxiously what would happen to Dende himself, and the young man replied that his partner should not worry, because he was on his own. At the same time, in the Night Watch Hall, Yuan presented a new drug codenamed T-1928 to the public. She explained that the product had been developed by a doctor who had worked for the corporation for 10 years, and that it accelerated the development of abilities. Standing among the enthusiastic children, Jiang noted that it all sounded tempting, but it was unclear whether the drug actually worked. Continuing her presentation, Yuan invited a volunteer to come on stage to test the drug. Dende shouted loudly from the crowd, raising his hand and declaring that he was willing to participate, which shocked Jiang. Upon entering the stage, the young man immediately drank a strange elixir in one gulp, without hesitation or a hint of doubt. Watching from the crowd, the hero was angry because his partner had assured him earlier that he was acting entirely on his own. Suddenly, two beams of light shot out of the test subject's eyes, and he felt his brain working at an incredible speed. Waving her arms, Yuan announced that the original price was 8,888 yuan, but there was a discount and the price was now 1,888. The crowd rushed to the stage. People were pushing and shoving to get the elixir, while Jiang grabbed his head and stepped aside. He understood that the guys had been influenced by advertising and there was no way to help them. At that time, behind the glass display cases of the museum, there were various weapons for fighting dangerous creatures in the dark world. Also on display were old uniforms that had previously been worn by night watchmen. Special bullets and battle axes were also on display, which helped in battles against monsters from the shadows. A large painting depicted a group of warriors standing on a rock with their weapons raised and torches in their hands. Seeing that the painting was dedicated to Zhao Chuyan, Jiang was puzzled, wondering if he really was a member of the Night Watch. The guy next to him confirmed Xiao's words, not doubting the accuracy of his guesses. With a smile, the stranger noted that few people remembered this now, because so much time had passed. Feeling the tension, the hero realized that the man from the shadows was a former night watchman. In the 50th year of the disaster, others invaded Daxzhou, and Zhao Chuan decided to act alone, beginning to organize a mass evacuation. To protect the people, he set himself on fire without hesitation, wanting to destroy all the monsters and prevent them from reaching the ordinary residents. At that moment, there was a loud explosion that engulfed the surrounding area and burned everything nearby, leaving only chaos behind. As a result, the flames completely burned the hero's body along with the monsters, and only in this way was he able to save ordinary people from certain death. The stranger explained that his descendants had managed to increase the size of the Chuan company and continue to make a huge and significant contribution to the cause. One of the night watchmen said that Jiang looked very much like Zhao, which surprised him. Puzzled, he pointed to himself and asked if he really looked like that man. Recalling the day of the exam, the young man remembered the words of the hero, who said he wanted to become a bright light in the endless and thick darkness. With a smile, the young man confirmed his words, but he understood inside that he had said everything just like that and did not attach any significance to his actions. Turning around, the stranger declared that Jiang was worthy of being General Li's relative, and these words greatly surprised Xiao. Not understanding the reason for his surprise, he mentioned General Li Sungguan, assuming that the warrior knew about his uncle's existence. Recalling various situations with the man, the young man still couldn't believe that he had concealed his true position in the guard. At that moment, a vivid image of the strong and courageous warrior Li appeared before his eyes, whose figure inspired both fear and respect. In shock, Zhang cried out, because he couldn't believe that his guardian was actually the strongest general. Surprised, the employee asked if his uncle had not told his nephew anything, and he confirmed that he thought Li was just a simple worker. With a smile, the hero thought that his guardian's words no longer seemed strange, because he himself had ended up connected with powerful people. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the stranger introduced himself as Sun Chinen, the camp instructor, and said that his uncle was watching him closely. With a smile, he noted that he liked Jiang, wished him luck, and expressed hope that their future training sessions would go smoothly. Moving forward, he left Xiao among the many exhibits on display for visitors. Feeling tense inside, the hero had a bad feeling that was directly related to the training. Suddenly, an image appeared before his eyes, in which strange glowing eyes unexpectedly appeared, staring directly at him. Jang was shocked by what he saw and couldn't understand who was watching him from the strange and mysterious layer of thick shadow. Looking at the painting again, he noticed that the frightening eyes had disappeared without a trace, and now the surface looked normal. Suddenly, a huge, elongated creature crawled out of the painting right in front of him, its movements resembling those of a snake. With interest, Xiao rushed after the strange creature, trying to understand its purpose and direction. The uncertainty gave him no peace. It soon became clear that it was a wandering spirit. But the hero wanted to find out where it had come from and why it had come here. Finding the sign for the emergency exit, he decided to go down the stairs, hoping not to lose sight of the mysterious spirit. Catching up with him, he wondered how the ghost had managed to get inside the building with such strict security and so many guards around. Making frightening sounds, the strange creature moved faster and faster in an incomprehensible direction, disturbing the surrounding space. At one point, John caught himself thinking that this creature was not so simple after all, and its behavior clearly concealed something more. The tail of the strange creature disappeared around the corner, but Xiao continued to chase after it, trying not to lose sight of it. As he ran, he wondered if the increasing appearance of other creatures in their world could be linked to some unknown cause. Turning the corner, the boy suddenly opened his eyes wide because he saw something completely incomprehensible and did not understand how such a thing could be possible. Before him was an empty corridor in which the spirit seemed to have dissolved, as if it were an illusion that had vanished into thin air. Looking around, he realized that he was in the basement of the Chuan Company, but he couldn't figure out why there was no one there. Suddenly, he heard a voice announcing the return of Number 9 and ordering him to enter, and the hero turned around questioningly. In search of the man, he turned his head in all directions, but saw no signs of life and could not find the source of the mysterious voice. For a second, the thought flashed through his mind that he should hide in the shadow layer to understand what was going on and what the Chuan Company was hiding. Having made up his mind, Jiang used the shadow icon, and soon thick darkness began to envelop his body, engulfing him completely and hiding him in the invisible world. Without stopping, he moved forward through the shadowy world, continuing to explore the company's premises, trying not to miss anything. At one point, the hero noticed something strange, which made him stop in confusion, not knowing how to react to what he saw. Before his eyes appeared a huge hall, inside which stood giant flasks, each containing strange objects. His eyes widened because what was happening seemed unreal and more like a frightening dream than reality. Coming closer, Xiao saw other flasks inside, but did not understand what exactly the company intended to do with them. Peeking around the corner, he didn't dare go inside because he heard human voices coming from deep within the hall. A lab technician was walking between the rows of the laboratory with a doctor, who assured him that the cultivation of the wandering spirit was going well. With a smile, the student reminded Dr. Wu that Zhao wanted to take control of the bloody species and asked if he had any suitable ideas. The doctor said that taming others was incredibly difficult, and attempting to subjugate such a species could lead to significant and dangerous losses. As they walked by, Jiang hid in the shadows, listening as the young man argued for using flesh and blood, but the teacher insisted on caution. Gradually, they stopped at one of the flasks, inside which was another, and began to examine it closely. Peering into the glass, the doctor said that the ultimate goal of their project was to create a controllable monster that would help the Night Watch. Continuing to examine the object, the man added that in order to succeed, it was necessary to completely subjugate one of the spirits. Pointing to the creature in the flask, he explained that this particular spirit was with them only because it had been cast out by its own kind. Puzzled, John continued to hide in the shadows, watching closely and listening silently to the conversation, trying to understand what was happening. Approaching the glass flask, the man greeted the prisoner, who was considered the 9th specimen. A muffled animalistic roar came from inside the cage, reflecting the captive creature's irritation and demonstrating its discontent. Feeling uneasy, the lab assistant quietly advised him to be more careful, but heard only a request to calmly record his observations in response. As if stroking the transparent surface, the doctor asked about the creature's well-being and inquired whether it liked its new vision. Sticking its clawed paw out, the test subject began to scratch the reinforced glass with a grinding sound, as if greeting the observers. Continuing to make noise, the creature emitted sounds while simultaneously increasing its blows against the barrier, as if trying to attract attention. Smiling, the doctor concluded that the test subject's behavior was stabilizing. The process was going well, and the next step would be to create new spirits. Turning to his assistant, the man ordered him to bring several space stones and pass them on to someone else for further observation. As if rising from the darkness, Zhang watched the proceedings from the sidelines and wondered if the spirit could see him. The hero felt that this creature was not much like the one he had seen before, because unlike that one, it was sociable and calm. While the doctor examined the captive through the glass and the lab assistant prepared the crystals, Xiao pondered the fact that the monster possessed consciousness. Adjusting his glasses, the lab assistant asked whether the creature would get out of control and become an enemy if the process continued in the same direction. After a moment's thought, the doctor confidently stated that he believed in their ability to resolve any difficulties that might arise. Approaching the flask, the student suggested expanding the tests, and the teacher asked with interest what kind of research he had in mind. With a strange expression on his face, the young man coldly suggested replacing the test subject's soul with a human one. Enraged to the limit, the doctor loudly declared that such ideas were beyond the bounds of what was permissible, and demanded that he immediately abandon his plans. A sudden coughing fit interrupted the tense argument, and the guy hastily apologized for what he had said earlier, claiming that he had accidentally misspoken. Suddenly, bright red blood began to flow from the doctor's lips, and he felt excruciating pain in his abdomen, gradually losing strength. The traitorous lab assistant stabbed him in the stomach with a knife, causing a serious injury and leaving the teacher with no chance of survival. Bleeding profusely, the man looked at he with contempt and tried to find the words while realizing the deception. Adjusting his glasses, the student coldly apologized and added that the teacher's research was over. Staring intently at the doctor, the guy declared that he had not come here for experiments, but for a completely different purpose. Waving his arms, he created an energy field around himself, and the force seemed to make the space vibrate. With a thirst for revenge burning in his eyes, he strode toward his goal and felt excitement filling his body, as if time itself had become his ally. Clenching his fists, he mentally prepared himself for the decisive action for which he had come here and expended so much energy. From the excess energy, objects began to rise, spin, and fly straight toward the glass flasks, emitting a sharp hum. Directed streams of force struck the glass, enveloping it on all sides as if trying to break invisible chains. Suddenly, the flask cracked, shattered into pieces. Water spilled onto the floor, and the spirit trapped inside burst out. Sticking out its paws, it dug its claws into the floor, and the company immediately activated a red-level threat alert. With a deep growl, the spirit advanced toward the laboratory exit, its body radiating a threat that made one feel uneasy. Following him, the other monsters broke free from their confinement and were ready to rush into battle, destroying everything in their path. The company's alarm sounded and an order was given for an emergency evacuation to get all the researchers out of the building. In the corridors, employees froze in horror, realizing that the creatures had escaped from room 35. In a panic, everyone shouted, demanding that they immediately run to safe areas, leaving everything behind and not standing still. While chaos reigned and the researchers screamed in fear, he watched from the balcony with a grim look and a malicious smile. Sighing with relief, he realized that the moment had finally come when his plan could be put into action. Spreading his arms wide, he summoned the energy flow again, and his body froze as if in a trance. After pulling out the system wires, he jumped off the balcony, hitting the ground and suffering a fatal blow. His blood pressure dropped to 0, and it became clear that the lab assistant had died, his life ending at that very moment. As the young man's dead body lay among the debris, Zhang's sinister shadow appeared nearby, gliding across the floor. Looking at what was happening, he did not understand the purpose of why the student killed his teacher and then killed himself. Noticing the broken flasks and the absence of the spirits, Xiao realized that all the creatures had escaped and left the laboratory. Suddenly, the doctor's voice rang out from behind him, and his wounded, trembling hand appeared from under a pile of debris. After struggling to free himself, he stared intently at the young man, and even his severe wound could not make him look away. Picking up the man, Zhang wanted to call for help, but the doctor only muttered about a fiery sight as he lost strength. Blood spurted from his mouth, his breathing weakened, and the hero did not understand what the dying man meant and tried to understand by asking again. With his eyes wide open, the doctor froze before death, and his lips did not utter a single word. Closing his eyelids, he breathed his last breath and died from the severe injury he had received, which left him no chance of survival. Screaming in despair, Zhang demanded an explanation for the bloody scene, but never received a single answer to his questions. Extremely angry, he accused the doctor of playing games, but the man lay motionless in his arms. He was dead. Suddenly, a strange energy passed through the hero's body, and he turned sharply, sensing a foreign presence behind him. Before him stood the spirit of the ninth other, radiating menace, its evil gaze fixed directly on the young man. The dead doctor's body lay limply in Zhang's arms, preventing him from immediately engaging the enemy. Getting up from the floor, Xiao sighed heavily and realized that he could only move forward by removing this new obstacle. With determination, the hero set out to destroy the spirit, then try to save the doctor and finish the conversation. Rushing forward, the young man dealt a fatal blow to the monster, knocking it off its feet and rendering it incapable of fighting. Suddenly, smaller monsters began to approach him from the darkness, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. Seeing them approaching, Zhang activated his powers and quickly struck out, trying to destroy his opponents before they could attack. The dead bodies fell to the floor, leaving trails of blood, and gradually covered the entire passageway, turning it into a red river. Standing among the dead bodies, Xiao noticed something strange that sharply caught his attention, and a feeling of impending doom arose within him. In the far corridor lay the lifeless bodies of the researchers, blood spreading beneath them, leaving dark stains on the cold floor. With tension, Zhang realized that things had taken a turn for the worse, as others had left the company building and were already heading out into the outside world. In the main hall, there was no sign of danger, and the girl continued to calmly give her presentation on the properties of the magical elixir. Suddenly, monsters began to emerge from the shadows behind them, their footsteps silent, so none of those present noticed them. The heroine did not even sense the presence of enemies as they approached her from behind. She continued to talk about the remedy. Noticing the monsters, people began to scream in panic and scatter in all directions, saving their own lives. Trying to stop people, Dende shouted that it was a bloody sight and that they never attack without reason, and also told them to stick together. Standing in the middle of the chaos, he continued to call for order and shouted for everyone to stop, trying to stop the panic. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange flow of energy behind him, and turning sharply, saw a monster approaching, ready to attack. In the next moment, a powerful punch knocked the other man off his feet and struck him squarely in the chest, knocking the wind out of him and causing his body to collapse to the floor. Focusing, Zhang used his abilities and deftly pushed the enemy away, preventing him from attacking. Seeing Yue, Dende was greatly surprised and amazed by his appearance. But Xiao immediately ordered them to stop talking and help the people first. Spreading his arms, the guy said that nothing was working and everyone around him was panicking. The hero watched silently as one of the enemies chased after a man. Another monster caught up with yet another, and cries for help filled the air as Zhang tried to come up with a plan. Rescuing the stranger from the other, the hero quickly repelled the attack and fought so that he would not have time to deliver a fatal blow. While Xiao fought the monsters, people watched the battle and the rising clouds of dust that completely filled the surrounding area. After defeating the enemy, the warrior urged people to be careful and dodge, not allowing the enemies to catch them. When they saw Yue, they began to shout joyfully, considering themselves saved, and some took out their phones and filmed their idol with their cameras. Suddenly, they shouted that they would stick together, that women and children would go out first, and that if anyone spotted the enemy, they would warn the others immediately. Breathing heavily, the young man looked around for anyone else who needed help, his eyes searching for the slightest movement. Chaos reigned all around, and in the midst of all the commotion, a crowd of young people stood huddled together, not knowing where to go or how to escape. Flying up, Zhang ordered Dende to lead the people to the exit, while he himself was going to check the building from above, in case anyone else needed help. Amidst the fire were a mother and her daughter, crying desperately and calling loudly for help, hoping that someone would hear their cries. Stones and debris flew around them, when suddenly a strange portal appeared in the air, glowing with a bright flashing light. Hope flashed in the mother's eyes, and she began to scream, signaling that they were there and waiting to be rescued. Suddenly, the woman froze in shock. Her body treacherously weakened, and terror completely paralyzed her movements. Instead of a human, a huge beast burst out of the portal, growling menacingly and preparing to attack. Covering the child with her body, she begged for mercy, even though she knew there was almost no hope of salvation. Suddenly, an inexplicable force stopped the monster, and it turned back in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. From the sudden powerful blow, the creature's body flew upward and flipped in the air, letting out a dull roar. Taking up a fighting stance, Zhang prepared to finish off his dangerous enemy, leaving him no chance to survive and attack again. Using his shadow abilities, the young man pierced his opponent's body with one precise and deadly blow. Pulling his hand out of the enemy's body, he watched as he gradually lost all his remaining strength and died. A moment later, the creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground near the frightened girl with the child, no longer able to cause any harm. With tears in her eyes and joy in her voice, the woman expressed her gratitude to her savior for his help and protection. Amidst the flames, Zhang felt unbearable heat and did not understand why it was so hot, since his body was resistant to fire. Raising his hand and gesturing, the hero smiled and reassured the girl and child that they had nothing to worry about, promising his support. Frightened by him, the girl began to cry again, but her mother quickly calmed her down, explaining that he was someone special who had come to help. Picking her up and hugging her mother, Zhang told them to hold on to him, then headed for the exit. Using his web, he broke through the wall of the building and flew outside, holding the rescued child and young woman in his arms. As they slowly descended, the hero noticed a fire truck and a crowd watching the scene below. A moment later, he found himself on solid ground and landed safely not far from the company building. While they were recovering, firefighters used their equipment to try to extinguish the Chuan Corporation and prevent the fire from spreading. While the mother and daughter thanked Jiang with tears in their eyes, the crowd cheered enthusiastically and filmed everything on their cell phones. The rescued waved to him, but the hero knew he had to go back to help others escape. Using his web again, he rushed into the hole in the wall, while people shouted words of encouragement after him, cheering him on in this way. The hero realized that he needed to hurry up, because his shadow points were being used up too quickly, and the Night Watch could spot him. Suddenly, a strange bright flash lit up the inside of the laboratory, illuminating everything around it, and Xiao noticed it on the street. Turning around, he realized that the Night Watch had already arrived and was fighting the dangerous creatures that had escaped from the laboratory. Flying past, he saw a fierce battle, and a thought arose in his mind. Could all this have been planned in advance? Raising his hand, the warrior noticed a strange green glow appearing above his palm, gradually intensifying with each passing second. Standing opposite the creatures that were rapidly surrounding him and closing in, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Using his own strength, he tried to aim to find the weak, vulnerable points of his opponents and strike them accurately. Reaching out his hand, the Night Watchman delivered a powerful three-way strike that knocked down several of the others at once. Nearby, the rest of the squad also bravely joined the battle, repelling the creatures' attacks and showing their determination. Chaos reigned all around. Everything was filled with fire, smoke, and the bodies of fallen enemies scattered in all directions. New enemies appeared again and again, getting closer and closer, showing no signs of stopping and continuing to advance. The Chuan Company building was gradually being destroyed. Explosions were occurring in different places, and fire was engulfing floor after floor. Looking from afar, Zhang realized that the company's industrial zone was the main target of the escaped monsters. Jumping through the window, he realized that the situation was extremely dire, but the upside was that there were no Night Watch employees nearby. Deciding to turn to the system, he checked the indicators and, after careful analysis, realized that he could only count on himself. When Xiao left the building, he was immediately surrounded by jubilant fans, who shouted admiringly and tried to touch him. He carried one of the rescued people on his back and lowered the others using his web, making sturdy, protective cocoons for them. He also managed to pull out a dog, and the people watching from the sidelines cheered and clapped, expressing their wild admiration. Among the crowd stood examiner Sun Qinan, who noticed how the special one jumped out of the building with a person on his back. The rescued man looked extremely weak and could barely hold on, clinging to Zhang's body with his hands, his breathing becoming irregular. After landing, the hero realized that this was the last person who needed help and heard someone asking about his condition. After laying the victim on the floor and examining him, Xiao loudly ordered those around him to call an ambulance immediately. Breathing heavily, he realized that his fatigue had become unbearable, and it was very difficult for him to even stand up. Smiling as he watched the crowd, Zhang realized that all the effort and pain had been worth it, because the people were alive and grateful for his heroic deed. They rejoiced, hugged their loved ones and friends, whom they had thought were dead, and cried tears of happiness and relief. An old woman in the crowd was crying loudly, asking everyone she could find about her granddaughter and where she could be found. A man and a woman were shouting, asking if anyone had seen their children and rushing around among the crowd looking for them. With growing tension, Zhang realized that he had not seen the children and did not understand how he could have missed them while rescuing the others. Looking at the burning company building, he knew that a fierce fire was raging inside and that there was little chance of survival there. Suddenly, a child appeared before the hero's eyes, and he froze in shock, not immediately realizing what was happening. Grabbing the girl, the other tried to run away, but she cried loudly and desperately called for help, trying to break free from the grip. Watching what was happening, Zhang did not understand why the creatures needed children and what they were thinking when they kidnapped them. Suddenly the phone rang, and Xiao seemed to come to his senses, his heart beating faster as the call brought him back to reality. It was Lu on the line, who immediately asked if he had gone to Chuan's company, her voice sounding demanding. Surprised, the guy asked how his friend knew about his plans, but she said it didn't matter and urged him to come home. With a smile, the hero replied that he would only come if Lu made beef salad with tomatoes and egg soup for dinner. Hanging up the phone, he rushed to follow the others to rescue the kidnapped children who had been taken right before his eyes. There were a few short beeps on the phone, and Lu, confused and worried, kept staring at the screen of her phone. Out of breath, the guy realized that he didn't have much blood or shadow points left, so he had to hurry. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly into a megaphone from afar, the sound echoing through the streets and forcing him to stop. Hearing the order to be careful, Jiang froze and was surprised to see a group of night watchmen blocking the road ahead. At the front stood Uncle Lu, who shouted that according to Law 113, people outside the company were prohibited from openly using their abilities. Pointing their weapons at the young man, the soldiers demanded that he immediately deactivate his powers, or they would start shooting. The masked soldier took aim and kept his eyes fixed on the special one, his gaze remaining cold and focused. Raising his hands, Jiang said he understood everything, but one thought kept spinning in his head. He would have to entrust the solution to the problem to the Night Watch. Suddenly, he heard crying and screaming behind him. He turned around and saw an old woman who had fallen to the ground and was crying for her lost granddaughter. Gritting his teeth, Xiao was angry that they were trying to stop him and knew that he had to save the children at all costs. While people tried to calm the old woman down, he seized the moment and ordered the soldiers to follow him. Lu was speechless at this unusual behavior, his mouth agape in surprise, as he had not expected him to dare to disobey a direct order. With the help of his web, Zhang soared upward and quickly rose into the air, leaving the Night Watch soldiers standing below. Taking aim, the soldiers did not lower their weapons, but they did not open fire either, as if they were waiting for an order or hoping that the young man would return. One of the guys asked Lu what they should do since the situation had gotten out of control. Looking at the special one in surprise, the captain decided that it was not worth shooting yet and gave the order to simply observe. While fierce fighting was going on in one part of the city, another part was peaceful and calm, with no sign of battle. Grabbing the children with their tails, the monsters moved through the streets of the city, dragging them along and ignoring their resistance. As if appearing out of the shadows, Zhang watched them, trying to remain unnoticed, because the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Suddenly, he saw the monsters begin to disappear into a dark abyss, as if entering another world, and he was overcome with anxiety. The thought occurred to him that some people really do go into the shadows. But the question remained, why do they need children? Watching from the roof of a neighboring building, Zhang tried to understand what they were going to do with their victims. He caught himself thinking that they used to kill, but now they were kidnapping people step by step, threatening the lives of innocent people. In the neighboring building, others had placed children in the center of the room, surrounding them on all sides. The children were crying and calling for help. Understanding the true nature of Chuan's company, the young man realized that he was in a terrible situation and could not delay. Rushing downstairs, he realized that it was too late to back out and that he had to rescue the children immediately. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Others remained on alert, while the children continued to cry and call for help, which increased the tension and the need for a quick decision. Suddenly, a stone fell next to one of the monsters, bouncing off a pillar, and it froze in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Reached into the darkness around him, trying to spot any movement, but at first glance, there was no one suspicious in sight. To get a better look, he decided to approach the edge of the floor, while Zhang hid in the shadows and quietly monitored the situation. Suddenly, the children cried louder and another turned around to check on them and still saw no change. Unexpectedly, stones flew again, bouncing off the walls, and the monster tensed, sensing that someone was quietly approaching them. A thought flashed through the monster's mind that perhaps it was spirits playing with him, while the children continued to cry and call for help. Suddenly, one of the monsters noticed something strange and froze in surprise for a moment, trying to understand what had happened. Turning to the children and counting them, he realized that there were fewer of them, which caused panic among the other monsters. All the others became alert, took up combat positions, and prepared to repel the attack, when suddenly a multitude of stones flew at them. Turning around, one of the monsters saw the one who had taken the children, and his surprise turned to rage and tension. He, along with several guys who were holding on to him, headed for the exit, trying to be inconspicuous. Sighing heavily, the guy realized that he had been spotted and would have to fight his opponents to save the children. Gradually approaching Xiao and the children and trying to stop their escape, others rushed to attack in order to take their victims. Their movement was abruptly stopped by a web created by the hero using his abilities, and they were unable to break through it. They tried to break through the nets, but to no avail. Each attempt only resulted in them becoming even more entangled. While the monsters were trying to escape, Zhang led the children out of the building, moving quietly and carefully so that no one would get hurt. He decided to call the night watch and report the rescue of several children and warn them about the incident. But as soon as he started talking, a loud explosion rocked right next to him, and the guy stopped abruptly and froze. The explosion knocked the young man back and made him cough. He tried to figure out who had tried to kill him and caused the explosion. Right in front of Xiao, a stranger in boots appeared who stopped and distracted him from his plan, drawing all attention to himself. It was a lizard man who smiled and said he thought he would meet someone from the night watch, but was very surprised to see the young man. He knew the famous Yue and reluctantly greeted Zhang, assessing his abilities and intentions in this dangerous situation. Protecting the children from danger with his body, the young man asked the mysterious opponent who he was and why he had come here. Sticking out a long tongue like a lizard, the stranger said with a smirk that he should try to guess his origin himself. Using his strange power, the opponent furiously punched a hole in the wall, causing a new wave of fear among the children hiding in the corner. Right next to the hero's head, a deep hole appeared in the wall from the blow, and he immediately tensed, waiting for the next attack. Struggling to believe his senses, he realized that his opponent could read minds, and decided that he was also a special person. Raising his hand, Zhang decided to use his web ability, hoping it would help him avoid a deadly blow. Deftly using the strong threads, he jumped from one building to another, trying to buy time and confuse his enemy. Suddenly, Xiao felt explosive sticks flying toward his back and realized with horror that it would be very difficult to dodge them. As they fell, the sticks began to explode one after another, and the hero managed to dodge the destructive force of the blows with great difficulty. Standing opposite Zhang, the enemy stated that everything was happening just like in the video, and particularly noted Yue's quick reaction. Adding with a cold smile, he said that the young man's strength was only at the first level, and he was not at all surprised by this fact. Taking a fighting stance among the sticks sticking out of the ground, the warrior cautiously asked if the stranger had any connection to Chuan. Laughing loudly, the lizard-like man asked if he really looked like a corporate employee. Considering various possibilities, the young man asked if he belonged to some kind of fire clan or other clan. Waving his hand and releasing a green bubble, the stranger said grimly that dead people shouldn't know too much. Barely dodging the danger, Zhang noticed the bubble fly past him and hit the wall of the building, but it didn't touch him. Turning around, he immediately saw new balls slowly approaching him, which made the young man wary. At that moment, one suddenly exploded right in front of his face, and the blinding light nearly blinded the hero. The battle raged, everything around began to explode, and as the lizard man watched, Zhang's body was thrown sharply to the side. Despite the stream of green bubbles, he had no intention of retreating, and was determined to continue fighting to the very end. Due to the powerful explosions, flames, and smoke, the enemy could not see the young man, and, rejoicing, thought that he had perished in the fire. Catching himself thinking this, the enemy noted that everything was becoming boring and not as fun as he had expected at first. From a huge hole in the wall, the children watched the fierce battle in horror, unable to take their eyes off what was happening. In fear and tears, they called out to Zhang, thinking that the young man had died and hoped that he would be able to escape the battle alive. As the smoke slowly cleared, the lizard man peered into the distance, hoping to see the hero's dead body. Suddenly, he noticed the enemy's disappearance and froze in complete shock, not understanding where he could have gone so quickly. Making his way through thick black clouds of smoke, he looked around carefully, trying to figure out where the enemy was hiding. Approaching the spot, he stared intently for a long time and couldn't understand where the warrior had disappeared to, because he was sure that he had finally defeated him. While the stranger looked around, the young man cautiously approached from behind, hiding in the darkness and using the power of the shadows. Unaware of anything, he calmly looked into the distance, completely confident that there was no threat nearby. Gradually intensifying, the shadow's energy inexorably drew closer to its opponent, as if preparing to deliver a dangerous blow. Suddenly, the lizard felt a strange influence on his body, and a sharp pain that came so quickly that he was taken aback. Creeping up close, Zhang struck him hard in the back, putting all his strength and desire to end the battle quickly into the blow. Feeling joy, the young man found hope that the outcome of the battle would change and victory would be closer than he could have imagined before. Turning sharply, the enemy responded with a furious blow, unwilling to give him even the slightest chance to survive. Colliding in midair, their powers formed a huge glowing ball that shimmered with two energies. Without loosening his grip, Zhang continued to attack until the lizard contemptuously called him a rat, trying to humiliate and anger him. Gradually dissolving into the shadows, the young man loosened his grip, and the huge ball of energy began to fall, losing its former stability. When the hero's body completely disappeared into the darkness, There was a loud explosion that filled the space with fire and thunder. Realizing the inevitability of what was happening, the stranger froze in amazement, unable to believe that the situation had spiraled so dramatically out of control. Crossing his arms in front of him, he tried to protect himself from the shockwave, using all his abilities to save his life. Despite the protection he had created, his body felt the blows that broke through the barrier, causing minor damage. With a bloodied hand, the enemy noted that Jiang was again using shadows to hide and attack from behind. Creating a huge ball of energy, the lizard shouted that he would show the enemy how to truly fight in a deadly battle. Swinging with fury, he prepared to release the energy ball, putting all his accumulated rage into it. The released ball flew straight to the hole in the wall, where the frightened girl watched what was happening and froze in horror. Seeing the flying lump, she froze and called for Zhang's help. But her voice was weak, trembling and broken. Feeling fear and hopelessness, the girl closed her eyes tightly, hoping that the danger would pass her by and not catch up with her. At that moment, the hero burst out of the shadows, seizing the moment and ready to take the blow himself to protect the child. Thanks to the power of his shadow, he managed to fend off the attack and save the girl, hidden behind the wall, from an inevitable fatal blow. Deflecting blows, Zhang was quickly losing strength, his body weakening, but he had no intention of retreating and was determined to continue the fight. Suddenly, the lizard's voice rang out from behind him, declaring that he had finally caught the young man and was confident of victory. Feeling intense pain, the hero cried out in pain and surprise and tried to understand where exactly the damage had been done. With all his might, the lizard struck him in the back, causing Jiang's body to twist in pain and his breathing to become heavy and erratic. The attack sent bolts of energy flying everywhere, and Xiao lost his strength, unable to resist his opponent. Blood gushed from the hero's mouth, and he coughed, feeling the last of his energy rapidly draining away, leaving him unable to fight. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the boxes and chairs standing nearby were thrown aside by the shockwave, chaos reigning all around. Landing on a pile of junk, the young man felt intense pain throughout his body, but continued to search within himself for the strength to get up. Approaching with a smile, the lizard asked if the warrior really thought he could hide in the shadows, and declared that there was no chance of escape. Laughing, he approached again and swung for the decisive blow, his eyes burning with a thirst for victory and revenge. Managing to defend himself, the guy covered his body with his hands, barely holding back the force of the attack that came down on him. The ring on the lizard's hand glowed green, and it seemed that it was the source of his true and main power. Taking heavy blows, Jiang noticed that his shadow form was breaking down, and now he couldn't use his skills. His opponent grabbed the young man by the face and continued to strike him, enjoying his helplessness and complete loss of control. Shards of shadow began to fall from the hero's body, losing their strength and crumbling away like a mask that hid his true nature. Gradually cracking, it fell apart, and the young man's real face, no longer hidden by darkness, began to appear before the enemy's eyes. Feeling superior, the lizard declared that he wanted to finally see who was hiding behind the mask and who was hiding behind it. Trying to inflict damage, he swung again to strike, but Zhang managed to grab his arm to try to stop the attack. With a smile on his face, the opponent understood perfectly well that he was gradually gaining the upper hand, and rejoiced that victory was drawing nearer. Suddenly, small stones began to rain down on the lizard's head, causing it to stop in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Looking up, he saw children throwing stones at him and demanding that he let Yue go, calling him bad. Holding an energy ball in his hand, he cursed and shouted, demanding an explanation for what they were doing and why they were interfering in the fight. Swinging again for a blow, the enemy prepared to attack, while Zhang, behind him, searched for strength and tried to get to his feet. Realizing that the children were in danger of being struck, the hero gritted his teeth in anger and tried to stand up through the pain to save them. Suddenly grabbing the lizard from behind, he said that his real enemy was himself, which stopped the monster. Using the shadow icon, the guy jumped up sharply, trying to seize the initiative and take advantage of the opportunity to attack. Strange shadows immediately appeared around them, and with them an endless abyss, into which the hero and his enemy began to fall. Feeling the heavy influence of the shadow, the lizard was unable to resist, his body seemingly bound by an invisible force. Striking the enemy in the back, Zhang furiously demanded that he leave immediately and never dare to threaten him or the children again. While the guy was jumping, his opponent managed to turn around and looked at him furiously, not intending to retreat or lose. Zhang also had no intention of giving up and, gathering all his determination, took a fighting stance, showing his readiness to take another blow. Suddenly, the lizard declared that the guy really thought he could stop him in the shadow layer, adding that he would kill him and the kids wouldn't be able to help. The hero replied that the enemy's blood was finally under his control but asked why he had kidnapped the children and what exactly he wanted from them. With a smile, the monster explained that he had taken them because their souls were much purer, and they were ideal for his future plans. The enemy's pupils lit up green, and he declared that the young man should listen more carefully to his own kind. Suddenly, Zhang remembered the doctor talking to the monster in the flask in the laboratory. He froze, trying to understand what was happening. What role Chuan's company played in all this, and how the children were connected to it. While the guy was lost in his own thoughts, other monsters began to quietly approach him from behind, ready to attack. Surrounding him on all sides, they growled viciously, and the lizard asked with a smirk whether the hero had satisfied his curiosity. Raising his finger, he solemnly declared that Zhang would die right now, and no one else could stop him. As if on cue, the monsters began to roar loudly, and at that very moment launched a furious attack, leaving the hero no time to think. Quickly approaching from all sides, the monsters surrounded him in a tight circle, trying to prevent him from using his abilities. With a smile, Xiao knew that he was not going to give up, because this was where he had to show his strength and prove that he was capable of fighting to the end. He declared that he would only die after all the monsters had fallen, and then he dissolved into the shadows, disappearing from his enemy's sight. Space distorted, and Jiang reappeared, stretching his palms apart and creating a sticky web between them. Spreading his arms, he abruptly released the web, and his opponents found themselves trapped, each thread restraining their desperate attempts to break free. Tangled in the sticky web, they growled and writhed furiously, but every attempt to escape only tightened the sticky threads. Keeping his opponents trapped, the hero mockingly declared that he was returning the promised gift to them. Fighting his closest enemy, he first used his marking and pursuit skills to deprive his opponent of any chance of escape. Then he decided to use his decapitation skill, delivering a fierce blow that destroyed the enemy in an instant. Next, he used Shadow Bite, his mouth opening into a huge maw with sharp teeth, and he began to devour the helpless others. Frozen in horror, the lizard could not believe his eyes as he watched the hero not only defeat, but completely devour creatures. Jumping up sharply, demonstrating speed and strength, Jiang continued the fight, and each of his jumps was accompanied by a bright flash. Gradually, the space around him was enveloped in his energy, which suppressed the resistance of his enemies and made their struggle futile. Absorbing enemies one after another, he gained new points, strengthened his skills, and felt his inner strength growing stronger. Realizing that he had fallen into a dangerous trap, the lizard cursed and gritted his teeth fiercely, but he could not find a way out of the situation. Gradually, he lost confidence that he could defeat an opponent he had previously considered weak, and these thoughts weighed heavily on him. As it attempted to strike, the monster saw an impenetrable energy dome in front of it, and its hopes were dashed. The powerful blow sent the lizard's body flying to the side, and it struggled to get up, feeling its strength gradually leaving it. Unable to believe his eyes, the enemy froze in horror, realizing that he had become a toy in the hands of someone he had previously underestimated. Realizing that Zhang had used his blood, the monster cursed because the hero had managed to strengthen his abilities. Suddenly, a giant purple ball resembling a brain appeared before his eyes, and its light frightened the lizard so much that his hands began to tremble. Struck dumb, the lizard began to stutter and, overcome with fear, could not utter a word. His breathing became ragged. The ball was made entirely of energy, radiating purple light, and its vibrations spread around, causing the ground to shake beneath his feet. Using his cultivation ability, Xiao lifted it into the air and gradually approached his frightened opponent. Cursing, the monster ran away, hoping to escape, but each step pushed him closer to defeat. Without looking back, he kept running, realizing that the situation had become too dangerous, and his chances of survival were rapidly dwindling. As he continued to flee, he caught himself thinking that this was the first time he had seen someone capable of mercilessly devouring others. The face of Jiang appeared before his eyes, one half human and the other looking like the face of a monster, full of rage and power. Suddenly, the lizard realized that perhaps the hero himself was different, hiding his true nature until that moment. Suddenly, he noticed a strange phenomenon, causing his eyes to widen even more and fear to paralyze his body. In a daze, the monster stopped in the middle of the street, realizing that his surroundings had changed, and that reality around him was losing its familiar contours. Looking up, he saw a purple abyss that was gradually engulfing everything around him and slowly approaching him. Radiating powerful energy and continuing to use his abilities, Zhang stood motionless, right in the center of events. Feeling unconditional superiority, he understood that victory was already in his hands, and none of the remaining enemies could change the outcome. Gazing into the distance, he saw the destroyed buildings, and clearly realized that somewhere among the ruins, the lizard was still hiding, hoping for success. With burning eyes and a slight smile, he declared that now it was his turn to deliver a crushing blow and end the battle. The hero held a shadow sword in his hands, which he intended to use to defeat all his opponents and claim victory. Slowly approaching his opponent, the young man prepared to engage in battle with the lizard, knowing that there was no more time to hesitate. A deep breath filled his lungs with heavy air, and at that moment, his whole body felt a surge of new, unknown strength. Realizing that he was only second rank, he still felt as if he had shed all darkness and unleashed hidden power. Focusing his attention on his opponent, Xiao began to release streams of energy that spread around him. Standing in the middle of the dark abyss, he suddenly realized that the sky and the earth were clearly visible, and the surrounding world seemed to be filled with new colors. When the tongues of energy began to rapidly approach the lizard, Zhang felt the fear and trembling of his opponent's body. Smiling, he said with cold determination that he intended to play a little before delivering the decisive blow. Thick clouds of dust slowly began to rise beneath his feet, gradually filling the battlefield. The stunned lizard could not understand whether the warrior had disappeared into the shadows or whether he had completely dissolved into space this time. Deciding that the enemy wanted to attack, he created a defense from others and shouted furiously that he would not allow his opponent to kill him. At that moment, energy bolts tore through the space, leaving behind a glow and a strange influence. Turning sharply, the monster saw the bodies of his allies and defenders being mercilessly struck by Zhang. One of the powerful blows struck his body, and in the next second, a powerful stream of hot blood gushed from his chest. Bent over in pain, he could no longer distinguish the enemy's rapid attacks and did not understand what kind of creature was hiding in front of him. Hiding deeper in the shadows, Zhang slowly approached his opponent, clutching the shadow sword in his hands, ready for the decisive blow. Suddenly, the monster sensed a foreign energy nearby, which was rapidly intensifying and penetrating every cell. Wounded and losing his last strength, he cursed with hatred, realizing that his situation was becoming completely hopeless. Taking the form of a cat, Xiao caught a mouse and said mockingly that playing with prey was much more interesting than killing it right away. Standing up straight, the lizard shouted that if the warrior had decided to kill him, he should do it right away, but stop the cruel taunts. Not seeing his opponent, he continued to call out to him, hoping to provoke the enemy to appear, or at least understand where to expect the blow. Appearing from behind, Zhang aimed the sharp blade of his sword directly at his enemy's neck, catching him off guard and giving him no time to defend himself. Sensing death approaching, the monster tensed, but the steel was getting closer and closer to its throat, threatening its life. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the guy saw a strange pink object flying straight at his eye at breakneck speed. In an attempt to defend himself, the hero began to swing his weapon, creating strange whirlwinds of air everywhere. A piece of tile fell on the blade of Zhang's sword, and he wondered in confusion where this strange object could have come from in the darkness. A stranger suddenly emerged from the shadows and asked Shaney what he was going to do, addressing the lizard and clearly referring to their plans. A tall and muscular young man said that they had been waiting for him for half a day, and added that their boss was incredibly angry and didn't want to wait any longer. The monster asked with interest who had sent him here, assuming that it was all the work of the head of the organization. With determination, the guy declared that they had to carry out their plan and ordered them to take the children, saying he would deal with the rest himself. Rushing forward, Shan shouted that he would take care of Jiang, while he would go after the children and continue with the plan. Suddenly, Xiao appeared and sharply ordered the lizard not to touch the children, blocking his path and causing confusion. The piece of tile struck the hero's sword with force and flew toward him, but it did not reach its intended target and did not cause any damage. Lifting his head, Shan noticed a strange energy ball flying toward the warrior, released by Zhao. Approaching the young man, he was already preparing to attack and had no intention of stopping, seeing his target in front of him. Zhang deftly dodged the direct hit, and it struck the asphalt beneath his feet, smashing the ground to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the guy vanished from view and disappeared into the shadows, trying to confuse his opponent and change position unnoticed. While Zhao was searching for his opponent, Shan managed to activate his ring, preparing to use its power against the hero. Before Xiao could hide, his body was entangled in green threads, restricting his movements and completely immobilizing him. Noticing the warrior's attempt to disappear, the lizard shouted that this time he would not be able to escape, and everything would be completely different. Seizing the moment, Zhao delivered a powerful blow directly to the young man's back, seeking to defeat him and finally deprive him of his strength. Feeling excited, Shan shouted loudly, demanding that his partner kill the hero, believing that otherwise their entire mission would fail. Suddenly, a powerful energy strike hit him, striking him directly in the legs and throwing his body backward. He screamed in sharp pain. From the pain and severe shock, the lizard lost consciousness, not understanding what was happening and why his body no longer obeyed his commands. Falling to the ground, he bled profusely, and his severed limbs lay nearby, causing horror to all those around him. Freed from his energy shackles, Zhang prepared to continue the fight and defeat all remaining enemies. Seeing his partner's dead body, Zhao noted the warrior's combat skills and asked if he happened to work in the night watch. He also asked with interest why the young man was interfering in their affairs. And his words angered the guy, who gripped his weapon tighter. Kneeling down, Xiao stated that children were being used for experiments on others, so he couldn't help but intervene. With anger, the young man plunged his sword into the asphalt, leaving a deep crack and expressing his hatred for his opponent. With a gasp, he said that he was not a hero and never wanted to be one, refusing to accept the role imposed on him. Holding a weapon in his hands, he emphasized that he was doing what he thought was right and would stand his ground until the end. Hearing Jiang's words, Zhao couldn't help but laugh, considering what he said naive and completely meaningless. He said mockingly that if the guy saved the children, he would destroy all of humanity, asking if he thought that was right. Not understanding his opponent's words, the hero thought that kidnapping children to save the world was absurd and a ridiculous joke. Explaining, Zhao asked if Xiao knew that the war between humans and others had been going on for more than 100 long years. Raising his hand and lighting a fire above his palm, he said that it was only thanks to their efforts that humanity still existed. As the flame burned above his palm, the young man continued, saying that despite all this, others remain much more powerful in their strength. Clenching his fist, he declared that they had found another way and, since darkness was invincible, had decided to adapt to its power forever. Long ago, they buried their hopes deep in their hearts, waiting for an unknown future and believing in salvation. All this time, they felt pain and deep suffering in their souls, but they could not change anything, only continue to wait. With burning eyes, he declared that they were waiting for a flash of fire that would save all people from ultimate destruction. Smiling, Zhang said that he considered his opponent's words to be nothing more than an excuse for his terrible deeds and repulsive decisions. Taking a fighting stance, he said that if the fiery one thought the same way, then he would have to destroy them all forever. Zhao angrily said that it was completely useless to continue talking to the guy, as he was not ready to listen to reason. A fire appeared in his chest, and he said that now the warrior would be able to see the true power that this species possessed. Swinging his sword, Zhang also decided to attack and wanted to end the fight, hoping to put an end to this conflict once and for all. Raising his sword, the hero tried to strike, but Zhao managed to stop him at the last moment and prevented him from causing any damage. The powerful blow from his opponent sent him reeling to the side, losing some of his strength, feeling the weight begin to weigh down his body. His head spun, and he saw double as he looked at Zhang, who continued to stand and stare at his enemy. Getting up, Zhao began to swing his arms in different directions, trying to inflict some kind of damage on his opponent. When his attempts were unsuccessful, he clenched his fists in anger and felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Creating a stream of fiery energy, he swung for a strike, and the warrior instantly became alert, preparing to defend himself. The powerful blow caused an explosion, and thick dust rose rapidly, covering the battlefield. Calmly, the guy stared intently into the darkness, unable to believe that his opponent could have survived such an attack. The force of the explosion threw Zhang's body sharply against the wall, but he was still alive and struggled to get to his feet. Bleeding profusely, he noted that his opponent was strong, but he himself had no intention of retreating or surrendering in battle. Feeling intense pain, the warrior noticed that the wound was not healing and did not understand why his body was no longer regenerating. Meanwhile, Zhao slowly approached him, demonstrating confidence and power, and prepared to launch a new attack. He stated that it was a special skill, a flame strike, and that the young man would not be able to defeat him even with full concentration of his abilities. Hearing this, Zhang asked in surprise, trying to understand how much stronger his opponent had become thanks to his new technique. His body glowed with a pink light, and he said that Xiao could not defeat him, and asked what would happen under different conditions. Swinging for another blow, he declared that a warrior was helpless in the face of absolute power, and that this was the end. With a sly smile, the hero replied that his opponent was right, and he used his marking ability to find out about his weak spot. A target appeared on Zhao's chest, indicating vulnerability, and Zhang prepared to deliver a precise blow using the power of shadow. Suddenly, the space was illuminated by many strange lights, and the guy stopped in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Chaos reigned all around. Darkness engulfed everything. Many strange eyes watched him, and the energy of the shadows seemed to beckon him into unknown depths. Realizing that the darkness was inviting him, Zhao did not know how he had ended up here and began to say that he did not want to die. Suddenly, Zhang appeared behind him and said that it was fear lurking deep in his heart that was controlling the actions of the fiery apparition. The warrior stated emphatically that saving humanity was merely a pretext and that fear was the true motive behind all actions. With horror in his eyes, the young man realized that the hero was telling the truth, and for the first time understood that his own doubts were guiding all his decisions. Huge silhouettes appeared in the air, completely surrounding the fighters and creating the feeling of an impenetrable trap. Taking up a fighting stance, Xiao declared that they were just a group of thugs, and that even the enemy's power would not be able to overcome the true power of the special one. These words greatly angered Zhao, and he gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his growing sense of fear while maintaining his composure. Rushing into the attack, he shouted for the warrior to be quiet, but the hero was already ready for action and quickly activated his pursuit skill. Thanks to his abilities, Zhang struck his opponent in the back, who felt pain and lost his concentration for a moment. Bleeding profusely and losing strength, the young man noticed his opponent's face and couldn't believe that he was just a simple young man. Meanwhile, the shadow began to crumble, revealing the true appearance of the hero, which he had so desperately tried to hide in order to maintain his confidentiality. The damage caused the opponent to fall to the ground, realizing that he had underestimated the warrior, who turned out to be stronger than he could have imagined. Realizing who his opponent really was, Zhao understood why he was fearless, because he himself had once been just as energetic. Looking at the dark sky, he recalled his past, the battles he had fought, and the losses he had suffered, and realized that his ignorance and pride had long since dissipated. Gradually, the dark abyss above his head grew larger, and he sensed his own demise, but he could not stop the flow of thoughts. Throughout his life, he had experienced many battles and losses, and his ignorance had vanished, leaving only memories. Meanwhile, his body was dissolving into the abyss, but he was sure that the same fate awaited Zhang in the near future. Surprised, the hero asked who they were, but the only response was silence, and his voice echoed everywhere. All that remained of the enemy was a strange, fiery pink light that slowly diminished and disappeared into the air. Meanwhile, Anchor Shui stood outside the Chuan Company building and filmed a report saying that the fire had completely charred the building. While the cameraman was filming, she reported that the fire had broken out a few hours earlier and that several people had managed to escape. The injured girl, who was being carried on a stretcher, said that it was Yu who saved her and called him a real hero. It was also reported that monsters had kidnapped several children, and the hero rushed to rescue them. But there was no news yet, so their relatives could only hope. Suddenly, a guy in the crowd shouted that his brother had returned, and people immediately turned their attention to the figures appearing in the distance. Everyone nearby noticed the silhouettes of the hero and the children returning, and a journalist noted that it was a wonderful moment. All the guys stood next to the guy, rejoicing in their rescue and feeling relieved that the danger had passed, feeling calm. Realizing that people could reveal his identity, Jiang felt internal tension and cautiously stayed behind. Sitting down with the children, he told them that they could go on by themselves, and they began to thank him joyfully for his help. Overjoyed, they hugged Xiao tightly, and he smiled, realizing that he had done his duty, but still did not want to reveal his identity. Nearby, night watch soldiers lined up to honor the hero, while children rushed into the arms of their relatives, who could not hold back their tears of joy. Leaving behind only a faint glow that gradually faded into the air, Yue disappeared without a trace, and no one knew his plans. Having regained his human form, the weary Zhang finally returned home, feeling relieved and exhausted after the events of the day. Upon entering the apartment, he noticed Lu sitting on the sofa and was very surprised to realize that she was still waiting for him. With her legs tucked under her, the girl cried bitterly, not lifting her head, worrying about her friend and feeling betrayed. On the table stood a variety of fragrant dishes, prepared for her friend as a sign of care and respect. Puzzled, the hero silently looked at his friend, trying to collect his thoughts and understand why she was crying. Not understanding her emotions, he took the broken eggs out of his backpack, apologizing for coming home late. He explained that he had stopped at a store on the way, but something had gone wrong again, which was why he had been delayed. In tears, his girlfriend began to accuse him of lying, believing that he was hiding the truth about what was happening and thought she was stupid. Puzzled, Zhang asked what had happened, wondering if his girlfriend thought he had died during a dangerous mission. Angrily, Lu sank to the floor and shouted that it would be better if her friend died, while the hero struggled to control himself. She swung at him, but he stopped her blow with his hand in time to avoid hurting her, and tried to calm her down. Holding her hand, he hugged her and pulled her close, but she demanded to be let go, not wanting to continue the conversation. The young man declared resolutely that he would not let her go, because their relationship and friendship were important to him. Such movements caused the chandelier on the ceiling to sway in different directions, creating a sense of chaos and reflecting the tense atmosphere. Suddenly approaching Lu, he asked if she had tried it, but the girl did not understand what he meant and asked again. Puzzled, she tried to understand what Jiang was talking about, because his words seemed strange and the intonation in his voice was unusual. The hero confidently stated that he had not tried it either, but did not explain his words, only staring intently at her. Suddenly, he suggested that his friend try it, and the girl froze, not expecting such a suggestion and still not understanding what he was talking about. Feeling irritated, she asked once again what the young man was talking about and asked him to express his thoughts more clearly. Suddenly, he began to move his lips closer to her face, and her heart began to beat faster. She did not understand what her friend was planning. Their lips intertwined, and he kissed her, causing her to freeze in surprise and feel a strange but strong excitement inside. In shock, Lu opened her eyes wide, unable to believe that Jiang could bring himself to do such a thing and reveal his feelings. She pushed Jiang away sharply and shouted at him, trying to express her indignation, but she had mixed feelings in her heart. With a smile, the guy replied that he wasn't doing anything. He just wanted a drink and was looking for water, trying to explain his behavior. Wiping her lips, Lu asked in surprise, trying to understand whether he was serious or just joking. Taking the dishes from the table, the hero asked if his girlfriend had eaten anything, wanting to warm up the food and show his concern, despite the strange situation. As he headed toward the microwave, she watched him silently from behind, trying to understand his strange behavior. He put the food in the microwave to heat it up and have dinner, and the atmosphere was quiet, but the tension between them did not disappear. Exhaling, he thought to himself that he had been on the verge of life and death by doing such a thing, and he felt a little embarrassed, but also happy. As he reflected, he recalled how warm his stomach had felt when they kissed, and how soft her lips were. Overjoyed, he began jumping around the room singing, and decided that this was a kind of reward for his hard battle. The girl watched him from the corner, puzzled, not understanding why he was acting so foolishly and what was going on. Seeing his behavior, Lu decided that Jiang was acting too foolishly, and she felt irritated and angry. After the food was warmed up, they sat down at the table to have dinner, trying to return to their usual conversation. The girl looked at the hero suspiciously and chewed her food, but her thoughts were preoccupied with the recent kiss. Unlike her, Xiao also ate, but he did not look at his girlfriend at all, immersed in his thoughts about the battle, skills, and new opportunities. Reflecting on how much his abilities had increased after the battle, he decided to turn to the system to check the level of his power. With interest, he studied the information about all his skills and the number of points, abilities, and their characteristics. As a result, Jiang decided that Hidden Shadow was a slightly modified version of the Shadow Form skill, which was more effective. Closing his eyes, he thought that continuous killing was also a useful skill, but the conditions for its use were quite severe. Remembering Zhao and the red glow emanating from his body, he realized that it was the color of the enemy, signifying a threat. The bodies of the children who were helping him glowed green, which signified allies and helped distinguish friends from others. Remembering the journalist, the hero realized that his body glowed white because he was just a passerby in his life. Suddenly, he returned to reality and looked at Lu with confusion, trying to understand her reaction and feelings. Not understanding why her friend was staring at her so intently, she looked back at him in confusion, trying to read his thoughts. Suddenly, the girl shouted at him to stop doing anything strange, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear, irritation, and anxiety. Seeing that her body was glowing pink, Jiang wondered what it meant and realized that there might be an energy present that he hadn't noticed before. After thinking for a moment, the guy decided that the pink color was a sign that his girlfriend loved him and had warm feelings for him. His expression became strange, and she immediately noticed it, trying to understand what exactly he was feeling and thinking at that moment. As if coming to his senses, the hero looked at her in bewilderment, trying to find the words to explain his feelings. Catching his gaze, Lu awkwardly watched him, waiting for his next move and reaction. To calm herself down a little, she decided to go out onto the balcony and breathe some fresh air, distancing herself from the tense situation. Carefully, her friend went out with her, trying not to scare her and give her a chance to catch her breath after all the strange events. Outside the window, there were many fireworks, and their bright flashes reflected in their eyes, creating a festive atmosphere. Standing on the balcony, they silently watched the fireworks, enjoying the moment and each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Jiang asked with interest if Lu knew anything about the fire type, since she had a lot of information about the other types. Very surprised, she asked how he knew about it, as she did not expect that information about this species had become available. Surprised, Xiao asked if his friend knew about this, and she confirmed that her father's research included descriptions of this species. The fire species is an organization that betrayed humanity for its own personal gain, disregarding the lives and moral principles of others. Trying to warn him, she insisted that it was better not to get involved with them, and if he met anyone, he should report it to the Night Watch and could receive $500,000. Hearing this amount, Zhang was shocked because he had lost so much money, and the thought of compensation seemed unrealistic. Noticing her friend's reaction, the girl asked in surprise what was wrong, and he replied that nothing was wrong, although deep down he understood that he had lost a lot of money. Unrelenting, he asked if there were any other strange organizations and what rewards they gave to their representatives. But Lu replied that there were no more. Explaining himself, the young man said that he was simply thinking about other ways to earn money, trying to find a way to improve his situation. Looking ahead, his girlfriend pondered the future and what might happen if such organizations became more active. Suddenly, she said that there were also rewards for others, but they were not the same as those for the enlightened. But rather, Xiao asked in surprise. Raising her hand with a pink light, she explained that it was an ally of the Night Watch, but they believe that humanity will lose. Creating fireworks in the air, the girl said that they were thinking of moving to another planet, developing an escape plan and new ways to survive. It all sounded like a science fiction movie, because a spaceship cannot be built just like that. But Lu explained that in this case, technology was not needed. Turning around and creating a strange glow behind her in the sky, she stated that others live where there are no innovations. After a moment's thought, she calmly added that they rely entirely on nature and its mechanisms, approaching naturalness. The following days passed quietly, the holidays were over, and life gradually returned to its usual rhythm, without causing any particular excitement or anxiety. After that, some went to school without much enthusiasm, some went to work, and everyone went about their business, completely immersed in their daily routines. Since the hero rose to the second rank, he could exterminate other first-level characters without much effort. Sometimes he managed to increase his lifespan by 3 days in just one day, thanks to successful battles. All the trials were over, and Zhang was getting ready to go to training camp. Some of his friends had already left, but he was planning to leave tomorrow morning. The night before his departure, his uncle returned unexpectedly, but with good news. He said he had heard about his nephew's abilities and his recruitment into the Night Watch group, noting that the boy had become really strong. Turning around, Xiao asked if Li really hadn't been in Beidou, and inquired about his arm, showing keen interest in his guardian. Sitting on the sofa, the man replied that his arm was fine, but that this year had been too busy, so he had had almost no time for personal matters. He added that something else had been added to the young man's golden light, and Zhang asked with interest what kind of power it was. After thinking about it for a moment, the guardian was not surprised that his nephew had previously seemed unusual to him, because his abilities had manifested themselves in unusual situations. He had been sure that the boy would fail the test, but he had performed well. However, Li considered this a mistake as he pondered while Xiao watched him. Sitting down on a chair, the boy said that he had recently met Sun Qinan, who mentioned that his uncle was a general and asked if it was really true. Realizing that his nephew had found out everything, Li felt awkward because he did not want to reveal information about his past. With annoyance, he replied that Shin's words were true and confirmed that his achievements were indeed significant, but that it was all in the past. The young man asked excitedly if that meant his guardian was one of the 5 strongest warriors, marveling at his level and abilities. Explaining, the man clarified that this all happened a long time ago, when he was about 40 years old, full of energy and fighting spirit. At that time, he fought countless enemies, and his goals were simple: to destroy all others. But there were too many of them, and the battles lasted 20 years. In the end, his wife died from the pollution brought by others, and Li had to change his line of work. The invincible general became disabled. With caution, the uncle said that powerful beings had appeared in Beidou, trying to protect his nephew. Brushing off his guardian's words, Zhang declared that he would not give up on his dream and goal of becoming special. With determination, he declared that he also wanted to become a general, just like Li, following his example and relying on his own abilities. After thinking for a moment, the man said that the boy had already been noticed, and there was no turning back, so he had to be ready for anything. While he was explaining this, he was simultaneously searching for something in his pocket to give to his protege. Taking a pendant out of his pocket, he told the young man to hang it around his neck, explaining that it would protect him and help him concentrate during training. Zhang asked with interest what the pendant was, and Li explained that it was the secret shadow of Yin, and that after wearing it, Xiao would hear many different sounds. He explained that if the young man wore it for a long time, his willpower would grow stronger, but his negative emotions would intensify, so he needed to take breaks. The pendant could be activated when it detected normal energy, releasing contaminated energy, and reacting to the presence of foreign forces nearby. Upon hearing about shadow energy, Jiang thought that the pendant came from the shadow layer and could be dangerous if used incorrectly. Noting his nephew's intelligence, Li said that it was indeed from there, and that all forbidden things come from another world, but their use requires payment. The cost of use depends on the hero's strength and skill. If his level is above 5, he will be able to wear it without any particular risk. Continuing the story, the man explained that the most amazing thing about it is its ability to recognize people and respond to their inner strength. With interest, Jiang put it around his neck and said he would try wearing it to understand how it worked and feel its effect on himself. Approaching his nephew, the uncle looked closely at him from all sides and asked about his feelings, but the hero heard no sounds. With a smile, Li said that it seemed that the hero's willpower was resisting the influence of the pendant, and now he could rest easy. Leaving Jiang alone, the guardian departed, and the young man lay down on the bed to rest before training camp. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep, where his consciousness gradually relinquished control over his body. Suddenly, the pendant began to emit a strange dark energy, glowing with a faint black light that gradually enveloped everything around it. Gradually, it absorbed Jiang's body, but he did not even wake up, as if he were between sleep and reality, unaware of how the energy of the pendant was spreading. As if in a dream, he saw himself in a strange space and did not understand where he was, surrounded by emptiness and flickering shadows. He peered into the distance, trying to see something familiar and understand where he was, but the abyss seemed endless. Ahead, Xiao noticed strange bubbles with creatures inside, floating in the air and shimmering with light. In the middle of one of the bubbles was a girl wearing the same pendant around her neck as Jiang. She was screaming for them to stop shouting in her ears. Puzzled, the hero watched the flying bubbles with people inside them, which were everywhere, and couldn't understand what was happening. In another bubble, a guy was fighting fire with some unknown energy, showing strength and resistance. Next, an unknown force wounded the stranger, who screamed in pain, begging to be saved. While the balls around him seemed to be alive, suddenly all the people screamed for help and salvation, as if they were in a nightmare, and their cries echoed through the endless space. Feeling the tension and chaos, Jiang did not understand who all these people were and thought that these were memories from the pendant. Suddenly, he heard an unfamiliar voice calling him Master, which made the hero flinch and feel a strange sense of responsibility. Looking ahead, he saw only a blue, endless abyss, shimmering with a faint light, where there was no land, sky, or other landmarks. The next day, Jiang and Lu set off for the training camp by car, anticipating new events and adventures. In the back seat, the girl yawned, because she really wanted to sleep after a long night full of excitement and anxiety before the trip. Surprised, the guy asked if his girlfriend hadn't slept well, and she replied that she hadn't slept all night because she was beside herself with anticipation. In response, she asked if he had slept, and the young man replied with a smile that he had slept well and had wonderful dreams. Trying to remember the dream he had seen, he couldn't recall any details, although it left him with a pleasant feeling. Touching the shadow pendant, he thought he had dreamed about her talking, as if the pendant was showing him bits of information. Deciding to cheer up his friend, the hero put his hand on her shoulder and suggested she rest on his shoulder to relax a little. But she started screaming and pushing him away, and he replied that she shouldn't worry because he wasn't going to do anything and just wanted to support her. Suddenly, he leaned toward her face again, but heard Uncle Lu cough and backed away, realizing that the man was watching them. Looking in the rearview mirror, her father advised his daughter that there were many bad people at the camp, and that she should behave cautiously and seriously. In a calm voice, Lu replied that she understood everything, while Jiang thought that his uncle was hinting at him and was surprised that he considered him dangerous. Turning to the children, the man said that when they arrived at the camp, they should listen to the instructor's instructions and follow all the rules. He added that if anything happened, his daughter should call him. But Lu reproached him for talking about it the whole way. Suddenly, Jiang told his uncle not to worry about his daughter, because he was there and everything would be fine, but that was precisely why Lu was worried about her. After a while, the car pulled up to the tall station building, and the driver announced that they had arrived at their destination. Getting out of the car, Lu said goodbye to her father, and he reminded her about the phone so that she could stay in touch if necessary. Holding hands, the children walked toward the entrance of the building, walking confidently and sticking together to support each other. Noticing this, Lu snorted irritably, unable to accept the idea that his daughter was growing up and becoming independent of him. Annoyed, he called Jiang a scoundrel, expressing his dissatisfaction with his behavior and closeness to the heiress. Jiang tried to take the girl by the waist, but she waved him away, because her father might see, and she didn't want to put herself in an awkward position. Puzzled by his girlfriend's reaction, the hero said that they had always been together and he had nothing to worry about, but the girl asked him to be quiet. Walking to the subway station, they noticed an approaching train, and a crowd of people rushing to catch it stood on the platform. When they entered the car, the door closed behind them, separating them from the noisy stream of people on the platform. Inside the train car, there were many other special students who were also heading to the training camp, ready for new challenges. A girl was standing in front of Jang, but he was thinking about the train that was taking him straight to the camp and seemed not to notice her, immersed in his thoughts about the future. As the train traveled to the camp, the operator announced that the car would run without stops and was expected to arrive in exactly 20 minutes. Looking around, the hero noticed that there were many people in the carriage, and Lu explained that they had all arrived here from different locations to be sent to the camp. All the students had high test scores, so they only needed one training session to easily defeat other first-rankers. Surprised, the young man concluded that everyone was so strong that now there was no need to fear monsters, and he himself claimed that he could even handle second-rank monsters. Putting on her headphones, the girl warned him not to be so carefree because the upcoming training sessions would be extremely difficult. Not letting up, his friend advised him to wait until he arrived, because it was at the camp that he would learn the true taste of suffering and difficult trials. The guy said mockingly that he didn't care, and confidently thought to himself that he would easily cope with all possible difficulties. A strange, enveloping haze appeared outside the windows. Visibility was poor, but the journey continued. The train sped through a long underground tunnel at tremendous speed, carrying passengers further and further away, closer to the training camp. Xiao had fallen asleep and was snoring softly, but his girlfriend began to shake him, trying to wake him up and make him open his eyes. Opening his eyes, he didn't understand what was happening, and asked in surprise what was going on and why the girl had woken him up. Lu noted with concern that 40 minutes had already passed, and the train was still traveling, although it had previously been reported that the journey would only take 20 minutes. Realizing the strangeness of the situation, Jiang thought that this should not be the case, considering that the situation had clearly gotten out of control. Suddenly, glancing out the window, he saw a reflection and realized that thick fog was swirling around, hiding the world outside. The other passengers, noticing the veil outside the window, immediately noted that it was not simple and clearly concealed something dangerous. Pointing their fingers outside, everyone tried to see what was happening there, but the thick haze prevented them from seeing what was going on. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed to strange movements in the thick fog, then screamed, frightening the other passengers. Thoughts of monsters flashed through the boys' minds. But no one said anything, and Zhang and Lu just exchanged silent glances. An oppressive silence hung in the car. The tension grew, and the fear intensified, as if the very atmosphere around them had become much heavier. Outside the window, faint glimmers and a shimmering haze were visible, which looked eerie and added to the anxiety. Suddenly, the train stopped abruptly, and passengers barely managed to stay on their feet, with many falling on top of each other. The loudspeakers announced that the train had arrived at the desired station and warned students to be careful as the doors were opening. When the doors opened, no one rushed to get out. Fear gripped everyone, and no one understood what lay ahead. Seeing the empty platform, the guys were surprised, because they were supposed to be met. But there was no one there, and this caused confusion and even more questions. In a panic, everyone stood silently in place, no one daring to step forward first, fearing the unknown and possible danger. While the others hesitated, Zhang resolutely took a step forward and stepped onto the platform, unafraid of the unknown. Lu tried to stop him, not understanding why he had left, deciding that her friend had some kind of plan. The other students also looked after him in bewilderment, but the hero paid no attention to them. Gazing into the distance, Zhang quietly said that he hadn't come up with anything, but suddenly his eyes widened in horror and shock. The entire platform was littered with drops of blood, and he stepped on them as he took a few steps across the platform. Horrified, Lu covered her face with her hand, refusing to believe her eyes and unable to explain what was happening. Crouching down, Zhang ran his hand through the red sludge on the platform floor, carefully examining its strange sheen. Rubbing the liquid between his fingers, he said seriously that it was real blood, and there was no doubt about it. The others looked at each other, wondering if someone had been killed and how such a thing could have happened right here. Turning around slightly, Xiao said that this must have been the work of others, because humans would not have been capable of such a massacre. Hearing his words, the boys tensed up even more, their fear growing, and no one in the carriage dared to move. Turning to Lu, the hero ordered her to immediately report what had happened to the night watch, and decided that they needed to return urgently. Looking intently at his friend, Xiao was silent for a while, thinking about the next steps and weighing the possible risks. A few seconds later, he suddenly smiled and said he was going to the bathroom, as if nothing strange was happening. Trying to stop him, Lu desperately shouted his name, hoping that her friend would change his mind and not disappear into the unknown. Feeling both fear and anger, She didn't understand why he had decided to explore such a dangerous and creepy place. Without thinking twice, the girl rushed after him, deciding not to leave her friend alone, despite the growing horror inside her. The guys who stayed in the car looked at each other, not understanding where Jang and Lu had run off to or what they should do next. Not knowing how to get back, they wondered what to do since there was no cell service, and someone suggested that they all go out onto the platform together. Hesitantly, anxiously, and doubtfully, they all began to get out one by one, trying to stay together as a group on the platform. A camera hung on the wall. Someone was watching them from afar, but none of the guys suspected they were being watched and didn't notice the device. Meanwhile, Zhang reached the restroom and calmly relieved himself, as if he were completely unconcerned with what was happening around him. With a smile and a sense of relief, he noted to himself that he now felt better, as he had wanted to use the restroom for a long time. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him and turned around, his heart beating rapidly from the growing tension. Right behind him stood a huge purple wolf, its eyes glowing red, its mouth slowly opening. Suddenly, stones flew, and the monster's body exploded right in front of Jiang, scattering pieces all over the floor. Puzzled, he turned around and saw Lu with a stone in her hand, wondering if she had really come here too. "Angry!" the girl shouted, asking if he didn't understand how dangerous it could be and where it would lead. Ignoring her cries, he calmly asked his girlfriend to calm down and just listen to him carefully. Putting her hands on her hips, she agreed to listen to him and decided to see what else the young man would come up with in such a tense situation. Suddenly, the guy declared with confidence that their training had already begun, but no one knew about it. Surprised, Lu asked when exactly the test had begun, and Jiang replied that it had started when they got out of the train car. Puzzled, the girl asked if he really thought that everything that was happening had been planned in advance and carefully prepared by someone. Pointing to the monster's remains, Zhang asked his friend what she thought about what had happened and what conclusions she could draw. Thinking for a moment, she noted that the other one was weak, and that such creatures would not have the courage to attack the training camp. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the hero smiled and said that she wasn't stupid, seriously angering her with his words. The young man confidently stated that if others had really attacked, the Night Watch would have known about it long ago and informed all the guys. Recalling the road, he decided that the trip had been deliberately prolonged, and that fog and blood had been used to intimidate everyone. Summarizing his thoughts, Xiao smiled and noted that everything that was happening was just a test of strength of spirit and endurance. At that moment, monsters suddenly attacked the others. Some fought back as best they could, while others panicked and tried to run away. Waving his arms, Zhang declared that under such pressure, the difference between strong and weak students becomes obvious. He said with admiration that he was the strongest, to which Lu angrily replied that she had been hearing that all day. While they were arguing, new ones began to rapidly approach them, and the situation became even more dangerous. A huge pack of fast cheetahs suddenly rushed straight towards Jiang and Lu, preparing to attack. Hiding behind his friend's back, Xiao asked her to use her abilities, which surprised her greatly. Puzzled, Lu asked if he hadn't just declared with a confident smile that the monsters would stand no chance against him. Pushing her forward, the young man said that this was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate her abilities and reveal her true talent. While Jiang wished his friend luck, they were being closely watched from a special room for covert surveillance. On a huge screen with dozens of cameras, members of the Night Watch monitored the young people's every move in the subway. Having deftly dealt with the entire pack of cheetahs, Lu was breathing heavily, surrounded by the bloody remains of the monsters. Xiao shouted with excitement at how cool his girlfriend had been, fighting all of them alone, and she looked very embarrassed. Suddenly, the girl lashed out at him with her fists and shouted that he should be ashamed of himself for standing idly by while she was fighting. After receiving several blows, John grabbed her arm and held her tightly, trying to stop his girlfriend's outburst of rage. Calming down, he said that now was not the time for arguments, and asked her to look in the direction where he had noticed something strange. There was a subway map hanging on the wall, and Jiang said that with its help, they would be able to find their way back and get out. Puzzled, Lu asked if her friend really thought they needed to leave this dangerous hole. Looking at the diagram, the young man noticed that the entrance marked with the letter C was designated as a shadow field, and this caused him great concern. Doubtful, Lu thought that it was just an imitation and the most dangerous place, but the hero assured her that it would turn out to be the safest. Taking his friend by the shoulder, he said that they had to go there, and if anything happened, he would definitely protect her from danger. Suddenly, they noticed frightened children running away and screaming for help in panic, not paying attention to the road around them. Trying to stop the runners and talk to them, the hero shouted, but all his attempts were in vain. No one listened to him. Surprised, Xiao didn't understand how the elite could be frightened by ordinary others and run away like that, while Lu just silently watched what was happening. Suddenly, with terror in her voice, she screamed that a monster had appeared right behind them and pointed behind her friend. Behind Jiang stood a huge green snake with 3 heads, hissing menacingly and preparing to attack. Unexpectedly, Xiao jumped high and slammed all 3 of the snake's heads into the asphalt with one powerful blow. Not understanding why the enemy was still alive, the young man believed that he was the highest-ranking soldier and realized that if the monster reached the camp, it would lead to deaths. Noticing that the other was full of strength and rushed into the attack again, Lu resolutely prepared to defend herself, unwilling to retreat. Waving her arms covered in flames, she took a fighting stance and prepared to strike the snake directly. The 3-headed creature caught sight of the girl's silhouette, which was reflected in its pupils, and watched her every move intently without blinking. Opening its huge mouth, it tried to grab her with its teeth, but Lu noticed something strange in its movements. With one blow, Jiang repelled the monster's attack and shouted loudly to his friend to be careful and move away. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and squeezed it tightly, trying to pull her away with him, not letting go for a moment to protect her. While the other guy was recovering from the blow, the hero dragged his friend away and told her to run as fast as she could without looking back. When the snake came to, it furiously rushed after the kids, chasing them across the platform, and every movement echoed loudly around them. Seeing the monster, the other kids screamed in horror and scattered in all directions, fleeing in complete panic. Noticing entrance C ahead, Xiao dragged Lu behind him, loudly ordering him to move there, not wanting to waste any time. Rushing forward, he tried to reach the shadow layer, hoping that their salvation would be found there. Suddenly, the young man felt a lightness in his palm, where Lu's hand had been just a moment ago, and it frightened him. Stopping in surprise, he realized that he no longer felt her presence, as if she had dissolved into thin air. Once in the shadow layer, the hero realized that he was alone here. His friend had disappeared, and there was not even a trace of her presence nearby. The night watchman, watching from another room, did not understand what was happening with the snake, because its power should have been suppressed by the crystals. One of the specialists said that they had lost control of the monster, while another suggested simply going out and subduing it by force. Unexpectedly, Sun said that they would just wait, which surprised his colleagues, who immediately turned to him in bewilderment. Looking closely at the surveillance cameras, the instructor calmly suggested leaving everything as it was and not interfering. He wanted to carefully test Xiao's abilities, observing whether he could prove himself in a real battle. Upon reaching the exit, the hero noticed that there was a serious problem with the door. It would not open as it should. The glass was made of materials that let sunlight through, but still had distinctive properties. Grabbing the door handle, he began to pull it with all his might, trying to open the door and return to his girlfriend. Thinking that if he opened it many times in a row, Zhang decided that he would have a chance to meet Lu again. Opening the door again, he saw a huge 3-headed snake with its mouth open, ready to pounce on him. Trying to defend himself, the hero took a fighting stance, but the other snake was getting closer and closer to him, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, the young man understood that he had to take action right now in order to survive. To distract the dragon, he tried to grab its lower jaw and thus delay its swift attack. Deciding to use his hand-to-hand combat skills, he began to deliver multiple blows directly to the monster's body. After a series of attacks, the dragon retreated slightly, as if pausing for a moment to think, and lost its previous momentum and strength. Breathing heavily, Jiang realized that he had almost lost control of himself, but hoped that no one had noticed. Suddenly, a thick shadow enveloped his face, and he froze in amazement, not understanding what was happening. A minute later, darkness completely engulfed the young man, and he himself seemed to turn into the living embodiment of a shadow. Puzzled, he did not understand why this had happened, because he had not activated the form himself. It had all happened on its own. While the hero was examining himself, someone landed sharply nearby, raising a cloud of dust and earth from the impact. Hearing a loud noise, Xiao turned around in surprise, trying to figure out who had appeared next to him. In front of him stood a green monster covered with many eyes, one of which was even visible right in its mouth. Realizing that this other being had reached the upper limit of the first rank, Xiao understood that the situation was becoming extremely dangerous. In the observation room, cameras broadcast the young man's battle with this creature, in real time for all employees to see. The Night Watch froze in horror, watching what was happening, not believing their eyes, and nervously glancing at each other. Surprised, Sun did not understand what was happening, because the appearance of this monster was completely unexpected. The eyes on the creature's body seemed to be attached with Velcro. They were not part of the skin and looked foreign, as if attached from the outside. The huge monster rapidly approached its opponent, its footsteps shaking the ground, and its breath echoing loudly around. Stretching his finger forward, he lunged, pointing it straight at the hero's chest. trying to break through his defense and inflict damage. Suddenly, a strange green energy field enveloped the monster's body, and the young man, in shock, took a step back, retreating. It spread like long tentacles that slid toward the enemy, the energy rapidly spreading around, and Xiao barely managed to jump aside. Suddenly, he found himself right in the center of a strange mark, the outline of which resembled a compass with diverging rays. A sharp pain shot through his entire body, and the young man coughed up blood again, realizing the true strength and power of his opponent. While the young man tried to recover and come to his senses, the monster circled nearby, hiding in its own energy flow. Having thought out a daring plan for victory in his head, Xiao smiled maliciously and sardonically, looking at his enemy with hidden mockery. Moving forward sharply, the hero grabbed the monster by the throat with both hands and began to strangle the beast with all his might. With a sly grin, he called his opponent a name and declared that such a move would not work on him. Tightening his grip, Jiang saw scarlet blood gush from the monster's throat, and his enemy began to lose strength. Finally, gathering his strength, he threw the other far away, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Preparing to use his shadow bite ability, the young man noticed the bodies of slain enemies littering the ground around him. To study in detail the characteristics of the destroyed monsters he had fought, he decided to consult the system. According to the device, the snake was a low-level first-level other who enjoyed killing. Despite its terrifying appearance and huge mouth, the monster turned out to be too weak an opponent, for which a small reward was given. The hero also received points for eliminating the faceless monster, whose pupils were considered the main source of its monstrous power. There were rumors that the eyes belonged to a lower-ranking shadow creature, but the young man also received a reward for killing it. Noticing that he had only earned a few points, the young man was upset because the reward was less than he had expected. Looking at the remains, Zhang remembered that the stalker was hostile to the shadow species and understood why others constantly tried to attack him. Reflecting on the test, he decided that the Night Watch should have sent weak monsters. But the worst thing was that his shadow form had already been noticed by the instructors. The hero's energy rose behind him in whirlwinds, as if ready to burst out, while he walked confidently forward. Suddenly, the young man felt strange changes in his body and realized that he was still a shadow, not having returned to his former appearance. Waving his arms, he tried to dispel the shadow, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the monster, and the boy stopped abruptly, listening to the eerie notes. Looking up, he noticed many pupils staring at him in a bottomless green abyss above him. Xiao realized that he couldn't just walk away from the sight and would have to engage in a difficult battle. In a panic, the instructors shouted that the camera screens had gone blank and demanded that the technical department be contacted immediately to fix the problem. Continuing to watch what was happening, Sun remained tense and silent, feeling anxious for the life of the young man who was in mortal danger. Suddenly, another employee appeared in the doorway and announced loudly that he had come to report on the current situation in the subway. Out of breath, the man reported that all information systems had broken down, and communication with instructors Liu and Luo had been lost. Upon hearing the report, the colleagues remaining in the room became even more tense and froze in complete bewilderment and anxious anticipation. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a cane tapping on the tile floor, and they turned around in fright, feeling their hearts sink. An old man in a wheelchair with a cane said that he did not expect such a mess at the Yunhai training camp, where everything was always under control. He asked maliciously whether those present considered themselves worthy instructors, and they bowed and asked his forgiveness. Turning around, Sun respectfully addressed the head of Chen and asked what action should be taken in this situation. In a rage, the man struck the stone floor with his cane with all his might, and the loud sound caused everyone to freeze in dead silence. Giving instructions, he ordered everyone who had entered the shadow field to be counted, the fog to be cleared, the test to be suspended, and instructors to be selected for the rescue mission. Hearing the head's order, the others immediately rushed to carry it out. Suddenly, Chen ordered Song to stay, and the young man turned around in surprise, not understanding why he had been singled out from the rest. Noting that he was the calmest of them all, the man asked what exactly was hidden in the shadow field of the Yunhai camp. Avoiding the question, the employee said that if the head had given the order, it meant he already understood the problem. But Chen pointed out that it was visible to the naked eye. Realizing that he couldn't wriggle out of it, Sun explained that the anomaly had originated from a forbidden place, and that upon contact with others, eyes began to grow on the body. He also added that the monster was changing the world according to its own rules, and could bring lower species with it, and their hidden powers made the fight more difficult. Surprised, Chen asked what rank this monster had. and the instructor suggested that it had been active for a month. Summing up, the head stated that only a person with strength equal to the 4th rank could defeat such a monster. Noting this, the guy said that if no action was taken, nothing would happen, even if weak students entered the shadow field. But if someone with the 4th rank came there, chaos would ensue, and others would begin to actively develop, mutate, and attack. With interest, the old man asked if there were any students of that level, and Sun replied that the probability was low, but it could not be completely ruled out. Thoughts arose in his mind that, regardless of rank, something had already affected others, and he felt fear for the fate of a young man named Jiang. Meanwhile, a huge flock of various mutated monsters was chasing the hero, and he was running forward with all his might. A huge green monster stood in Xiao's way, but the young man had no intention of giving up and boldly launched a furious attack. With one powerful blow, he smashed his enemy to pieces, and scarlet splashes of blood flew in all directions. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he would do the same to anyone who dared to attack him and moved forward. The pack continued to chase him, but Jiang sped up even more, not believing that they would be able to catch up with him, kicking up dust behind him. Pushing off the ground deftly, he moved so fast that it seemed as if he were flying through the air. Lacking such abilities, many others fell into traps and perished, and the boy declared that they had chosen this path themselves. The green rivals decided to attack the young man, using the power of their own pupils, which exuded the energy of a fierce blow. A powerful energy blast struck him in the back, and Xiao felt excruciating pain, barely managing to hold back a scream. The devastating attack knocked the young man to the ground, leaving him exhausted and stunned by this turn of events. Getting up from the ground, Jiang cursed and realized that his opponents had the ability to attack from a distance. With swift steps, others approached him from different sides, leaving him no chance to retreat. Among the crowd of monsters, he noticed that others of a higher 2nd rank had joined the 1st ranks. Enraged, the guy declared that they had forced him to do it and activated his blade, deciding to show off all his abilities and strength. Suddenly, he noticed a strange phenomenon and stopped in surprise, realizing that something had gone completely wrong. Examining his body, he realized that the shadow blade had not been activated and at first did not understand what the problem was. After thinking for a moment, he realized that his enemies had used energy to seal him away, and the hero understood that his abilities were now inaccessible. Suddenly, the monsters began to talk to each other in a strange language, and he watched in bewilderment as the energy spread. The enemies exchanged silent glances and did not approach him, and the young man did not understand why they had stopped. Unexpectedly, the crowd of monsters parted to the sides, as if clearing a passage for someone to pass through. A huge monster stepped out of the shadows, a massive blade hanging from its belt, glinting dimly. Before the hero stood a terrifying creature with 2 mouths, one of which gaped from its stomach and emitted eerie sounds. Gritting his teeth, Jiang realized that he was facing a 3rd-rank monster, and he didn't know how he could defeat such a powerful opponent. As his opponent rapidly approached, he took a fighting stance, clenching his fists and preparing for a decisive attack. None of those present were going to back down. Everyone was preparing for battle and watching each other intently. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and the hero's body was thrown violently to the side, hitting the ground. The energy blast pierced the wall of the nearest building, leaving a hole and scattering pieces of brick and concrete in all directions. Coughing after the fall, Xiao realized that the double blade could not be used, as his weapon system was completely out of order. Realizing that in his current state, it would be difficult to fight the 2nd rank, let alone the 3rd, where he had almost no chance. He simply wanted to survive. Not wanting to give up, he instantly released a web from his hands, hoping to slow down his opponent at least a little and gain time for maneuver. In an instant, the other's body was enveloped in strong threads, but the young man knew that he had almost no chance of winning. Deciding to use the best plan possible, the guy ran away, maneuvering between tall buildings. Escaping from the trap, the monster roared in rage, making terrifying sounds that echoed throughout the subway. Turning around, the hero saw the monster break free from the web and rushed towards him, and cursed under his breath in anger. Swinging a huge blade, the other prepared to deliver a devastating blow, and Jiang held his breath, trying to predict the trajectory. When the enemy struck, the guy barely dodged, and the force hit the asphalt beneath his feet, leaving cracks. While the enemy hesitated for a moment, Xiao realized that this was an excellent chance to attack, and that he had to act without hesitation, without wasting any time. Rushing towards the other, he began to deliver numerous blows with his fists, and the system instantly notified him of an increase in points for a successful fight. Noticing that his opponent was gradually losing blood, the young man rejoiced, for his actions were beginning to inflict tangible damage on the enemy. While he was thinking about how to accumulate enough kill points to deal with the monster struck him in the jaw and blood gushed from the guy's mouth. The force of the blow sent Jang flying to the side, and scarlet splatters flew everywhere, leaving chaos and a sense of mortal danger in its wake. Landing against the wall of the building, the character felt pain, but tried to pull himself together and not lose his concentration. As his opponent approached, Jang tried to find the strength to get up and continue fighting, not letting his opponent win. Suddenly the other stopped, puzzled, and looked around, while the young man stared at him in surprise, trying to understand his behavior. To slow down, the monster put its huge clawed paws forward, gradually reducing its speed. Looking at his opponent, the young man did not understand why he had stopped and was not coming too close, because there were plenty of opportunities to attack. As if on cue, the monster stood still, and Jung stared at it intently, not understanding what was happening around him. Suddenly, the young man felt as if the space around him had changed. The air had become heavy, and the whole world had ceased to obey the usual laws. Looking at the half-ruined buildings around him, he did not understand what had happened and why everything had become so strange and unfamiliar. Angry, Xiao realized that this place was like a shadow layer, but it felt different, as if completely different. Dangerous forces were at work here. A strange energy enveloped the space, creating tension, and the guy realized that this world frightened him more than the dark one. Moving abruptly, the other swung his sword, ready to deliver a devastating blow, and the hero barely had time to react. Realizing that he needed to escape, the hero rushed to run, desperately dodging and trying to keep at least a little distance from the enemy. Continuing to run, he grew tired and out of breath, thinking up a plan in his head to survive in this dangerous and strange space. Ahead, Jiang saw a dark abyss and did not understand why the alley was so long, thinking that his eyes were deceiving him or that his vision was failing. Suddenly, the young man felt an incredible pressure squeezing his body and soul at the same time, as if the universe itself had decided to test his endurance. Suddenly, he felt as if he were in space, floating in zero gravity, experiencing a strange sensation that completely knocked him out of reality. Not understanding what kind of place it was, he felt nothing familiar, as if all his senses had refused to work under the influence of the new environment. He saw his hands rise on their own, uncontrollably, as if someone else were controlling his body. In horror, Jiang screamed as if he were falling, feeling that his body was not obeying him, and desperately tried to regain control of his movements. Someone was hitting him in the face, and the hero screamed, demanding that they stop, declaring that he was the master of his own body, and no one had the right to control it without his permission. A moment later, he felt relief and thought that it had all stopped, although his heart was still beating wildly. A strange energy ball was rapidly approaching him, and Zhang had no time to come up with a plan. Unable to do anything, he stood still, but the ball hit him right in the heart, causing strange sensations throughout his body. Pain, fear, and uncertainty filled him at the same time, and Xiao realized that he was facing forces that could not be fought with ordinary means. The energy core completely enveloped Zhang, and he seemed to be floating in the universe, losing contact with the ground, feeling heaviness and a strange warmth. Like invisible threads, his body was wrapped tighter and tighter, holding him in a state of suspension, depriving him of the ability to move freely. In the reflection of the hero's eyes, a mesmerizing core was visible, and Zhang firmly told himself that he would wait for the appearance of the Lord of Shadows. Suddenly, he found himself on a glass podium, walking forward and thinking about the place he was in, while his own shadows watched him from all sides. Suddenly, a voice said that this was the border between this world and Shenzhou, and the young man stopped, looking questioning. Taking a fighting stance, he shouted, asking who was speaking to him. But there was silence all around, and no answer came. After a while, the voice said that Xiao was unaware of what was happening, and suggested that he dive deeper into the shadows. The stranger continued, saying that everything around him was dark, cold, and merciless, and the young man turned around, wanting to see who was talking to him. The purple hand of the shadow approached him, with long, sharp nails, as if ready to grab or deliver a fatal blow. The shadow defiantly declared that he and Zhang were of the same origin, reaching out its limbs directly toward the character. Bewildered by the stranger's words, froze in shock, unable to comprehend what was happening around him. Angered, the young man punched the shadow, but it was as if he were hitting glass, and the blow missed its target and did no damage. The reflection asked what he was doing, and Zhang replied that he was eliminating the other, although his understanding of what was happening remained vague. The shadow maliciously declared that the hero's actions were reckless, explaining that he should not neglect his skills, but he only wanted to get out quickly and save Lu. Stretching out its index finger, the shadow told Zhang to see for himself what was going on and figure it all out. Looking in the direction indicated by the shadow, Xiao, puzzled and anxious, tried to understand what he should see and how it would help him. A huge eye appeared in front of him, sparkling and mesmerizing, emanating a strange energy. Everything around him was enveloped in a light haze, and the shadow watched Zhang's actions intently, as if checking how well he understood the situation. Not believing his eyes, the young man asked if this was the same kind of eye that had previously blocked part of his powers, and the shadow confirmed it. She explained that the sparkling appearance and the appearance of shadows are sworn enemies, and although Xiao is special, he is still susceptible to their influence. The sparkling appearance chose the young man as its target, trying to block his abilities, and the shadow warned that the young man was already dead. Zhang asked in surprise if that meant the Shadow Lord had saved him that time, and the shadow replied that it had been waiting for him to appear for a long time. The ruler clarified that he had long been searching for someone as strong as himself to complete his mission and pass on his power. As he spoke, fragments resembling crystals of various shapes fell nearby, creating a dangerous and unpredictable atmosphere. In the past, he had been powerful and responsible, and such people were extremely difficult to find. He had been the head of an important group in Shenzhou. As a result of an accident, his body broke into many fragments and entered this world, while his sparkling appearance retained part of his soul. His heart turned into a huge eye, which became a source of power, a separate consciousness, and a manifestation of the might that once belonged to a human being. Being capricious, the entity turned away from its master and began to use his powers for its own interests, completely appropriating his might and authority. As if emerging from the glass, the Lord declared that he had been waiting for the appearance of shadows, anticipating a meeting with someone who could defeat him. Emerging from the mirror, he stretched out his hands and declared that someone stronger had finally appeared, begging Jiang to destroy the eyes and become their master. The young man's body glowed with a strange light. He did not understand what was happening, and the shadow assured him that it would obey him. When the Lord approached Xiao, he slapped him sharply, unwilling to follow orders and considering the Lord to be insolent. With one powerful blow, the hero knocked the shadow aside, knocking his opponent off his feet, and stared at him intently. Puzzled, the Lord asked what the young man was doing, saying that he had agreed to help with a look in his eyes. But Zheng replied that he had not given his consent. The young man stated emphatically that someone who had no other options left had no right to set conditions and demand obedience from him. Approaching the shadow and pointing his finger, he asked if it was true that the Lord would obey him, testing the enemy's intentions. Instead of giving a direct answer, the shadow said that Zhang would not be able to escape anyway, hinting that he was trapped. Hearing this, the young man looked defiantly at the mirror, showing no fear and preparing for decisive action. Suddenly, the Lord declared that in that case, the young man would serve here, and it should be an honor for him to become the bearer of his power. With fury, the hero struck the glass, reaching his opponent, and prepared for battle, focusing entirely on defense. Pulling the shadow out of the mirror, Zhang began to strangle it, demonstrating his power and control over the enemy's magical essence. Although the Lord claimed that he had been powerful in the past, his words could not be verified, and Xiao stated that the proposal was... The shadow maliciously replied that he was 6th rank, and that Zhang's continued existence in Shenzhou would be impossible. Suddenly, the Lord felt the young man sucking his energy into himself, unable to believe that a simple 2nd-rank person could gain the upper hand over him. Gradually, the shadow dissolved, and the hero continued to stand, with his arm outstretched, as if holding the enemy by the neck and controlling the situation. Screaming, the Lord disappeared into the abyss, exhausted, leaving behind only a faint purple light and a feeling of horror. Having gotten rid of his annoying rival, the guy could still see the purple light in the dark abyss beneath his feet, sensing danger and a strange silence. Suddenly, only one eye remained of the Lord, which was in Zhang's hands, sparkling and filled with power. After a while, it flew away and began to dissolve into space, leaving behind a faint glow, while the hero stood in complete amazement. Not understanding what was happening, he remembered the shadow and the fragments, trying to connect what was happening with previous events. Meanwhile, the sparkling sight completely surrounded the night watch and the students, and one of the members ordered everyone to take the medicine and not leave the formation. Among the crowd of frightened children stood Lu, wondering where Zhang had gone, fearing for his life and realizing the magnitude of the threat hanging over them. Turning around, she saw a dazzling sight approaching, and thousands of pairs of eyes fixed on her, eager to attack. Forming a huge ball, the multitude of shining eyes stared intently at their victims, completely controlling the space and bending it to their will. Suddenly, the sparkling monsters rushed to attack the girl, and she looked at them in bewilderment, not knowing what to do next. Preparing to fight back, Lu took up a fighting stance, and her hands burst into flames, ready to burn anyone who approached her. Throwing fireballs, she deftly enveloped her enemies in flames, their screams merging with the crackling of energy and bright flashes around them. One of the guys began to cut down monsters with his strength, striking with precision and determination, saving his comrades from imminent danger. Turning to the girl, the students thanked her and asked if she could still fight, to which she calmly replied that everything was under control. One of the guys shouted that everyone needed to get together and get out of there, while one of the monsters was approaching him from behind. Many eyes stared directly at him, creating a feeling of hypnosis and panic, and the young man felt himself losing control. Radiating energy from its pupils, the monster seemed to hypnotize the student, paralyzing his body and movements. Suddenly, he fell right at Lu's feet, who watched in amazement and did not have time to react. Looking up, she saw a huge, glowing monster approaching her to attack. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the girl cursed under her breath, clenching her fists, and prepared for the inevitable fight. Suddenly, Instructor Sun appeared and defeated the enemy with one powerful blow, demonstrating his strength and experience. Looking at the corpse, he stated that it was a third-rank opponent and that the situation was much more dangerous than they had thought. Angry, he asked the other employees if they had not been asked to be vigilant, since they had just been almost attacked from behind, and they apologized. Looking at the students, the man wondered if there was a special fourth rank among them, since almost none of them had encountered a third rank. Without turning around, he stated that everyone was in place and ordered the students to move forward, but Lu suddenly stopped him. The girl said excitedly that she had been with Jiang, but he was not there and had disappeared without a trace in an unknown direction. Shocked, Sun wondered if the young man was with the girl, and if they had come here together, they must be in a close relationship. While the instructor was thinking about all this, a monster was approaching from behind, swinging its blade to strike. Feeling the stranger's energy behind him, the young man turned around warily, assessing the danger and preparing for a possible battle with the enemy. Stretching his arm forward, he used his abilities, and it glowed with a bright green light, preparing to deal powerful damage to the enemy. An arrow flew from his palm, heading straight for the other man and knocking him back a long way. Protecting Lu, Sun realized that the girl had also caught the attention of the shining figure, and now she and Jian were in direct danger. With burning eyes, he rushed forward and ordered 2 members of the Night Watch to accompany the students, entrusting the rest entirely to him. The huge purple monster with 2 mouths prepared for a new attack, emitting eerie, piercing sounds. The instructor's palm glowed green, and a strange eye resembling a tattoo was visible on it. As they approached each other, the tension between the rivals grew, and they prepared for a fierce battle where every blow could be fatal. Suddenly, Sun activated the special wind eye technique, and the other spun in a whirlwind, losing the ability to move freely and attack. Everything around the opponent was spinning. He stood motionless, not understanding what was happening, and tried unsuccessfully to strike, but the flow of energy was too strong. With anger and determination, the monster decided to break free from the vortex at any cost, straining all its strength and trying to find a weak spot in the trap. There was a bright purple flash, and a vicious energy burst out as the hurricane continued to spin. With a deft movement, the monster managed to fly out of the vortex and shot toward his opponent, holding a blade in his paws. Seeing the monster's attempt to escape, Sun instantly activated his eye ability, and a multitude of pupils appeared under his feet, ready to bind his opponent. Suddenly, strange chains began to appear, and the guy felt heavy. His movements slowed down. He was completely paralyzed. Feeling numbness in his limbs, Sun was confused, not understanding what was happening, because his abilities had disappeared, and he could not control the situation. Turning around, he noticed that the other was approaching the students and instructors, and realized that he had to save them at all costs. A huge red ball consisting of eyes filled the space in the sky, radiating energy that felt like pressure. The eyes enveloped the space, filling everything around them with their energy and creating a sense of imminent danger. Feeling the influence of the gaze, the boys stood frozen, unable to move, panic gripping their minds, their bodies seemingly obeying someone else's will. A strange force began to suck Sunya in, and he desperately tried to stay on his feet, but the energy was too overwhelming. Unable to resist, he fell to the ground and bruised himself slightly, realizing that his opponent and the magic of his gaze were too powerful. The other instructors and members of the Night Watch also felt the influence of the sight, going mad, losing control of their bodies and minds. Lu stood among them, thinking that the end was coming, her body unable to move, her mind clouded, and horror gradually enveloping every cell. Stretching her fists forward, she realized that although she was mentally prepared, she felt physically weak compared to the others. and the monster was rapidly approaching her. Noticing the sword flying through the air, Lu closed one eye and realized that it was inevitable, and that it was impossible to protect herself. Sacrificing her life for her friend, she decided that Jiang must live, even if the chances of survival were minimal. Feeling despair overwhelm her mind and her body bound by the enemy's overwhelming energy, the girl had already stopped believing in miracles. A shadow approached her with a sword in its hands, and she thought it was Jiang, hoping for salvation, even though she understood that the danger was extremely great. To prevent the girl from falling from shock, he managed to catch her and gently supported her, preventing her from collapsing from loss of consciousness. With a smile, the shadow declared that he was there, giving her hope and instilling the confidence and strength she needed to face the threat. After laying his girlfriend on the ground in a semi-conscious state, Jiang didn't know what would happen next and thought about a plan. Staring intently at Lu's pale face, he realized that he had to act quickly, otherwise everything would end badly. A huge flock of monsters appeared behind the hero, different types, vicious and dangerous, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with this onslaught. As they rushed into battle, cries of echoed through the streets, while Xiao, with a sly smile, prepared for combat, confident of victory. He noted to himself that although the territory belonged to the species of eyes, everyone had forgotten that the species of shadows also ruled here. Taking up a fighting stance, the hero's body filled with energy, his eyes lit up, and he decided to fight to the end. Reaching up, he activated his threads, hoping they would help stop his enemies by creating a glowing energy shield around him. A bright light emanated from his palm. The space around him lit up with the energy of shadows, and the monsters froze, sensing his power and strength. In the sky, the threads began to spin, sparkling like stars, and gradually began to envelop the monsters, stopping their attacks. Gradually, they formed a net around the others, who froze, not understanding what was happening but feeling a strange influence. A shadow portal appeared in the sky, and the monsters stared at it in amazement as Jiang welcomed them to his territory. A glowing shadow dome appeared in the center of the abyss, rays passing through it and illuminating everything around. The energy engulfed the faces of his opponents, and they writhed in pain and made terrifying sounds that echoed everywhere. Glowing circles appeared under the young man's feet, and he stepped on them confidently, feeling a surge of strength, preparing to destroy everyone. A moment later, a powerful explosion rocked the air, tearing some bodies to pieces, but Jiang didn't even turn around, continuing on his way. Chaos reigned behind him, and the terrifying sounds of battle could be heard. But the hero felt joy and satisfaction, knowing that victory was near. Suddenly, a huge monster with two mouths appeared in front of him. Remembering how it had chased him down the street, Xiao realized that it was his turn to fight. Swinging his blades decisively, the young man prepared to deliver a crushing blow, demonstrating speed and precision of movement. The monster stood motionless, but the warrior struck it with such force that it felt unbearable pain. Its eyes widened and it trembled. A strange energy hung in the air, and the monster, frozen with fear, sensed it and seemed afraid to move despite its wounds. In an instant, its body was torn to pieces, and Jiang smiled, realizing his victory and feeling the strength and experience he had gained in battle. Another pair of eyes appeared nearby, watching intently as it prepared to attack the hero with its pupils. Unwilling to give up, the young man activated his pursuit skill, and the monster's eye began to emit a bright light, weakening it. Staring intently at his enemy, the character felt his superiority and realized that he was regaining control. The bright rays began to burn through the enemy's body, causing unbearable pain and making it impossible to resist. As soon as the hero's ability took effect, the eyes lost their power, blood spilled onto the ground, he fell dead, and Jiang watched intently. Deciding to finish off the enemy, the hero used his decapitation skill. The blades glowed brightly, and the space around him was filled with the energy of shadows. Suddenly, the guy felt a strange sensation, froze with the blades in his hands, looking around and trying to understand what was happening. Red rays resembling rain began to descend from the sky, and Jiang froze, watching them, realizing the power of the shadows. Amidst the multitude of monster corpses, red rays fell to the ground, and the warrior felt strength and power within himself, ready for new battles. Standing with his foot on the lifeless body of the enemy, the young man realized that he had suppressed an entire species and all their abilities. With a sly smile, he declared that even with his second rank, he was able to kill another third rank in a matter of seconds, and understood why they acted in groups. Gradually, power concentrated in Jiang's hands, and with his skills, he sucked energy from the slain enemy. Meanwhile, the Night Watch rushed to the rescue. quickly approaching the scene of the battle with the monsters. Looking up between the skyscrapers, Xiao saw the rescue team and did not understand who had signaled them. Realizing that he could be identified and his true nature revealed, he understood that the team's arrival was completely untimely. Gradually, the crew approached the glowing vortex, preparing to assist all those affected. The captain gave the order to quickly remove all the wounded, and the crew members rushed to organize the evacuation and medical assistance. Stating that people were dying, a girl from the team asked if anyone had taken pills for contamination, as they needed to be taken on time. Another said that several people were needed to block the view of the eyes. Otherwise, the danger to everyone would increase significantly. At the hospital, nurses and doctors rescued the wounded after the attack, rushing to provide assistance and trying to stabilize everyone's condition. Sitting in the hallway with an IV drip, Jiang smiled as he recounted how he had deftly dealt with huge monsters, and the guys listened with admiration. As he continued to brag about his achievements, someone hit him in the cheek with a pill bottle, causing surprise. He looked at his friend in bewilderment, and she asked if he could still brag after what he had been through. Handing him the medicine, she told him to drink it quickly so that his wounds would begin to heal, and there would be no complications after the battle. With a smile, the young man asked her to open them herself, wanting to maintain his image as an independent hero. Reluctantly, Lu opened the jar for her friend, carefully and quickly showing care and attention, which was important after the horror she had experienced. She then poured the liquid medicine onto the wound. It looked like ordinary water, but in fact had healing properties. Noticing the effect on the wound, Zhang cried out in pain, not expecting the strong burning sensation and instant effect of the medicine. The substance was hot and burned the wound, and he began jumping around the hallway with the IV, expressing his dissatisfaction with what had happened. Angry, he shouted that the medicine should have been drunk, not poured on wounds, and his girlfriend replied that he was to blame for the situation that had arisen. Surprised, the guy asked if his girlfriend was angry with him, but she pretended that everything was fine, giving him time to think. Trying to find the right words, the young man attempted to apologize, controlling his emotions and showing that he was ready to listen. Approaching him, Lu didn't let him finish, took his face in her hands and looked at him closely, then covered his wounds with bandages. With annoyance in her voice, she asked him not to treat her like that again, demanding that he be attentive and careful in the future. Shocked by the girl's behavior, Jiang nodded approvingly, agreeing with her and showing respect for her words and concern. Staring intently at her lips and beautiful smile, he felt a warmth inside and was amazed by her courage. Suddenly, the girl said that when she fainted, she woke up completely unharmed, and Xiao said that the instructor had simply saved her. She shouted furiously that it was Brother Yue, and the hero almost choked on his pill, realizing that he was involved in what had happened. Wanting to change the subject, he said that it was probably just the girl's imagination, and pretended not to understand how the hero could have ended up in the training camp. Sitting down next to him, Lu stated that she was sure it was Eo who saved her when she lost consciousness, completely discouraging the young man with her statement. Thoughtfully, she added that at the moment of rescue, she had spoken his name and felt as if she had known her rescuer for a long time. As soon as the girl wanted to express her assumption, Zhang interrupted her and asked if she really doubted him. The thought occurred to Lu that her friend might be the mysterious Yue, but she said she had no doubts about his honesty. Suddenly, she declared that Yue was not as crazy as Xiao, which greatly angered the young man, causing him to want to respond sharply. Crossing her legs, she decided to continue the conversation, trying to find out the truth about the strange events surrounding the mysterious hero. With interest, she asked if Zhang thought he could study with them, but her friend did not think so, and Lu asked why. Boasting, the guy began to say that the hero was strong, had a keen sense of justice, and was handsome, and his friend asked how he knew this. Waving his finger, Zhang said that appearance was not important. The main thing was that his brother Yue could not be in the training camp. Suddenly, they heard the instructor's voice behind them, and the young man was afraid that Sun might have heard their conversation, but the girl agreed with his assessment. After greeting the teacher, Lu asked about the injury and he said it was minor, assuring the kids that everything would be fine. Sitting down, the girl said that thanks to Sun and the other instructors, they were now alive and could continue their studies. The teacher firmly stated that everything had happened because of their negligence, and therefore they were obliged to immediately resolve the situation. Turning to the hero, he said that he had not seen him among those who had been rescued, assuming that the young man had escaped on his own, and Jiang confirmed his words. Surprised, the instructor said that if the young man was telling the truth, he would eagerly await his next visit. Taking out the device, he stated that there were many people in the testing room, and decided to check the students for contamination right there and then. Pointing it at Lu and Jiang, he noted that there was no contamination, so they should take the medicine and return to the others. As he said goodbye, Sun said that he would go and check on the others, and as he left, He thanked them for their help in the battle. Walking toward the exit, he silently wondered how the student had managed to get out on his own, because with such an influx of others, even an experienced instructor would have found it extremely difficult. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the device's screen, and he was greatly surprised to see the data displayed there. The guy was ranked second, and Sun realized that the student had been hiding his true strength, which he used to survive. But he knew that it still wouldn't be enough to resist the gaze, and he was surprised that the guy was able to survive on his own, without any outside help. The strangest thing, he thought, was that the pollution index was 0, even though everyone usually gets it when they kill others. Meanwhile, Jiang asked Lu whose name she was saying, and she replied that it was her father's, and he asked in surprise why not his. Turning around, the instructor found the student interesting and realized that he had many secrets that he had yet to reveal in the future. Yunhai University included not only a training camp, but also an educational environment where girls socialized with girls and boys with boys. With their suitcases, Lu and Jiang were walking to the dormitory, but he was distracted by the beautiful legs of other ladies in short skirts. Angry, his friend cursed and walked quickly ahead, while he tried to catch up with her, quickening his pace and trying not to fall behind. Suddenly, she said she would go alone, and he replied that he was unfamiliar with the area and offered to walk her to the door. Annoyed, she asked if he really wanted to take her to the women's dormitory to look at the girls, and he admitted that he did. She hit him on the head with her suitcase, giving him a bump, and left, shouting that he should never speak to her again. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind, suggesting that he had angered Lu again, and the hero decided to turn around to see who had said it. Standing there with popcorn and a chicken leg was his old friend Yu Qiang. Seeing him, Xiao was surprised and asked why he had gained so much weight. With his mouth wide open, Liu stuffed himself with popcorn, and the hero understood the reason for his sudden weight gain, smiling and shaking his head. With his mouth full, his friend said that his ability was gluttony, and that the more he ate, the stronger he became. Lifting Jiang's suitcase with one finger, he said that Yunhai's abilities were not initially suitable, but the bar was lowered, and he was accepted. Asking where the young man was going, he offered to walk him there, and Xiao replied that he was going to the first building, which had an interesting shape with many windows. The building was made of red brick, very tall, and against the blue sky, it looked beautiful and majestic, striking with its architecture. Approaching him, Yuxiang pointed and said, "Doesn't this building look cool?" eliciting admiration from Zhang. With a smile, the hero said that the building looked great and resembled a hotel, impressing with its appearance and enormous size. After taking the elevator to the right floor, his friend told him that the dormitory was intended for the best students, with comfortable and top-notch facilities. In addition to the rooms, the building had a training hall and a small garden, creating a comfortable and pleasant atmosphere for relaxation. There was also a huge library with a large collection of literature, where students could prepare for classes and learn new things. Approaching the doors, Yukiang said that they had come to Jiang's room, wondering why the door was open, since the room was supposed to be single occupancy. Suddenly, they heard a noise, opened the door, and were astonished to find an unexpected scene in the room, one for which they were not prepared. Inside, the second-year students were discussing amenities and arguing about whether strong first-year students would enroll this year, smiling and arguing. Suddenly, one of them noticed someone coming in and, after telling the others, turned to the door, ready to greet the unexpected guests in the room. Getting up from the sofa, Moon said that the guys seemed to have gotten the wrong building and come to the wrong address, causing surprise among the others. With a broad, sly smile, he said that this was his place, and declared that such rules were in effect at the training camp. Angrily, Yukiang dismissed Min's words as nonsense, because there were no such rules at the camp, and students were free to occupy any room they wanted. Coming closer, one of them asked if the fat guy didn't like something, but Liu said that the dormitory was for freshmen and demanded that they leave. In response, the young man just laughed sarcastically, showing everyone that he did not take the words seriously and intended to stay. Opening the door, he shouted loudly into the hallway that the freshman was claiming that the entire dormitory belonged to him alone, attracting the attention of the others. His shout echoed down the long, empty corridor, causing the doors to shake from the loud sound, and everyone heard his words. A few moments later, the doors swung open and students who had heard the noise began to emerge from their rooms. Soon, a whole crowd of seniors moved towards Jiang's room, discussing the freshmen and their behavior with interest and ridicule. Clenching his fists and blocking the way, the sophomore said that if the newbies didn't understand the rules, they would explain them, reminding them that they were the best students in the building. In the tension, Lu told Jiang that it seemed like the seniors had taken over the entire floor, but the hero patted his friend on the shoulder and advised him to forget about it. In a calm voice, Xiao said that it was not worth spoiling the first impression in front of the seniors, and Yu Qiang, agreeing, decided to leave without arguing with them. With a sly smile, the hero declared that the sophomores were taking on too much, showing his dissatisfaction and desire to put them in their place. Not understanding his friend's words, Liu looked at him in surprise and asked with his eyes what he meant, because the situation already seemed tense. Angrily, the students rushed to attack the guy, clenching their fists and using force. But they were confident that victory would be theirs in this battle. Closing his fist, Zhang's body filled with the power of shadows. But he did not transform, merely holding back his power, preparing for a serious battle. In amazement, the boys stopped halfway, and behind them, Ming also activated his abilities, preparing to show his true strength. Feeling his power, the sophomores immediately retreated and screamed from the strange sensations that pierced them, causing real fear. A strange red energy, resembling flames, emanated from Min's body, enveloping his figure and creating a frightening impression. His pupils began to glow bright orange, and he stared intently at everyone, as if piercing through them with his cruel aura. Seeing his opponent's power, Zhang noted that his ability was related to his pupils, and realized that the guy possessed an unusual and rare gift. Approaching him, Min calmly asked his name, and Xiao, looking him straight in the eye, introduced himself without hesitation, demonstrating his determination. With a sly smile, his opponent said that he should not have spoken up, and if he wanted the room, he should go out into the arena and fight for the right to own it. Stretching out his hand decisively, the young man agreed, but added that one fight was not enough, and that a battle with more difficult conditions was necessary. Pointing his finger at the other second-year students, he said that they too should participate, discouraging them with his demand. The students discussed that a person had appeared at the training camp who had decided to oppose the upperclassmen and their authority. Suddenly, one said that the hero had decided to help the freshmen reclaim the dormitory, and another asked if he would really do it alone. Deciding to support him, all the students followed the crowd to the arena to witness the upcoming battle. Taking their places on the long, circular benches, they eagerly awaited the start of the battle, discussing who would emerge victorious. The instructor announced that all participants had been registered and told them that they now needed to choose their weapons and equipment. Zhang and Yu Qiang stood by the equipment display case, but they were in no hurry and calmly let the others go first. With a sly smile, the sophomore said that they could only sympathize with the freshmen who had decided to go up against the seniors. While everyone was choosing weapons, Liu tried to convince his friend not to join the fight, but his friend replied that he knew what he was doing and asked him not to worry. Approaching the display case, the character decided that a large blade would not suit him, but his friend suggested choosing a larger weapon. While Xiao was considering his choice of equipment, Chung jumped into the arena, holding a heavy spear and with a gleam in his eyes. Calling him soy sauce, the fighter demanded that Zhang come out to him, and if he was afraid, he should surrender without wasting time. Hearing these words, the young man replied that he found it ridiculous, and a dark force of shadows began to appear under his feet, gradually awakening. Turning around, he said he wanted to choose a weapon and picked up a huge spiked bat, demonstrating his readiness for battle. In a rage, the opponent shouted that he hadn't even chosen a defense, and did he really think he could defeat him in single combat without armor? Calling the guy arrogant, Chung rushed into the attack with a shout, declaring that he would smash the insolent newcomer across the arena in just a second. With a smile, Xiao thought that the situation was becoming more and more interesting, because he noticed that his opponent also possessed the power of shadows. From the stands, the boys shouted words of encouragement, while Yuyan, nervous, begged his friend to run away and not stand still. The opponent used his strength to get closer and closer from behind, intending to deliver a crushing blow with his spear. With a determined look, the senior student swung for a counterattack, confident in his strength and victory, unaware of the danger. At that moment, Zhang stood motionless and smiled, thinking through his cunning plan of action in his head, which he was about to put into action. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on the ground, blinding the spectators and participants, and the sound of a powerful blow echoed throughout the arena. Thick smoke and dust rose into the air, obscuring the battlefield, and the students tensed, not knowing which of the fighters had prevailed. Sighing heavily and feeling anxious, Liu looked at the arena, his heart sinking with fear that something had happened to his friend. The students who witnessed the incident, and even Min himself, were stunned by what they saw and could not believe that the situation had taken such a turn. The others were also shocked by what was happening, because no one expected such an outcome. It all seemed too incredible. Stabbing his weapon into his opponent's body, Zhang looked resolutely at the crowd and asked who would dare to come out against him next. After a while, he decided to pull the bloodied bat out of his defeated opponent's body, causing Chen unbearable pain. While another student carried the defeated opponent to the medical center, twirling a bat in his hands, The hero of loudly asked who else wanted to fight him. Calling the sophomores stupid, he added sarcastically that they should all attack him at once, because they didn't stand a chance against him individually. Enraged, the students began to insult Xiao and indignantly asked how he dared to injure the third-year student, the best in the class. In an instant, they all jumped into the arena, surrounding Jiang on all sides, leaving him no way to escape or retreat. Taking confident fighting stances, the boys prepared for battle, their faces expressing determination and complete absence of doubt. Each of the students had their own special abilities, while the weaker ones hesitated, wondering whether they should participate in this battle. With a smile, the hero thought that this was the decisive moment of his life, and that this battle would determine his future fate in the training camp. Deciding to choose a suitable ability, he decided to turn to the system and noticed that he could transform into a shadow and a stalker. Thanks to his second power, he could hide in the shadows, and no one could notice or even know of his existence. But when his identity was revealed, the power's effect noticeably diminished, and he had already encountered this in previous battles with the I-type. He also had access to the power of many wars, which allowed him to navigate the battle, see his enemies' weaknesses, and strengthen his attacks. The hero was sure that this ability existed for his development, and if the fight was fierce, his power would grow faster. Meanwhile, using their respective skills, the students rushed into the attack, gradually surrounding the warrior's body in a trap. Thanks to his lightning speed, Jiang deftly dealt with each opponent, leaving his enemies no chance to strike. With his sharp spiked bat, he attacked the heads and bodies of his enemies, scattering them in different directions, his eyes burning. In a panic, Liu asked the instructor what was going on and wanted to intervene, but the girl calmly said that it was Xiao's challenge. With a smile, she added that there was nothing to worry about, because the guy was not as simple as he might seem to those around him. A short time later, all of his competitors lay defeated at Xiao's feet, while he surveyed the arena with a triumphant smile. He couldn't believe that it was over, because he hadn't even broken a sweat, even though several dozen people had attacked him at once. From the stands, Shimu calmly watched the fight and chewed an apple, showing neither surprise nor excitement, as if everything were routine. Approaching with a sword in one hand and fruit in the other, he said that he did not expect such a high level of strength from a student of the school. Tossing the apple up in the air, he said with a slight smile that the outcome of the upcoming fight would depend not only on physical strength. With one deft movement, he sliced it right in midair, and it broke into many neat pieces around him. His eyes burned with fiery rage and thirst for revenge at that moment, filling the arena with tension that everyone present could feel. One of the apple halves caught on the tip of the blade and hung there, swaying in the air and reflecting the light. With deft movements of his weapon, Shimu turned the apple into an elegant rose and declared that victory depended solely on technique. While the defeated boys slowly got up and left the arena, he stood confidently in front of Jiang, ready to begin a deadly battle. Behind him, the students shouted words of encouragement, urging him to teach the young novice a lesson, as he was one of the 3 strongest fighters of his age. Looking at the fallen apple, the hero immediately realized that his opponent was no ordinary fighter, but a true master of fencing, perfectly skilled with the sword. He thought that his past opponents were too weak, and that was why he had not been able to gain enough valuable experience. Swinging his spiked bat, he launched a swift attack on Shima, trying to break through his defense and land his first blow. But his opponent didn't even flinch. His face remained stony, his gaze fixed ahead with cold, glassy eyes. With the power of shadow, Xiao hovered above the field, and thick dust rose behind him, lifted by his incredible speed. As he approached, his opponent's eyes flashed red, and he declared that he was a type of eye that had inherited the power of a demon. After activating his power, Jiang's movements no longer seemed fast to him, and the young man froze in shock at these words, unable to believe the confession. Raising his blade, Shimu prepared to strike, while the young man believed he was capable not only of dodging but also of observing every movement. Dodging the blow, the hero caught himself thinking that his opponent was just a sheep that he had to kill to prove his superiority. The blade of the sword almost touched his head, but he suddenly sensed danger and managed to jump back at the last moment. Jumping back sharply, Jiang noticed Shimu raising a cloud of dust around himself, and everything seemed to explode, hiding the arena in a gray haze. Coughing, he silently watched what was happening and waited to see what his dangerous opponent would do next. With a sly smile, the senior noted Xiao's excellent reaction and added that he was only training for now. Suddenly, his pupils lit up again with a bright light, and he declared coldly that he would now act seriously. Moving in sharply, he raised his blade and swung, ready to deliver a powerful blow capable of splitting the stone arena. At that moment, the system activated the skill of numerous wars and began to analyze the enemy's actions. After a while, The interface determined that the blow would come from top to bottom diagonally and fully calculated Shimu's fighting stance. The recommendation was not to block the attack, but to move to the right and then deliver a counterattack, as the enemy's weak point was the shoulder blade area. As soon as his opponent struck, Zhang dodged in time thanks to the hints, and the blade plunged forcefully into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. While the enemy was turning around, the hero decided to take a chance and deliver a crushing blow with his spiked bat right into his back. With all his might, he slammed the weapon between his opponent's shoulder blades, putting all his fury and shadow energy into the blow, hoping for a lethal effect. Shouting in pain, Shimu spun around and jumped to the side, trying to put some distance between himself and his unexpectedly strong opponent. With anger and fury in his eyes, he stared intently at the young man, realizing that this fight would not be an easy walk in the park. Examining his weapon, Xiao was puzzled as to how his opponent remained unharmed, since he was the one who had struck the blow. But the technique had not worked. Discouraged, Shimu continued to stare at him, and his eyes betrayed his anxiety, as if he were experiencing real fear for the first time. After thinking for a moment, the character did not believe that the senior could be a shadow, and shifted the bat from hand to hand, preparing for a new swing. In the end, he decided that things were bad, his influence was weak, and if his opponent activated his power, he would have a very hard time. Taking up a fighting stance, Shimu stood motionless, clutching his sword in his hands like a stone statue in the arena. With a sarcastic smile, Zhang asked what was wrong and why his opponent was no longer continuing the fight, even though he was still holding his weapon. Mocking the hero, the young man asked if he was afraid of his strength and trembling, afraid to continue the battle. Resolutely grabbing his blade, he rushed into the attack, lunging forward with fury, ready to cut down his enemy with one powerful blow. Using the power of shadow, the warrior stood still and patiently waited for the moment when his opponent would approach to counterattack. The system warned that the enemy would be tricky, and Zhang should pay special attention to his hands and prepare for an attack. When Shimu jumped up to strike from above, the young man beat him to it, hitting his shoulders so hard that he could barely stay on his feet. The spikes only grazed the enemy's face, but blood immediately began to flow from his cheek, discouraging the senior student, who had not expected such sharpness. Moving deftly, Xiao delivered blow after blow, attacking his opponent's body and not giving him a chance to go on the offensive. Shimu thought angrily that he had been training for 5 years, but this newcomer had improved his skills after just one fight, and he couldn't believe it. With precise lunges forward, the warrior had the advantage, while his opponent defended himself by blocking with his blade. But their strengths were not equal. Suddenly, the young man felt the power of the shadow emanating from Zhang and froze in amazement, unable to believe that he could possess such power. The character's body glowed blue, and he smiled at his opponent, demonstrating complete superiority in battle. With the bat in his hands, he stepped back a few meters, while Shimu silently watched his back, unable to believe what was happening. With a smile, Zhang told his opponent to use all his tricks and leave nothing in reserve for the next fight. Angrily, the senior shouted that he had only wanted to teach the newcomer a lesson, but the latter had forced his hand and now he had to die. Dragging his blade across the ground, he struck sparks, demonstrating his fury and determination not to stop until the fight was over. Staring intently at his enemy, the young man decided to use a special technique, residual image cutting, his new skill. Approaching from different sides, Shimu prepared to strike while Zhang stood motionless, like a stone statue. When the enemy swung, Zhang took a stance and prepared to defend himself, realizing that this was the decisive moment of the fight. With one blow, the opponent cut through the young man's body, but realized that it was only an image and that the real character was behind it. Seeing this, he was shocked, not expecting such abilities and such an outcome, which threw him off balance. While Shimu stood in amazement, the real Xiao was already approaching from behind, preparing to deliver a crushing, fatal blow. With all his strength, he plunged the bat into his opponent's body, using the fury and power of the shadow, which nearly knocked his opponent unconscious. Using the skill of withering chrysanthemums, he thrust the bat deeper and deeper, causing the enemy to scream in unbearable pain. Shimu's eyes glowed, snot ran from his nose, foam came out of his mouth, and he screamed horribly, unable to withstand the torture. With the bat still in his body, he collapsed onto the arena floor, and Zhang, bowing demonstratively, thanked his opponent for such a useful lesson. Thanks to numerous wars, the young man had acquired a new skill of intuitive defense, and was very happy with this gift. Addressing the stands, he shouted that this was all they were capable of and demanded that absolutely everyone come here. Suddenly, he declared that he was challenging all of Yunhai's students, while the seniors sat in shock, watching what was happening. Looking indignantly at the hero, They decided to end the fighting for the day and go on to their classes. The next day, Zhang woke up in the hospital, his entire body tightly wrapped in bandages, every part of him aching. Lu and Yueqian were sitting nearby. The girl was indignant at how Xiao had had the nerve to challenge everyone, while her friend was admiring. With a smile, the young man said that 100 people had attacked him, and thought to himself that it was a pity he had not been able to use the shadow form. Holding an apple right up to her friend's mouth, Lu said that if the instructor hadn't taken him away, he would surely have been disabled. While munching on an apple, Zhang asked if the dormitory was occupied by senior students, and she replied that it was not understanding his interest. The guy said with annoyance that it was a pity, and Lu asked indignantly, not understanding the meaning of his strange hints. He imagined that if his girlfriend had nowhere to live, he would take her in, and then they would live happily and share one bed. The guy's face lit up with pure bliss, and he even started drooling as he dreamed about living with the girl under the same roof. Punching him with her fists, Lu shouted that it was better to sleep on the street than with him. Zhang yelled in pain, and Lu asked them to calm down. Suddenly, they heard a strange voice saying that they didn't seem to be losing heart, and they all turned to the door of the ward. Greeting them, Instructor Sun said that he thought Xiao would recover very soon, and that the guy shouldn't worry about him so much. Jumping up from the bed, the hero smiled and said that he was already feeling better, asking about training, while his girlfriend thought that he was deceiving her. Sitting down next to them, the instructor told them not to rush into training and explained that it would be different for him. And the warrior was very surprised to hear this. In a serious tone, Sun explained that it was because Zhang had already reached the 2nd level of special, and therefore he would be trained individually. The young man thought with horror about how the teacher had learned about his strength and decided that he had been wrong to show off during the arena fight. Understanding why his friend had defeated the upperclassman, Liu admired Xiao while Lu beat him, demanding an explanation for how he had attained the 2nd rank. Sun went on to say that the knowledge base would be shared, but he would gain practical skills in classes with 2nd-year students. Zhang happily asked if he would be fighting with them, and the instructor sighed heavily and said that such fights were possible. The character thought to himself that this was an excellent opportunity to apply his martial arts techniques and quickly gain even more combat experience. Standing up, the instructor said that the young man seemed to really enjoy challenging strong opponents and noted his unusual character. As he left, he added that when the time came, he would personally accompany the young man to training and supervise his preparation. A few days after the incident at Yunhai University, the first classes began, and the students eagerly awaited their teachers. The bell rang in the auditorium, signaling the start of class, and the instructor stood at the blackboard next to a holographic hemisphere of the Earth. All the benches in the auditorium were occupied by students, among whom were Lu, Jian, and Yueqian, who were eagerly awaiting explanations. The hero was casually eating a croissant, and his girlfriend irritably asked if he could behave more seriously, but the young man did not understand her irritation. Unrelenting, Lu said that if her friend failed the exam, he would not be able to study his major, and Zhang asked in surprise. Suddenly, the image caught the students' attention, and everyone, including Zhang and Lu, stared at the bright screen. The holographic hemisphere lit up, revealing a map of the entire world, gradually filling the auditorium with light. A hologram of the globe appeared on the board, glowing with a soft, dim blue light, creating an unusual atmosphere. Remembering that he had seen a similar image in Uncle Lu's room, the hero wondered if it was all true. Wearing headphones and holding tablets, the students were greeted by a special history instructor named Su Jianyang. He explained that the course covers events from the catastrophe to the present day, and is important for 3 types of people, but others should not despair either. Controlling the hologram, he pressed various buttons on the tablet screen, gradually changing the image of Earth. The model lit up even brighter than before, and the students watched spellbound, as if they were inside the projection. Suddenly, the image appeared not only on the board, but also on the ceiling of the auditorium, and the entire space was filled with a cold glow. Continuing the story, the teacher explained that in the year when the others arrived, the world suffered from their aggression, and Zhang listened with interest. At first, no one understood where the monsters came from, considering them an unknown species, and even children played with them on the streets of cities. The unique structure of their bodies and the pollutants they emitted opened the door to a new world, and 2 weeks later, 36 rifts opened up. The other 2nd-rank creatures killed people, but the military counterattacked with bullets and artillery, tearing their bodies to shreds. The most frightening thing was the contamination, because after the monsters were killed, they remained in the bodies of soldiers, and ordinary residents died. Low-ranking others were attacked from a distance, which gave hope that at least temporary stability would come. But as the cracks grew, the world changed rapidly. Animals and plants became infected more quickly, and wildlife became more ferocious. On the first day of the second year of the new era, Beto and Nando announced the creation of resettlement sites and mass gatherings of people. In the fifth year of the new era, others began attacking the bases, and the inhabitants donned spacesuits to protect themselves from the filth. To find ways to fight back, they explored the rifts, but the mortality rate among the explorers reached 97%. Years passed. The people learned a lot, began to take bolder steps, and gradually adapted to the new threat of alien creatures. Despite the risks and losses, humanity entered a new era of exceptionalism, where the future depended on strength and endurance. Continuing his story, Su Jianyang explained that progress was slow. Countries were collapsing, the crisis was growing, and no one could compete with Shenzhou. After that, prohibited items were found, and a new wave of attacks broke out in Dachu, as shown in the holographic footage. Using these items, people discovered new ranks of power, created the Dawn organization, and made a huge contribution to the fight against monsters. Suddenly, the guys remembered that they had heard about this organization before, as Lalu had already told them about it, mentioning its role in history. In the 10th year of the new era, they found a way to legally advance to the second rank. The power of the special ones grew, and they were able to fight thee and others. At the same time, 2 large collection points were set up in Beidou and Nando, followed by 8 more similar centers in other cities. Someone asked where all these collection points came from, and another replied that the data differed from what had previously been known. Hearing the students' comments, the instructor explained that the new information might seem difficult to accept, but he assured them that it was all true. In the 20th year of the new era, another third rank appeared, and the artillery could not cope with it. Nando stood his ground but paid a high price. 10 years later, the first special type appeared, surpassing the previous ones in strength, and the assembly points were threatened. This other brought an entire army, which besieged the city, and the distance did not allow the use of nuclear weapons for defense. In horror and tension, one of the students asked what happened next and how humanity was able to cope with this attack. Lowering his head, the instructor suddenly fell silent, as if he couldn't find the right words, and the audience was plunged into an uncomfortable silence. Soon he said that Maya had been destroyed. The city had ceased to exist, and not a single one of its inhabitants had survived. Everything around him was engulfed in flames, and he was finally reduced to a pile of ruins, which served as a long-lasting reminder of the tragedy that had occurred. Listening to the story, the students remained silent and did not take their eyes off the holographic images flashing right before their eyes. Turning to the screen, Su Jianyang continued to show footage of the disaster, but did not say another word of explanation. Lu watched the instructor in bewilderment, trying to understand why he had suddenly stopped commenting. Jiang also sensed the growing tension and, together with his friend Liu, expected to hear something terrible, but the teacher concealed it. Continuing, the instructor finally said that in the 40th year, other fourth rankers appeared, who had survived a nuclear explosion and destroyed the Atai point. In the 50th year, Tianfu and the surrounding areas faced abyssal rifts and new threats, and the resettlement of the people began. By the 60th year, the south and northwest of Dachu had turned into wastelands, and in the 70th year, others went north, threatening Linyang. The second Great Migration was special. 100,000 young people sacrificed themselves so that others could survive and move on. Looking intently at the students, the instructor emphasized that it was in that year that the connection between the north and south was finally severed. Finding itself completely isolated, Nando became a lone city, forced to fend off the onslaught of enemies on its own. After a couple of minutes, the students headed to the arena, where a huge statue of a sword stood tall, symbolizing history and memory. They admired the sculpture with delight, discussing and repeating everything they had heard earlier in the lecture about the fate of special people. Walking alongside Zhang, Lu said that everything looked unreal, because it felt as if there was complete peace all around. The girl also admitted that she did not expect such a harsh reality, and Xiao replied that with his current strength, they had nothing to worry about. As she pondered, she thought that if Nando was already in dire straits, how much longer could Yunhai hold out? In a calm tone, the young man said that the city would hold out for at least a year, but beyond that, the future was unknown. Everything depended on circumstances and fate. An awkward silence ensued. They understood the seriousness and horror of the situation, but did not want to delve deeper into this difficult issue. The young people stopped halfway, as if both had begun to think about their future and the decisions they would have to make. Suddenly, the hero hugged his girlfriend, and she didn't understand the meaning of his action, trying to comprehend what exactly had happened in his soul. Looking at her, the young man said with a slight smile that if the end ever came, he would protect her until the very end. These words filled Lu's eyes with tears. She had not expected such behavior and words from her friend, and it touched her deeply. He tried to kiss her, saying that before being taken over by others, they should take the first steps, but the girl began to push him away. At that moment, the guys heard laughter behind them and words saying that, despite everything, they still hadn't lost hope. Turning around, they noticed instructor Sujian Yang, who admitted that in all his years of teaching, he had never met a student better than Jiang. Surprised, the hero asked if the teacher really knew him, and the man replied that his name had already spread quickly throughout the university. The embarrassed young man said he didn't understand why the instructor had decided to tell such grim things on their very first class. Looking at the students, Su calmly remarked that it was better for the truth to be known as early as possible. At that time, the students were sitting on benches in the park. Some were laughing while others were sad, and Jiang noted that many had lost heart after hearing the stories. The instructor said that despair is also a sign of strength, and the hero looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding the strange statement. Explaining, Su Jianyang said that spring had come, and reminded everyone that after a long winter, only the resilient and strong plum blossoms had survived. Looking at the tree, he said that it was the same with people. Only those who went through despair and did not give up would survive. Then he stated that, despite Xiao's second rank, with all due respect, he did not consider the young man to be truly special. Zhang asked in bewilderment, since the man had spoken of his strength, why he now doubted his abilities. Putting on his headphones, the teacher replied that possessing a special power does not necessarily make a person truly unique. Shocked by his mentor's words, the young man stood silently in amazement, pondering each word and trying to understand its meaning. Suddenly, Su explained that possessing first-rank skills was only the initial stage on the path to madness, and that the second rank was dangerous. The body becomes contaminated and the person takes on a non-human appearance, gradually losing their former form and normal abilities. It feels like you're falling to the bottom. And the hero remembered how many times he fell into the abyss during training. Sometimes it felt like he was standing on the edge of a precipice among the rocks, and the ground beneath his feet was gradually slipping away, and his breath was catching. The instructor decided to ask if the guy had reached the second rank, if he had felt any of the above, if he had experienced fear or pain. Staring intently at Jiang, the man asked if he had seen the abyss, felt the emptiness, trembled, and was ready to continue on his journey. Without waiting for an answer, he said, as he left, that the young man was not yet ready to become truly special and go through all the stages of development. As he said goodbye, he said that everything he had said in class could be considered true and that the information could be trusted completely. Leaving Lu and Zhang alone in the middle of the park alley where silence reigned, he left, and only a light breeze rustled the leaves on the trees. With his hand on his chest, the character stood in amazement, not understanding how much Su's words had affected his thoughts and inner state. His girlfriend approached from behind and asked what he thought about all this, but the young man simply remained silent and prepared for the next class. Next was a course on basic knowledge about special abilities. The teacher talked about many sources of power related to fire, blood, eyes, and feathers. She explained that the students could kill others, but the price would be reflected in their bodies. They could also absorb their power, adding to their own strength. Jiang slept through the class, knowing all this already. During physical training class, the instructor shouted loudly, demanding that the students concentrate their energy and control it in their bodies. Demonstrating their abilities, the students trained diligently, each striving to show the teacher that was ready for difficult tasks. At lunchtime, the cook in the dining hall announced that there would be braised pork, serving a portion to Jiang and smiling sweetly. In the courtyard of the training camp, the soccer field was bathed in bright sunlight, and the students were getting ready for their outdoor class. It was time for practice, and the boys lined up in groups. Jiang wondered why Lu had been assigned to the third group instead of being with him. Remembering Uncle Lu, Xiao believed that he had arranged all this on purpose to observe their relationship. Angry, the young man thought that the man was against their communication with Lu and deliberately distanced her from him to maintain balance. Suddenly, they announced that the basic course was starting, that everyone would have instructors, and that the results of the fights and the students' skills would be taken into account in the exams. The instructor demanded attention in a demanding tone, and the students stood at attention and agreed unanimously. After that, the order was given to return to the classrooms and begin preparation, and the students obediently set off to carry out their task. Soon, a guy who had previously spoken through a megaphone appeared in front of the group of students, now in plain sight. Looking at his mentor in surprise, Zhang couldn't believe that a skinny young man could be strong and lead others. Hearing the conversations among the crowd of students, the instructor clenched his fists and demanded their full attention in a stern voice. All the students lined up in columns, stood at attention, and waited for further orders from their instructor. Hearing his voice, Xiao was struck by how much more impressive the teacher sounded than he looked, and doubts about his strength arose in his mind. Suddenly, in a calm tone, the man ordered the boys to stand still, and no further orders followed. Zhang was shocked and couldn't believe they weren't going to do anything. What about the promised combat training? After a while, he felt his body fill with a strange energy and power, and he was puzzled by what was happening. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that the effect was devastating because he couldn't move, but he didn't know where it was coming from. The immobilized hero realized that the same thing was happening to everyone else and wondered if this was some kind of special power. Looking at his mentor, he realized that it was his influence and destructive energy that was coming from him. Suddenly, one of the students fell down, feeling a sharp pain in his head, and Zhang looked at his friend in surprise. Soon, Xiao realized that their condition was a way for the teacher to test each of their abilities. Standing quietly, the young man decided that whoever could hold out until the end would be considered the toughest, and he decided to take action. After 15 minutes, all the students in his group were lying on the ground, and only he continued to hold on until the end, testing his strength, feeling enormous tension. It was difficult for him to cope. Large drops of sweat ran down his face, but he did not give up. With a sly smile, the coach finally allowed everyone to rest, and his voice sounded calmer than usual. It was clear from his face that he was satisfied. Exhausted, Zhang sat down next to the others and noted that despite the difficulties, everything had ended well. Suddenly, Xiao heard a voice saying that he was still as stubborn as ever, and he turned in that direction in surprise. Sun was standing in front of him, holding out his hand, wanting to show him something important, and calling the hero to follow him. Following his mentor, the young man asked in surprise if he was really going to fight a senior, but the man mentioned special conditions. When they arrived at the soccer field, he announced that they had arrived, and Zhang noted with surprise that the field was empty and there was no one else there. After a while, with a slight smile, the teacher suggested that the hero conduct a training session to test his strength. Watching the training, the delighted students could not believe that the student was fighting the teacher and going all the way. Noticing a crowd watching nearby, Zhang awkwardly suggested changing the location for the training session. Puzzled, Sun asked if the young man was afraid of the public, and he admitted that he was a little. Earlier, Li had instructed the coach to hold individual training sessions so that Xiao would no longer be in his sight. Recalling this, Sun smiled calmly and expectantly, trying to find the most appropriate words. Soon, the instructor admitted to receiving instructions from Uncle Li, and Zhang shouted indignantly that they were being manipulated. Stretching out her hand, it glowed with a bright green light, drawing attention to the unusual energy. As an energy field formed under the man's feet, he suggested that the hero begin training. Sighing heavily, the guy declared that he had enough strength, and the mentor allowed him to give it his all. Hearing this, Zhang couldn't believe his luck and asked his teacher in surprise if he could really fight with all his might. Without waiting for an answer, he jumped up sharply and tried to counterattack, stunning the instructor with his actions. Stretching his arms forward, Sun tried to defend himself, but Zhang managed to deliver a powerful and accurate blow straight to his chest. The crowd of students watching cheered enthusiastically, rejoicing in the young man's strength and noting his obvious abilities. Behind them all stood the combat training instructor, who coldly stated that this was a serious mistake on Zhang's part. He explained that Xiao's first move was to kick, but such a move was easy to catch and counterattack. Covering his face with his hands, Song shouted to the young man that he had resilience, but his thinking was too predictable. When the hero swung his leg again, the instructor decisively managed to grab it with his hands and trap his opponent. With one deft movement, he threw his student's body aside with all his might, demonstrating the difference in experience and tactics. Grouping himself in midair, the character managed to land softly and avoid serious injury. Without hesitation, he resolutely rushed into the attack again, unwilling to waste time recovering his strength and thinking through his actions. Approaching his teacher, he began to strike with his fists, while Sun deftly defended himself and noted his student's progress. Thoughts swirled in his head that Xiao's skills were far from perfect, but he was clearly superior to the beginners. After a while, the mentor began to have doubts because the young man sped up and moved across the field like lightning. Suddenly, the boy's fist appeared right in front of his face, and Song couldn't believe that he was capable of hitting his own teacher in the face. With all his strength, Zhang punched his opponent right in the nose, acting confidently and without the slightest hesitation. His eyes burned with the fire of battle against a truly strong opponent, for he had long dreamed of this and felt the lack of such training. Suddenly grabbing his arm, Sun smiled slyly and calmly, as if nothing unusual had happened and the fight was just a game. Grabbing the guy by the wrist and completely discouraging him, the mentor was going to carry out the plan he had already formed in his head. With one swift movement, the man knocked his opponent off his feet and swiftly pinned his body to the ground, leaving him no chance to counterattack. Continuing to hold his grip, Sun struck the hero's body against the ground again, demonstrating his immense strength. Exhausted, Jang lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of thick dust with his body and showing his helplessness. The surrounding students opened their mouths in surprise, unable to believe how quickly and easily the teacher had managed to deal with the student. The man's eyes flashed with anger. Dust swirled around them, but Xiao remained motionless and showed no signs of life. Suddenly, one of the students shouted that he had expected the hero to win and had not thought that the fight would end so unexpectedly. Other instructors who had been watching the fight concluded that Song had initially let the young man win in order to test his abilities. From the crowd, one of the men firmly stated that in real combat, it is not only physical strength and skills that are valued, but also the ability to think with your head. After a while, Zhang came to his senses and sat down on the ground with difficulty, while his mentor stood calmly behind him the whole time. Rubbing his bruised arms and body, he asked how Uncle Song had managed to use his unusual powers. The instructor proudly stated that he won not only thanks to his abilities, but also his physical fitness and rich combat experience. Moving nimbly across the field, he said that these qualities form the basis for combat and are the main factor in victory. Raising his hands, he continued to say that simply studying his opponent's movements was not enough, as the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing. Blocking Zhang's strike again, Sun noted that all that remains is to adapt, and that it takes a long time to develop combat instincts. Winking at his student, he asked if the hero really thought otherwise, and believed that such experience was unnecessary in battle. Suddenly, with tremendous force, Xiao grabbed his mentor's arm, determined to show that he still had the strength to resist. Surprised by his opponent's unexpected move, Song's eyes widened in astonishment, as he had not expected such a sudden action. With one move, Zhang threw him over his shoulder and declared that cunning also plays a huge role in battle and can determine the outcome. Landing on the ground, the man put his palm forward to soften the fall and avoid serious injury. The spectators in the stands cheered and admired the spectacle. But another curator said that the break was over and it was time to return to class. Lining up in neat rows, the girls and boys listened attentively to every word of their demanding teacher. Raising his voice, he declared that the first 2 days were only for adaptation, and then a serious selection process would begin, and those who could not endure the hour would be eliminated. The same situation occurred in the third group. All students felt the heavy pressure of a dark force, and fear paralyzed their movements. Gritting her teeth and holding back her excitement, Lu realized that she had to hold on until the end, not lose heart, and not show weakness. In her mind, she saw Zhang laughing and mockingly asking why she was still in this weak group. Angered, the girl decided that she had to get into the first group at all costs to avoid humiliating her friend. Suddenly, she caught herself wondering if her boyfriend would be okay, because even though it was just sparring, the fight looked too rough. Suddenly, she heard a loud thud on the ground. Xiao had been knocked down, and the air was filled with the heavy sound of his fall and cries of pain. Standing amid clouds of dust and breathing heavily, the young man lost his balance, but silently considered his next move. Seeing the fierce struggle, Lu was shocked, her mouth agape and her eyes wide, unable to believe how dangerous and exhausting her friend's training had turned out to be. Amidst the swirling energy flows, Sun stood rubbing his numb hands and called the stubborn hero a true fighter with character. Earlier, he had hoped to easily defeat him, but soon realized that he would even have to use his own abilities in battle. The instructor noticed that the young man had remarkable fighting skills, just like his uncle had in his distant youth. Throwing himself into the attack again, Zhang shouted that it wasn't over yet, demanding to continue the fight and demonstrating his tenacity. Stretching out his arm and using hidden strength, Sun declared that it was enough for today, noticing how the young man's speed was gradually slowing down. As soon as he decided that his opponent was at his limit, the hero's hand shot forward with force and approached his mentor's body. Not expecting such a sharp turn, the man tried to dodge the destructive force of the shadows, but he was too late. With powerful streams of his strength, Zhang threw his mentor's body aside, demonstrating a power that no one expected from a student. A whirlpool of energy formed in Sun's body, gradually damaging him from within and depriving him of the ability to control his breathing. Waking up from the battle, he saw steam coming out of his chest where the whirlwind had been and realized that he had suffered severe burns during the attack. Seeing how skillfully he had defeated his teacher, the warrior could not contain his joy laughing loudly and smiling broadly, enjoying the moment. Feeling exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, completely surrendering to the feeling of long-awaited victory and incredible euphoria. Watching him, the man remained silent. But in his mind, he realized that the young man had first distracted him, and then suddenly gone on the offensive. As soon as he gave the young man the name of the all-seeing one, was surprised to hear Jiang's address, and was very surprised by the unexpected sound. Lying among the ruins of the training ground, Xiao asked if he would be required to pay for the repairs, and advised him to contact his uncle. After an exhausting workout, he headed to the medical center to have his wounds treated, and when he saw the nurse again, he decided to ask her name. Without rushing to answer, the girl first decided to carefully examine his injuries, and gently lifted his shirt to examine his body. Glaring at the young man, she declared that she was just a trainee nurse to him, and reminded him that this was the third time he had tried to find out about her. Looking at her, the hero was discouraged not only by her sharpness, but also by her attractive figure, which was impossible to ignore. Suddenly, he decided to check his phone contacts and unexpectedly realized that they were indeed acquainted from before. It turned out to be Yang Qi, and the young man couldn't believe his eyes, wondering if it was really her standing in front of him. Turning away abruptly, the girl told him to rest and quickly left. He wanted to stop her, but at that moment, the instructor entered the ward. It was Sun, and he immediately asked how the young man was feeling, although Jiang did not expect to see him here. Surprised, he asked if the man had not continued training, but the man handed him a jar of medicine and said that nothing terrible would happen. After thanking his mentor, Xiao drank the entire contents of the small jar in one gulp, hoping for recovery. The young man felt his body fill with powerful energy and strength. His eyes widened, and his pupils suddenly lit up with a bright light. He began jumping up and down, joyfully declaring that he could train all day. But Sun said that he needed to fully recover first. At that moment, the hero realized that his condition was unstable, and the instructor admitted that he had noticed this and would make changes to future training sessions. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly and the trees were green, and the man said that the young man would go on an internship with the second-year students. As he left, he said that he had sent Zhang's skills information to his email, but asked him not to tell anyone about it yet. Picking up his phone, the hero noticed an unread message and immediately realized that it was from his mentor, so he decided to open it. Suddenly, a hologram appeared right in front of him, showing an unfamiliar person materializing in the air. Introducing himself as Xiang Yang, he said he would explain to the young man how some special skills worked, but first he needed to familiarize himself with the content of the lecture. The first rank was called enlightenment, the second alienation, and the third true. When exposed to pollution, the skills did not weaken, but, on the contrary, strengthened. The principle of operation was based on physical training, energy expenditure, and willpower, and it was these three factors that gave rise to the enormous power of the special ones. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and the stunned hero found himself right next to him in a completely different place. Standing among a crowd of mannequins, Xiang held a shiny blade in his hands and said he was going to give a vivid example. With a deft swing, he struck the target with a powerful blow, but to the student's surprise, the result was almost imperceptible. Explaining the reason, the instructor noted that the mannequins were made of a heat-resistant alloy, which made them strong and durable. He then asked Jiang to pay attention, as he was about to use a power equal to that of a special third rank, and his palm glowed brightly. There was a powerful explosion, and the shocked hero noted that, despite all the destructive force, the targets were still almost unscathed. Taking a fighting stance, Xiang said that he would now use the same power, but in the manner of a true special rank. Seeing his mentor's further actions, the young man's eyes widened, for what was happening amazed his imagination. A huge ball of fire appeared between the man's hands, his behavior expressing incredible strength and determination. Trying to remember what he had heard, Xiao tensed up, but the instructor repeated that the important components of the skill were willpower, energy, and preparation. A powerful stream of fire burst forth from his hands and rushed toward the stationary objects. These incredible abilities caused the ground beneath his feet to spark and heat up, and although the mannequins remained standing, they suffered much greater damage. Without stopping the flow of destructive fire, the instructor loudly declared that tremendous willpower could even move mountains. Deep pits formed underfoot from the thrown earth, and each step echoed hollowly along the destroyed street. Parked cars stood nearby, but thick smoke rose into the air, making it difficult to breathe and obstructing visibility. Standing among the ruined buildings and waving his arms, the instructor said that the special skill was unstoppable force. Covering his face with his hands, Jiang couldn't believe that everything he had seen was also related to the abilities of warriors. Explaining what was happening, the man said that this was the ability of 100 cracks, and if the guy reached the third rank, his power would become immeasurable. Looking at his phone, the hero was discouraged because he had previously thought that everything would go smoothly, but now his doubts had intensified. He noticed a system notification with an exclamation mark, warning that each skill depletes strength. It was necessary to pay attention to details and carefully control one's own body, energy, and physical fitness. It was necessary to mobilize muscles to go beyond endurance, because willpower allowed one to escape even from shackles. It was very important to remain calm. The mind must be like water, and thoughts like waves, sometimes rising, sometimes subsiding. All this concerned not only the quantity of skills, but also their quality. So rushing forward immediately was pointless and dangerous. Studying the characteristics, Zhang found it strange that someone his age possessed such abilities and wanted to receive an award so as not to raise unnecessary questions. The next day, walking through the park with Sun, he asked if he could help, and the instructor said that the boy could run with the second-year students. Once near the Jiaolong Stadium, the young man was instructed to run until his body reached the desired level. Hearing this, the boy opened his mouth in surprise and said happily that everything looked incredibly cool, while the teacher smiled nearby. Suddenly, the man looked him straight in the eye and asked if Xiao would dare to undergo such a difficult and dangerous training. Remembering his uncle and Lu's father, the boy felt as if he were standing on their shoulders and drawing inner strength from them. Smiling broadly, he said that his guardian was a retired general and his father-in-law served in the night watch, so he would not back down. Upon entering, the instructor said that if something bad happened, the young man would have a long recovery, but he would help him get special medicine. Walking into a special training room, the hero snorted and said that he wouldn't need any medicine at all. Looking inside, Zhang was surprised because the room resembled a gloomy prison and immediately gave him a feeling of unease. He asked with interest what kind of place it was, because earlier the instructor had promised to show him an electronics factory, but instead Sun said that they had come to a stadium. Sighing heavily, the young man said that in that case, he needed to think carefully and backed away with a forced smile. Tripping him up and knocking him to the ground, the teacher pushed the young man toward the training room, giving him no chance to escape. Slamming the door shut and leaving the boy inside, the man watched the tablet as the hero screamed and called for help in vain. After dialing the right number, he reported to Commander Li that he had locked up his nephew, and after receiving new instructions, he felt fear for his life. Terrified, Xiao screamed behind the door when he saw the other approaching, while the instructor calmly reported the noise over the phone. Putting his ear to the door, he heard Jiang's desperate cries about poor leadership and that the monster was about to bite him. Pressing his hand to his head again, the instructor reported to the commander that he considered the young man hopeless and saw no future for him. Sitting down and clutching his head, Zhang cried bitterly, feeling as if others were closing in on him from all sides without mercy. After a while, the heavy doors slowly opened with a loud creak, letting in a cold draft. Noticing this and feeling a strange frog on his head, the hero was puzzled and did not understand what was happening around him. Not knowing what danger lay ahead, he decided it was better to check for himself than to remain in that stuffy and dreadful room. As he rushed forward, he was surprised to see the frogs suddenly rush after him, keeping pace with him. In an instant, they blocked his path, and Zhang wondered if the creatures really wanted to keep him here. Reaching out his hand, he concentrated and tried to use his abilities to clear the way and free himself. After taking the leap, he suddenly found himself in a gloomy and dark world, where an oppressive atmosphere and uneasy silence reigned. Looking around, he felt a growing tension, as if invisible eyes were watching his every move. Seeing emptiness ahead and green slime covering the entire space, he decided that the danger was behind him. He heard the desperate cries of a guy being chased by other creatures, and felt a strong sense of confusion. As he ran away, the stranger shouted at Xiao to stop standing there and told him to run away, and the young man immediately rushed after him. Frightened, the stranger asked which group Zhang belonged to, and the hero calmly replied that he belonged to the first group of the camp. Hearing this, the stranger shouted in anger how a freshman could be here, and the character replied that he was too good. The senior student thought that the freshman might be using his connections with the instructor's daughter. Continuing to run quickly, Xiao asked what was going on, and his partner explained that he needed to constantly use his willpower. Stopping, the hero looked into the distance and shouted to the fleeing man that he wished him luck, even though he himself had decided to stop. Once again next to the stranger, Jiang persistently asked how to find a way out of this terrible place. Surprised, the young man said that the way out appears on its own and at different times for everyone. So the main thing is to just keep running. Suddenly, they noticed other students running ahead, desperately fleeing from the furious attackers. At that moment, the hero felt the toad reaching out to him, trying to touch him and clearly influence his consciousness. Deciding to act without delay, He grabbed it first to prevent it from touching him and disrupting the monster's plan. Throwing it aside with all his might, he shouted that it had no right to touch him and should stay away. Zhang asked in bewilderment if it was possible to kill them, but the guy explained that destroying them would only deprive them of energy, which was not necessary. The crowd of students continued to rush after them, but suddenly the floor beneath their feet began to collapse and crumble into pieces. Heavy bricks rained down on their heads. The girl cried in fear, and chaos reigned all around, but they still had to run. Suddenly, he smelled a terrible odor and turned around to see huge piles of foul-smelling shit behind him. A huge bottomless pit formed nearby, and everyone jumped over it except for the girl who was running along the very edge. Feeling a strange pressure and an unfamiliar force upon her, she stopped, frozen in horror and despair. Stumbling and losing her balance, the stranger screamed and fell with horror into the deep, dark abyss. Suddenly, someone grabbed the girl's hand at the very last moment, preventing her from falling into the abyss. It turned out to be Jiang, and with one swift movement, he pulled the lady out of the pit and placed her right next to him on the edge. Looking at the young man, she asked in surprise why he had helped her, and he replied that he could not have done otherwise in this situation. Embarrassed, the young lady said that since he had saved her, she owed him something in return, and Xiao was surprised by these strange rules. Suddenly, strange, sharp bones flew toward him from behind, creating a dangerous feeling of mortal danger. Dodging at the last moment, Zhang realized that intuition was particularly valuable here, and the bones pierced the wall. Turning back, he saw huge bone creatures moving straight toward him, as if they had emerged from the void. Terrified, the girl cursed, noticing two second-rank creatures in front of them and feeling intense fear. Swinging his arms, the hero shouted that he was returning their weapons and hurled sharp bones straight at his enemies. The blow struck the skeletons in the chest, and they suddenly stopped, stunned by their opponent's counterattack. Grabbing the girl by the hand, he ran forward and she followed him, thinking she had never seen such a brave guy. As they ran, another man rushed after them at great speed, swinging a long blade and catching up to them to attack. Pushing the stranger forward, Zhang ordered her to go first, but she turned around in confusion and looked at him. The young man himself rushed into the attack using his shadow abilities, and a fierce battle began between him and the monster. Swinging his leg, the hero aimed directly at the back of his opponent's head to deliver a decisive, crushing blow. With one deft move, he dealt a fatal blow to the skeleton and stopped its further attacks, thwarting its plan. Deep down, he was glad that his intuition had helped him again, and suddenly he felt a strange energy behind him. So he immediately turned around. An unknown arrow was flying straight toward him at a very high speed, threatening to pierce his body through and through. Dodging it, Xiao noticed that the dart was repeating his trajectory, as if it were alive, and it was dangerous and difficult. To avoid being hit, he jumped up sharply, and thanks to this, it flew past him and crashed into a nearby wall, noting that he had dodged the attack by what seemed like a miracle. The boy realized that his abilities really did save him from death. To protect himself from further attacks, he decided to use his concealment skill and began to disappear into the black void. As soon as the young man disappeared, a new arrow struck the spot where he had been standing just a second ago. Watching everything from the sidelines, he wondered if the training camp was really that dangerous and hoped for help from the instructor. Realizing that if it weren't for his intuition, he would have died here long ago. Zhang suddenly heard loud cries for help. In the distance, the hero noticed that the girl he had recently saved had been caught in a trap by one of the terrifying creatures and was unable to escape. The monster threw the stranger against the wall with all its might, and after that, with a loud thud, she collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Having suffered numerous dangerous injuries, her body was in excruciating pain, and she no longer made a sound. Sitting unconscious against the wall, she showed no signs of life, as if she had already died from the powerful attack of the other. Watching this, Zhang cursed himself for not being able to protect her and felt a strong sense of regret about what had happened. Within 10 minutes, the first person was destroyed, and the system immediately notified all participants of the test. Full of determination, the young man realized that it was time to gather himself and engage in battle with the monsters, despite the danger. Strange long stems were hitting the walls from around the corner, but the monster itself remained out of sight, as if afraid to approach. Coming closer, Zhang was horrified to see a huge man-eating flower that had lost its strength, but still continued to attack. Using its stems, this monster shot sharp, long thorns resembling arrows at the young man. Noting that the enemy possessed a high level of youth, he was pleased that the flower had little strength left. Meanwhile, all the spears that had been thrown flew straight at the young man, as the monster had made him its main target. Using his skills to block the attacks, the hero noticed that the flower had suddenly disappeared from his field of vision. Realizing that the enemy could become invisible, Xiao cursed and almost gave up, but immediately dismissed the thought. Deftly dodging dangerous branches, he realized that he couldn't stop. Otherwise, he would quickly lose the fight. Dodging another blow, Zhang decided that he needed to calculate the trajectory of the attacks to understand where the enemy was coming from. Wanting to use a special power, he activated his shadow pupil skill, which allowed him to see the hidden enemy. Now the young man understood from which side he should approach the monster for the decisive blow and defeat his annoying opponent. Looking defiantly at his enemy, he decided that now he would be able to use his stealth to the fullest. Throwing himself forward with a branch in his hand, Zhang shouted that the moment had come, and the enemy must die right now. The blow landed squarely on the monster flower's chest, and thick scarlet blood spurted out in all directions, accompanied by a terrifying scream. From the pain and blood loss, the monster quickly lost strength and began to breathe heavily, suffocating from its wounds, gradually dying. Losing energy, the flower collapsed to its knees, while Zhang watched it closely from the sidelines, ready to strike. Deciding to finish off his enemy once and for all, he began to furiously attack it with powerful and precise kicks. Having defeated the monster, the young man continued on his way, confident that the flower no longer posed a threat to his life. Suddenly feeling strange sensations inside his body, Xiao stopped, realizing that the contamination was too strong. Gritting his teeth, he felt his head spinning as if he had drunk too much alcohol and was losing his balance. An unexpected blow from a sharp branch struck the young man directly in the shoulder, leaving a large bleeding wound. Holding the injured area with his hand, he continued to stand on his feet and did not allow the pain to knock him off his intended path. Looking ahead, he felt a sharp pain in his body, but did not understand who had dealt him this treacherous blow, and tried to see his opponent. Peering into the darkness, the boy could only make out a strange red energy that was slowly filling everything around him. Suddenly, a bone monster appeared right in front of him, holding a fiery sphere in its hand and with a burning pupil in its chest. Huge claws were visible on its feet, sharp and long like real blades, and it walked quite noisily. A moment later, Zhang was horrified to see that this creature had brought with it a pack of monsters that obediently followed it. Holding his wound, the young man noted ironically that the training camp had sent too strong an enemy against him. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a strange door in the distance that glowed with an unusual light. As the pack of monsters closed in on him, he could see doors in the distance emitting an incomprehensible energy. Noting that, unlike the others, this one was located on the left rather than the right, Xiao thought that perhaps this was the exit. With a wave of its hand, the monster hurled sharp bones and heavy stones directly at the young man, while the other monsters watched silently. Jin rushed forward, determined to engage in combat, and attempt to break through closer to the mysterious doors in order to leave this place as quickly as possible. As he shifted his weight against the wall, all the stones and twigs flew straight at him, leaving him no room to maneuver. Crossing his arms in a defensive stance, the young man realized that he had to give it his all. Otherwise, he would have no chance of survival. Throwing himself forward, Xiao quickly approached one of the monsters that clearly stood out from the rest. The thought flashed through his mind that this creature could open the mysterious door ahead. Meanwhile, the monster, holding a flaming ball in its palm, swung its arm, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. When it hurled the red-hot projectile, there was an incredibly powerful explosion that shook the walls. Blown back by the shockwave against a stone wall, Zhang suffered new injuries and struggled to breathe and move. He realized with horror that the enemy's power was fully commensurate with his rank, and if this continued, he would not be able to withstand it. Jumping out of the hole that had formed, he crouched down and decided that his only chance of survival was to accelerate. While the young man was planning his next move, the enemy was quietly approaching from behind with a fireball. As soon as the monster tried to grab him with its hand, Zhang spun around sharply and decided to seize the initiative. With both hands, he grabbed the enemy with a firm grip, not allowing it to make a single counterattack. Throwing the monster sharply to the side, the hero firmly decided that he would no longer allow sudden attacks against him. After the powerful blow, the monster lost a lot of strength, but still got to its feet and continued to stand confidently. Meanwhile, the other creatures also moved forward and almost simultaneously rushed to attack the young man. The system prompted the young man that the main blows were coming mainly from the right, and advised him to dodge the impending attack. Noticing the prompts, Xiao felt relieved, his eyes glowing with the power of darkness, and he now knew how to proceed. Holding a sharp blade in his hands, he felt an extraordinary lightness, and activated the multiple image skill. Having deceived the monsters, the hero mercilessly cut their bodies with quick and precise movements of his blade, feeling like a master of his craft. After fighting them off a little, he rushed toward the dark abyss, thinking it was the only way out, with the monsters chasing him without stopping. Right in front of Zhang, a bone and flower monster appeared. The young man was shocked, because he had destroyed both enemies with his own hands earlier. Other creatures slowly appeared from all sides, gradually closing in on the frightened young man. Deftly dodging the blows, Xiao thought that the training camp had finally gone mad by proposing such dangerous trials. Deciding to use his hidden shadow ability, he attempted to hide deeper in the dark abyss, fleeing from his opponents. Thanks to his skills and quick reactions, the hero found himself near the portal in an instant and felt a surge of joy and hope. Suddenly stumbling, he almost fell, but still managed to slow down, although his heart was beating faster than before. One of the monsters blocked his path, and the others surrounded him. The young man realized that he did not have enough strength to fight. With a determined look, he continued to move forward, not thinking about defeat, and was ready to fight to the end no matter what. Suddenly, the system suggested that the bone would pierce the lower abdomen, but the blow could be intercepted at the cost of injuring the palm. Behind Zhang, a grapevine was rapidly approaching, and the system indicated how to dodge so that the blow would hit another creature. Covering his eyes, the hero decided that caution was important, but still doubted the correctness of his decision. Listening to the system's prompts, the young man deftly moved aside and the vine struck the enemy's body, inflicting damage. The thick stem pierced the other's chest, and he let out a terrible scream of pain that echoed throughout the space. The flower monster was stunned by what it saw and couldn't do anything, remaining confused. While Zhang was happy that he had managed to take action before the final outcome of the forces, flexible stems began to creep up behind him. Suddenly, they struck his legs, and the young man fell, losing his balance and crying out in sharp pain and surprise. However, as he fell, he found himself right in the portal, which he himself considered a long-awaited way out of this horror, and managed to pass through. Not understanding how this was possible, the other man glared at the hero, as if blaming him for everything that was happening. Laughing at his enemies, Xiao couldn't believe he had managed to slip away so cleverly, and rejoiced at his unexpected rescue. Looking ahead, he began to wonder if the portal was really a way out, or if it was just another trick by the camp. There were no doors or windows around, only a strange glow and incomprehensible mysterious symbols on the walls. Waving his arms, the guy shouted loudly, asking if anyone was nearby, and demanding to be let out immediately. He noticed another figure slowly moving toward him with heavy steps and a threatening gait. Before him appeared a huge monster with deer antlers, multiple pupils, and a shining ball between them that resembled the moon. Soon, the monster launched a furious attack, and Zhang began to back away, unwilling to engage in another dangerous battle. With one swift movement, the creature struck the young man directly in the head, leaving him no time to defend himself. His body was thrown forcefully to the side, while the other stood motionless and watched every movement closely. Lying in the dust, Xiao breathed heavily, feeling weak and realizing that he could no longer get to his feet. Gradually losing consciousness, he cursed the instructors, blaming them for everything that had happened and threatening to get to them one day. Opening his eyes, the hero looked around and couldn't understand where he was or what this place was. Everything around him was strange and unfamiliar. Lying under an IV, he remembered the last thing he saw before the other guy got to him, and then he completely lost consciousness. Lowering his head, the guy was discouraged and couldn't come to his senses for a long time, continuing to look in amazement at everything he saw around him. A nurse was sitting at his feet and asked if Zhang had woken up, and he shouted that she had forgotten something in his pants and was very embarrassed. Standing up abruptly, the girl said that since he had woken up on his own, he should now get dressed without her help. Seeing her strange look, the young man shouted, covering himself with his hands, and added that there were people all around and he was ashamed to be seen like that. Taking the jar in her hands, she calmly replied that she just needed to give him an injection, but his reaction seemed too strange. The young man lowered his pants and lay on his stomach, and the girl gave him the injection and told him her name, adding that if he interfered, he would get it. With a smile, the young man noted that she was very unusual and asked if the injection would affect his abilities, because that was important to him. After finishing the procedure, the nurse suddenly slapped him on the buttocks and, without waiting for a reaction, headed for the exit. Xiao screamed in pain, but she walked to the door without paying any attention to him, and didn't even look back as she continued walking away. At the door, she turned around and told him to take his pills, and if anything went wrong, to press the button near the bed and wait for her. Smiling, Zhang realized that the nurse's blow had been unexpectedly pleasant for him, which made him a little embarrassed and silent. Then he began to remember what had happened and who had helped the others deal with the others after his blackout, and why they had released powerful enemies. Closing his eyes, he thought that there was some kind of secret behind all this. But first he decided to rest a little and regain his strength. Time passed, and soon the clock on the wall struck 5, and the hero realized that he had slept for quite a long time, because he hadn't noticed when he fell asleep. Rubbing his eyes after sleep, He noticed that it was already evening and it had become quiet around him, with only a faint light from the window illuminating his room. Lu was sitting next to the bed, eating a sandwich from Deer, and said that he had come right after the news, while Lu continued her training. Explaining, Xiao said that he had been passing through the camp's training room and had not been fighting with other students, and his friend looked at him in surprise. The hero asked with interest where the others were, and Yukian said that they had come with Lu, but she had returned to the instructor in the arena. Suddenly, the young man got up from the bed and Lu asked him where he was going, but he replied that he didn't want to lie around there anymore. Approaching the mirror, Jiang saw that his blood volume had recovered, but his body was not yet strong, so he decided to eat something before leaving. When the two of them went out into the hallway, a nurse stopped them and indignantly asked where Jiang was going, and the young man replied that he wanted to return to the dormitory. Angry, the girl said that if there were any problems, they would be responsible for him, amazed at such irresponsibility. Placing his hand on his chest, Xiao smiled and said that he was ready to take responsibility for himself, and that no one would have to stand up for him. Not wanting to argue any longer, the girl spat and thought to herself that no one could help such a stubborn guy. Leaving the hospital, his friend asked the young man about Lu's reaction, but Zhang didn't understand what his girlfriend had to do with this complicated situation. Saying goodbye to Xiao, Liu advised her to meet up with her friend, as she was worried about him, but he decided not to go in himself, as he did not belong to the first zone. Upon arriving at the arena, the young man noticed an instructor sitting in the stands, watching the students training at. Seeing the hero, Sun asked why he hadn't recovered in a couple of days, and the guy replied that his injuries were minor and that he was fine. Noticing that Zhang's strength was rapidly diminishing, the teacher mentioned this, and Zhang asked when he would be able to resume training. Upon hearing that he would only be able to start next week, the character was disappointed, but the mentor said it was better not to take any risks at this time. While doing pull-ups, the young man said that it was nothing to him, and Sun asked if he thought he would easily pass the second-year exam. After thinking about it, Xiao realized that he needed to earn points to pass, and wondered whether the others would rely solely on running away and saving themselves. After thinking for a while, he came to the conclusion that perhaps the students were using cooperation to overcome the dangers. As soon as he voiced this, Song confirmed that the assessment tests the ability to cooperate and trust each other, deciding that the most important part would be testing teamwork skills. Zhang noted that this university was truly unique. Scratching his head, the hero asked what the instructor thought of Jianyan, and said that during the first class, he almost ruined everything with his stories about special people. After thinking for a moment, the man said that he understood the students' reaction because they were hearing the harsh truth for the first time. Recalling his first class, he noted that things had been worse then, and that the current despair, anger, and panic were a perfectly normal reaction from the students. Summing up, Song said that he had been racking his brains for 3 days, trying to understand the essence of the world, and asked why Xiao was asking questions, as the hero had only seen the teacher's interest. The instructor also noted that these classes were useful because they provided a foundation for the future, and advised Zhang not to boast about his strength and second level. While the teacher was watching the students, the hero asked what level he himself was at, and the man said that he had not laid the foundation and was at a standstill. The young man imagined himself in a kimono, sitting in the lotus position with a flame in his hand, and this vision surprised him. Sighing heavily, he realized that the path to becoming special was not as easy as he had previously imagined, when he was just dreaming about it. With a smile, the teacher said that if everything were as easy as Xiao thought, they would have long since ceased to exist in this world. The hero casually asked his mentor not to be pessimistic, but Sun calmly replied that he was merely stating the facts. Someone called out to Jiang, and when he turned around, he saw his friends Lu and Liu rushing towards him, clearly happy to see him. Continuing to chew, his friend habitually stuffed his mouth with food, while the girl called the young man to come with them, expressing slight dissatisfaction with his slowness. Irritated by the tone, the hero demanded that they wait for him and said he was already on his way, trying to hide his embarrassment and anger. A red flag with white stars and a yellow lightning bolt in the center fluttered in the sky, its bright colors catching the character's eye. The textbooks indicated that all these images had a deep meaning and were considered extremely important for understanding the history of the special ones. In the center was the symbol of the Great Week, and the stars represented the great people who had shown heroism during disasters. Looking at the banner, it became clear that reality was much harsher than the stories, and that people had to fight in order to survive. Zhang understood that despite the difficult and dangerous path, they could not give up, because that was the only way to achieve victory. Suddenly, Song touched his shoulder and asked why he was looking at the flag, whether he dreamed of being a flag bearer. But the young man replied that he was thinking about the stars. Explaining, the mentor said that the fourth part signifies the night watch, which had many names, and asked the young man about its meaning. Guessing, the boy said that many evil creatures appear at night, but the mentor smiled and said that it was better for him not to know, saying that the teacher was silent so that Xiao would not become a demon. The character angered the mentor, said goodbye to him, and immediately ran away. Running up to Lu, he asked where Yukian was, and the girl calmly replied that he had gone to reserve seats in the dining room. Suddenly, she began to tug at his jacket, and Jiang smiled, asking his friend if she was tired of living, since she was behaving this way. Despite his words, she continued, and the boy, in tears, couldn't take it anymore and asked what was wrong and why she was treating him this way. The girl said resentfully that she was frightened when she saw him being carried in on a stretcher, and the anger in her voice gave way to weakness and fear. Feeling pain, Lu turned away and cried, and the guy realized that he had been rude to his girlfriend and now felt very awkward. Wiping her tears with his fingers, he gently asked her to calm down and stop crying, but she continued to tremble with emotion. Deciding to taste her tears, Xiao put his finger in his mouth, hoping to distract the girl. Afterwards, he said they were too salty, and Lu turned to him in confusion, not understanding what he was doing. Shouting, his friend called him sick and sharply asked why he decided to taste them at all, considering it madness. With a smile, the guy replied that he was indeed weak, and was only trying them so that he could remember their bitter taste for a long time. Hugging Lu, he asked her not to worry and promised that whatever path lay ahead of them, he would always remember her pain. Resting her head on his shoulder, she said that he had better keep his word, because otherwise her uncle and father would beat him up. Noticing her leg, the guy asked what had happened to her knee and whether her friend had seen a doctor, because he was concerned. While walking in the park, she overheard students talking about how Zhang had been carried in on a stretcher, and she immediately became frightened. Feeling unbearable pain in her heart, she sighed heavily as if the whole world was collapsing before her eyes and she didn't know what to do. Deciding not to waste a second, she jumped up and ran straight to her friend to be with him as quickly as possible. While running, she tripped on the steps and fell, hitting her knee, which caused a severe bruise, and now she was hiding her pain. Pushing the guy forward, Lu lied that she had injured herself during training and suggested that they not dwell on her problems, but go to lunch instead. Worried, the young man wanted her to see a doctor, but the girl, pulling him by the hand, told him to stop acting like a mother. Under the bright sun, the Yunhai training camp building rose up, resembling a mountain with a sharp spire pointing skyward. Continuing to pull him along, she told him how she dreamed of delicious chicken and added that she would treat him today, and Zhang agreed. Half a month later, the young man was training on the field with monsters, honing his skills and striving to reach a new level in combat. Trying to escape, the other rushed about in search of salvation, but Zhang smiled, thinking that the monster was mistaken and believing in the success of his primitive plan. Activating his shadow mark, he noticed that his opponent's weak point was his shoulder and immediately decided to use this information to his advantage. Jumping high into the air, he aimed at the enemy, hoping to deliver a precise and deadly blow while the other had his back turned. As Xiao approached, the enemy was unaware of the danger and continued to advance toward his goals. In the control room, the Night Watch staff watched the fight closely through the cameras, recording every move of the young fighter. In horror, Song shouted that something was wrong, noticing the hero's desire to kill the other, and demanded that the training be stopped. His colleagues supported him. After the lesson, upon entering the young man's room, the mentor noted that Jiang was showing significant progress and was capable of fighting at the second rank. Doubting the power of the shadow, he said that he only saw his fighting instincts. But the young man smiled and replied that anything could happen. Folding his arms across his chest, the instructor said that it was not worth getting too carried away and asked how the character felt about missions. Realizing that he couldn't reveal his full potential yet, the young man lied, saying that he didn't want to waste time and wasn't going anywhere. Suddenly, Sun said that he had forgotten to mention that successful completion would result in a certificate and the right to leave the camp, which shocked the hero. So, as not to drop his water bottle, he decisively placed it on a nearby table to focus on the teacher's words. After saluting and smiling, he declared that he agreed to go on the mission, showing confidence in his own abilities. Later, they boarded an electric train and set off on their assignment, immersing themselves in new challenges that could change their future. Upon entering, Zhang noticed a group of students and asked his mentor what was going on, to which Song replied that he would be working with them. Suddenly, in the crowd, he saw a red-haired girl in a cap who looked familiar to him, but she diligently avoided his gaze and tried to hide. Taking off her cap, she introduced herself as Yang Qi and reminded him that this was the 5th time he had asked her name, even though she had told him more than once. Laughing, the hero said that he didn't recognize her without her nurse's uniform and noted that she looked beautiful, but Sun interrupted them telling them to talk about the mission. Sitting solemnly among the students, the curator said that a bloody site had been found in the shadow layer of Yunhai, and that their task was to clear the area of others. Half an hour later, the train continued on its way, and the tension in the air grew as everyone waited for the dangerous mission to begin. Asleep on Yang Qi's shoulder, only Xiao slept peacefully and drooled, while the girl watched in bewilderment, wondering where he had managed to get so tired. It seemed that he had been sleeping soundly because his saliva was dripping down her clothes, causing slight irritation and disgust. Suddenly, they were informed of their arrival at the destination, and everyone had to get ready. Zhang jumped up abruptly, awakening from his sleep. Turning to Yang, he did not immediately understand why her clothes were covered in drool, and only then did he notice the traces left behind after sleep. Apologizing, the young man said that he had not yet recovered, which was why he had slept so soundly, and began to wipe her stained dress with a napkin. The girl was pleased by his attention and care, but she didn't want to behave openly and decided to take a completely different approach. Shouting that she would tell Lu everything, she began to dial her number and abruptly pushed the young man away, leaving him completely bewildered. With his eyes wide open, Zhang couldn't believe that his colleague was threatening him with his girlfriend, because she had seemed completely different before. Holding out a napkin, he lowered his head and said he just wanted to wipe away the drool, but Lu screamed, and Sun demanded that they get off the train. Once outside, the instructor announced that the radar indicated the presence of others nearby, so the students were forbidden to stray far. Turning around with a sly smile, Yang said she needed to check Zhang's data and asked him not to stay away. Following her, the young man wondered where the blood type was hidden, while Sun watched his charge's every move intently. Deciding that Xiao was very excited, the man was not surprised, because it was his first mission, and nervous tension was considered normal. Realizing that it usually takes 6 months to reach the second rank, the instructor began to suspect that the boy had already been in the shadow layer. It was quite rare to meet a 17-year-old teenager with such a high rank, but it was theoretically possible. Watching him leave, the mentor wondered whether the hero would be able to succeed in his endeavors, and whether he would have enough strength to endure all the trials. Moving slightly away from the others, Xiao suddenly came face to face with the first other, sensing tension. Seeing that the young man had spotted the first-rank enemy and was preparing to attack, the instructor realized that the other monsters were also somewhere nearby. Jumping high, the character tried to attack the monster from behind, hoping to catch it off guard and deliver a precise blow. Suddenly, he noticed that another creature had appeared behind him, ready to attack and threatening to kill him. The monster fired a shot, attracting the attention of the first-level enemy, who turned sharply, sensing the presence of an opponent nearby. With incredible speed, the young man deftly dodged the enemy's fierce attacks, demonstrating excellent combat reflexes and reactions. Launching an attack, Sun ordered his colleagues to leave the second-level opponent to him and Jiang, and to divide the rest among themselves. Turning to Yang, the mentor reminded her that she was a doctor and urged her to refrain from participating in the fight. Suddenly, the girl felt someone sneaking up behind her and realized that she would not have time to dodge or move away. Turning sharply, she grabbed the enemy's face with her hand, stopping his movement, and he immediately froze, losing his initiative. Unexpectedly, a huge monster emerged from her palm and began to devour the enemy, completely paralyzing his resistance. A moment later, the monster found itself inside the mouth of another creature, which gradually sucked out its strength. Slightly confused, the girl looked at her hand, but was glad that she had managed to survive such a dangerous situation and resist. Releasing the enemy, who fell dead to the ground, Yang continued to watch it, feeling a mixture of fear and surprise. Her palm regained its human form, but red slime dripped from it, which the girl carefully collected in a small jar. Seeing all this, Jiang was puzzled and did not understand where the sweet nurse he knew so well had disappeared too. Feeling the young man's gaze, Yang asked what was wrong, and he inquired if she had really devoured someone else. The young man asked with interest what kind of power she possessed, and, transforming her hand again, she replied that her ability was to devour. Admiringly, he asked if her monster could extend its tentacles in any direction, but the girl was simply puzzled by his reaction. Reaching out his hand, he asked if he could touch her transformed limb, because it all seemed extremely interesting. Folding her arms and hiding the monster, Yang said no, and if he kept pestering her, she would immediately report him for harassment. Trying to find arguments, Jiang attempted to object, but she, knowing everything, asked with a smile how he could possibly pressure her. Rubbing his head, the young man said he was just joking, but he wondered how she knew all this and why she spoke with such confidence. Suddenly, her hand turned completely red, and the hero watched the changes mesmerized, not believing his own eyes. Once again transforming her limb into a monster, Yang told the boy to forget about this conversation and asked him to remember her real name. Waving her tentacles, she asked if it was time for them to start the real battle. because enemies could appear at any moment. Looking at her hand, Xiao noted that her monster looked not only terrifying, but even cute and, in a way, sweet. Shocked, Yang couldn't believe that the hero was the first person to call her ability cute, because usually everyone was terribly afraid of her. With a smile, he stretched out his fingers and said that he was very attracted to her tentacles and would very much like to examine them more closely. Dodging away, she screamed for him not to come near her, but the young man only thought to himself how beautiful and good she was. Indignant, Yang folded her arms, and the character hastily assured her that he was not talking about her at all, but only about her ability. He suddenly had a wild desire to completely enter the shadow form, and Xiao wondered if there were contradictions between certain species. Looking at the girl's feet, he realized that in the abyss, all species were connected, and now he would have a very difficult time. Meanwhile, holding his shoulder and arms differently, Sun ordered Xiao Yang to deal with the rest and take care of everything. Noticing that Jiang was holding something different, the instructor asked why the young man had not yet finished off the enemy, and he explained his decision. Clutching his head, the man asked if the hero had played too many games as a child, and where he got the idea that the enemy's strength was equal to 4%. Looking at the monster's corpses, the teacher noted that such species never usually meet nearby, which means that something strange is going on here. Leaving with the team, he decided that the skeleton was clearly not well among the bloody species because they were enemies. Suddenly, the young man noticed a dark silhouette standing on the roof of one of the nearby buildings, staring intently at them. Walking among the skyscrapers, he wondered if someone was watching them and tried to figure out who was hiding nearby. Continuing on his way, Sun explained that not everyone likes special people. Some envy their strength, while others try to harm them and then disappear without a trace. Meanwhile, another monster approached the corpse of the slain bone creature, sensing something was wrong and trying to save his comrade. It was a female other, and as she sat next to the corpse of her beloved, she suddenly let out a piercing sound, full of pain and despair. Reaching out, she dripped a few drops of blood into his mouth, hoping to revive and bring back at least a small part of his life. A moment later, the skeleton made a dull sound, and she watched him intently, afraid that her attempt would be in vain. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm with all their strength, and she cried out in surprise, turning around to see who had attacked her. With a broad smile, Jiang shouted that he had caught the monster, and now he had managed to prevent the attack of a new other. Growling, she tried furiously to break free from the hero's grip, but the young man held her hand tightly, not intending to let her go. With a vicious grin, she swung for a blow, but Xiao noticed that she had given half of her blood to her companion and realized that the two were spouses. Seeing that the monster was trying to attack again, the young man sighed heavily, realizing that she would not succeed anyway. Looking at the barely breathing monster, he knew that regardless of who they were in life, he could not let them live. With his legs spread wide apart, the character finally decided to use his shadow abilities to end the battle and finish off his enemies. With all his might, he delivered a direct blow to the female monster's face, putting all his accumulated tension and determination into the attack. She collapsed from the blow, and seeing that the other had only 10% of his blood left, Zhang realized that the next blow would be the last. After breaking through the wall of the building, the monster lay inside while the guy cautiously peered outside, checking to see if the enemy could get up. Wishing it a safe journey, he swung his arm and prepared to deliver the decisive blow that would end this difficult battle. Suddenly, she made strange sounds in her language, as if begging him not to kill her, appealing to him with a plea. Puzzled, Xiao stopped. Previously, he had never doubted his actions. But now, when the monster reached out its hand, he was overcome with tremors. With his eyes wide open, he convinced himself that he was killing the other, not the former human who had committed the offense. Looking at his hands, the young man was tormented by doubts and could not decide what to do in such a difficult situation. Sun approached him and said that it was already a monster, that the process was irreversible. And then Xiao agreed with him, understanding the whole truth. Using his abilities and defeating the enemy, the teacher said that pity for others is dangerous. Otherwise, everything will end badly for Zhang himself. Thinking deeply, the young man wondered what would happen if one day his uncle or Lu became different, and his heart ached with pain. Looking at the monster's corpse, he couldn't believe that he would ever have to raise his hand against his loved ones and kill people who were dear to him. Joining the night watch, Sun said that the hero needed to obtain a license, and when asked about his uncle, he explained that Li had given the order. Smiling, the young man couldn't believe that his guardian had given him a chance, and at the same time was happy that would now be able to train even more. In one of the rooms, students and staff stood near various consoles, discussing their work and watching the indicators on the screens. Approaching one of the consoles, the instructor asked him to enter his name, adding that 3 missions per week were required for free access. For Xiao, this was tough, Surprised, the teacher asked if the guy really didn't want to come here. But with a heavy sigh, Jang asked him not to worry about it. As he left, Sun said that now the hero needed to learn and complete missions, and if he encountered someone not on the list, he could kill them, and the mission would be complete. Saying goodbye to the character, the instructor said he had business at the camp and left, leaving the student alone with his thoughts about the future. Left alone, the hero wondered why a license was necessary, and did not believe that Uncle Lee had taken credit for the first mission. He saw a stranger nearby shouting into his phone, clearly asking about someone's well-being and sounding very upset. After saying that he had traded his glasses for medicine, the young man promised to come soon, and Jiang recognized Dankei, but did not understand what had happened. Judging by his tone, the hero decided that his acquaintance was in trouble, and decided to follow him discreetly. Following the man, Xiao soon approached the hospital building, where silence and anxiety reigned, as if the walls held someone suffering. The ventilator was running continuously, indicators flashed on the screen, and bottles containing various elixirs were connected to E's body. On the couch, wearing a mask and connected to numerous tubes, lay a small, exhausted girl, motionless, like a doll without strength or movement. Entering the ward, Dankei took the medicine out of his suitcase, standing next to the doctor, his gaze full of hope and fear at the same time. Inside was a red capsule and a transparent vial, and this medicine looked incredibly powerful and valuable. The doctor was amazed and asked where the young man had gotten such a rare drug, since such drugs were strictly controlled. Dankei resolutely asked the doctor to check the elixir, not hiding his hope that it would save his only daughter. Explaining, the doctor said that the formula was based on blood cells, but hinted to the young man about an important conversation and suggested they go out into the corridor. Once outside the door, he said that the disease had worsened due to contamination and that if the medicine had been given earlier, the effect would have been immediate. Feeling the bitterness of the inevitable, Dankei asked how long his daughter could hold on in such a serious condition. Lowering his head, the doctor replied quietly, with annoyance in his voice, that the girl would last about a month if there were no complications. Breathing a sigh of relief and placing his hand on his chest, Dankei said that there was still time and asked to prepare the baby for the upcoming operation. Watching from the shadows, Zhang couldn't understand how a 5-year-old child had fallen victim to the pollution that was destroying her small body. After reading the diagnosis, he realized that the girl had a blood disease and tried to guess what rare medicine was being referred to. He racked his brains but couldn't quite grasp the nature of the disease, yet he sincerely wanted to help find a solution. To find out more, the young man took out his phone and decided to turn to the internet in the hope of finding an explanation. From the internet, he learned that it was a dangerous disease, and that if treatment was not started in time, the toxins would gradually begin to eat away at the skin. Staring at the screen, Zhang wondered how a little girl could have contracted such a terrible, life-threatening disease. Going out into the hospital garden, Dankei called someone, his face tense and his voice trembling with anxiety. When he got through, he asked how much of the medicine was left, and heard that it cost about $1 million per dose, and that they suggested changing the formula. In a rage, he shouted, demanding a clear answer. But the voice on the other end threatened that if he didn't calm down, he would have to find the medicine himself. Hanging up the phone, he leafed through the phone book, and mentally promised his daughter that he would save her, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Filled with determination and rage, Dankei clearly understood that saving the little girl was his only goal, which he had to achieve. Consumed by anger, he did not notice that Zhang was watching him intently from behind a tree, trying to understand his intentions. Hearing that the young man was desperately searching for medicine, Xiao had an uneasy feeling that something bad was waiting ahead. Taking out his phone and dialing his guardian's number, the hero decided to ask for help, hoping that Li would be able to suggest a solution. He explained the situation to his uncle over the phone and asked if the disease could be cured. But his uncle responded evasively, asking about the patient's age. In a calm tone, the hero said that the little girl was only 5 years old, and the man noted that children's immunity was weak, and recovery was unlikely but possible. When the uncle, hearing his silence, continued to shout into the phone, Zhang suddenly noticed that Fen was watching him intently. Holding glasses of drinks, the girl smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and asked why her friend wasn't at camp. Taking the glass, the young man replied decisively that he had been released for good behavior and asked how she had been doing lately. With concern, she said that she had recently been attacked by someone, but a guard had saved her, sustaining serious injuries, and she had come to visit him. With a smile, Fen said that they had parted only a month ago, but she did not recognize her friend, as if there was a different person standing in front of her. Laughing, the young man noted that his friend had also changed and become more attractive, and asked what she had been doing in recent weeks. With sadness, The girl admitted that everything was still the same and added that she really wanted to be special, not ordinary. Explaining, she has said that being an ordinary person is not bad at all. You can live peacefully, while being special always involves struggles and risks. Recalling the recent attack by the other, Fen said that he did not understand how vulnerable people were, and if it weren't for the guard, she would have been eaten. He gently patted his friend on the shoulder as they walked side by side, trying to distract her from the frightening memories. Suddenly, someone shouted, asking where the alien creatures had come from, and the kids turned around in fear at the cry. Behind them, a pack of others attacked people, tearing them to pieces and delivering fatal blows, and cries for help did not save them. Noticing the kids, one of the monsters rushed straight at Jiang and Fen, rapidly closing the distance, like a predator on the hunt. Covering his friend with his body, the hero told her not to move away from him, because the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. As it drew closer, the monster let out a terrifying roar, but a moment later, blood gushed from its mouth, flooding everything around it with a scarlet stream. With one precise blow, the young man pierced the enemy's neck, and the monster hung limply, dead, right on his bloodied hand. Zhang declared decisively that no one should even think of opposing him, loudly calling the monster a weakling and despising its strength.